Chapter 1. Requesting leave to return home. The Great Xia Empire, military headquarters in the capital. A man in his late 20s emerged from a military jeep. His name was Ping. Adorned with sunglasses, he wore a flamboyant, short-sleeved shirt and a pair of faded jeans, topped off with casual flip-flops. This attire, juxtaposed against the solemnity of the military headquarters, rendered Ping an apparent anomaly. However, were one to unveil Ping's true identity, one would surely be left astounded. Beneath his seemingly carefree exterior lies the esteemed leader of the Night Operations Special Task Force of the Xia military, codenamed Night Ghost, holding the rank of Major General. The Night Operations Task Force is a clandestine division of the Xia military, comprising the most elite warriors selected from various military districts. This organization serves as a formidable weapon for Xia against its adversaries, undertaking missions of the utmost secrecy and peril. Particularly, Ping, as the leader, stands as a legendary figure within the military. Over his decade-long service, he has accomplished an array of seemingly insurmountable tasks 3 years prior. When an enemy nation launched an assault on the northern frontiers of Xia, Ping was entrusted with the mission to neutralize the enemy's hidden masters. He infiltrated enemy territory single-handedly, annihilating their elite warriors and returning unscathed. Following this battle, Ping's reputation soared. The mere mention of his name instilled fear among enemy combatants. He became akin to a specter in the night, an elusive force that was nearly impossible to counter. Since then, for 3 years, no nation dared to breach the northern borders. Standing within the military headquarters, Ping pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and sauntered into the main building with an air of nonchalance. Major General, upon entering, 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance regarded him with admiration, promptly saluting him with precision. Ping responded with a cheerful nod and, without any hindrance, made his way directly to the office of the highest military commander. Without knocking, he opened the door and entered. The supreme commander of the Great Xia military, Zhang Jun, was seated. Upon seeing Ping, he immediately rose with a smile. "You rascal. You mentioned an urgent matter over the phone, Watts, so pressing that you had to come in person?" Ping plopped down onto the sofa, pulling out a resignation letter from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Jun. "Boss, take a look at this." Zhang Jun, with a look of skepticism, accepted the letter and opened it. A chill ran down his spine as he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Ping. "You're resigning?" Ping remained composed, crossing his arms. "Yes, I'm done." Zhang Jun's expression darkened. "No way. This is sheer folly." Ping, sensing the urgency, retorted, "How is this folly, boss?" Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. "You are the pillar of our nation. You can't just walk away. Do you understand the consequences?" "What consequences?" "Currently, our adversaries are eyeing us with intent. If you abandon your post, they might seize the opportunity to invade. Spare me the rhetoric about invasions. For the past 3 years, not even a shadow has appeared. Regardless, I no longer wish to continue to... Zhang Jun rejected the notion without a second thought, attempting to persuade him gently. "Ping, you must recognize your significance to the nation. As a soldier, it is your duty to defend the motherland. You are somewhat morally coercing me. This is not coercion as a soldier. Safeguarding the nation is your inherent responsibility. Enough. I've served in the military for nearly a decade. I haven't returned home in over 10 years. My mother must think I am long dead. Besides, I am 28 this year, and as the only male heir of the Chun family, I must ensure the continuation of my lineage. Especially as a normal man, spending every day in the barracks surrounded by a bunch of rugged men. What kind of situation is this?" Ping spread his hands in exasperation. Zhang Jun sighed softly, patiently persuading, "Ping, as long as you do not resign, the organization will immediately arrange a wife for you. Did I assure you? If you fancy someone, I will personally advocate for you." "How does that sound?" "Enough with that. You've said this before. I've had my eye on several beautiful women over the years. Did you ever speak on my behalf?" Zhang Jun awkwardly replied, "It's not that I wouldn't help. It's just that the women you fancy are either world-renowned models or popular singers. How can I possibly introduce you to them? That's irrelevant. My days are consumed with missions or confined to the barracks. The only beautiful women I encounter are those on television. You refuse to help because you keep making excuses." Zhang Jun's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ping, as long as you don't leave, if you fancy that star, I will swallow my pride and personally approach her on your behalf. As for success, that I cannot guarantee. I can no longer trust you this time. I truly intend to return home. Such behavior is irresponsible. Say what you will, I am determined to go home. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, I would still leave, I mean it. Chun Ping asserted seriously. Seeing Chun Ping's resolve, Zhang Jun had to change his approach. Chun Ping, don't you just wish to return home for a visit? How about I grant you a 3-month leave? 3 months is hardly sufficient. It wouldn't even allow time for starting a family. No way. Unless it's 3 years, that would be more reasonable. Zhang Jun pondered. As long as he could retain this young man, the duration mattered little. 3 years it is. However, it is agreed that after 3 years, you must return to the unit. Also, during this period, if an urgent mission arises, you must immediately cease your visit. Chun Ping was taken aback that Zhang Jun would agree to such terms. At a loss for words, he simply nodded. All right, it's settled. Good. I will draft your leave authorization right away. Fearing Chun Ping might have a change of heart, Zhang Jun hurriedly issued him an extended leave. Confused, Chun Ping took the leave slip and departed. Watching Chun Ping leave, Zhang Jun couldn't help but reflect. Youth cannot withstand the allure of women. Arriving at the military compound, Chun Ping, who had initially intended to resign, found himself with a leave instead. Forget this old fellow is full of schemes. 3 years is better than nothing. With a sigh, Chun Ping drove eagerly to the Capital International Airport. He purchased a ticket for a direct flight to Nanhai City, his hometown, where his family awaited him. In the departure lounge, Chun Ping was filled with excitement. At the age of 13, he had been silently taken away by his master, training under him for 5 years. At the tender age of 18, the enemy nation launched a massive invasion against the Great Xia. His master urged him to descend the mountain to save the country, and thus he remained away for a decade. Having joined the Knight organization, he was bound by its stringent regulations, which were established to safeguard both their family members and their own identities. Each member was strictly prohibited from contacting their relatives without explicit permission. Consequently, Chun Ping had refrained from reaching out to his family, and due to his missions, he found himself devoid of time. It was not until 3 years ago, after that fateful battle, that the Great Xia found itself in a relative state of tranquility. Chun Ping could no longer suppress the yearning in his heart to return home and reunite with his loved ones. Now, at last, the opportunity to visit home had arrived. How could his heart not be filled with excitement? Soon, he passed through security and boarded the flight back. At that moment, Chun Ping was overwhelmed with joy, envisioning the myriad scenes of reunion with his family, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Chapter 2. A reunion with my niece, unrecognized. A few hours later, Chun Ping's aircraft gracefully descended upon Nanhai Airport. Eagerly, he made his way outside, hailing a taxi, his heart racing with anticipation to return home. Chun Ping resided on the outskirts of the city, in a village-like urban community. Though not in the city center, it was still a stone's throw away from the urban bustle. Before long, Chun Ping arrived at the entrance of the village. A wave of familiarity washed over him, especially upon seeing that the small shop at the entrance still stood, albeit larger than he remembered, resembling a quaint little department store. "Boss, I'd like to buy a few things," Chun Ping greeted with a friendly smile, as if he were an old acquaintance. "Young man, what would you like?" Aunt Lee, do you still remember me?" Chun Ping replied, grinning at the shopkeeper. Although over a decade had passed since their last encounter, he recognized her instantly. In her youth, she had been an enchanting young woman, but time had taken its toll. The shopkeeper scrutinized Chun Ping for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't recall. Wait, let me think." Chun Ping. As a name clicked in her memory, she exclaimed, "You are Chun Ping, the child of Zhongke?" "Indeed, Aunt Lee, your memory serves you well." With a playful glare, the shopkeeper responded, "Well, everyone in our village thought you had perished out there. Where have you been all these years?" "I joined the army." "You? In the army?" "Yes, really, I served." All right. You should hurry home and see your family." "Absolutely." Chun Ping chuckled, purchasing a few nutritional items before heading homeward. Are they going to demolish it? He wondered aloud, observing the narrow streets of the village, each household emblazoned with the large character for demolition. Before long, he stood before his family home. It appeared largely unchanged, though it bore the marks of age. The houses here were traditional 2-story structures, each with a small courtyard closely nestled together. Chun Ping noted that the iron gate of his neighbor's house gleamed with freshness, while his own gate was marred by rust. "Mom, I'm home," he called out, his voice filled with excitement as he noticed the gate was locked from the inside. After some time, a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, emerged from the house. She was quite adorable, with rosy cheeks. Approaching the iron gate, she blinked her large eyes at Chun Ping and asked, "What are you looking for?" A flicker of concern crossed Chun Ping's mind. Could it be that Mom remarried and had another daughter? "Little sister, I'm looking for Aunt Zhongko. Is she home? Grandma? Are you looking for Grandma? She isn't home. Grandma? What is your mother's name? Little one. Is it Chinlin?" "MHM," the girl nodded. In an instant, Chun Ping realized, grinning widely, "Hee. Hurry and call me uncle. I'm your real uncle." The little girl pouted, "You're lying. My mom said uncle has been dead for a long time." Chun Ping found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, his family believed him to be deceased. "Ping Ping," who was knocking at the door. Just then, Chinlin appeared, dressed in a woman's attire with an apron tied around her waist, her brow glistening with sweat. At just 24 years of age, the years of hard work and lack of makeup had made her appear older than her actual age. Chun Ping immediately recognized his younger sister. Seeing her, at what should be the prime of her youth, yet dressed in such a manner, filled his heart with an inexplicable sorrow. Just as he was about to speak, Chun Lin rushed over, scooping up Ping Ping, and warily glancing at Chun Ping, inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Mom, he says he is my uncle." Ping Ping chimed in. Chun Ping's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Lin, take a closer look at who I am." Chun Lin stared intently at Chun Ping for a moment. Despite not having seen him for over a decade, she recognized the person before her. Her heart tightened, and her eyes gradually filled with tears of crimson. She felt hatred, a deep-seated resentment for this man she had loathed for many years. "Ping Ping, your uncle has long been dead. He is a fraud," Chun Lin declared before retreating into the house with Ping Ping in her arms. This left Chun Ping in a state of panic as he shouted from outside, Sister, I am your brother, Chun Ping. I truly am your brother. I am not a fraud. Please open the door and let me in quickly." Each utterance of sister pierced Chun Lin's already wounded heart like 1,000 thorns. Once inside the house, her pent-up grievances erupted. She covered her mouth and sat silently weeping in her chair. "Mom, what is wrong? Why are you crying?" Ping Ping asked, her own tears streaming down her cheeks upon seeing her mother in distress. Outside, Chun Ping continued to pound on the door. "What's going on? What is happening?" At that moment, a young man emerged from the kitchen. "Daddy, Mommy is crying," Ping Ping exclaimed as she rushed into his embrace. There, dear, don't cry." The man, Zhang Dali, Chun Lin's husband, comforted her. "Wife, what troubles you?" Chun Lin shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." "Sister, please open the door." Chun Ping called out again. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Dali murmured, "Who is that outside?" As he moved towards the door. "Dali, don't pay him any mind," Chun Lin urged. Zhang Dali, holding Ping Ping, stood at the entrance, glancing at Chun Ping still knocking at the iron gate, then back at his wife, uncertain. Dali. Chun Ping's gaze was piercing as he recognized Zhang Dali, a childhood companion. He shouted at him, "Dali, what are you doing in my house?" Zhang Dali, bewildered, looked at Chun Lin before deciding to see who was outside. "Who are you?" he asked, failing to recognize the man he hadn't seen in over a decade. "Dali, open the door," Chun Ping urged. "Who are you to demand the door be opened?" Chun Ping's lip twitched. "I am Chun Ping." "What nonsense is this?" Zhang Dali was taken aback. Upon a closer look, he realized the truth. Despite the years apart, having grown up together, recognition came with the name, revealing shadows of the past. "Oh my, it is truly my brother-in-law." Zhang Dali quickly set Ping Ping down and hurriedly opened the door. "Who the hell are you calling your brother-in-law?" Chun Ping retorted as he stepped inside, seizing Zhang Dali by the collar. "You have some audacity. They say a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. When did you take my sister? And you have a child now? I remember my sister is only 24. Dali, please, I truly love Lin. Zhang Dali pleaded. "Nonsense," Chun Ping scoffed, doubting him, especially given Zhang Dali's unremarkable appearance. He is 6 years older than Chun Lin, and he does not believe that the enchanting Chun Lin would marry Zhang Dali at such a tender age. "Let go of my husband." At that moment, Chun Lin stormed over and reprimanded Chen Ping. Chen Ping immediately released his grip, grinning as he said, "Hey, little sister. Who asked your little sister?" Chun Lin completely disregarded Chen Ping and turned to Zhang Dali, saying, "Dali, ignore him. Let us go inside." "Oh." Zhang Dali quickly picked up Ping Ping and followed Chen Lin into the house. Chapter 3. Family tears. Chen Ping stood alone in the courtyard, feeling like an outsider. Of course, he would not let such thoughts consume him. He casually followed them inside, grinning at Chen Lin. "Hey, little sister, still angry?" Chen Lin turned her back, ignoring him. Chen Ping then looked at Zhang Dali, chuckling, "Ha, brother-in-law." Zhang Dali promptly responded. Chen Lin shot him a glare. "Dali, are you done with everything?" Zhang Dali chuckled. "Not yet, I'll get to it right away." With that, he headed into the kitchen to work. Chen Ping felt somewhat awkward and then turned to Ping Ping. "Come here for an embrace, niece." Little Ping Ping pouted, clearly not fond of this uncle. Instead, she went to Chen Lin, hiding behind her and peeking out. Chen Ping could not have felt more uncomfortable, having not returned for over a decade. He had anticipated an emotional and exciting reunion with family. However, Chen Lin's attitude left him with a plethora of rehearsed lines, none of which he had the chance to express. Ahem, after all these years, the home feels just as familiar. Chen Ping glanced around, occasionally stealing a look at Chen Lin. "Little sister, where is mother?" Chen Lin finally couldn't hold back, angrily saying, "Chen Ping, what do you intend to do by coming back?" Chen Ping's mouth twitched. "What a question. Naturally, I came back to see you and mother." "Huh," Chen Lin replied coldly. "Should I thank you for that?" "Little sister, I know I have wronged you and mother, but I have my reasons." "Is that so?" "Chen Ping, you left for over a decade, ignoring mother and contributing nothing to this family. Now you suddenly return. Is it because you heard the place is about to be redeveloped and thought to come back for a share? What kind of talk is that? I had no idea about this until I returned." Chen Ping said, looking innocent. "I don't care whether you knew or not. I warn you, if you dare touch the redevelopment funds, I will fight you." Chen Lin firmly believed that Chen Ping had returned solely for the money, questioning why he and T come back sooner or later, but chose this moment. Chen Ping, appearing helpless, raised his hand in a vow. "Little sister, I swear I did not come back for the redevelopment funds. I merely returned to visit family. I have been serving in the military for these years, and only now, after a 3-year leave, do I have the time to come home." Chen Lin scrutinized Chen Ping, clad in flashy clothes and flip-flops, topped with sunglasses. He looked nothing like a soldier. Especially upon hearing about a 3-year leave, she became even more skeptical. Although she had never served in the military, she knew no organization would grant such an extensive leave, let alone the army. Clearly, Chen Ping was spinning tales. "Do you think I believe you? Look, why is it that what I say is so hard to believe?" Chen Ping remarked as he pulled his identification from his pocket. "Sister, I have proof." Chen Lin instinctively took it and, with a mere glance, discerned that he was weaving a web of deceit. The military ID bore Chen Ping's photograph, and indeed, the name was Chen Ping. His rank was Major General, and he was the head of a special military operations group. Major General? Huh. Why not claim to be a Grand General? I truly am a Major General. If you doubt me, I can call Zhang Jun at the military headquarters right now. He can vouch for my identity. Chen Ping began to dial, unwavering in his resolve. Chen Lin was well aware of Zhang Jun, an individual of significant stature in the Daxia regime, familiar to the public. Yet, her disbelief was insurmountable. The persistent bravado of Chen Ping only deepened her disappointment. "Enough. Whether you are a Major General or a Grand General is of no concern to me. You vanished for over a decade. Mother has shed every last tear for you, running herself ragged in search of you. Our family has even exhausted our resources in the quest to locate you. And me? I had secured admission to Capital University. Yet due to our financial struggles, I could not attend. You have ruined my life, and our family as well. If it weren't for the support of Dali, my mother and I would have been homeless by now. And now you return without a word. Only because you see that the property is being redeveloped? You are merely after the compensation. I warn you, if you dare to take that money, I will ensure your demise." Chen Lin spoke through gritted teeth. Holding the phone, Chen Ping listened to Chen Lin's lamentations, his eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. He had never anticipated that his departure had inflicted such profound pain on her. Silently, He tucked away his phone and gazed at Chun-Lin with moist eyes. Sister, I'm truly sorry for what I've done. I've got to spend my life making it up to you. At that moment, Chun-Lin was already in tears. She replied softly, as long as you do not come to harm me, that is enough. Chun-Ping felt a deep pang in his heart. He had a multitude of words to express, yet he found himself at a loss. Dear, is everything ready? Zhang Dali emerged from the kitchen in a hurry. Chun-Lin wiped her tears and suggested, let us head out. All right. Zhang Dali glanced at Chun-Ping and then began transporting items from the kitchen to a barbecue grill set up in the yard. Chicken wings, drumsticks, lamb skewers, and the like, all prepared by him and Chun-Lin. Chun-Lin assisted in carrying the items as well. Chun-Ping approached to lend a hand, saying, Sister, allow me. You should take a break. No need, Chun-Lin replied curtly, continuing her work without acknowledgement. Before long, everything was set. Brother-in-law, I'm taking Lin out to set up a stall. You stay home, and when we return, I'll grill something for you, and we can share a drink. Zhang Dali cheerfully announced. Do you both go out to set up stalls every night? Indeed. Oh, I will join you. With that, Chun-Ping followed them as they departed. On the way, Chun-Ping inquired of Zhang Dali, brother-in-law, where's my mother? Zhang Dali glanced at Chun-Lin and whispered, brother-in-law, Lin doesn't want me to tell you. Of course, it's my own mother. Why should I know? I'll tell you later. Zhang Dali, fearing Chun-Lin's reprimand, fell silent after his brief response. As dusk descended upon the village street, Zhang Dali, pushing a barbecue cart, arrived at the bustling location where numerous passers-by meandered. Upon reaching their destination, Chun-Lin and Zhang Dali immediately set to work, while Ping, seemingly accustomed to the routine, sat quietly in front of the barbecue stall, observing the couple's industriousness. Chun-Ping felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He reached into his jeans pocket to touch his bank card, which contained a sum of 1 million. This amount, accumulated from his years of service, had largely been donated to the families of fallen soldiers, with the remainder saved up. Chun-Ping, known for his frugality in the military, wore his uniform most days and relied on the organization for his meals and accommodation. Occasionally, he would indulge in purchasing clothes and items he fancied from online shops. Despite his high-ranking position, his salary was modest, and he often contributed to charitable causes, leaving him with limited funds. His intention in returning home was to present this 1 million as a dowry for Chun-Lin. However, he was taken aback to discover that she had already married. Chapter 4. Changes at home. The barbecue business of Zhang Dali and Chun-Lin thrived, leaving them little time to catch their breath. Chun-Ping intermittently assisted Zhang Dali by handing him items and packaging orders, while Ping dozed off in her seat. Their toil continued until after 1 in the morning, when the last of their goods were sold and Chun-Lin finally closed up for the night. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dali prepared the unsold items to treat Chun-Ping. Wife, Zhang Dali called softly. What is it? Chun-Lin replied. Casting a glance at Chun-Ping, Zhang Dali whispered, Wife, he is still my brother-in-law. Having not returned for so many years, I would like to buy a few bottles of wine to entertain him. Chun-Lin nodded. Despite her resentment towards Chun-Ping, he remained her brother. Just 50. It cannot be more. Chun-Lin retrieved a 50 from the cash box and handed it to Zhang Dali. Thank you, my dear, he said gratefully, before cheerfully heading to the small shop to purchase a few bottles of beer, also picking up a pack of cigarettes. Chun-Ping observed the entire scene, perplexed by Chun-Lin's stinginess and relentless work ethic. Despite their financial struggles, was it not true that demolition was imminent, even in the suburbs? Surely there were assets worth millions? Brother-in-law, have a smoke. Zhang Dali offered a cheap cigarette with a smile. Chun-Ping waved his hand dismissively. I do not smoke. Oh. Zhang Dali lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling deeply and relishing the moment, only to be met with a harsh cough from the strong, low-quality smoke. Chun-Lin shot him a disapproving glare. Didn't I tell you to quit? It's hard to quit. Even if it's hard, you must. Don't you know the expenses? Ping needs to go to school. We cannot squander money. Zhang Dali lowered his head, silent in response. Chun-Ping could no longer bear to watch. Zhang Dali had worked tirelessly all night, only to be scolded for smoking a cheap cigarette. Sister, it's unfair to speak to my brother-in-law like that. What harm is there in smoking? It costs but a few coins. Be quiet, Chun Lin retorted coldly. I am educating my husband. It is none of your business. Chun Ping was left speechless, unable to comprehend how Chun Lin had transformed into someone so unyielding. After being chastised by her, he chose to remain silent. Silently assisting in tidying up the aftermath, they made their way home. Upon arrival, Chun Lin busied herself with ensuring Ping Ping was settled and ready for bed, while Zhang Dali retrieved a table and set it up in the courtyard. Arranging the barbecue delicacies they had brought back and opening several bottles of chilled beer, inviting Chun Ping to take a seat. Brother, I haven't much to offer you. Please make do, he said. It's all right, as long as there is food, Chun Ping replied, taking a seat and sharing a few drinks with Zhang Dali. Brother-in-law, surely our family is not so impoverished that we cannot even afford a pack of cigarettes. Why is Lin Lin being so frugal with you? Chun Ping thought back to what had just transpired, feeling a pang of sympathy for Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali took a sip of his drink and sighed, Brother, do not blame Lin Lin. Our family is indeed in dire straits. What do you mean? Chun Ping inquired. Brother, since you left home, our mother has been tirelessly searching for you, nearly exhausting herself in the process. Coupled with her advancing age and constant worry, her health has deteriorated significantly. Seeing our mother struggling to earn a living while searching for you, Lin Lin has even stopped her studies to help manage the household. It was during this time that I frequently visited to assist Lin Lin, and over time, we developed feelings for each other, leading me to become the son-in-law of our family. Initially, our lives were not worse than others. However, earlier this year, our mother encountered heart issues. I rushed her to the hospital, where the doctors informed us that she required immediate surgery, or else her life would be at risk. The cost of the operation was a staggering 1 million yuan. With no other options, Lin Lin and I scraped together what we could and borrowed money from various sources, managing to gather over 100,000 yuan, yet the doctors insisted on the full million before proceeding. Our mother could not wait, despite our heartfelt pleas. It was to no avail. Eventually, the hospital learned of our impending relocation and agreed to admit her for the time being, promising surgery once the compensation arrived. At the time, we did not delve too deeply into the situation and consented. However, after a month, the hospital notified us to sign an outstanding bill, and it was then we discovered the daily fees exceeded 10,000 yuan. Our previous funds quickly dwindled, and we now owe the hospital over 200,000 yuan. Our mother remains there, awaiting the relocation funds for her surgery. For the past few months, we have not dared to spend a single cent. Lin Lin accompanies me to the market every night, while also caring for the children and visiting our mother during the day. She bears such burdens, and for the sake of our mother and our family, she is utterly exhausted. As Zhang Dali spoke, he could not help but shed tears, overwhelmed by guilt. It is all my fault. I have allowed Lin Lin to suffer alongside me. Chun Ping's heart tightened upon learning of his mother's hospitalization. Yet he felt solace in the fact that she was still alive. Discovering the hardships endured by Chun Lin and Zhang Dali for their mother filled him with profound remorse. Brother-in-law, I truly did not anticipate such troubles at home, causing you and Lin Lin to suffer so much. Do not worry, from now on, I will ensure you both will not endure such hardships again. Brother, we can endure some difficulties. My only wish is for our mother to be safe and sound. Indeed, there is nothing more to say. As your brother, I am grateful to you. Let me raise a toast in your honor. Cheers! Chun Ping raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, furiously exclaiming, This hospital is utterly unscrupulous. Our mother's surgery costs merely 1 million. Yet they refuse to proceed without payment, while charging us over 10,000 a day for her stay. Is it not evident that they are clearly eyeing our relocation compensation, intending to exploit it to the fullest? Zhang Dali's lips quivered slightly. Brother, do you also think the hospital is deceiving us? Isn't that obvious? It is indeed deceitful. Alas, we were unaware at the time. We only knew that the hospital excelled in cardiac care, hence our visit. Fear not. I shall assist you in resolving this matter. We are not to be trifled with. Perhaps it's best if you refrain, for I have heard that this hospital has influential backing, which we cannot afford to provoke. What are you afraid of? I too have connections. In fact, I am your connection. Let me tell you, brother-in-law, I'm a national commander with hundreds of subordinates at my disposal. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I can swiftly send them packing, Chen Ping declared. Zhang Dali merely regarded Chen Ping as boastful, grinning foolishly and nodding. What is the matter? Do you not believe me, brother-in-law? Noticing Zhang Dali's expression of disbelief, Chen Ping produced his military identification and laid it upon the table. Take a look for yourself. Brother, I believe you, I believe you. Zhang Dali chuckled as he filled Chen Ping's glass with wine. Cheers. Indeed. Chen Ping retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Dali. Brother-in-law, there is 1 million here, saved over the years, initially intended as a dowry for Lin Lin, and now I present it to you. But brother, you work hard for your money. How can I accept this? Enough with the pleasantries. Just take it. All right. I shall consult Lin Lin about her thoughts on this later. Are you truly that apprehensive of my sister? Haha, it's not fear, it's love. Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction. Now that Lin Lin is marrying you, I feel at ease. Come, let us drink. Tomorrow I shall address our mother's affairs at the hospital. Very well. Chapter 5. Chen Ping, are you still alive? After finishing their drinks, it was already quite late. Chen Ping, recognizing Zhang Dali's fatigue, advised him to rest early. Chen Ping made himself comfortable on the living room sofa, and seeing this, Zhang Dali did not insist on dragging him to a bedroom. After Zhang Dali finished washing up, he returned to his room. Ping Ping was already asleep. While Chen Lin sat at the table, worry etched on her face as she calculated expenses. Has Chen Ping left? Chen Lin glanced at Zhang Dali, but continued with her arithmetic. Not yet. He's sleeping in the living room. Is he lingering then? Zhang Dali approached, saying, Chen Lin, how can you speak of your uncle in such a manner? Regardless of the circumstances, he is still your brother. This is his home. Chen Lin shot a glare at Zhang Dali. Dali, I warn you, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. To this day, we still do not know his intentions for returning. What could it be but to visit home? I remain unconvinced. He might very well have returned solely for the relocation compensation. Look at what you're saying. Zhang Dali extended the bank card toward Chen Lin. This is from brother. There's 1 million here, saved by him over the years. He intended it as your dowry, and I have accepted it on your behalf. What? Chen Lin accepted the bank card with skepticism, questioning, could it truly not be for the relocation compensation? You, with your suspicions, assume ill intentions from your uncle. Is that so? Just because he mentioned 1 million, does that guarantee it? What there is no money inside. You are overly imaginative. The password is on the back of the card. Why not check with the bank tomorrow? I certainly shall. Chen Lin carefully tucked away the card, stating, I will keep it for Mom. If it is indeed just a visit home, I won't hold it against him. However, if it is for the purpose of claiming compensation for the demolition, I shall not forgive him. This is Mom's lifeline. No one is allowed to touch it. As she spoke, Zhang Dali had already fallen into a deep slumber. Chen Lin cast a glance at him and turned off the light, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. Chen Ping lay on the sofa, yet sleep eluded him. He had not anticipated the profound damage his absence over the years had inflicted upon the family. Especially upon seeing Chen Lin in such a state, he was overwhelmed with guilt. Indeed, it resonated with the saying, since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have always been at odds. Throughout these years, Chen Ping had dedicated himself to safeguarding the nation. Although he often squandered his free time, he had always been meticulous within the military, leaving him little time to attend to family matters. This resignation was motivated by a desire to atone for the neglect he had shown his family, to spend quality time with them. That night, Chen Ping pondered deeply. As dawn broke, he arose to procure breakfast, wishing to extend a gesture of goodwill to mend his relationship with Chen Lin. Shortly after his departure, representatives from the village committee arrived, led by the village head, Chen Hui, who brought news that the compensation for the demolition had finally been allocated. Upon learning this, Chen Lin and Zhang Dali welcomed Chen Hui with smiles, eager to hear the details. Chen Hui wasted no time and stated directly, Chen Lin, I am here to inform you that the funds for our village have arrived. Our village's housing demolition will include compensation of approximately 300,000 for each household, which will be directly deposited into your account. Additionally, for the collective land acquisition, the funds will be distributed evenly among households, amounting to 500,000 per person. with the remainder retained for the village's finances. Chen Lin responded with delight. That's wonderful. As you know, my family is in dire need of financial assistance. Will the funds be available today? Chen Hui nodded affirmatively, but added, however, based on the population count, your household is entitled to only 500,000. What? 500,000? But there are 4 people in my family. Shouldn't it be 2 million? Chen Lin questioned, her confusion evident. The explanation was sound. Yet the reality was that she, Zhang Dali, and Ping Ping were no longer under her mother's household registration. Thus, only her mother was counted. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhang Dali inquired, village head, why are we not registered under my mother's household? You're unaware of this? Chen Hui replied, what do you mean? I assumed you knew. Chen Hui continued, last time, your father took your household registration and transferred both your and Chen Lin's registrations to his name. What? Zhang Dali exclaimed in shock. Village head, when did this happen? Why was I not consulted? You should ask yourself how you allowed your household registration to be transferred to your father. Zhang Dali was momentarily speechless. He had indeed lent his registration to his father without much thought. Listening intently, Chen Lin shouted at Chen Hui, on what grounds? I am not married. Dali came of his own accord, and our registrations were already moved to my household. How could you do this? Knowing full well that my mother needs this money for her survival, is this not an act of bullying against me? Chen Hui, witnessing her distress, felt helpless. He had assumed that this was a mutual agreement between the 2 families. This is a matter pertaining to your family. According to the established rules, your family is entitled to 500,000. As for the remaining funds, you shall seek them from your father. I have no concern for your affairs. If you lack the money, I will not proceed with the relocation. Your actions are inhumane. Chen Lin, utterly devastated, shouted at Chen Hui. Coincidentally, Chen Ping returned with breakfast. Having overheard Chen Lin's cries, he rushed in, anxious to inquire, what is wrong, sister? Upon seeing Chen Ping, Chen Lin's pent-up grievances erupted, and she burst into tears, exclaiming, Brother, they are bullying us. The term brother made Chen Ping's eyes redden. Fear not, sister. I shall protect you. Whoever dares to bully you shall face my wrath. In a fit of frustration, Chen Ping turned angrily towards Chen Hui, seizing his collar and delivering a punch to his eye, demanding, Is it you who dares to bully my sister? Chen Hui, bewildered by the sudden attack, shouted, Who are you to strike me? I am Chen Ping. Chen Hui, momentarily taken aback, retorted, Release me, or I shall call the police. Calm down, brother-in-law. Please do not act impulsively. Zhang Dali, fearing escalation, quickly intervened to separate the enraged Chen Ping. What on earth is happening? Zhang Dali asked as he recounted the events. Upon hearing the account, Chen Ping's fury ignited anew. He once again seized Chen Hui, declaring, Are you not blatantly taking advantage of my family's absence? How dare you proceed without my sister's consent on such a significant matter? Do not tell me you have not profited from this. What profit? What does the village matter have to do with you? Chen Hui retorted angrily. Nothing to do with me? I ask you, even if my sister and her husband are no longer on the household register, why is it only my mother left in our family? Am I not a person? Am I unworthy of a share of this money? Chen Ping questioned. Were you to demand a share? Chen Hui scoffed. Zhang Dali interjected, Brother-in-law, please inform him of my identity. Zhang Dali hastily replied, This is my brother-in-law, Chen Ping, the elder brother of Chen Lin, my mother's biological son. You are Chen Ping? Chen Hui suddenly recalled. Indeed, I am Chen Ping. Did I not inform you? Were you not declared dead long ago? Nonsense. Who claimed I was dead? I warn you, should you dare withhold my money, I will demolish the village committee. Chen Ping furiously thrust Chen Hui out the door, pointing at him and declaring, This matter is far from over. I warn you, should you dare bully my sister again, do not expect mercy. Furthermore, ensure my rightful compensation is returned in full, or you shall face the consequences. Chen Hui, pushed outside, grumbled, Chen Ping, this is extortion. You were reported dead long ago. You think you can still claim a share? Dream on. Infuriated, Chen Ping charged out. Shen Yu, frightened, fled, shooting, Shen Ping. If you dare to strike me, just wait. With a parting threat, he vanished from sight. However, Chen Ping did not pursue him. Chapter 6. Zhang Dali seeks compensation. Chen Lin continued to sob in distress. Zhang Dali approached her, attempting to comfort her. Lin, do not cry any longer. Chen Lin brusquely shook off Zhang Dali and glared at him with indignation. Dali, is this matter something you and your father have conspired about? Zhang Dali, looking aggrieved, replied. Lin, do you truly believe I am that kind of person? After all these years, have you not trusted me? Dali, the money has been taken by your father. You must understand, this is my mother's life-saving money. If you do not retrieve it, I will file for divorce immediately. And do not even think about having Ping. Chen Lin retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali clenched his teeth in determination. Rest assured, Lin, if my father does not return the money, I shall confront him. Fuming, Zhang Dali rushed into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and tucked it behind his waist. I'm going now. Chen Ping, witnessing the scene, hurriedly intervened, brother-in-law. There is no need for such drastic measures. Let us discuss this calmly. Daga, do not stop me. If my father does not give me the money today, I shall make a stand, Zhang Dali declared before storming out. Dear sister, while money is indeed significant, do not let this lead to tragedy, Chen Ping lamented, feeling helpless as he followed Zhang Dali. The prospect of a fatal confrontation between father and son filled him with dread. He feared that in a moment of desperation, Zhang Dali might harm himself, leading to irrevocable consequences. Zhang Dali and Chen Ping belonged to the same village, separated by merely a street. Before long, Zhang Dali stormed home, fueled by anger. Coincidentally, his family of 5 was gathered in the courtyard, enjoying breakfast together. His father, Zhang Lin, mother, Roland, younger brother, Zhang Deshang's sister-in-law, Ma Ying, and his brother's child were all present. Dad, let me ask you, did you unilaterally transfer my household registration? And did you also move Lin and Ping's registrations back? Zhang Dali directly inquired as he entered. His family, upon seeing him, acted as if he were invisible, continuing to eat their breakfast without inviting him to join. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Zhang Dali raised his voice. Dad, did you hear my question? Zhang Lin, scowling, slammed his bowl onto the table and glared at Zhang Dali. What of it? Suppressing his fury, Zhang Dali pressed on. Then let me ask you, did you take the compensation money for the land requisition? And if I did, I am the head of this family. Am I not entitled to that money? Zhang Lin replied defiantly, showing no signs of remorse. Zhang Dali, unfazed, calmly stated, Very well, then give me the money now. Zhang Lin's face darkened, and he pounded the table in anger. Get to you? I raised you, and you think I shouldn't take this money? Dad, you know very well that this is my mother's life-saving money. What will happen to her if you take it? Fine. Zhang Dali, the neighbors have called you an ungrateful wolf. Over the years, you have served the Chun family like a servant. Have you ever supported our family? Who truly raised you? The Chen family, or your mother and I? What did I say back then? You shamelessly entered our household. Zhang Lin's voice grew louder, pointing at Zhang Dali. I tell you, I will not give you this money. Consider it your filial duty. Zhang Dali's face flushed crimson as he struggled to find words, gritting his teeth and declaring, Father, if you refuse to give me money, I will confront you. Indeed, Zhang Dali, you have grown bold. Today, I shall witness whether you intend to kill or beat me, his father retorted. Zhang Dali stammered, but Roland, rising from the table in anger, glared at him. Your father and I have truly wasted our efforts raising you. For the sake of that woman, you dare to threaten your father? You might as well strike me down as well. Let me be frank. The money has already been spent. Your brother and sister-in-law have been living with us and are starting their own family. Yesterday, your sister-in-law used that money to purchase a home in the city center. It is gone. What? Zhang Dali exclaimed, shock etched on his face. Mother, how could you do this? That was life-saving money. Are you even human? Yes. Your father and I are not human. Our entire family is devoid of humanity. Regardless, I will not give you a single cent. You. Zhang Dali gazed at his closest kin, his eyes brimming with tears, suddenly pulling out a kitchen knife. You must give me the money. Zhang Lin, witnessing his son brandishing a knife, swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. You dare to wield a knife? Go on, aim for my neck. It would be best if you killed me with a single stroke. Father, don't force me. I will force you. What of it? You have truly become audacious. Coming here armed to threaten your own family. Go ahead, it will be best to end us all. Father, Jean Dolly fell to his knees, weeping. Please, mother, father, I beseech you to give me the money. I will bow my head in respect. With that, he repeatedly bowed his head. Brother, get up quickly. Jean de Shang could no longer remain silent. He rushed over to pull Jean Dolly up, turning to Zhang Lin and Ma Lan. Father, mother, must you truly drive my elder brother to despair? Indeed, father and mother, he has it hard too. Could you not simply give him the money? Mine also urged. Zhang Lin remained unmoved, coldly stating no. Father, you, Zhang Dolly, seeing the unyielding demeanor of Zhang Lin, forcefully shook off Zhang de Shang and placed the knife against his own neck. If you do not give me the money today, I will end my life before you. You. Zhang Lin and Ma Lan grew tense at the sight. Dolly, heed your mother's words and quickly put down the knife. Chen Ping had been watching from the doorway, reluctant to intervene. Upon realizing Zhang Dolly's serious intent, he hurriedly stepped in. Brother-in-law, please, let us discuss this calmly. Brother-in-law, I am sorry to Lin Lin, and I apologize to mother. What is there left for me to live for? Zhang Dolly wept uncontrollably. There is nothing to worry about. Quickly put down the knife. Brother, please put down the knife. Dolly will not relent. If I die, I will take you with me. We shall all perish before them. At that moment, Chen Lin entered, holding Ping Ping in her arms. Daddy, please don't. Grandmother, grandfather, please don't. Ping Ping cried out. Zhang Lin and Ma Lan, upon seeing Chen Lin, displayed their evident disapproval, yet their hearts softened at the sight of the weeping Ping Ping. After all, grandparents do have a fondness for their grandchildren. Father, mother, if you refuse to provide us with money, Dolly, Ping Ping, and I will perish right here, Chen Lin declared resolutely. You, Zhang Lin, witnessing the escalation of the situation and the commotion drawing the attention of neighbors, realized the adverse impact it could have. All right, I will give you the money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dolly and Chen Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 7. Chen Ping, do not leave since time immemorial. Which parents do not cherish their children? Despite Zhang Lin and Ma Lan's seemingly callous demeanor, they were indeed concerned for Zhang Dolly. They had always opposed him becoming a son-in-law, for which parent would wish their son to marry into another family. Yet, Zhang Dolly was resolute in his decision, leaving Zhang Lin and Ma Lan with no choice. Witnessing Zhang Dolly toiling like a beast in the Chen household naturally pained them. Under normal circumstances, they could have accepted it, but at this juncture, Chen Ping's mother fell ill, draining years of savings for her treatment. This year, she was hospitalized, leaving them with a staggering debt of several million to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin and Ma Lan were instantly alarmed. After finally receiving compensation for the demolition, they found themselves in a dire financial situation. How would Zhang Dolly and Chen Lin manage their lives moving forward? Thus, Zhang Lin and Ma Lan conspired to keep the money for themselves, withholding it from Zhang Dolly. Their reasoning was simple yet selfish. They intended to save this money for Zhang Dolly, hoping he would divorce Chen Lin, allowing him to marry another woman and live a better life. Ultimately, it was a manifestation of the universal parental instinct to protect their offspring. However, they failed to consider the implications of their actions on Chen Lin's mother, who remained in the hospital. Indeed, human nature tends to be selfish, often focused solely on personal interests. As the situation escalated, Zhang Lin and Ma Lan could no longer maintain their stance and reluctantly produced the funds. Ma Lan handed a bank card to Chen Lin, stating, "Here is 1 million, which is for you and Ping Ping. As for Dolly's share, I cannot give it to you." Chen Lin, taken aback, inquired, "On what grounds can you refuse?" Ma Lan, flustered, retorted, "On what grounds? Simply because I raised him. Let me remind you, Chen Lin, my son has toiled in your family for years. Have we not treated you fairly? Your mother's illness has been ongoing for years. Why should my son labor to pay for her treatment? I've heard that you owe the hospital millions now. Shouldn't I consider my son as future? He is still young and shouldn't bear such a heavy burden. What do you intend to do? Drive my son to exhaustion? I will not give you this money. I will save it for Dolly, so if things do not work out between you, at least he will have a home. Do not blame me for being unfeeling." Blame your brother for his reckless departure, which has led to all this turmoil. At that moment, Chun-Lin found herself at a loss for words. Ma Lan's statements were undeniably truthful. Zhang Dali had indeed endured considerable hardship over the years. Mother, do not call me. You heartless creature. Is there only room in your heart for this woman, with no regard for your own mother? Ma Lan scolded Zhang Dali. Until now, Chun Ping finally grasped the situation. It was, in essence, a misunderstanding stemming from the selfishness of both families, neither right nor wrong. However, Ma Lan had a point. It all revolved around Chun Ping. For had he not left for over a decade, none of this would have transpired. My aunt, Uncle Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding, Chun Ping cheerfully remarked. It's all trivial matters. My brother-in-law has indeed endured many hardships in my home, but rest assured, I will protect him from further suffering. As for my sister, as a daughter-in-law, she must show filial piety towards her elders. We must not allow discord within the family. And brother-in-law, do not act impulsively without understanding the situation. Aunt and uncle are only looking out for your best interests. Chun Ping offered a lengthy lecture. Ma Lan and Zhang Lin exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who this person was. Sensing their confusion, Chun Ping smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, Aunt, I am Chun Ping, having returned home after more than a decade away. Chun Ping, is it truly you? Ma Lan recognized him, gritting her teeth. Chun Ping, so you have not perished after all. Since you're alive, you must take on your mother's debts. Over the years, Dali and Lin Lin have done so much for you. Ma Lan was indeed astute, immediately thinking of making Chun Ping responsible for the debts, thereby alleviating the burden on Chun Lin and Dali. Chun Ping's lips twitched slightly as he responded, Of course, I shall handle my mother's affairs from now on. Rest assured, I will take care of everything today, and I will bear the debts. Is that so? That's wonderful. Ma Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her extensive efforts were driven solely by concern over the debt issue. Now, the misunderstandings within the family had been resolved. However, the village head, Chun Hui, still harbored grievances. Just as everyone stood in silence, Chun Hui, with darkened eyes and accompanied by several committee members, stormed in angrily. Where is Chun Ping? This brat hit me as soon as he returned. I want tea, let this go. Chun Hui approached with an intimidating presence. Chun Ping's lips curled into a grin as he replied. Good day, village head. You're really here? Chun Hui seethed. Chun Ping, you've got some nerve. You return only to assault someone? This matter is far from over. Now the neighbors had all gathered. Isn't that Zhong Ku's child? He has returned after over a decade away. Surely he didn't come back for money, did he? I suspect it, given his mischievous nature since childhood. Just look at how he dresses. He must have been up to no good outside. Moreover, he even hit the village head. What kind of good person does that? The crowd chimed in, each voice adding to the spectacle. Observing this, Chun Lin stepped forward and said, Village head, it is all my fault. My brother acted impulsively out of concern for me. Please, for my sake, let him go. Yes, village head, my brother-in-law has just returned and is unaware of the circumstances. Dali did. Chun Lin, Dali, since you both have spoken on their behalf, I will refrain from pressing charges. However, let us not forget, Chun Ping is still a member of our village. Yet, he not only assaulted me, but even threatened me for compensation. Everyone knows Chun Ping was declared dead long ago. So where's the compensation to come from? This brat is threatening me, claiming he will smash the village committee if he does not receive money. What kind of talk is this? And Chun Lin, Dali, hasn't Chun Ping been away for over a decade? Now he returns demanding money. I suggest you remain cautious. Just looking at him, he gives the impression of a scoundrel, undoubtedly having picked up bad habits while away, Chun Hui stated. The crowd agreed. For Chun Ping's appearance indeed resembled that of a street rogue. Chun Ping's lips twitched slightly. Village chief, I wasn't merely speaking off the cuff. If my household registration is truly canceled, then I have no desire for the compensation. Besides, do I really appear to be a villain? I have merely returned home to visit my family after years of honorable service in the military. Hearing this, Chun Hui scoffed, Chun Ping, you a soldier? Who would believe that? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Chun Ping, rendered speechless, produced his seemingly dubious credentials. Village chief, here's my officer certificate. Take a look. Chun Hui took the document and, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Remarkable. Fellow villagers, our village has produced a remarkable figure. Chun Ping has brought us honor, even claiming to be a national young marshal. Ha ha ha. The laughter was infectious. How absurd. Why doesn't he claim to be a grand marshal? It was all an act. And predictably, the villagers roared with laughter. Chun Lin, feeling embarrassed, wished she could vanish into thin air. She snatched the officer's certificate back, tossed it to the ground, and glared at Chun Ping. Do you have even a single ounce of truth in your words? If you are not ashamed, I certainly am. After her outburst, she took $1,000,000, called upon Zhang Dali, and left, taking Ping Ping with her in shame. Lin, I did not lie, Chun Ping lamented, picking up the certificate and following suit. You brat, we still need to settle the matter regarding you hitting me. And here you are running off. Chun Hui shouted from behind. Village chief, let's discuss this another time. Chapter 8. The deceitful hospital. Upon returning home, Chun Lin launched into a tirade against Zhang Dali. 1,000,000? We can't even settle the debts to the hospital, let alone afford surgery for our mother. Lin, please don't be hasty. We will find a way. What way? Where's the money to come from? Who would lend us anything? Just then, Chun Ping arrived, overhearing the couple's financial woes. Sister, leave our mother's matters to me, he declared as he entered. Chun Lin gazed at him coldly. Leave it to you? Do you have any money? We owe the hospital 2,000,000, plus another 1,000,000 for the surgery. Do you possess such funds? Sister, this isn't merely a matter of money. It is evident that the hospital is exploiting us. And what of it? Without money, our mother's illness cannot be treated. Besides, do we have the means to confront them? Sister, tell me which hospital it is, and I will go there immediately. Chun Lin glanced at Chun Ping, but remained silent. Instead, she retrieved the bank card he had given her the previous night and inquired, Is there truly 1,000,000 in this? Chun Ping nodded, indeed. First, let us settle the hospital debt, and then gather funds for our mother's surgery. Chun Lin turned to Zhang Dali and instructed, You must find a way to reclaim that 50,000. Zhang Dali nodded in agreement, understood. Let's head to the hospital. Very well. With that, Zhang Dali opened the gate, and they rode off on a small three-wheeled vehicle, with Chun Lin and Ping Ping seated closely at the front. Brother-in-law, wait for me, Chun Ping exclaimed as he hurriedly jumped into the back. Chun Lin said nothing further and allowed Zhang Dali to drive them to the hospital. The electric three-wheeler was not particularly speedy, and reaching the city would take around 40 minutes. By around 10 in the morning, Zhang Dali parked the vehicle at a hospital in the city, and Chun Lin rushed inside with anticipation. South Sea 3rd Hospital? Yang Yi murmured as he followed closely behind Chun Lin. Zhang Dali remarked, Yes, my mother is hospitalized here. I have heard that this hospital is privately owned, seemingly under the Wang Group. Private hospitals are notorious. Why didn't he go to the first hospital? Who knows? He sighed. Come on, I'm here for you. As they spoke, Chun Ping followed Chun Lin to the cardiology department. The department head, Zhu Hong, donned glasses and a white coat, busy with patient consultations. Several individuals waited in line at the entrance. After half an hour, it was finally Chun Lin's turn. She entered with a demeanor quite different from her usual assertiveness, approaching Zhu Hong with a smile and bowing. Hello, Director Zhu. Zhu Hong glanced up at Chun Lin and replied coolly, Have a seat. No sooner had Chun Lin taken her seat than Zhu Hong spoke. Your mother already owes the hospital 2,000,000. This cannot be delayed any longer. If the payment is not made soon, the hospital will have to cut off her medication, and then you cannot blame us. Chun Lin nodded. Yes, Director Zhu. I can manage the payment. However, I'm still short of funds for my mother's surgery. Could we proceed with the operation first? Rest assured, we will gather the surgical fees as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Do you think this hospital is a marketplace? Last time you mentioned insufficient funds for the surgery, I granted you time to gather the money, did I not? Your mother is here in the hospital because of my kindness, receiving medication to sustain her. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. The hospital director even reprimanded me over this matter. And now, you claim you lack the funds for the surgery? If you truly cannot afford it, there is nothing I can do. You will have to take your mother home. But let me tell you, given her condition, she could die at any moment without surgery. Chun Lin grew frantic upon hearing this. Director Zhu, I implore you, please help me one more time. I do have the funds for the surgery. But given the 2 million owed for her hospital stay, if I pay that off, I will be short for the surgical fees. Zhu Heng shrugged, displaying indifference. Can you blame me for this? If you had gathered the money sooner, you wouldn't owe so much, would you? Tears nearly brimmed in Chun Lin's eyes as she pleaded. Director Zhu, I beg you to show mercy. Just perform the surgery for my mother. I promise to repay the 2 million today, if you agree. Zhu Heng responded coldly. Is this a threat? Shouldn't you repay the hospital for what you owe? I must also inform you, if the payment is not made today, I cannot guarantee your mother's survival. Director Zhu, would you like me to kneel? Chun Lin's desperation was palpable. Spare me that act. I have already shown you enough leniency. Here's the deal. Repay the money first, and I will plead with the director to see if we can proceed with the surgery. Is that true? Chun Lin asked, hope flickering. I can only say it's a possibility, but I cannot assure you. All right, I will repay it immediately. Chun Lin declared as she moved to get the money. Chen Ping and Zhang Dali, who had been watching from the doorway, exchanged knowing glances. Chen Ping understood that this hospital was clearly exploiting them. If the money were repaid, the hospital would certainly turn hostile. Sister, do not repay a single cent. Chen Ping entered and grasped Chun Lin's arm. What are you doing? Chun Lin questioned him, her face filled with disbelief. Zhu Heng frowned, casting a cold glance at Chun Lin. Who is this? If they are neither a patient nor a family member, they should leave immediately. Chun Lin smiled apologetically. Director Zhu, please do not be angry. This is my brother. You need to step outside, she admonished Chun Ping, giving him a reproachful look. Chun Ping, feeling exasperated, remarked, Sister, if you pay this money, it will be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I care not who you are. If you do not leave immediately, do not blame me for being impolite. Chun Ping's lips twitched as he chuckled. Ha ha. Are you flustered? Let me tell you, I will not part with a single cent of this 2 million. Do you truly believe my sister and brother-in-law are easy targets? Are you intending to swindle her like this? Not to mention, my mother's surgery costs 1 million. Your shady hospital charges 2 million for a month's stay. How outrageous. My mother cannot afford to owe for her surgery, yet you expect her to accrue a debt of 2 million for hospitalization? In the end, if my mother's illness remains untreated, you will have pocketed 2 million? Now, to proceed with the surgery, another million is required? This is an endless pit for medical expenses. Do you truly consider us mere livestock to be slaughtered? Zhu Heng, feeling exposed, flushed with anger, this is the hospital's policy. We are not a charitable institution. We have treated you well. If the hospital were not caring for your mother, she would have perished long ago. Instead of expressing gratitude, you cast blame upon us? Nonsense. Chun Ping retorted furiously. Do you possess any sense of medical ethics? Just because my mother is not your responsibility, you presume she would perish? Tell me, what ailment befalls my mother? Would she die without your hospital? Seeing Chun Ping's imposing demeanor, Zhu Heng pointed towards the entrance. You must leave this instant. Such behavior is intolerable in this medical facility. Furthermore, if the debts are not settled today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Shout about courtesy, will you? Today, I will cause a scene. I am eager to see how this corrupt hospital and its unscrupulous doctors will deal with me. Everyone behold, this hospital has exploited my mother dreadfully. 2 million and no treatment rendered, yet they still demand payment. Chun Ping disregarded all caution and began to shout loudly. Chapter 9. Chun Ping's medical disturbances outburst drew a crowd at the entrance, many of whom had also been wronged by the hospital, and they began to point fingers at the institution. What are you doing? If this continues, what will happen to Mom? Chun Lin was utterly speechless at Chun Ping's antics. At that moment, Chun Ping resembled a rogue. Seeing Chun Ping's audacity escalate, Zhu Heng hastily called for security. In the corridor, numerous doctors and nurses from various departments arrived, expressing their indignation towards Chun Lin and Zhang Dali. Being honest individuals, Chun Lin and Zhang Dali felt like chastised children. Their heads bowed in silence amidst the accusations from the medical staff regarding unpaid debts and the commotion. Chun Ping, witnessing this, pointed at the group of doctors and nurses, shouting, "You bunch of unscrupulous doctors and nurses, silence yourselves. We common folk come to the hospital for treatment, not to be butchered by you." Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Do you possess no sense of medical ethics? How dare you blame us? What have we done wrong? The hospital is not a charity. Why should treatment be granted to those without money? Indeed, how dare you claim we lack medical ethics? Were it not for us, your mother would have perished long ago. Humph, if you cannot afford treatment, do not come here to embarrass yourselves. One head nurse exclaimed, her voice loud and filled with schadenfreude. Chen Ping, already incensed, could no longer contain his fury upon hearing this. Do you dare to curse my mother? Without uttering a word, Chen Ping strode forward and delivered a resounding slap across the face of the head nurse. The sharp crack echoed through the corridor, rendering it utterly silent as all eyes turned to Chen Ping. You dare to strike me, you penniless fool? The head nurse exclaimed, clutching her stinging cheek in disbelief as she glared at him. With a stoic expression, Chen Ping coldly retorted, you deserve it for your insolence. I will fight you. The head nurse, unaccustomed to such humiliation, flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to retaliate. With a swift motion, Chen Ping responded by delivering another precise slap to the opposite side of her face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Help! Someone's attacking! She screamed, her bravado swiftly dissipating as she glared at Chen Ping, her voice now filled with panic. Chen Lin and Zhang Dali stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The situation had escalated to such a degree that imprisonment seemed imminent. Soon, a dozen security guards arrived at the hospital, and upon seeing them, Zhu Heng felt emboldened. This troublemaker dares to cause a scene and strike someone. He must be taught a lesson, he thought. The security guards, known for their aggressive demeanor, rolled up their sleeves, ready to unleash their fury upon Chen Ping, brandishing their electric batons. Chen Lin, having never witnessed such chaos, felt her legs weaken in fear. Dolly, go help him. In that moment, she cast aside her resentment towards Chen Ping and urged Zhang Dali to assist. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Dali rolled up his sleeves, declaring, I will fight them. He prepared to charge forward, exclaiming, just watch me, brother-in-law. A slight smile crossed Chen Ping's lips, but before he could react, a security guard swung his baton menacingly towards him. With a sudden lift of his right leg, Chen Ping executed a flawless kick, and before the baton could strike, his flip-flop connected with the guard's forehead. The guard let out a cry, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The movement was so swift that it left a blurred afterimage. In quick succession, Chen Ping remained grounded, executing a series of powerful kicks that resounded through the air. In less than a minute, the once menacing group of security guards lay sprawled across the corridor, groaning in agony. The sight left everyone utterly astonished. They had anticipated that Chen Ping would be the one to suffer, yet now the guards were the ones incapacitated. Zhang Dali stood in shock beside Chen Ping, bewildered that he had not even had the chance to intervene. Brother-in-law, are you really this formidable? Chen Ping grinned. It's no trouble at all. Just remember, do not bully my sister. I possess quite the fighting prowess. Zhang Dali's lips twitched in response. Who would dare? With the security guards now subdued, no one dared to provoke Chen Ping further. He turned towards the astonished Zhu Heng, grasping him by the collar. Tell me, do you still want this money? Zhu Heng trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a sharply dressed, middle-aged man entered the corridor, exuding an imposing presence. His gaze swept over the fallen guards before finally settling on Chen Ping. The director, this individual is utterly outrageous, not only causing a commotion, but also resorting to violence. The head nurse, who was just assaulted, rushed over to report the incident. This man is Wang Bo, the director of the hospital. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Chen Ping with a mocking expression, saying, Young man, you possess some skills, don't you? Chen Ping abruptly released Zhu Heng, defiantly gazing at Wang Bo. So you are the head of this nefarious hospital? Wang Bo raised an eyebrow and sneered. Young man, do not presume that a little skill renders you invincible. I advise you to cease your antics. If you are wise, return the money and apologize for the assault. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you leave here on a stretcher. Ha 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 ha. Chen Ping was amused by his words, bursting into laughter. It had been years since anyone had dared to act so brazenly before him. In this small city of Nanhai, how many would have the audacity to speak so boldly in front of Chen Ping? Observing Chun Ping's laughter, which seemed laced with mockery, Wang Bo's brow furrowed in irritation. "What are you laughing at?" Chun Ping, holding his stomach and exaggerating his mirth, replied, "Ha ha, do you realize how ludicrous you appear in your arrogance?" Wang Bo's face contorted with rage at being ridiculed by someone he deemed beneath him. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Chun Ping. "Young man, you truly court disaster. Are you unaware that the audacious often meet misfortune?" Chun Ping, disinterested in further banter, responded earnestly, "Spare me the platitudes. If you have any capability, come at me. Furthermore, do not accuse me of lacking respect. Bring my mother here unharmed, and I will leave quietly. If you refuse, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Should anything happen, it will not end as simply as this." Wang Bo's lips twitched with disdain. "Such arrogance. I shall make a declaration. If you can walk out of here on your own, I will lick your shoes." Chun Ping smiled nonchalantly, lifting his foot to inspect the sole of his flip-flop, jesting, "What a pity I did not step in any filth today, otherwise I would have required you to clean it thoroughly." Wang Bo's face twitched with indignation. He couldn't believe the audacity of this man. Those present shared his sentiments. Well aware of Wang Bo's influential background, a mere commoner like Chun Ping, embroiled in such trouble, was flirting with danger. Chapter 10. The bloodshed you invite. Not only did onlookers think so, but Chun Lin and Zhang Dali had been experiencing an incessant rapid heartbeat. Particularly for Chun Lin. Despite her fierce demeanor at home, she would become timid in public. This was not her fault. It stemmed from her circumstances. Ever since Chun Ping left, their family lacked both money and connections. As a member of the lower class, how could she dare to speak loudly in public? She only vented her frustrations at home, taking her hardships out on Zhang Dali. Chun Ping, however, was different. He had always been carefree, coupled with his martial prowess, which emboldened him. Having lived a life where he brushed against death in the military, who could he possibly fear? Director Wang, who is this fool causing a disturbance? As the audience awaited a spectacle, a group of individuals strode down the corridor, armed with knives. The leader, bald and menacing in appearance, wore a short-sleeved shirt adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. Behind him trailed a group of subordinates, all rough characters, unmistakably ruffians of the underworld. The bald man, known as Zhang Hu, was the master of the Qing gang in Nanhai, notorious for his villainy. This hospital was under his protection. Upon his arrival, the onlookers hastily distanced themselves from Chun Ping, fearful of being caught in the crossfire should a brawl ensue. Zhang Hu had arrived. Wang Bo greeted him and gestured towards Chun Ping. "It is he who is causing trouble here." Zhang Hu surveyed Chun Ping with a mocking expression. Chun Ping's complexion was bronzed, his brows sharp and eyes bright. Sporting a buzz cut, he stood tall and firm, dressed in a floral short-sleeved shirt and faded jeans, with a pair of flip-flops adorning his feet. To any observer, he appeared to be just another street punk. Zhang Hu shared this sentiment, deridingly remarking, "What path do you tread, brat? How dare you stir up trouble here? I want to deny you a chance. Sever a finger and kneel to apologize, and we shall let this matter rest." "Big brother, what should we do?" Zhang Dali was in a state of panic, ready to risk everything. Chun Ping noticed his distress and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, brother-in-law, they're merely a bunch of small fry." With that, Chun Ping turned to Zhang Hu. Maintaining his composure, "A gang, you say? No wonder this hospital feels so shady. It seems to be entangled in darkness." Zhang Hu's demeanor darkened upon realizing Chun Ping's indifference. "Kneel and apologize now. Sever a finger, and I shall spare your life." Chun Ping chuckled. "Baldy, did you check the almanac before stepping out? Your fate is grim today. Bloodshed looms." Infuriated by this remark, Zhang Hu bellowed, "Brothers, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen henchmen brandishing knives charged at Chun Ping. With a devilish grin, Chun Ping swiftly delivered a precise slap, sending the nearest thug flying. He then performed a dazzling display, his flip-flops striking with the accuracy of a hand, landing blows on the faces of his assailants. They never even had the chance to swing their weapons. Anyone within the range of his 42-size flip-flops received a resounding slap. In mere moments, the gang of thugs, now nursing the distinct imprints of footwear on their faces, retreated in panic behind Zhang Hu. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hu felt the pressure mounting. However, with so many eyes upon him, surrender was not an option. Ada, air, finish him, Zhang Hu commanded two burly men beside him. They nodded, cracked their knuckles, and approached Chun Ping cautiously. Assessing the situation, Chun Ping recognized that these two were mere novices, their prowess at the mid-level within the external realm. In Nanhai, such strength could be considered formidable, as reaching this level required relentless training in martial arts. Seems this kid has some skills, Ada remarked, exchanging glances with Air. They coordinated their attack, one aiming high while the other targeted low. Unperturbed, Chun Ping rose on his toes. As they drew near, he executed a rapid succession of 5 kicks. The sound of impact echoed, and Ada and Air felt their cheeks burn, stars dancing before their eyes as they stumbled backward, revealing the unmistakable marks of flip-flops on their faces. Ada and Air were completely bewildered, their faces throbbing in pain as they fearfully retreated to stand before Zhang Hu. Brother Hu, this kid is too formidable. We could hardly discern his movements before we were struck multiple times. Zhang Hu's lips curled in disdain. Useless fools. Chun Ping, with a mocking glance toward Zhang Hu, retorted, Baldy, if you're so capable, why don't you step up? Zhang Hu, realizing he was facing a skilled adversary, still boasted arrogantly, You're quite audacious, kid. This isn't over. I'll remember you. With that, he attempted to make a hasty exit. Wait, Chun Ping called out to him. Zhang Hu paused, slightly taken aback. What do you want? Chun Ping shrugged nonchalantly. I have no particular business, but as I mentioned, you're destined for some misfortune today. It would be right for you to leave without a mark. Zhang Hu grimaced, seething. Are you seeking death? Chun Ping smiled coolly. Will you strike first? Or shall I personally ensure you bear some scars? Do you dare? This is quite troublesome. With that, Chun Ping seized a glass vial from the hospital, striding confidently towards Zhang Hu. As Chun Ping approached, Zhang Hu and his gang instinctively took a few steps back, leaving Zhang Hu to face him alone. What are you afraid of? With his subordinates retreating behind him, Zhang Hu began to feel uneasy, pointing at Chun Ping. Listen, don't act recklessly. If you provoke me, you'll regret it. I'll be waiting, Chun Ping replied, not indulging him, and hurled the vial directly at Zhang Hu's bald head. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. Ah, blood! Zhang Hu cried out, clutching his forehead, shards of glass mingling with his crimson blood, causing him to wail in agony. Brother Hu, his minions stood paralyzed in fear, none daring to step forward, their faces betraying their terror. Quick, help me bandage this. Zhang Hu grimaced in pain. Yes. Ada and Air, abandoning all else, helped Zhang Hu and hastily summoned a nurse for his wounds. Left behind was Wang Bo, feeling utterly awkward and at a loss. Observing that Zhang Hu and his crew had fled, he realized he stood no chance against Chun Ping and contemplated fleeing himself. However, Chun Ping was swift, seizing Wang Bo by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Wang Bo, shedding his previous defiance, wore a forced smile. Young man, let us not be impulsive. Let us discuss this calmly. Now you wish to talk? Chun Ping replied coolly, Don't bother licking my shoes. Just ensure my mother is brought to me safely. Additionally, the debt of 2 million should be wiped clean. But that money, Wang Bo stammered. What? Do you choose to lick my shoes? Chun Ping raised his flip-flop threateningly. No. Let us forget about the money. Everything will be as you say, right? Now, that's more like it. Chapter 11. A mother and son reunited indeed. A strong fist can dictate one's will. Although Wang Bo yearned to eliminate Chun Ping, he had no choice but to relent. He ordered for Chun Ping's mother, Zhong Ku, to be wheeled out and cancel the hospital debts before Chun Ping's eyes. Mom. Zhong Ku lay unconscious on the hospital bed, her face devoid of color. Chun Lin approached the bedside, calling her name, but received no response. Chun Ping rushed over, and with a single glance, he comprehended the dire situation. The hospital is truly sinister. It is evident that they administered sedatives and merely provided glucose to maintain basic nutrition. They told Chun Lin that her mother could die at any moment and needed to be kept under constant surveillance for 24 hours. Chun Ping was furious at the unethical doctors, but restrained his anger. Sister, mother is fine. Let's take her home. Go home. Isn't she supposed to have surgery? Surgery? Mother doesn't have a serious problem. I can handle it. Oh. Chun Lin ceased to oppose, for she had witnessed Chen Ping's imposing figure protecting her, a feeling she desperately needed. Chen Ping embraced their mother and, accompanied by Chun Lin and Zhang Dali, departed with an air of confidence. Wang Bo watched him leave, seething with rage as he entered the medical office where Zhang Hu was busy dressing a wound, cursing under his breath. Zhang Hu, are you all right? Wang Bo inquired. Where did that brat go? He left. This isn't over. That bastard dared to hit me. How can I let this go unpunished? Wang Bo nodded. Indeed, if we don't teach him a lesson, others will feel emboldened to cause trouble. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth. Exactly. Tonight, he will learn the consequences of offending me. Wang Bo nodded in agreement. Having never suffered such indignation before, the two conspired to reclaim their dignity that very night. Downstairs in the hospital, Chun Ping sat in the sidecar of a tricycle, cradling his mother and gazing at her aged visage, his eyes reddening. Years ago, when he left home, his mother was still vibrant and youthful. Now, with graying hair and increasing wrinkles, she tugged at his heartstrings. Upon returning home, Chun Ping promptly laid her on the bed. He had already checked her pulse and was aware of her condition. Sister, please prepare some kanji. Brother-in-law, gather some medicine according to this prescription, he instructed, handing Zhang Dali the prepared prescription. All right, I'll go right away. Zhang Dali took the prescription without question and rode off to procure the medicine. Brother, is mother really fine? Chen Lin remained skeptical of Chun Ping's assurance. She is truly fine. Just make the kanji, and she will wake up shortly. Okay. After this incident, Chen Lin no longer resisted Chun Ping and went obediently to the kitchen to prepare the kanji. Those unscrupulous doctors. My mother merely experienced a cardiovascular compression, leading to insufficient blood supply to the heart. She only needed to be treated. Though there were risks, it wasn't as dire as they claimed. Those scoundrels kept her in the hospital for a month, resulting in severe malnutrition. Fortunately, she is okay. Otherwise, I would have taken my revenge on them. Chun Ping muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had a silver needle between his fingers. Mother, it's fortunate that I learned a bit of medicine. Otherwise, she would have truly needed surgery, which would have been a torment. Chun Ping said, his demeanor shifting from nonchalant to focused. He delicately grasped the silver needle, applying pressure as visible waves of unknown energy emanated around it. In the blink of an eye, the needle found its way to the acupoints on Zhong Ku's body. 1 needle, 2, and then 9 were inserted. 10 minutes later, Chun Ping withdrew the needle. Zhong Ku, who had been in a coma, felt a mysterious force within her body repairing her meridians and blood vessels, miraculously healing her hidden ailments as well. Her mental state was instantly restored as she slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a face she had yearned for day and night, now beaming down at her with a joyful gaze. Pinga, is it really you? Is this not a dream? Despite having been apart for over a decade, Zhong Ku recognized the person before her at a glance. It was indeed her beloved child. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face, leaving her uncertain whether she was in reality or a dream. Chun Ping, unable to contain his own surging emotions, let his tears fall freely as he threw himself into Zhong Ku's arms, affectionately exclaiming, Mom, it's me. Your son has returned. Woo-woo. Is it truly my son? Is it really you? Oh heavens, I'm not dreaming. Are you really back? Zhong Ku wept profusely as she embraced Chun Ping tightly, fearing that someone might snatch her child away once more. Mom, woo-woo, I finally see you. The mother and son clung to each other, weeping heartily. Hearing the commotion, Chen Lin rushed to the doorway and could not help but wipe her tears as she beheld the scene. Pinger, let me see you quickly. Yes. Zhong Ku cupped Chun Ping's face, relishing the reality of the moment as she gently traced his features, choking back her tears. It is truly you, my child. You have grown so much. I remember when you went missing. You were only 13. Have you endured much hardship all these years? With tears glistening in his eyes, Chun Ping reassured her, Mom, it wasn't too hard. But you have suffered for me. Don't worry, from now on, I will never leave your side again. Oh, that is wonderful. Just then, little Ping Ping, also teary-eyed, dashed over, disregarding the mother-son embrace, and, feeling jealous, nestled into Zhong Ku's arms. Wiping her grandmother's tears away with her tiny hands. Grandma, don't cry, don't cry. Yes, my sweet child, Grandma is not crying. Zhongke held Ping Ping tightly. Her granddaughter's name a testament to how much she missed Chen Ping, naming her after him. Mom, as long as you're well. That's all that matters, Chen Lin said as she approached with a bowl of porridge. Lin, you've worked hard, Chen Ping said as he took the porridge from her. Mom, you need to nourish yourself first. Yes, son, let me feed you. Zhongke finally broke into a smile. How wonderful, my child has grown. Chen Ping grinned as he fed his mother spoonful by spoonful. This heartwarming scene brought tears to Chen Lin's eyes. Mom, do you still feel unwell anywhere? After finishing the porridge, Chen Ping asked with concern. Zhongke, who had not paid much attention to her health earlier, now realized that she felt completely well and her previous ailments seemed to have vanished. Moving her body a bit, she chuckled. Staying in the hospital has indeed done me good. She then turned to Chen Lin. Lin, the family must have spent quite a bit on my illness, right? Mom, are you really all better? Chen Lin questioned with a puzzled expression. Zhongke nodded, yes. I feel as though I have rejuvenated by a decade. Really? Chen Lin looked at Chen Ping. Brother, what did you do for Mom to recover so completely? Hearing this, Zhongke turned to Chen Ping. Son, did you cure me? Chen Ping chuckled. Mom, you weren't really that ill. I just happened to know a bit of traditional medicine and gave you some acupuncture. The greatest flaw of my mother lies in her obstructed blood flow. Once her circulation is restored, all her ailments will dissipate. So it is. Chen Lin, though somewhat skeptical, finds herself increasingly curious about what Chen Ping has been up to all these years. A martial artist and a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. On the contrary, Zhongke harbors no doubts about Chen Ping's words, feeling a sense of pride as he remarks, my son has truly achieved greatness. Chapter 12. Zhang Hu's revenge at last. The family has reunited. Chen Ping encourages Zhongke to get out of bed and move around. She holds his hand and inquires about various matters in the courtyard. Just then, Zhang Dali rides in on a tricycle. Upon seeing Zhongke moving about in good health, his face lights up with joy. Mom, you're better. Zhongke, upon seeing Zhang Dali, affectionately takes his hand. Dali, I'm completely well now. Thank you and Lin for all your hard work over the years. As long as you're fine, the hardships are nothing, he replies. Good child. Our family owes you so much. Mom, saying that makes me feel like an outsider, he laughs. Indeed. I've become quite forgetful in my old age. We're family and there's no need for such formality. Zhongke then turns to Chen Ping with a smile. Son, your brother-in-law and sister have endured too much for our family these years. If you achieve success in the future, you must lend him a hand. Chen Ping smiles back. Don't worry, Mom, I understand. That's wonderful. Zhang Dali chuckles. Mom, I'll prepare the medicine for you. You and Uncle Haven T seen each other for years. Enjoy your time together. All right. Zhang Dali returns indoors. And Chen Lin takes over the task of preparing the medicine. I'll handle the medicine. You go to the market and buy some fine dishes and good wine. After saying this, she generously hands Zhang Dali 1,000 yuan in cash. Having not seen such a large sum in a long time, he grins widely. What's this? Why is my wife suddenly so generous? Chen Lin rolls her eyes. Wasn't Mom in need of money before? Now that she's well, a little extra cash is no longer an issue. Besides, it's been over a decade since you've been back. We haven't had the chance to treat you properly. Haha, I'll make sure to do that right away. Go on. Chen Lin smiles. Feeling a sense of lightness she hasn't experienced in ages. It seems the days of hardship are finally coming to an end. In the courtyard, Zhongke holds Chen Ping's hand, inquiring, Son, you mentioned being taken away by an old man who taught you skills, and then you went off to the army? Chen Ping laughs. Indeed, Mom. My master said I possess extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Zhongke's expression darkens slightly. Even if my son is a once-in-a-millennium talent, he shouldn't have been taken away without a word. I must ask him why he left without informing me, making me search for so many years. Mom, you probably won't get the chance to see him again. Since I left the mountain, I haven't laid eyes on him. Is that so? Yes. Never mind him then. By the way, son, was your decade in the army arduous? Not at all. Mom, I'm now a young commander at the national level. Really? Such success? Chun Ping beams, producing an official document that he has yet to show anyone, and hand it to Zhong-ku. Mom, take a look. Zhong-ku chuckles as she takes it, examining it closely. Success. My son has truly achieved greatness. Our Chun family has produced a young commander. This is indeed a source of pride for our ancestors. Chun Ping smiles with satisfaction. Indeed, Mom, from now on, we can walk through the village with our heads held high. Haha, absolutely. A young commander, what a significant position. Regrettably, your father passed away too soon. Had he known you had become a young commander, he would undoubtedly have been overjoyed. Alas, he never had the fortune to relish such moments. My son, though you now hold a prominent position, it is imperative that you remain humble and steadfast in your conduct. One must never succumb to greed or bring harm to the common people. Otherwise, they will curse you, pointing at your very spine, cautioned Zhong-ku. Chun Ping nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mother, I shall remain low-key. As long as others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. That is good to hear. Zhong-ku replied, unconditionally trusting her son's words. If Chun Ping claimed to be a marshal, then so be it. The truth of the matter held little significance in her heart. What mattered was that Chun Ping had returned to her side. That evening, Chun Lin prepared a sumptuous dinner. The family of 5 gathered together, radiating warmth and joy. Particularly, Ping Ping, who had previously been shy, now displayed an affectionate closeness to Chun Ping, insisting on being held while eating. Chun Ping adored his niece immensely. Brother, welcome home. Chun Lin raised a bowl of beer and a toast to Chun Ping. Chun Ping smiled broadly. Sister, I drink to you. Feel free to indulge. You have endured hardship over the years. Henceforth, the household will be in my care, and you can enjoy a life of comfort. Chun Lin chuckled. That's a promise you made. Of course, Chun Ping responded, turning to Zhang Dali. This cup is for you. Your efforts are appreciated. Ha, cheers, they exclaimed. In Chun Ping's embrace, Ping Ping pouted, Uncle, I want to drink beer too. You little rascal. What do you know of beer? I want it. All right. Chun Ping chuckled as he fed little Ping Ping. Mother, have some soup. Oh, you all needn't worry about me. Enjoy your meal. I shall just sip a bit of chicken soup. This dinner was the happiest meal Chun Ping had enjoyed in over a decade. The family shared laughter, with no barriers remaining in their hearts. Soon, the night grew deep. Zhang Dali, having indulged in ample drink, became intoxicated. Chun Lin promptly guided him to rest. Chun Ping lingered with Zhong-ku for a while longer before urging her to retire early. That night, Chun Ping slept in his childhood room, which had been tidied and adorned with fresh bedding. Particularly in the old-style cabinet, childhood mementos were neatly arranged. As Chun Ping gazed upon these familiar items, memories of his youth flooded back. In the dimly lit back streets of the urban village, only a few faint streetlights illuminated the surroundings, and most residents had drifted into slumber. A black commercial van slowly made its way into the narrow lanes of the village, stopping precisely at Chun Ping's doorstep. 5 individuals emerged from the vehicle, one of whom was Zhang, who, the very person Chun Ping had encountered at the hospital earlier that day. Is this it? There's no mistaking it. This is Chun Ping's home. That Chun Ping is quite formidable. If he steps out, make sure to beat him severely, instructed one of them. The 5 men exited the vehicle, speaking in hushed tones. They retrieved several barrels filled with gasoline from the trunk, having already forced open the iron gate. Zhang Hu whispered, Brothers, Chun Ping is no ordinary opponent. Once I set fire, if he appears, we all attack together. Understood. Zhang Hu had come to lead the way, while the other 4 were hired assassins, possessing peak external strength. Zhang Hu, with a gasoline canister in hand, commenced dousing the premises in fuel, intent on setting ablaze the residence, with the aim of incinerating Chun Ping and his family. Should Chun Ping survive, for assassins were poised to strike in unison. They believed themselves to be undetected. However, Chun Ping had already sensed their approach. Upon witnessing Zhang Hu and his accomplices pouring gasoline at his doorstep, he comprehended their murderous intent. The jovial demeanor he typically exhibited vanished, replaced by an unmistakable glint of lethal resolve in his eyes. The previously concealed aura of violence erupted forth in that moment. Like a specter, he silently traversed the courtyard. Zhang Hu continued to pour gasoline, while the other 4 remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Chapter 13. A stay of execution despite the heightened alertness of the four assassins. They were oblivious to Chun Ping's silent arrival before them. A sudden chill swept through the air, and they turned to find Chun Ping, a ghostly figure cloaked in darkness. Standing amidst them, the aura he emanated sent shivers down their spines. As the four assassins attempted to utter a warning, Chun Ping denied them the opportunity. An intangible force, akin to a blade of wind, effortlessly severed their throats in a mere breath. They had barely registered his presence when they found themselves voiceless, blood gushing from their wounds. Their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Chun Ping. Grasping their throats in desperation, they endeavored to stifle the flow of blood. With a strike as subtle as vapor, he executed them without a sound. What manner of being was this? It was only when death approached that the assassins grasped the magnitude of the horror they faced. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. The four assassins struggled momentarily before collapsing, their bodies twitching briefly before succumbing to silence. Those who dare to challenge me shall face the flames. Unaware of the events unfolding behind him, Zhang He remained fixated on saturating the area with gasoline. Once he completed his task, he retrieved a steel windproof lighter. At that moment, Chun Ping stood directly behind him. As Zhang He ignited the lighter, Chun Ping exhaled gently, extinguishing the flame. Zhang He, believing it to be a mere gust of wind, reignited the lighter, only for Chun Ping to snuff it out again. This occurred 5 or 6 times, leaving Zhang He bewildered. "What wind is this?" he muttered. Chun Ping, maintaining an eerie calm, remarked, "When one intends to commit arson, a windproof lighter is essential." "Indeed, brother. Did you bring a windproof one?" Zhang He, in agreement with Chun Ping's statement, turned to inquire about the lighter. "By the heavens, Chun Ping." As Zhang He recognized him, terror gripped his soul, and he stumbled back against the wall. His eyes reflected sheer fear, and his voice trembled as he stuttered, "See, Chun Ping, when did you emerge? Brothers, attack!" Zhang He urged, still hoping for the remaining assassins to intervene. A glance over his shoulder revealed no assassins in sight. Turning back, he saw the 4 of them sprawled motionless on the ground. Chun Ping's gaze turned icy as he seized Zhang He by the throat, lifting him off the ground and pinning him against the wall. "You truly seek death," he declared. Zhang He felt the grip of mortality tighten around him. He struggled to pry Chun Ping's hand away, but no amount of force could free him. The sensation of suffocation surged to his head. "Cough, cough. I was coerced." Zhang He, his face flushed, managed to utter. Chun Ping had intentionally held back, seeking to ascertain if there were others behind this plot. Upon receiving his answer, he hurled Zhang He to the ground, placing his foot upon his chest, gazing down with a kingly disdain. "Speak, and I shall spare your life." Zhang He coughed violently, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Chun Ping. From Chun Ping, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He had no doubt that if he dared to remain silent, Chun Ping would swiftly take his life. "Please don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll speak. It was Wang Bo who wanted to eliminate your entire family. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang He was utterly terrified, never having sensed such a potent aura of death emanating from another person. Chun Ping replied calmly, "Where is he now?" "He should be at home." Zhang He stammered. "I'll arrange for him to come out." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang He, now completely submissive, took out his phone and arranged a meeting with Wang Bo. Chun Ping instructed Zhang He to load the 4 corpses into the car and then joined him, following closely behind to meet Wang Bo. In Chun Ping's mind, anyone who dared to threaten his family or harbored such thoughts was already a dead man walking. Soon, Zhang He arrived at the designated location. Wang Bo had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhang He's car, he approached and inquired, "How did it go?" "What do you think, Director Wang?" Chun Ping opened the car door and stepped out with an unsettling charm. Wang Bo was taken aback at the sight of Chun Ping, retreating in fear as if he had encountered a ghost. Chun Ping approached with a sinister smile, grabbing Wang Bo by the collar and forcefully throwing him onto the back seat where the bodies lay, shutting the door behind him. "Drive to the seaside," Chun Ping commanded. "Why, yes, yes." Zhang He, drenched in sweat, complied with Chun Ping's orders, driving towards the coast. In the back seat, Wang Bo, upon seeing the 4 lifeless bodies, turned pale with terror, pleading, "Chun Ping, It has nothing to do with me. It was all Zhang Hu's idea. Zhang Hu retorted angrily. Shut your mouth. This was clearly your plan. Zhang Hu, it was your idea. Be quiet. Whoever speaks again will be the next to die. Chun Ping coldly interjected. Both Zhang Hu and Wang Bo dared not utter another word, trembling in the car, uncertain of Chun Ping's intentions. Soon, at Chun Ping's direction, Zhang Hu drove the car to a secluded spot by the seaside. Get out, Chun Ping ordered. Zhang Hu and Wang Bo exchanged glances, aside from the headlights. Darkness enveloped them. The overgrown weeds surrounding them, coupled with the vast ocean before them, clearly marked this as an ideal location for disposing of bodies. Wang Bo was on the verge of soiling himself, kneeling before Chun Ping and pleading, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please spare my life. I can give you anything you want. Zhang Hu, his lips twitching, joined him on his knees. Brother Chun, please promise you won't kill me. As long as you spare me, I will do anything. Chun Ping's gaze hardened as he stared at the two men. You two wretches dare to harm my family. Do you genuinely believe I would let you live? Please don't kill me. Please don't. Wang Bo, overwhelmed by Chun Ping's intense stare and oppressive presence, felt warmth spreading in his trousers. Zhang Hu appeared utterly despondent, on the verge of tears, regretting provoking Chun Ping. Chun Ping turned to Zhang Hu. Why are you trembling? I said I wouldn't kill you. Zhang Hu perked up at the words. Brother Chun, are you serious? You really will let me go? Chun Ping, not entirely opposed to the idea of killing him, thought it necessary to uphold some semblance of respect for his own words. I will spare you, but I will also kill him, Chun Ping said indifferently. Chun Ping harbored no compassion for Wang Bo, a man responsible for the suffering and demise of countless patients. It was evident that allowing such a person to exist was a calamity in itself. Suddenly, Zhang Hu's gaze transformed into one of fierce ferocity as he produced a dagger. Casting a chilling glare at Wang Bo, prepare to meet your end. Terrified, Wang Bo collapsed onto the ground, his fear-stricken eyes fixed on Zhang Hu, his legs frantically pushing against the earth in a desperate retreat. Zhang Hu, what do you intend to do? I'm going to kill you. Before Wang Bo could utter another word, Zhang Hu lunged at him like a demon, plunging the dagger into his chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the wound. Ah, you are merciless. Wang Bo's face contorted in agony as he screamed, helplessly witnessing the malevolent expression of Zhang Hu twisting the dagger within him. The excruciating pain caused Wang Bo's features to warp, his pupils dilated, and his mouth gasped for air. Soon, he breathed his last. Observing Wang Bo's lifeless body, Zhang Hu withdrew the dagger without a hint of remorse and knelt down. Brother Chun, may I now be freed? Chun Ping, having been a silent observer, replied, You should have been dead. Since I grant you mercy, you shall live, but you must dispose of the body and sever a finger. Then this matter will be forgotten. Yes, yes. Zhang Hu dared not bargain. He hastily disposed of the body into the sea. After ensuring the corpse was gone, he resolutely severed his left pinky finger with the dagger before Chun Ping, enduring the pain with a pale countenance. Brother Chun, is this sufficient? Chun Ping nodded. Remember, if you ever entertain such thoughts again, it will not be a finger, but your entire family. Yes, yes. Zhang Hu, drenched in sweat, had no doubt that Chun Ping would follow through on his words. Chapter 14. Moving Chun Ping did not kill Zhang Hu, merely honoring his promise. Few have had the fortune to survive under Chun Ping's hand. Zhang Hu was fortunate. After this incident, he would likely think twice before provoking Chun Ping again. Upon returning home late at night, Chun Ping cleaned up the gasoline outside and nonchalantly returned to sleep. At dawn, he rose early, and, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. Following the scent, he entered the kitchen to find Chun Lin bustling about. With a broad smile, Chun Ping asked Sister, What delicious dish are you preparing? Chun Lin, now devoid of resentment towards him, turned with a smile. Mother is recovering well, so I thought I would prepare some nourishing chicken soup for her. Overcome with guilt, Chun Ping placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Sister, you have truly endured much these years. It's all right. As long as Mother is well and we have a home, what is hardship? Indeed, rest assured, Sister, I will ensure you do not suffer any longer. Brother, I only wish for you to stay by Mother's side and support our family. I will. Chun-Lin smiled softly. That is good. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready shortly. All right. In that moment, Chun-Ping felt that home was the most comforting place of all. No matter the mistakes one makes, it is only family that will embrace you. After freshening up, Chun-Ping entered his mother's room, where she had regained a semblance of normalcy after a night's rest. Mother, your complexion looks much better today. Indeed, I have never felt such an invigorating spirit, as though I were rejuvenated by a decade. Zhong's smile was delightful. Mother, you have suffered over the years. From now on, I shall honor you diligently. The mere sight of you brings me immense satisfaction. If you truly wish to honor me, then hasten to establish a family and bear a child. That would bring me joy. Chun-Ping's lips twitched slightly. Mother, I shall do my utmost. As a mother, my primary concern is the matrimonial affairs of my children, especially since Chun-Ping is no longer young. In a few years, he will be 30. Chun-Ping too yearns for a wife, yet none have captured his heart. Of course, those who have caught his eye are either top models or renowned starlets. Regrettably, such affections remain unrequited in the realm of television. Soon after, Chun-Lin prepared an exquisite breakfast. The family gathered around the table, savoring this delightful moment of togetherness. Zhang Dali, while enjoying his noodles, remarked, I went to the village committee early this morning and learned that the resettlement houses are ready, albeit unfurnished. The village insists we move out this month, as construction is set to commence. Chun-Lin's brow furrowed. Moving in a month? How can we inhabit a place that isn't even furnished? I expressed the same sentiment, he replied. The village head suggested we rent a place or stay with relatives for the time being. The compensation has already been issued, and construction is unavoidable. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a home in the city. The resettlement houses are rather inconveniently located. We will have no place for setting up our stall, and Ping Ping needs to attend school. Life in the city would be more manageable, Chun-Lin suggested. My dear wife, I shall heed your counsel, Zhang Dali replied, never daring to make decisions on such significant matters. Chun-Lin continued, her expression troubled. However, city housing prices are exorbitant, exceeding 20,000 per square meter. We currently possess just over 1 million, and an additional 1 million belongs to my brother, who also intends to buy a home and start a family. Naturally, I would not take from him. If we purchase a house, we would deplete our funds entirely. My point is, even if we buy a house in the city, we must secure stable employment. I aspire to open a barbecue restaurant in the city so we can sustain ourselves. Chun-Ping interjected, Sister, I support your vision. The city offers far more convenience than the outskirts. Let us indeed purchase a home, and my funds shall be at your disposal. Spend freely. Brother, thank you. But you must also find a partner. Without a home or a car, no woman would consider marrying, Chun-Lin remarked. Zhongku also wished to advise Chun-Ping, yet hesitated to speak, knowing how much Chun-Lin had contributed to the family over the years, and felt Chun-Ping could afford this assistance. Chun-Ping grinned, Sister, you truly doubt my status as a promising young man? My monthly salary exceeds 50,000, and with bonuses for tasks completed, it could be even more. If I wish to apply for housing, the state will expedite the process. Hence, you need not worry about me. Chun-Lin remained skeptical. Brother, do you truly earn 50,000 a month? Indeed, I do. Very well then, consider this money as a loan from me. Agreed. Chun-Ping refrained from elaborating further, aware that Chun-Lin remained unconvinced. The more he spoke, the more she might suspect him of exaggeration. Chun-Lin turned to Zhang Dali. Dali, please venture into the city soon to scout for suitable second-hand homes and potential storefronts for our future business. Understood. Chun-Lin has become increasingly motivated. After finishing breakfast, she called Dali and rode to the city. Meanwhile, Chun-Ping remained at home, accompanying Zhongku and caring for Ping Ping. Chun-Ping held Ping Ping, walking and chatting with Zhongku in the yard. As their conversation flowed, they touched upon the topic of Chun-Ping's marriage. Ping-er, have you had a girlfriend over the years? No. Chun-Ping replied with an awkward smile. You are not getting any younger. The matter of marriage should be prioritized. Our Chun family relies on you to carry on the lineage. Mom, I want to prioritize it too. It's just that I lack a target. By the way, Aunt who has opened a marriage agency. I will ask her to help you find someone suitable for a blind date. Sounds good. Chun Ping did not refuse the idea of a blind date. After all, it wouldn't hurt to try, and who knows, he might actually find a partner. At noon, Chun Lin and Zhang Deli did not return home, but cooking was not a challenge for Chun Ping. Besides his penchant for violence, he had a passion for cooking, and thus, he possessed remarkable culinary skills. Even Zhong Ku was taken aback, discovering her son's impressive cooking abilities, which could certainly enhance his prospects in the realm of matchmaking. In the evening, Zhang Deli and Chun Lin returned home, sharing the number of houses and shops they had viewed that day. Unfortunately, none were finalized. Either they were too expensive, or the cheaper ones were located in less desirable areas. Undeterred, Chun Lin set out early the next morning with Zhang Deli to continue their search for suitable housing and shops. After a week of relentless searching, Chun Lin finally purchased a fitting second-hand apartment. To her delight, there was a suitable shop for opening a barbecue restaurant right outside the community, which she also secured. The second-hand apartment cost her over $1.8 million, fully furnished but only spanning a little over 90 square meters. The shop transfer cost her several $100,000, and subsequent renovations were expected to require tens of thousands more. Consequently, her available funds were nearly depleted. Nevertheless, she had great faith in Zhang Deli's culinary skills, which emboldened her to invest her entire savings into the venture. With the house purchased, it was time to move. Chun Ping lent a hand, and it took several days to complete the relocation. Fortunately, while the apartment was small, it featured 3 bedrooms and a living room sufficient for the whole family, including Chun Ping. Chapter 15. Blind date. Chun Ping's greatest desire this time was to be by his family's side. Seeing Chun Lin and Zhang Deli smiling every day brought him joy. Now, the family was happy, with Chun Lin having bought a house and embarking on a new career, all moving towards a beautiful life. Though ordinary, it was the most genuine existence. Of course, given Chun Ping's current status, he could offer Chun Lin and Zhang Deli a prosperous life. However, that would strip life of its true meaning. Moreover, Chun Ping's monthly salary only provided him with a few thousand. To afford a comfortable life for his family, he would have to swallow his pride and either borrow money or seek a loan from the government. Unless absolutely necessary, Chun Ping would not resort to such measures. He did not seek a luxurious life, but rather a simple one. Just as he had spent a decade in the military without yearning for an upper-class existence, he lived frugally, never extravagantly. The clothes and slippers he wore were all acquired at bargain prices. As long as his family remained healthy and happy, he felt content. Having relocated to the city, Chun Lin and Zhang Deli radiate enthusiasm and joy each day. They busily engage in the renovation of their shop, with Chun Ping assisting in the heavy lifting, thoroughly immersed in the hustle. It is not until evening that they return home for dinner, where Zhong Ku has long prepared a feast. After an afternoon of toil, drenched in sweat, Chun Ping takes a refreshing shower and dons a tank top. As the family gathers around the table to dine, while eating, Zhong Ku informs Chun Ping, "Pinger, your aunt who called this afternoon. She mentioned that there's a girl of a similar age in her family who is also single. After some persuasion, the girl has agreed to meet you. Tomorrow morning, you should go and see how it goes." Chun Ping nods slightly. "All right. Haha, with looks like yours, how could she refuse? Tomorrow's blind date is surely a success." Janu dali green widely. Chun Lin, unconvinced, interjects, "Brother, when it comes to marrying a wife, one must not only consider looks, character is paramount, and it is essential to have aligned values and filial piety. Indeed, my wife speaks wisely." Zhang Deli chuckles in agreement. Chun Ping concurs, "Yes, that is only natural." "Pinger, make a good impression on your first meeting. You must not wear slippers," Zhong Ku cautions. "Understood, Mom. How about I wear my military uniform tomorrow?" Now that sounds splendid. The family shares laughter and great anticipation for Chun Ping's blind date the following day. The next morning, Chun Ping rises early to prepare himself. He rummages through his suitcase and retrieves a summer military uniform, adorning himself with a light green short-sleeved shirt and dark green trousers, complemented by polished black leather shoes. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously adjusts his uniform until it is impeccable. The military attire is sacred to him. Once donned, Chun Ping embodies a sense of discipline. He removes the shoulder insignia, leaving the arm badge as the sole emblem of his affiliation, which bears a golden dragon, symbolizing the highest military district of the Great Xia. This signifies that Chun Ping belongs to the military department of the Great Xia, a detail unknown to those outside the military system. Once properly attired, Chun Ping steps out of his room, exuding an air of seriousness that contrasts with his usual carefree demeanor. "Brother, are you truly in the military?" Chun Lin gazes at him in astonishment, taken aback by his uniformed appearance. Zhang Dili beams, "Brother-in-law, you look incredibly cool in that uniform. It's as if you've transformed into a different person." Chun Lin smiles brightly. "Indeed, you are looking exceptionally handsome." Zhang Ku surveys Chun Ping with pride. "My son is remarkable, serving to protect our homeland. A true gentleman." "Wow, uncle, you look so handsome." Ping Ping exclaims joyfully as she rushes towards him. With a beaming smile, Chun Ping squats down, opens his arms, and embraces Ping Ping. "Mom, how do I look? And what about you, sister? Dali, how do I fare?" "Too handsome. Absolutely cool. Uncle, you're so handsome." Chun Ping cannot resist planting a kiss on Chun Ping's cheek. With a playful gesture, Chun Ping tousles Chun Ping's hair and turns to Zhong Ku. "Mom, are you now at ease?" Zhong Ku smiles gently. "Yes. Son, when you meet with her, ensure you converse earnestly." "Understood. Brother, with your charm, that woman will not refuse." "Brother-in-law, we eagerly await good news." Indeed, with the military uniform on, the family brims with confidence in him. After breakfast, Zhong Ku offers further reminders and advice. As the clock approached 11, Chun Ping finally dialed the number of his blind date, inquiring about the location, and rode his friend Zhang Dali's tricycle to the rendezvous. The chosen venue was an upscale Western restaurant situated in the heart of the city. After about an hour, Chun Ping arrived, slightly disheveled, at the entrance. It was peak dining time, and the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles. Without hesitation, he parked the tricycle at the side of the entrance. A courteous host approached him, stating, "Sir, parking is not permitted here. Kindly move your vehicle elsewhere." Chun Ping surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I'm just here for a meal. I'll only be a moment." The host, noticing Chun Ping's military demeanor, relented, saying, "Very well. Thank you. If you need to move your vehicle, please let me know." "Certainly, sir," the host responded. Upon entering the restaurant, Chun Ping observed that nearly all the patrons were couples or married pairs. The ambience was pleasant and relatively quiet. As he entered, his commendable appearance drew a few glances, though this attention soon waned. His gaze fell upon a woman seated by the window, who had applied an ample amount of makeup and sported short, blonde hair. She wore a striking red jacket and, despite the heavy makeup, retained a hint of charm. However, Chun Ping was put off by the large circular earrings she wore, which gave her an overly flamboyant look. Out of courtesy, he approached her with a smile. "Excuse me, are you Miss Hu Yin?" Hu Yin, sipping her coffee, looked up at Chun Ping, her eyes momentarily sparkling with surprise, primarily due to his striking appearance. However, that surprise faded quickly as she recalled seeing him arrive on the tricycle. With a hint of displeasure, she glanced at her watch and remarked, "You're late." Chun Ping, apologetic, responded with a smile, "I encountered some traffic and my vehicle isn't the fastest, which caused a delay." Hu Yin crossed her arms, a proud expression on her face, and scrutinized him. "On such an important day, you still managed to be late. It seems you're not taking this seriously." Taking a seat across from her, Chun Ping's lips twitched slightly. "Miss Hu, I sincerely apologize." "Forget it. Waiter," she interjected, dismissing the conversation as she summoned the waiter to place her order, which consisted solely of her own selections. "What are you having?" Chun Ping asked, momentarily taken aback. He replied, "I'll have a serving of French-style fried rice, please." "Very well, sir," the waiter acknowledged. Hu Yin regarded him with a peculiar expression and, in a mockingly sarcastic tone, commented, "Fried rice? What a simpleton." Puzzled, Chun Ping caught her remark, instantly losing any fondness he had for her. Were it not for the sake of his friend Zhong Ku, he would have considered leaving immediately. Chapter 16. Qin Shiyun Hu Yin remained oblivious to Chun Ping's disinterest, her expression still haughty as she turned to him, assertively stating, "Since this is a blind date, there are certain matters we must clarify." Chun Ping smiled faintly, "Of course. Do you own a house?" she queried. "Currently, no. I live with my mother, sister, and brother-in-law, he replied. So, you do not own one. Do you have a car? She pressed. Yes. You don't mean that you own an electric tricycle, do you? Hu Yin scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain, interrupting him before he could elaborate. Chen Ping intended to mention that he owned a Jeep, which was parked at the international airport in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping decided not to continue the conversation. The tricycle will have to be borrowed from my brother-in-law. Hu Yin frowned. My aunt mentioned that you serve in the military. And you're an officer? How is it that you possess neither a house nor a car? In truth, I had deceived my mother. I am merely an ordinary soldier who has just retired. Is that so? Hu Yin was thoroughly disappointed and remarked to Chen Ping, although you are quite handsome. In this society, lacking a house and a car makes it exceedingly difficult to find a wife. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, so, does that mean there is no hope for us? Hu Yin looked at Chen Ping with a half-smile. I'll let you know after we finish our meal. Chen Ping considered leaving immediately, but given that it was mealtime, he thought it best to wait until he had finished his egg fried rice. After a few brief exchanges, Hu Yin ceased engaging with Chen Ping, engrossed instead in chatting and laughing with other men on her phone, completely disregarding him. Chen Ping, indifferent to her, leaned back in his chair, waiting for his food. Miss Qin, is this a date or merely a humiliation? Is marriage to be bound by contracts, and even more absurdly, to sleep apart after the vows and refrain from conjugal relations? If you find it unacceptable, you may choose to leave. Just then, as Chen Ping languidly pondered, he heard a cold voice from behind him. Instinctively, he turned to glance back, noticing a young man storming away in anger from the woman seated behind him. The woman made no attempt to retain him, instead sipping her coffee delicately. At that moment, she suddenly turned to face Chen Ping. Their eyes met, and Chen Ping offered a slight smile before hastily averting his gaze. Yet, that fleeting glance sent his heart racing. Her beauty was indescribable, though her demeanor was icy. She possessed a breathtaking allure that left Chen Ping breathless. To describe her as exquisite would be an understatement. She surpassed any actress he had ever seen on television. As a lifelong singleton of 28 years, Chen Ping found himself utterly captivated by her at first sight. Unable to resist, he glanced back, but regrettably, she did not return his gaze this time. Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal. At that moment, the waiter wheeled over a cart and began to serve the dishes. Soon after, he uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for both Hu Yin and Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at his modest plate of egg fried rice, then at Hu Yin's extravagant spread of steak and desserts. He picked up the rice and began to eat, washing it down with wine whenever he choked. This behavior earned him scornful glances from Hu Yin. Before long, Chen Ping belched and finished his glass of wine. Hu Yin elegantly sipped her red wine and savored her meal, ignoring Chen Ping entirely. After a considerable time, once Hu Yin had finished and wiped her mouth with a napkin, she turned to Chen Ping and said coolly, Chen Ping, I believe we are not suited for one another. There is no need for further contact. Without waiting for him to respond, she grabbed her bag and departed. Chen Ping's lips curled into a faint smile, and he made no attempt to hold her back. Of course, he would soon regret not trying to stop her. Shortly thereafter, the waiter presented the bill. Sir, your total comes to 38,800. Chen Ping received the bill, his eyes twitching in disbelief. 38,800? I only had a bowl of fried rice, he stated apologetically. The remainder was ordered by that lady over there. Then you should ask her. The server replied, exasperated. Sir, you are putting us in a difficult position. That lady has already departed. Chen Ping's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that Hu Yin had taken him for a fool. However, she had left, and he could hardly refuse to settle the bill. Yet, with just a few thousand yuan in his pocket, the situation had grown rather awkward. Could I perhaps defer the payment? I assure you, I will settle it by evening, Chen Ping murmured. The server was momentarily taken aback. I'm afraid that's not permissible, sir. What if I give you 8,000 for now? Sir, if you cannot pay your bill, we will have to involve the authorities. Chen Ping had never felt so humiliated. He wished he could vanish into the ground. After much contemplation, he resolved to swallow his pride and borrow money. I will cover this gentleman's meal. A woman who had been seated behind him suddenly stood and approached him. Chen Ping instinctively glanced up, and this moment only deepened his infatuation with her. The woman stood approximately 1 75 meters tall, her long legs clad in black stockings and complemented by elegant black high heels. She wore a gray-fitted skirt paired with a white blouse, her figure an embodiment of every man's fantasy, particularly accentuated by her breathtaking beauty that would make any man yearn to possess her. Chen Ping was no exception. He found himself harboring such unseemly thoughts that he would not mind sacrificing years of his life for a chance with her. The woman regarded the entranced Chen Ping with a flicker of disdain in her eyes, but nonetheless took a seat across from him. His gaze followed her intently, barely suppressing his desire. I had thought soldiers possessed greater decorum, but it seems they are not so different after all, she remarked coolly. Chen Ping was jolted back to reality, suddenly aware of his earlier indiscretion. He quickly offered a sheepish smile. My apologies, miss. Your beauty is simply overwhelming. Truth be told, I have never encountered anyone as stunning as you. The woman's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor still icy. Are you here for a blind date as well? She inquired. Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. I'm also here for a blind date, hoping to find someone genuine to marry. Perhaps we can engage in a conversation? We? She responded, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Chen Ping, as if meeting a woman for the first time, was genuinely captivated. He had indeed never seen anyone so exquisitely beautiful. After all, his years had been spent either in secluded training or on missions, or within the confines of the military. My name is Qin Shiyan. I am 25 years old, possess a master's degree, and currently serve as the general manager of my family's corporation. I own a villa and 2 cars. She introduced herself with confidence. Chen Ping, however, paid little heed to her accolades and was not particularly surprised, which left Qin Shiyan somewhat perplexed. In her eyes, Chen Ping appeared to be an ordinary individual, and she expected him to be astonished by her impressive background. Clearing his throat, he offered his own introduction. I am Chen Ping, 28 years of age. I have never had a girlfriend. This is my first blind date. I am an active duty soldier in the Huaxia military, holding the rank of lieutenant general of vice national level. Although I currently lack a residence, I can promptly apply for a spacious home within the first ring of Kyoto. Chapter 17. Chen Ping sold himself. Qin Shiyan furrowed her brows, finding Chen Ping's words increasingly absurd. A young major general? A deputy national level official? She would never believe that this person before her held such a high position. I believe it is best to be candid, she remarked coolly. I do not wish to be involved with someone who is prone to deception. Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly as he pondered why no one seemed to believe his military rank. After some contemplation, he decided it was best not to draw attention to himself. After all, his true identity needed to remain confidential. Moreover, he suddenly felt that modesty was preferable. This would also be a way to test whether she was as superficial as Huyen. I'm afraid I may not be worthy of you. In truth, I am merely an ordinary soldier, Chen Ping said apologetically. Qin Shiyan dismissed his concerns lightly, replying, that is fine. However, I hope that in our future interactions, you will refrain from lying. Of course, Chen Ping assured her. Qin Shiyan nodded and continued, please allow me to finish speaking. If you find what I say agreeable, we may continue our conversation. If not, I will not cover the cost of our meal. That sounds fair. Good. I seek a partner for marriage, but I require the signing of a post-marital contract. Marriage? What sort of contract? Qin Shiyan retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to Chen Ping. Please examine it closely. Confused, Chen Ping took the contract and read it carefully, quickly becoming flabbergasted. The contract contained numerous stipulations, the first of which mandated that after marriage, Chen Ping must reside in her home, effectively becoming a son-in-law. Furthermore, he was prohibited from interfering in her affairs or questioning her matters, and he was required to obey her unconditionally within the household. What Chen Ping found most intolerable was the clause that stipulated they would not share a bed, thus forbidding any marital intimacy. Even more unbearable was the prohibition against holding hands or engaging in flirtatious conversation. This contract resembled a form of servitude. If he adhered to its terms, he would receive a substantial sum of money. However, should he violate any clause during the contract period, Qin Shiyan would possess the right to dissolve the marriage. After reading the document, Chen Ping was left in shock, shaking his head repeatedly. I cannot do this. Qin Shiyan frowned. Will you not consider it? I will pay you 5 million in one lump sum upon the contract's completion. I would like to, but Chen Ping hesitated, glancing at Qin Shiyun. Truthfully, he was reluctant to forego any chance with such a beautiful woman. But what? Qin Shiyun inquired. I can agree to all other conditions, but I am a young, passionate man, and you are so stunning. I fear I may lose control. Qin Shiyun frowned again, contemplating her options. She had searched for many candidates. Either she found them unworthy or their intentions were questionable. She chose Chen Ping because he was a soldier. Her trust in military men, combined with her satisfaction with his appearance, made her wish to pursue this opportunity. As for her motivations, deep within her soul lay a fear of marriage, stemming from her mother's tragic fate. Her father's infidelity led to her mother's untimely suicide. Thus, she had harbored resentment towards her father since childhood, cultivating a dread of marriage and a mistrust of all men. Her decision to marry was driven solely by self-interest, an act she felt compelled to undertake. Qin Shiyun's conviction in Chen Ping stemmed from the absence of lewd intent in his gaze. Thus, I am willing to increase the monetary compensation. It's not merely a matter of money. We are to marry, yet this cannot be so. That cannot be so. What kind of arrangement is this? It is a contractual marriage. After all, not a genuine one. What do you envision? Is it not possible to nurture a sincere relationship? If we were to develop feelings for one another, might not the fictitious transform into reality? Qin Shiyun paused momentarily, assessing Chen Ping. Very well. Should you adhere strictly to the spirit of the contract, I shall endeavor to engage with you. If you can evoke love within me, I may wholeheartedly embrace the role of your wife. Chen Ping's lips curled subtly into a smile. This is your promise. Qin Shiyun nodded. Indeed. However, should I fail to love you, the contract shall terminate, and we shall part ways. Agreed, it is settled. Chen Ping contemplated the advantages of proximity. He remained confident in his ability to win Qin Shiyun over. It is settled. Qin Shiyun, on the other hand, resolved that she would not fall for any man. As long as she could keep Chen Ping at bay, she would dictate the terms. Thus, I shall await you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. What? We are marrying tomorrow? What other option is there? Very well. Waiter, the bill, please. Qin Shiyun settled the account, left her phone number, and departed. Chen Ping felt as though he had just awoken from a dream, riding home on a rickshaw, unsure of how he arrived. Upon reaching Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant, which was still under renovation, he found Zhong Ku assisting. As soon as they spotted Chen Ping's return, they gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Chen Ping, wishing to conceal the details, inadvertently divulged the entirety of his blind date and his dealings with Qin Shiyun. What? Brother, is this not akin to selling oneself? You agreed to this? Chen Lin gazed at Chen Ping in astonishment. Indeed, brother-in-law, is this not selling oneself? Zhong Ku remarked, visibly displeased. Do not worry, mother. I shall surely turn the fictitious into the genuine, and one day, Qin Shiyun will willingly join our family. Chen Ping declared confidently. Chen Lin teased, brother, it seems you are smitten. What sort of enchanting woman has captivated you so? Chen Ping grinned awkwardly. She is even more beautiful than a superstar. Is that so? We were all anticipating your marriage and grandchildren, and now look. Kyong Giskivik Gosayat. Chen Lin, with a playful smile, linked her arm with Zhong Ku's, saying, Mother, let us not forget that brother is in a contractual marriage, not a true marriage of convenience. What if brother truly brings our future sister-in-law home? In any case, 2 years from now, brother could still receive 500,000. By then, he could buy a house and a car. What is there to fear about finding a spouse? Chen Ping chuckled. Sister makes a valid point. Rest assured, mother, your son will never engage in a marriage of convenience. I shall ensure you have grandchildren soon. Hearing her children speak, Zhong Ku resigned. Very well. But you must not truly engage in a marriage of convenience, or I shall have words with you. Mother, you need not worry. That is good to hear. Zhong Ku refrained from further comments, knowing that at his age, Chen Ping was aware of what was appropriate. Chen Ping was indeed cognizant of his actions. He had genuinely experienced an instant attraction to Qin Shiyun. However, he would not allow this to lead him to a marriage of convenience. His agreement with Qin Shiyun was a strategic move to draw closer to her, to court her affection, and ultimately to marry her. This plan is utterly perfect. Throughout the afternoon, Chun Ping assisted Zhang Dali with the renovations, and by the current pace, it will take approximately another fortnight to complete. The following day, Chun Ping arose even earlier. Today marks the day of their marriage registration, and naturally, Chun Ping wished to dress with particular care. He sought out an identical military uniform, impeccably arranged and even tie-to-tie. Gazing into the mirror for quite some time, he finally felt satisfied and pedaled his tricycle towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 18. Casually entering into marriage around 9 in the morning, Chun Ping arrived at the venue on his tricycle. Upon entering, he noticed that Qin Shiyun had yet to arrive, prompting him to make a phone call. Qin Shiyun informed him over the phone that she was en route, so Chun Ping settled in on his tricycle to await her. "Shiyun, are you truly being so impulsive?" In the passenger seat of a pink Maserati sat a stylish urban beauty, Zhang Meng, Qin Shiyun's secretary and close friend. Qin Shiyun took a glance at her while driving, saying, "Meng, you are well aware of my circumstances. If I do not recruit a son-in-law to my household, I will be unable to maintain my position as general manager, let alone inherit the family business. Moreover, my grandfather clearly favors Qin Jumin. He has long wished for me to marry Zhao's son from the Zhao family. You know I suffer from a fear of commitment. Besides, once I am married, my role will be confined to that of a wife and mother." Zhang Meng nodded sympathetically. "Indeed. However, Shiyun, one cannot simply marry someone on a whim. What if things get serious? What will you do as a young woman?" Qin Shiyun replied with a smile. "That's why, after I marry, you should move in with us. If he dares to misbehave, at least there will be two of us." Zhang Meng touched her forehead. "Shiyun, you are truly reckless." Sighing, Shiyun responded, "I am left with no choice. What can we women do? If I do not bring in a son-in-law, I can only marry out. Furthermore, the family business cannot be inherited. Ultimately, it all traces back to your father. Let us not discuss him." Oh, mentioning her father stirred a wave of emotions within Qin Shiyun. Were it not for him, her mother would not have taken her own life, particularly since he indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle and was not favored by her grandfather. As they conversed, Qin Shiyun arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before exiting the car, she spotted Chun Ping sitting on his tricycle. "Is that him?" Qin Shiyun gestured towards Zhang Meng. "Is that Chun Ping? It looks quite good. Even better than the last time we met," Zhang Meng remarked as she followed Shiyun's gaze, observing Chun Ping in his military attire, leaving a favorable first impression. Qin Shiyun nodded. "Let us get out." Chun Ping was also attentive to the comings and goings of people, and as soon as Qin Shiyun stepped out of the car, he noticed her. Today, Qin Shiyun was even more stunning, donning a pure white dress that revealed a glimpse of her lovely legs, paired with a pair of flat shoes, exuding an aura of innocence and beauty. Beside her stood a professional-looking woman in a tailored suit, which left Chun Ping's eyes delightfully overwhelmed. "You've arrived. May I inquire who this is?" Chun Ping approached with a beaming smile. Qin Shiyun, maintaining her cool demeanor, introduced, "This is my close friend, Zhang Meng." "Hello, Miss Zhang." Chun Ping greeted warmly, extending his hand. Zhang Meng offered a slight smile, but did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, she retrieved a document from her handbag and handed it to Chun Ping, saying, "Mr. Chun, I trust you have reviewed this prenuptial agreement. I suggest you review it once more. If there are no issues, please sign it, and then we can proceed to collect the marriage certificate." "No problem." Chun Ping took the contract, casually glanced through it, and affixed his name with a flourish. "Is that satisfactory?" Qin Shiyun nodded. "Yes, let us enter." Chun Ping felt a surge of excitement within. Though it was a marriage of convenience, the thought of soon having a wife brought him considerable joy, a smile lingering on his face. Chun Ping and Qin Shiyun made their way directly to the marriage registration window, where there was no one in line, while the divorce window was bustling with activity and a long queue. "Could you please present your household registration book and identification card?" the staff member cheerfully inquired. "Certainly." Chun Ping handed over his household registration book and ID, and Qin Shiyun promptly did the same. The staff began to register their identities, glancing at Chun Ping. "So, you're from Kyoto?" Chun Ping chuckled. "Indeed. I moved there with the military. It's quite wonderful to marry a soldier," he added with a grin. Qin Shiyun politely responded, "Thank you." After a while, the staff member said, "Please proceed next door for a photograph, then return." Understood. Chun Ping and Qin Shiyun went to the photography area, seated before the camera to capture their wedding photo. Chun Ping beamed, his perfectly aligned white teeth on display. Qin Shiyun, however, maintained a stoic expression, sitting demurely beside him. "New bride, could you lean in a bit closer and smile?" The photographer encouraged. Qin Shiyun unconsciously inched closer to Chun Ping, yet still could not muster a smile. Chun Ping whispered, "It's a wedding. We should be joyful." Qin Shiyun slightly nodded, forcing a faint smile while leaning a bit closer to him. With a click, the wedding photograph was taken. The images were quickly developed, and Chun Ping eagerly took the photo, admiring Qin Shiyun's smile. "Indeed, you are even more beautiful when you smile." Qin Shiyun remained silent as they approached the window to hand the wedding photo to the staff. Shortly thereafter, the marriage certificate was issued. Chun Ping and Qin Shiyun were now recognized as a legitimate couple in the Great Xia. Qin Shiyun, as if completing a task, was eager to leave. Chun Ping, holding the marriage certificate, followed her out with a beaming smile. "Wife, what shall we do next?" At this, Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow. Turning her head, she looked coldly at Chun Ping. "According to the 5th clause of our agreement, you are not permitted to call me wife without my consent." Chun Ping's lips twitched slightly. "I momentarily forgot. I hope you will adhere to our contract and understand that our relationship is merely one of collaboration." "No problem." Chun Ping, unfazed, thought to himself that if he could not win her over, his title as a young master would be in vain. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. "Since we are married, we shall uphold the contract. I will now take you to my home. During the duration of the contract, you will reside there. Then I must first return home to collect my belongings." "Very well, I shall accompany you." "All right, follow me." Chun Ping rode ahead on a tricycle, while Qin Shiyun drove behind. Zhang Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, held the marriage certificate. "Shiyun, I must admit, Chun Ping is quite handsome. You both seem well matched in the photo." Qin Shiyun smiled faintly. "I hold no interest in him. If you do, it matters not to me." Zhang Ming rolled her eyes in response. "Oh, come on. If I were truly like that, how could I ever face anyone?" Qin Shiyun jested. "I am not genuinely marrying him." "That may be so, but remains unacceptable. Though fictitious, others are unaware. If word gets out that I am coveting my best friend's partner, I would be severely criticized. Rest assured, if you truly fancy him, I shall promptly seek a divorce and find another." "No, thank you. While he is handsome, good looks are of little consequence. I prefer to admire men of talent and capability. He is a soldier. Perhaps he possesses great strength. Even with strength, he would still be your husband. What if you genuinely fall for him? Let it be. I have no interest in men." "I do not believe you. You are not a lesbian." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun feigned a deep gaze at Zhang Ming. "What if I were?" Do not frighten me. My orientation is perfectly normal." Zhang Ming shivered slightly. They both burst into laughter, delighting in their camaraderie within the car. Chapter 19. Moving into the Grand Villa half an hour later. Chun Ping arrived at Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. As he reached the entrance, Chun Lin, Zhang Dali, and Zhong Ku emerged. "Son, how did it go?" "Brother, are you really married?" Chun Ping grinned as he produced a marriage certificate. "Mother, I now have a wife." Although they all knew it was a sham, Zhong Ku was still delighted. "Indeed, my son's bride is beautiful. You must cherish her. Brother, do your best." "Indeed." At that moment, Qin Shiyun approached politely. Chun Lin and Zhong Ku were taken aback by her beauty. "Sister-in-law." "Hello," Chun Lin called out cautiously. Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow slightly. "Hello." This time, she refrained from undermining Chun Ping's pride directly. Zhong Ku greeted her with a beaming smile. "Shiyun, hello." "Ani, hello." Observing Qin Shiyun's amiability, Chun Ping chuckled. "Mother, I shall return home to pack my belongings and move in with Shiyun. But do not worry. I will come by during the day to assist." "Pinger, go ahead. Remember to behave in someone else's home. Do not bully Shiyun," Zhong Ku advised. "Do not worry, mother." Chun Ping reassured her as he departed. Zhang Dali rushed over. Grinning widely, "Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Brother-in-law, you must strive to win her." Chun Ping gave a knowing smile. "Brother-in-law, if I do not win over your sister, I shall have to forfeit my manhood. Zhang Dali flinched slightly. That is unnecessary. Do not worry, brother-in-law. Just wait for the wedding feast. Upon returning home, Chen Ping packed his belongings and greeted his relatives at the shop. He dragged his luggage to the car. We can go now. All right. Chen Ping climbed into the car, feeling elated as he accompanied Qin Shiyun home. The journey was brief. Within half an hour, they arrived at a villa district named Haihaoding, where they soon parked in front of Grand Villa. Chen Ping followed Qin Shiyun into the living room of the villa. The residence was a duplex, complete with a living room, a suite, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming settled onto the sofa, while Chen Ping marveled at the opulent decor, reflecting on the advantages of wealth. Chen Ping cheerfully made his way to the sofa area, exclaiming, "You summoned me." Qin Shiyun, with her legs crossed, replied, "Listen carefully. Although I have permitted you to move in, your activities are confined to the first floor. You are strictly forbidden to ascend to the second floor. Should you be discovered, we shall divorce immediately." "Understood," Chen Ping responded. "Furthermore, there are house rules to adhere to. No nudity, no loud noises, no smoking, and no drinking. You're not to touch any of Zhang Ming's or my personal belongings, nor are you allowed to bring anyone home." Chen Ping's lips quirked as he glanced at Zhang Ming. "She lives here too?" Zhang Ming, arms crossed, shot a challenging look at Chen Ping. "Indeed. Shiyun and I reside upstairs. If you harbor any ill intentions, you will regret it." A pang of regret washed over Chen Ping, with multiple light bulbs around. Where would he find privacy with Qin Shiyun? Without a private space, how could their relationship deepen? Qin Shiyun continued, "We shall not interfere with each other's lives. You may attend to your own matters during the day, but you must return home before 8 in the evening. Additionally, when I require your assistance, you must comply unconditionally. Most importantly, during this period, you are forbidden from any flirtations with other women or seeking their company, which could tarnish my reputation." Chen Ping's expression fluctuated as he looked at Qin Shiyun. "And you?" Before he could finish, Qin Shiyun interjected, "Rest assured, I will not engage in any flirtations with other men, nor will I betray our marriage." Chen Ping smiled broadly. "Then there is no problem." Qin Shiyun nodded. "Well, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. I must now head to work and will return before 8. Oh, and remember, do not go upstairs. I will be monitoring the surveillance, and should you dare ascend, I will terminate our agreement immediately." Chen Ping nodded. "Do not worry. I possess a sense of contractual integrity." "That is reassuring," Qin Shiyun concluded, handing him the house key before departing with Zhang Ming for the office. Once Qin Shiyun left, Chen Ping lazily reclined on the sofa, watching a tedious television drama. Sighing, he thought, this wife is quite difficult to manage. The numerous stipulations made his head spin. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming drove to the city center, arriving at the entrance of a grand, standalone building. Prominently displayed along the wall at the rooftop were the gold letters Qin Group. The Qin Group stands among the top 10 family enterprises in Nanhai, composed of the Qin family and various shareholders, consistently helmed by a member of the Qin lineage. In recent years, due to Qin Shiyun's exceptional capabilities, the shareholders' meeting resolved to appoint her as the company's general manager, granting her full authority over the group's development. Undoubtedly, she did not disappoint, as the Qin Group had excelled in all aspects compared to previous years. Upon arriving at the executive level, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming proceeded directly to her office. Upon entering, she was immediately hit by the pungent smell of smoke. Qin Shiyun detested this odor and, with a glare filled with indignation, turned to her office chair, where a flamboyantly dressed young man lounged, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Fuming, Qin Shiyun marched over and demanded, "Qin Junmin, get out of here at once." Unperturbed, Qin Junmin languidly rose from his seat, sauntered past Qin Shiyun, and exhaled a plume of smoke in her direction. "Qin Shiyun, this seat will soon be mine. Just wait for next month's shareholders' meeting." Qin Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Qin Junmin chuckled heartily. "To be frank, this is my grandfather's arrangement. The Qin Group has always been steered by men, and, as the sole male heir of the Qin family, I am destined to be the successor. As for you, you are fated to marry." Qin Shiyun retorted with a cold smile. Is that so? Do you really believe the shareholders will support you? You needn't worry about that. With that, Qin Junmin swaggered out, and as he passed by Zhang Meng, he couldn't resist teasing. Zhang Meng, if you find yourself with nowhere to go, I wouldn't mind having you as my little secretary. Ha ha ha. Dream on. Zhang Meng scoffed, and Qin Junmin burst into laughter as he exited the office, leaving the two women deep in thought. Shuyun, does your grandfather truly harbor such intentions? Zhang Meng inquired with concern. Qin Shuyun nodded gravely. Yes. He has always held a preference for males, no matter how hard I strive. I will never be seen as the air in his eyes. What era are we in that such preferences still exist? After all you have contributed to the company. Does he not see it? Alas, what can I do for being a woman? If I were a man, he would not act this way. What is wrong with being a woman? If a woman were to marry a man into the family, wouldn't that suffice? Indeed, that is precisely why I intend to marry Chun Ping. I believe that once the shareholders understand, they will still support me, even if grandfather insists. As long as the shareholders oppose, Qin Junmin's aspirations will be in vain. Chapter 20. The Qin family, most shareholders of the Qin group, are members of the Qin clan, and they harbor varying degrees of traditional gender biases. After all, regardless of a woman's capabilities, she is destined to marry. Once married, she can no longer be considered a member of the Qin family, and thus cannot represent the Qin group. Should a woman take in a son-in-law, the matters would be dictated by the female side, allowing Qin Shuyun, even after marriage, to represent the Qin lineage and potentially become the helm's leader. Qin Shuyun's urgency to marry stems from her desire to garner shareholder support. Given her abilities, the shareholders would still back her. Not dwelling on these matters for long, Qin Shuyun soon immersed herself in her work. It wasn't until the afternoon that she received a call from her grandfather, Qin Siwen, urging her to return home. Coincidentally, Qin Shuyun wished to inquire about Qin Siwen's intentions. Setting aside her work, she drove to the Qin family estate. The Qin estate sprawls over several hectares, staffed by a dozen servants and guarded by an equal number of bodyguards. At the heart of the estate stands a lavish three-story villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Qin Shuyun disembarked and made her way to the living room. In the living room, 6 individuals occupied the sofas. At the head of the gathering sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Despite his age, exuded an air of authority and commanding presence. This man was Qin Siwen, the head of the Qin family and the largest shareholder of the Qin group. Beside him sat a regal woman, approximately in her 50s. She was Wang Shufeng, Qin Siwen's second daughter-in-law, and Qin Junmin's mother. Several years ago, Qin Junmin's father passed away due to illness, resulting in Wang Shufeng inheriting the family shares, thus becoming the head of the secondary branch. As for Qin Shuyun's father, he is nothing more than a complete wastrel. Although he is the only male descendant of the second generation, he has long been excluded by Qin Siwen. Now, among the third generation, only Qin Shuyun and Qin Junmin remain as the last 2 heirs. The remaining 4 include Qin Siwen's only daughter, Qin Zhaoxiang, who, although married, still holds shares. Among the others, 3 are company shareholders, Qin Han, Tan Zheng, and Lu Hong. Although they are not direct descendants of the Qin family, they are all related by ties and represent external shareholders. This indicates that these individuals possess the power to influence the broader dynamics of the group. Seeing that the senior management was present, Qin Shuyun approached the sofa area and slightly bowed to Qin Siwen. Grandfather, Aunt Annie, and esteemed uncles, greetings. Qin Siwen nodded slightly. Shuyun, please sit. As soon as Qin Shuyun settled down, Qin Junmin entered alongside a young man named Huang Tao, who is the grandson of Qin Siwen and son of Qin Zhaoxiang. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Siwen gestured for everyone to take a seat. Casting a glance at the assembly, Qin Siwen began. Those present are the core of the group. I shall speak plainly. I am approaching my 80th year and find myself increasingly unable to manage. I intend to step back and hand over the family and the group to the younger generation. You all know I had 2 sons, but alas, the elder was unworthy, and the younger unfortunately passed away. Now, I can only entrust the group and company to the younger generation. The Qin family is dwindling, and the only heirs are Junmin and Shuyun. They are both dear to me, But with only one successor, the decision is challenging, particularly Shuyun, whose capabilities have been evident to all in recent years. Logically, the group should be entrusted to her. However, the Qin family has traditionally favored male succession. Although Zhu is the sole male heir, he still lacks experience in management and requires further guidance. My proposal is that at the next shareholders meeting, we appoint Zhu as general manager, with Shuyun serving as his assistant to mentor him. Once Zhu is deemed qualified, I shall hand over full control of the company to him. What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of bitterness surged within Qin Shuyun. Rest assured, grandfather, I will diligently assist my sister Shuyun in her learning, Qin Zhu remarked, casting a provocative glance at Qin Shuyun. Qin Siwen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Wang Shufeng beamed. Father, Zhu will surely not disappoint you. Qin Zhaoxiang added. Father, I support your decision. The other three shareholders, however, remained silent, harboring hopes that Qin Shuyun could continue to steer the helm. Yet, given the Qin family's long-standing tradition of male succession, they felt constrained to voice their opinions. Qin Siwen's gaze fell upon Qin Shuyun. Shuyun, what are your thoughts? Feeling discontented, she rose and declared, Grandfather, I disagree. Qin Siwen furrowed his brow. How can you say that? Qin Shuyun retorted, Grandfather, why should I be denied the chance to inherit the family legacy? Is it solely because I am a woman? In what way am I inferior to Qin Zhu? I'm also your granddaughter. Why this bias? Qin Siwen was acutely aware that his actions were a disservice to Qin Shuyun, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. Wang Shufeng retorted with a cold smile. This is not favoritism. It is merely the custom of the Qin family. As a woman, you are destined to marry. If the company is entrusted to you, it will eventually become associated with another family. Qin Zhaoxiang chimed in. Sister-in-law speaks the truth. This is not a matter of bias. Just as I, your aunt, am a woman, I once married into the Huang family for the sake of our family's interests. Moreover, your grandfather has already arranged a perfect match for you with the Zhao family. If you marry into the Zhao family, it would be a powerful alliance. Wouldn't you, then, be the mistress of a Zhao family? Qin Shuyun maintained a stoic expression and replied coolly, My marriage is not something that requires your concern. Dear aunt, I forgot to mention, I am already married. The other party willingly came to me, which means I will not be marrying out. What? The revelation shocked everyone. Qin Siwen furrowed his brow. Shuyun, marriage is a serious matter. Are you truly married? Qin Shuyun nodded. Indeed, I must admit my fault regarding this matter with grandfather. My husband and I have been in love for several years. I initially intended to inform you all, but in order to protect the interests of the group, we chose to keep our marriage private. Qin Siwen, incensed, exclaimed, You are being utterly reckless. I had already made arrangements with the Zhao family. You are making it impossible for us to proceed. Qin Shuyun replied calmly, Regardless, I am already married. Though Qin Siwen was furious, he felt powerless. Alas, you must have heard that the Yun Group is set to make a significant investment in Nanhai next month. All companies in Nanhai aspire to align themselves with this major player. I have learned that Zhao Xiong has connections with the Yun family, and I hope to leverage that relationship to facilitate an introduction for collaboration with the Yun Group. With their partnership, our Qin Group would surely ascend to new heights. Now, however, all plans have been dashed, Qin Siwen lamented. Everyone was aware of the situation. The Yun family was the foremost financial conglomerate in the Daxia region. Recently, they established a subsidiary in Nanhai, intending to expand their influence there. Many companies hope to connect with this powerful entity, but to catch the Yun family's attention, one must possess considerable strength. While the Qin family could rank among the top 10 in Nanhai, they were still far from the leading three. Qin Zhu glared at Qin Shuyun. Qin Shuyun, why did you choose to marry now of all times? I suspect your marriage is a facade, merely a strategy to secure your position as the heir. Qin Shuyun coldly responded, I need not prove the authenticity of my marriage to you. You, Qin Zhu seethed, Grandfather. Qin Shuyun is undoubtedly faking her marriage. She is resorting to any means necessary to remain in the Qin family. Wang Shufeng echoed the accusation. Father, Shuyun is fully aware of the significance of an alliance with the Zhao family, yet she persists in her obstinacy, entirely disregarding the company's interests. Such a person should not be allowed to continue in the company. Qin Zhaoxiang added, sister-in-law is correct, as a woman of the Qin family. If she cannot prioritize the company's welfare, how could she be entrusted with the role of heir? Despite her anger, Qin Shiyun remained composed. Grandfather, I have never neglected the company's interests. As for my marriage, that is a personal matter. I believe I possess the right to pursue happiness. If everyone were as selfish as you, how could the Qin group flourish and thrive? Indeed, I sacrificed for the family in the past, did I not? Are you truly willing to make sacrifices? Qin Zhaoxiang and Wang Shufeng continue to cast blame. That is your choice. I have mine. I refuse to gamble my lifelong happiness for anything. Faced with criticism, Qin Shiyun remains composed. Enough. Qin Suan, sensing an imminent quarrel, declared sternly, the matter has occurred. Discussing it further is futile. However, Shiyun, whether you marry or not, my decision remains unchanged. Qin Shiyun, bewildered, asked, Grandfather, why is that? There is no reason. Am I not entitled to inherit if I do not marry? Indeed. Qin Shiyun felt a pang of sorrow. Gazing at her relatives, her eyes began to glisten, tears slowly cascading down her cheeks. Ultimately, I have always been an outsider in your heart. Chairman, I believe this treatment of Shiyun is unjust. She has devoted so much to the company over the years, and if she were dismissed for this reason, the entire staff would be discontented. Finally, Qin Han spoke up. Chairman, I would like to share my thoughts as well. Although Shiyun is a woman, she has now invited a son-in-law into the family. This indicates that she will not marry outside. Logically, she possesses the qualifications to inherit the company. Furthermore, her abilities are evident to all. A sudden change would surely displease the shareholders. Chairman, if we were to replace the general manager, it would not only affect the morale of the company, but would also directly impact its development. I urge you to reconsider. Lu Hong and Tan Zheng also stood in solidarity with Qin Shiyun. The three shareholders carry significant weight, representing external interests. Their arguments hold merit. Unreasonably replacing Qin Shiyun would indeed influence the company as progress. Grandfather, Qin Jumin attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Siwen. Since there is a divergence of opinions, each with their preferred candidate, I shall establish a rule. Both Qin Jumin and Qin Shiyun shall concurrently serve as general managers. Before the next shareholders' meeting, whoever secures a partnership with the Yin Group shall be designated as the heir to the company. If neither of you accomplishes this, the shareholders' assembly will determine the heir's identity. This seems fair, does it not? Qin Shiyun finally felt a sense of equilibrium within her heart and nodded. Very well. Indeed, let us proceed, as the chairman has decided. Well then, since there are no objections, it is settled. After the decision was made, Qin Shiyun departed alongside the three shareholders. Grandfather, did you not intend for me to inherit? Why must there be a contest? Qin Junmin expressed his concerns. Yes, father, what are you thinking? Qin Siwen replied firmly. Rest assured, the heir of the Qin family shall always be Junmin. As you have seen, the other shareholders support Shiyun. I cannot impose my authority upon the matter. That would breed discontent among the shareholders regarding Junmin. As for the contest, what do you fear? You have my unwavering support. Proceed without worry. The next shareholders' meeting will yield a conclusion. Upon hearing this, Qin Junmin smiled. Thank you, grandfather. Qin Zhaoxiang voiced her apprehension. Father, what if Shiyun truly partners with the Yin Group? Qin Siwen smirked slightly. Would that not be even better? Rest assured, as long as the shareholders support Junmin, the identity of the heir will remain with him. The poetic essence wishes to remain in the company. Would it not be prudent for her to continue serving as the general manager? Grandfather, what is it? Can you not tolerate your sister? In due course, the entire company will be yours. Would it not be beneficial for Shiyun to assist you in managing it? Qin Siwen exclaimed with fervor. Naturally, Qin Junmin opposed the idea of Qin Shiyun staying in the company, asserting, Grandfather, I suspect that Qin Shiyun's marriage is merely a facade, a ploy to secure her position within the company. Her ulterior motives are too pronounced. If she remains, I fear she may pose a threat to my future. Qin Siwen furrowed his brow, declaring, I shall investigate the matter of her marriage. If it proves to be a sham, I will arrange for her to be wed into the Zhao family. Thank you, grandfather, Qin Jun replied with a triumphant smile, believing that once Qin Shiyun is married off, no one would be able to challenge his standing. Qin Siwen did not harbor disdain for Qin Shiyun. Rather, his deeply ingrained preference for sons over daughters influenced his judgment. He could not bear the thought of the Qin family's hard-earned legacy being transferred to an outsider, hence his favoritism towards Qin Jumin. His initial intention was to marry Qin Shiyun into the Zhao family, which would not only resolve sibling strife, but also establish a familial bond with the Zhaos, providing Qin Shiyun with a commendable future. However, Qin Siwen was unaware that Qin Shiyun had already anticipated his intentions and had taken precautions. Now, to facilitate Qin Shiyun's remarriage, he first needed to ensure her divorce, and it remained uncertain whether the Zhao family would accept a woman of second marriage. Regardless of the reasons, Qin Siwen felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation, even if he did not wish for Qin Shiyun to divorce. He needed to ascertain Chen Ping's true motives and determine if he posed any threat to the Qin family, as well as if he was worthy of Qin Shiyun. Thus, Qin Siwen promptly dispatched individuals to covertly investigate Chen Ping. Having returned to the company, Qin Shiyun realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. With no time to spare for dinner, she began to tackle her responsibilities. "Shiyun, what did your grandfather discuss with you?" Zhang Ming inquired, handing her a cup of coffee. "Thank you." Qin Shiyun accepted the coffee and replied, "It was regarding the selection of the heir." "Really? Has the old man truly decided to step back?" Qin Shiyun nodded affirmatively. "And what was the outcome?" Qin Shiyun shook her head and recounted the events of the afternoon. Zhang Ming, upon hearing this, expressed her discontent. "Bias, such blatant bias. Alas, but fortunately, my sisters are prepared. Qin Han and the others support you. The chairman's proposal is indeed quite fair. Shiyun, I believe you can achieve this." Qin Shiyun smiled softly, "Yes. Sister, I must trouble you to gather all information regarding the Yun group tomorrow. I need to familiarize myself with it." Zhang Ming chuckled. "No problem. Leave it to me." Excellent. Chapter 22. Chen Ping cooks personally. After a flurry of activity, Qin Shiyun noticed that it was time to leave work. She tidied her desk and prepared to head home. "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Zhang Ming asked. Qin Shiyun pondered for a moment. "Let's have noodles at home. There's an outsider present, and I feel a bit uneasy." "All right." Zhang Ming sighed, "but I must say, your noodles are rather unpalatable." Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at her. "Let's head home first. I promise to treat you to something delicious later." "Now that sounds more agreeable." Qin Shiyun felt a twinge of concern for Chen Ping, as although they were nominally husband and wife, their relationship was essentially a contractual one, rendering Chen Ping somewhat of an outsider in her eyes. Yet, Chen Ping did not regard himself as such. After lying around idly for a while and having a haphazard meal at noon, he found himself utterly unprepared for dinner. Initially intending to check the refrigerator for something to eat, he discovered it was stocked solely with fruit. The kitchen offered little more than noodles. Chen Ping had cooked noodles for himself at noon, but by evening, he could no longer endure the monotony. Bored in the afternoon, he ventured out to shop. To his dismay, the nearest supermarket in the Hai-Houding Villa district was an hour's walk away. Assuming it was a short distance, he opted to walk rather than take a taxi. After an hour, he arrived at the supermarket, purchased a bag of rice, and also bought a rice cooker, as Qin Shiyun did not even possess one. He picked up some seasonings and vegetables before taking a taxi back to the villa to start cooking. Despite his status, Chen Ping harbored a passion for preparing his favorite dishes. For dinner, he prepared a pot of pig stomach and chicken soup, stir-fried shredded asparagus, sautéed beef with green peppers, and steamed grouper, accompanied by a perfect serving of greens. Chen Ping was bustling about the kitchen with great enthusiasm when Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming returned home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Hungry, they felt their stomachs rumble at the delicious scent. Exchanging glances, they both thought of Chen Ping. Curiously, the two ladies changed their shoes and followed the delightful fragrance to the dining table. "Wow, it smells amazing. These dishes look incredibly appetizing. Could it be that Chen Ping made this?" Zhang Ming exclaimed, her face expressing surprise as she looked at Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun pressed her lips together. "Who else could it be?" "Shiyun, you are quite fortunate," she remarked, somewhat surprised. As she entered the kitchen, she found Chen Ping donned in an apron. diligently cooking like a devoted house husband. Ping, she began. Ping turned to her with a smile. Wifey, you're back. There's another dish ready to serve. Qin Shiyun found herself at a loss for words, but refrained from reproaching him. Wow, you're quite affectionate with your address, Zhang Ming teased as she approached. Qin Shiyun shot her an exasperated look. Aren't you hungry? Let us eat. Men aren't entirely useless after all. Zhang Ming said with a grin as she joined Qin Shiyun at the table to await the meal. Ping entered with a bowl of greens, beaming, everything's ready. Let us dig in. He then brought the rice to the table. Ping, you're truly amazing. You have no idea. Qin Shiyun can only boil noodles. And they're horrid. Zhang Ming blurted out, eagerly serving herself a bowl of pig stomach soup. Qin Shiyun watched her unhesitatingly disparage her own cooking for the sake of food, shaking her head in disbelief. Ping looked at Zhang Ming with eager anticipation. Is it delicious? After a tentative sip, Zhang Ming nodded, her face lighting up with delight. It's delicious, even better than what you find outside. Ping, you've truly impressed me. I'll try the beef stir-fry next, she added, picking up a piece of beef to taste. Wow, Ping. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this impressive. You could rival a professional chef. Qin Shiyun furrowed her brows. Is it really that exaggerated? If you don't believe me, why not try yourself? Ping picked up Qin Shiyun's bowl and served her a portion of soup. Darling, give a taste. Qin Shiyun's fair cheeks flushed crimson. Ping, if you call me darling again, I shall be displeased. Ping's lips twitched into a smile. I won't call you that anymore. Although Qin Shiyun had clearly stipulated in their agreement that Ping could not privately refer to her as wife, each time he did, she found it less intolerable than she had imagined. Thus, she did not truly become upset, calmly sipping the soup, which was indeed delightful. Yet her modesty prevented her from praising Ping. Zhang Ming, thoroughly indulged in her meal, remarked while eating, "This is wonderful. Ping, you should handle dinner from now on. Eating out is hardly hygienic. Who knows the quality of the ingredients?" Ping chuckled, "No problem. You all can enjoy home-cooked meals from now on." He did not seek flattery. As a chef, recognition brought him joy, especially since he also needed to eat. Qin Shiyun suggested, Ping, how about you also take charge of breakfast? I will continue to provide the monthly living expenses and even give you a salary. Ping grinned. We are family. There's no need for living expenses. I'm not short on that, as long as you all enjoy the food. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun frowned slightly, wanting to express something, but ultimately refrained. Zhang Ming exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Shiyun, causing her cheeks to flush once more. I am so full and utterly satisfied, Zhang Ming declared, patting her stomach and teasing, Ping, I feel like I might gain weight. Ping laughed, don't worry. If you do gain weight, I'll prepare a diet plan for you to ensure you stay fit. That would be splendid. Sister, have you had your fill? Qin Shiyun nodded. I'm full. Zhang Ming, noticing Ping clearing the table, offered, do you need help? No need. Leave this rough work to me, he replied. You truly are a good man. Ping, Zhang Ming said with a grin. Ping chuckled as he headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming collapsed onto the sofa, both having overeaten that night. Sister, you've struck gold, Zhang Ming teased. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes. You're such a glutton. Has a single meal won you over? Haven't you heard? To win someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. Oh, it seems your stomach has been won over? Hee, but I won't fall so easily for just one meal. Besides, our relationship is merely contractual. Even so, does that mean it can't turn into something real? Let be, Qin Shiyun said with a hint of sadness. To me, marriage feels like a horror film. Zhang Ming understood the wounds in Qin Shiyun's heart, having witnessed the tragic marriage of her own mother, which had profoundly impacted her psyche. Sister, I understand your concerns. However, not every man in this world is untrustworthy or fickle. I believe you will find a man whose eyes are solely for you. Qin Shiyun forced a faint smile. Chapter 23. Group chat in the evening. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming had a habit of taking walks, so after sitting for a while, they ventured out for a stroll. Ping, feeling utterly bored, watched television for half an hour. Finding it unbearable, he retreated to his room for a cold shower. He slipped into a pair of size 42 flip-flops, donned a pair of beach shorts, and wore a floral short-sleeved shirt, which significantly diminished his dignified demeanor. He collapsed onto the sofa, took out his phone, and opened the workgroup chat, curious about what everyone was discussing. This group consisted of 5 members, including him, all leaders of special military operation teams, with Chun Ping being their commander. The leader of the Qinglong team, Yunlong, held the rank of Major General, with the codename Hidden Blade, known for his ability to kill silently. The leader of the Baihu team, Tianlang, also a Major General, carried the codename Butcher, having once led his team to slaughter an entire city of enemies. The leader of the Xuanwu team, Changfeng, was a Major General known by the codename Hunter, leaving none alive who fell under his gaze. Lastly, the leader of the Zhuke team, Shihun, also a Major General, bore the codename Ghost Hand, excelling in assassination, striking like the Grim Reaper at night, leaving no escape for his targets. Chun Ping perused the chat history, which was filled with trivial banter. It was more of a casual chat than a work discussion. As he scrolled through the messages, he wondered if any of them were speaking ill of him behind his back. Suddenly, Yunlong tagged Chun Ping and shared a picture of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clearly enhanced with filters. "Boss, what do you think of this girl?" "Not bad. She fits the boss's aesthetic perfectly." "Yunlong, who is she?" "She's not another celebrity." "Is she?" "Don't tell me you're trying to mock the boss." Before Chun Ping could respond, his companions were already engaged in lively conversation. They all knew that Chun Ping had a penchant for admiring beautiful women online. "This girl is not a celebrity. She just won the national beauty pageant that my dad was involved in. I thought the boss might like her, so I asked my dad to send me her picture to see if she appeals to you. If you do like her, I can arrange for my dad to introduce you," Yunlong explained via voice message. "Haha, Yunlong, you really understand the boss." "Exactly. The boss can never resist this." "Boss, hurry up and join us. Don't just lurk." Listening to the voice message, Chun Ping felt a wave of exasperation. "What do you lot think of me? A lecher?" "Boss, you finally spoke." "Haha, did you have a good time at home? By the way, how are mom and the sister doing?" "Boss, do you like this girl?" The 4 of them were ecstatic to hear Chun Ping chime in. "Home is indeed pleasant, mainly because I've escaped the clutches of you 4 nuisances. At last, I have some peace." "Boss, that is too hurtful." "Indeed." "Boss, let us set aside everything else for now. What do you think of this girl?" "She is the national beauty pageant champion, with both a stunning figure and a lovely face. Just give me a nod, and I'll have my dad personally deliver her to you," Yunlong teased. Chun Ping grimaced. "Get lost. I'm a married man now. I forgot to tell you. I got married today. You all have a sister-in-law now?" "What?" The group erupted with expressions of shock. "Boss, quickly share a photo of your wife in the group. Hurry." Chun Ping did not hesitate. He took out his marriage certificate, snapped a photo, and shared it in the group chat. "Oh my goodness. Boss, you actually got married?" "Qin Shiyun, what a beautiful name for sister-in-law. Not only is the name lovely, but this bare-faced photo completely eclipses the girl from earlier. Indeed, at first glance, this world champion pales in comparison to our sister-in-law. She looks like a country bumpkin next to her. To say she resembles a country girl is an understatement. Compared to our sister-in-law, she is simply unremarkable. My father's taste is truly lacking. I need to have a word with him." This group of sycophants began to boast about Qin Shiyun's beauty in the chat. Chun Ping, clearly pleased, inquired, "By the way, are there any tasks organized for the next few days?" "None. I'm just twiddling my thumbs here. I'm tempted to seek out the boss." "Please don't. You can go wherever you like. Just don't come looking for me." "Boss, that is rather ungracious of you." "Exactly. We were just discussing that in a few months it will be our mother's 60th birthday, and we must pay our respects." "And what about Linlin?" "Brother, you once promised to betroth her to me. That's over. Linlin has already gotten married." "What?" Yunlong exclaimed dejectedly. "How can this be? Linlin is really married? I only just found out. My niece is already several years old. You should give up on her." "Oh no, my Linlin's sister." "Regardless, we have already informed the organization. When our mother's birthday arrives, all colleagues will fly to the South Sea to celebrate." "Exactly, and big brother, how could you marry without inviting us? That is simply outrageous." "Don't worry, your sister-in-law and I haven't held the wedding ceremony yet. When the time comes, I will definitely inform you fools." "That is more like it. Anyway, I won't waste any more time with you. I need to check if your sister-in-law has returned." Chun Ping grew weary of their banter. They were his most trusted and close-knit brothers. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng had been out for a stroll for over an hour. Chun Ping opened the door, intending to step outside when he saw Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng laughing and chatting as they walked in. Chun Ping, what are you doing out so late? Zhang Meng asked. Chun Ping grinned. I noticed you hadn't returned, so I came to take a look. Zhang Meng scrutinized Chun Ping's attire and teased. Wow, are you worried the bride might run away so soon after getting married? Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes in exasperation. You're really tiresome. With that, she went inside. Chun Ping, I didn't expect you to dress so stylishly after taking off your military uniform. Zhang Meng joked. What do you think? Handsome, right? Quite handsome. Very casual and nice. Ha! After a meal, Zhang Meng's impression of Chun Ping had greatly improved. The two shared laughter as they entered the house together. Qin Shiyun changed her shoes and went upstairs to freshen up. Zhang Meng, with her cheerful personality, was not in a hurry and settled down on the sofa to chat with Chun Ping. Chun Ping, I have high hopes for you. If you put in the effort, you can still win Shiyun's heart. Do you know why Shiyun doesn't like men? How would I know? Let me tell you. Zhang Meng revealed the tragic story of Qin Shiyun's mother's suicide to Chun Ping. Chun Ping, I must inform you, if you truly cherish poetry, remember this. Never inflict harm upon her. Otherwise, refrain from letting your heart be swayed. Rest assured, I am a person of unwavering fidelity. I hope so. After conversing for half an hour, Qin Shiyun completed her evening routine, donning a seductive pink nightgown that showcased her flawless, fair legs as she stood upstairs. Are you sleeping with Chun Ping tonight? Zhang Meng chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I'm here, sister. With that, Zhang Meng nimbly ascended the stairs. Chun Ping gazed at Qin Shiyun above, utterly captivated by her beauty and allure. Chapter 24. The father-in-law, though Chun Ping and Qin Shiyun had known each other for less than 3 days. He had already succumbed completely during this brief period. This time, Chun Ping was earnest, unlike his previous infatuations with celebrities, where mere looks would compel him to envision marrying them. Sometimes a feeling can spark in an instant. It was akin to the moment he first laid eyes on Qin Shiyun in the restaurant. His heart raced, and he experienced the thrill of attraction. When one feels drawn to someone, every action becomes infused with intent. Early in the morning, Chun Ping rose and began preparing a heartfelt breakfast in the kitchen. He feared that Qin Shiyun might be picky, so he crafted an array of dishes: noodles, dumplings, fried eggs, and millet porridge. At this moment, Chun Ping resembled an ardent admirer, oblivious to his own devotion. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng awoke and completed their morning routines. As they descended the stairs, they were greeted by delightful aromas. Upon seeing the bountiful breakfast spread, Qin Shiyun's admiration for Chun Ping deepened. Wow, Chun Ping, you are truly amazing. Zhang Meng, the foodie, was thoroughly captivated by Chun Ping's efforts. If it's delicious, eat more. I feel so fortunate to awaken to such treats. Not one to be picky, Zhang Meng sampled everything in sight. Qin Shiyun savored a bowl of porridge and a few dumplings, feeling utterly satisfied. I'm full. Qin Shiyun wiped her mouth and announced. Chun Ping, I'm off to work. You can attend to your matters. Just return by 8 tonight. Chun Ping nodded. All right, I understand. By the way, could I borrow the car from your garage? It's inconvenient for me to go out. Sure, Qin Shiyun replied without hesitation, climbing upstairs to fetch the keys for Chun Ping. From now on, this car is yours. Chun Ping smiled, thank you. Well, I'm off to work. With that, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng exited, climbing into the Maserati. Sister, you just handed over the car like that. It seems you're quite fond of Chun Ping. Zhang Meng teased. It's just sitting there. If he needs it, why not let him use it? Qin Shiyun replied nonchalantly. Wow, so generous. Could it be that you have ulterior motives? Don't be ridiculous. You should know that my marriage with Chun Ping is merely a facade. Where would any hidden intentions arise? Not necessarily. As the saying goes, affection grows over time. You can just all you like. Right now, I have no inclination to discuss romance. We should focus on how to establish a connection with the Yun group. Absolutely, sister. I will gather all the information about the Yun group today. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in 100 battles. With that, they set off for work while Chun Ping tidied up. Upon arriving at the garage, Chun Ping found a red BMW parked inside. He took the car and set off. Half an hour later, he arrived at Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. Zhang Dali and Chen Lin had already come to the shop early to lend a hand. Although there were renovation workers present, they insisted on tackling some of the minor tasks themselves to save money. Early in the morning, Zhong Ke had dropped Ping Ping off at a kindergarten outside the community, staying there to ensure she wouldn't cry or fuss. "How's it going, brother-in-law?" Chen Ping greeted, dressed in his usual attire of denim jeans, a floral shirt, and flip-flops. "Why are you here so early?" Zhang Dali asked. "Good morning, brother. Just came to lend a hand." Chen Ping replied with a smile. "No need to help. We can manage just fine," Zhang Dali assured him. "Yes, brother. You should just go home and rest. We'll handle things here," Zhang Dali added with a grin. Lin can't sit still. I told her not to come. But she wouldn't listen, Zhang Dali chuckled. Chen Lin smiled slightly. "Of course, this is my first shop, so I won't be hands-on." "All right, I'll defer to your wishes. By the way, how long will the renovations take?" "Not long, about half a month until we can officially open," she replied. "That's wonderful. When we open, I'll bring my sister-in-law along," Chun Ping said enthusiastically. "Absolutely." With that, Chun Ping joined in, and the family shared laughter and joy, finding delight in their work, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. Happiness is indeed simple. Even when drenched in sweat, being with loved ones brings joy. After a decade of struggles, Chun Ping had grown weary of that life. Now, he realized he could embrace a different way of living. As noon approached, Zhong Ke had already prepared a meal at home, and the family gathered happily to enjoy their lunch before returning to work. In the afternoon, Zhang Dali and Chun Ping took a moment to rest outside the shop. Zhang Dali, savoring a cigarette, expressed his thoughts. "Brother-in-law, I must admit, it feels surreal. If you hadn't returned, I'm not sure how Lin and I would have managed. Mom might still be in the hospital." Indeed, had Chun Ping not come back, Zhang Dali and Chen Lin's lives would have remained chaotic. Chun Ping squatted on the ground, smiling. "Brother-in-law, life will only get better from here." Zhang Dali grinned. "Yes, once the shop is up and running, I'll work hard to earn money and ensure Lin and Mom live well." "Absolutely." As they conversed, a car pulled up abruptly in front of Chun Ping. A man in his 50s emerged, clad in a white suit and matching shoes, his hair slicked back with gel. His gaze fell upon Chun Ping, scrutinizing him with an expression of disdain. "Shurian, how did you end up with someone like this?" "Hey kid," the man called out. Chun Ping was momentarily taken aback. Looking up at the man, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed. Are you Chun Ping?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "That's all I needed to know. Come with me." Chun Ping's lips twitched in disbelief. "Who are you? Why should I go with you? Do we know each other?" "Listen carefully. I am Qin Jinan." "Never heard of you," Chun Ping replied, shrugging to indicate his lack of familiarity. Qin Jinan's eyelids twitched repeatedly as he exclaimed, "I am the father of Qin Shurian. Are you the one who married my daughter?" "What? You are Shurian's father?" Chun Ping responded. Seeing this, Chun Ping quickly stood up, his face adorned with a smile. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is my father-in-law." Qin Jinan looked at Chun Ping with evident disdain. "Don't call me that. I have not acknowledged you as my son-in-law." "Hee, it's just a matter of time," Chun Ping retorted. "Enough of your nonsense. Come with me." "Father-in-law, where to?" Chun Ping inquired. "You don't know where we are going?" Qin Jinan replied. All right. Chun Ping chuckled and turned to Zhang Dali. "Brother-in-law, please inform Mom and sister that I am going out for a meal with my father-in-law." Zhang Dali nodded. "Sure, go ahead." "Not bad. You've even taken my daughter's car?" Qin Jinan glared at the parked BMW, his teeth clenched. We are family. After all," Chun Ping replied with a smirk. "Who is family with you?" "Drive behind me. Lead the way, father-in-law," Chun Ping said as he followed Qin Jinan in his car. Chapter 25. Qin Shurian comes to the rescue before long. The two cars entered the Qin family estate, one after the other. "Come inside with me," Qin Jinan instructed Chun Ping after stepping out of the car, then proceeded into the villa. Fearless, Chun Ping donned his flip-flops and confidently followed him inside. In the living room, Qin Siwen was seated, accompanied by a young man around 25 or 26 years old, Zhao Sun, the heir of the Zhao group from Nanhai. Also present was Qin Jumin. Qin Jinan approached Qin Siwen respectfully, saying, "Dad, this is Chun Ping." Ever since Chun Ping entered, Qin Siwen had been scrutinizing him. Observing his attire, which resembled that of a street rogue, he expressed his bewilderment. Are you sure? This can't be right. Qin Siwen shot a glare at Qin Jinan, feeling no fondness for his son. Yesterday, he had dispatched someone to investigate Qin Ping and had specifically summoned Qin Jinan to inquire whether he was aware of Qin Shiyun's marriage. To his dismay, this fool knew nothing about it. Thus, Qin Siwen had ordered Qin Jinan to bring Qin Ping over to ascertain the situation. Qin Jumin disdainfully glanced at Qin Ping and remarked, "Grandpa, this fellow looks like a pauper. Does Qin Shiyun really fancy him? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. If this is not a sham marriage, I'll eat dirt standing on my head." Qin Siwen ignored him and, after a brief glance at Zhao Sun, turned his gaze back to Chun Ping. "Do you know where you are?" Chun Ping smiled slightly. "Isn't this my father-in-law's home?" Qin Jinan's face darkened as he pointed at Chun Ping. "Kid, who the hell is your father-in-law?" Chun Ping replied with an indifferent smile. "So, are you or are you not my father-in-law? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit. Seeing this, Qin Jinan helplessly called out in name. "Yes." Chun Ping turned back, grinning. Then that settled, and proceeded to sit on the sofa, looking at Qin Siwen. "So, what is the purpose of my invitation? Who allowed you to sit? Do you understand etiquette? This sofa costs hundreds of thousands. Look at you, drenched in sweat and filthy, just back from the construction site. If you dirty it, can you afford to pay for it?" Qin Junmin, witnessing Chun Ping's composure, took a seat on the sofa and immediately erupted in anger. He was curious to see if Chun Ping would be flustered by his words. However, Chun Ping remained calm, his expression slightly darkening as he directed his gaze towards Qin Jinan. "Father-in-law, who is this fool?" Qin Jinan, who had never held a fondness for Qin Junmin, was pleased with Chun Ping's remark and replied, "This is my nephew, Qin Junmin, the cousin of Shiyun." "Oh, so you're my brother-in-law. A pleasure to meet you." Chun Ping offered a faint smile to Qin Junmin. With a face ashen with anger, Qin Junmin pointed accusingly at Chun Ping. "What did you just say?" In response, Chun Ping flashed a charming smile. "Considering you are my brother-in-law, I shall overlook your rudeness this one time, but only this once." Never before had Qin Junmin been treated with such disdain, and he rose in fury, ready to confront Chun Ping. "Sit down," Qin Siwen interjected with a cold snort. "Grandfather, sit down." Left with no choice, Qin Junmin could only glare at Chun Ping in frustration. Qin Siwen was taken aback by Chun Ping's presence. It was evident that he was not intimidated by the Qin family. Turning to Chun Ping, Qin Siwen declared, "Chun Ping, I am Shiyun's grandfather. I have summoned you today to discuss an important matter." Chun Ping smiled slightly. "Ah, so you're a grandfather. It is an honor." "Indeed," Qin Siwen nodded slightly. "I will be straightforward. We are aware that Shiyun's marriage to you is merely a facade. We wish for you to initiate a divorce with her. Rest assured, I will compensate you double whatever Shiyun offers." Chun Ping surveyed the family with a knowing smile. "Who has informed you that my marriage to Shiyun is a sham? We are genuinely in love, which is why we chose to marry. How can it possibly appear false in your eyes?" Qin Siwen was momentarily taken aback, but continued, "Your denial is inconsequential, but do consider this. The opportunity is fleeting. If you proceed with the divorce, I will provide you with a sum sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. With your background, you cannot possibly be deemed worthy of Shiyun. Furthermore, I have investigated you. Your family is merely ordinary and unfit for the Qin family. Do not delude yourself into thinking that Shiyun truly cares for you. You are not worthy of her, nor of our family." Chun Ping, still smiling, shook his head. "First and foremost, I must convey a critical point. The woman I have chosen is solely mine. Should anyone dare to intervene, I will not hesitate to send them to their demise. Moreover, do not presume that I am unworthy of anyone. There exists no individual I cannot aspire to." Qin Siwen was taken aback by Chun Ping's words. He sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from Chun Ping's gaze. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Qin Junmin perceived Chun Ping as arrogant and could no longer tolerate his hubris. He stood once more, pointing threateningly at Chun Ping. "You dare to refuse my goodwill?" Chun Ping's expression darkened as he grasped Qin Junmin's finger, applying gentle pressure. "I warned you. Only one act of disrespect is permitted. Ah! Qin Junmin felt his finger bones shatter, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. You scoundrel! Release me, or I will kill you. Still shouting? Chun Ping twisted his grip, and with a sharp crack, Qin Junmin's finger was broken. Ah! Let go! Someone kill him! The Qin family member was in unbearable pain. Shouting out loud, Qin Siwen's expression turned exceedingly grim. Chun Ping, release him immediately. At that moment, a dozen bodyguards stormed in, fiercely surrounding Chun Ping. Unfazed, Chun Ping smiled calmly. Brother-in-law, consider this a lesson for today in light of Shiyun. Remember to keep a low profile in the future. With that, Chun Ping let go of Qin Junmin. Qin Junmin, clutching his broken fingers, glared menacingly at Chun Ping. Kill him! Kill him! The bodyguards were about to act on his command when suddenly, Qin Shiyun rushed in, exclaiming, Stop! The bodyguards hesitated, unsure of how to proceed upon hearing the young lady's command. Qin Junmin, unwilling to relent, screamed like a madman. What are you all waiting for? Kill him! Kill him! Qin Shiyun glared at Qin Junmin. Qin Junmin, enough! You want to kill my husband? You might as well kill me too. Qin Junmin shot her a fierce look before turning to Qin Siwen. Grandfather, help me kill him. Qin Siwen commanded. Take the young master away to tend to his injuries. Grandfather, I want to heal first. Qin Siwen coldly regarded Chun Ping. Rest assured, grandfather will not let you suffer in vain. Qin Junmin, seeing this, glared at Chun Ping. This matter is far from over. Just wait. Chun Ping paid him no mind. Chapter 26. A lesson from the wife. What brings you here? Silence. Chun Ping was met with a cold shoulder. After glaring at Chun Ping, Qin Shiyun bowed to Qin Siwen. Grandfather, whatever the issue, directed at me. It has nothing to do with Chun Ping. Qin Siwen, with a stern face, retorted, Chun Ping broke Junmin's finger, which is a slap to my face. I do not care about your relationship. This matter will not simply be brushed aside. Grandfather, I apologize. Please, for my sake, spare Chun Ping this time. Qin Shiyun earnestly pleaded. Qin Siwen barked, Enough. You brought this upon yourself, marrying someone just to stay in the Qin family. You dare to strike someone over mere words. Does that mean you will dare to strike me next? Let me tell you, our family cannot tolerate him. You should decide how to handle this. Don't say later that your grandfather was ruthless. Grandfather. Before Qin Shiyun could respond, Qin Siwen pointed to the door. Leave. Take him and get out of the Qin family. With reddened eyes, Qin Shiyun looked at Qin Siwen, feeling wronged. Qin Jinan, noticing the situation, quickly pulled Qin Shiyun aside. Shiyun, your grandfather is furious. You should go. Ignoring him, Qin Shiyun bowed once more to Qin Siwen. Grandfather, I'm sorry. With that, she took Chun Ping and left. Haha, all is well now, Qin Jinan said with a smile. Qin Siwen shot him a glare. You too get out. Qin Jinan grimaced. Yes. With that, he hurriedly exited. Qin Junmin hastily bandaged his wounds and, like a rabid dog, returned. Grandfather, how could you let Chun Ping leave so easily? Qin Siwen replied nonchalantly. Aren't you going to the hospital? Grandfather, I cannot swallow this. Go to the hospital first. Understood. Qin Siwen's gaze fell upon Zhao Sun, who had remained silent. Young Master Zhao, I apologize for the spectacle. Zhao Sun smiled faintly and said, Old man, had it not been for your assertion that Shiyun's marriage is a fade, I would not have come. Now, you cannot even handle a useless individual. How can we discuss this marriage further? Qin Junmin interjected, Zhao, as you can see, this Chun Ping is utterly incompetent. It is evident that Qin Shiyun has employed him. If we eliminate Chun Ping, the matter of Qin Shiyun's marriage will undoubtedly fall under your grandfather's jurisdiction, will it not? To be candid, my father is quite averse to this matter. Although it is possible that Qin Shiyun's marriage is a sham, it is, after all, a second marriage in name. As a person of stature, I, Zhao Sun, would be at a disadvantage marrying a woman who has been married before. However, I am not particularly concerned, as your sister is quite beautiful. I sincerely hope you can resolve this matter swiftly, Zhao Sun expressed. Naturally, Qin Siwen responded. Young Master Zhao, do not be anxious. Since I have promised to betroth Shiyun to you, there will be no alteration to this arrangement. Shiyun's intentions are to remain within the Qin family as an heir. She is my beloved granddaughter, and I cannot simply marry her off. Such an act would not only make her feel that I am partial, but would also disrupt the morale of the company, as some shareholders wish for her to inherit. However, rest assured, I have set certain rules. If Shiyun and Junmin can secure a partnership with the Yun Group, then whoever achieves this will be the heir of the Qin family. I have heard that young Master Zhao's father has connections with the Yun Group. Therefore, I would like you to converse with your father to facilitate an introduction for Junmin and the Yun Group. Once Junmin secures the collaboration, Shiyun will naturally step back. Once she withdraws, she will not overthink the matter, rendering the sham marriage devoid of significance. I will arrange everything thereafter. Zhao Sun nodded. Yes, rest assured, old man. This matter will be entrusted to me. Then I am most grateful. Zhao Xiao, thank you, thank you. It is nothing at all. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Zhao Xiao, allow me to see you off, Qin Junmin said as he accompanied Zhao Sun to the door, whispering, Zhao Xiao, can you truly tolerate Qinping? With a meaningful smile, Zhao Sun departed, leaving Qin Junmin in bewilderment. Grandfather, regarding Qinping, Qin Siwen glared at him. Set this matter aside for the moment. What we need to focus on now is negotiating a partnership with the Yun Group. Once this is achieved, the external shareholders will indeed regard you with newfound respect. Furthermore, do not linger at home. Starting tomorrow, you must go to the office. How can I entrust the group to you if you remain idle? But grandfather, what am I vendetta against Qinping? Qin Junmin still could not swallow his indignation. Once you ascend to the position of president, you will have ample time for revenge. Why can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Qin Junmin gritted his teeth. Very well. I advise you to head to the hospital promptly. Oh dear, I must rush to the hospital without delay. Qin Junmin exclaimed as he hurried off to the hospital, fearing that without immediate treatment, he might lose his finger. Qin Shiyun returned home with Qinping directly, having been informed by Qin Jinan that Qin Siwen had summoned Qinping. Concerned that Qinping might inadvertently reveal something or be swayed by temptation, she rushed home. Upon arrival, Qin Shiyun maintained a stern demeanor, seated on the sofa, glaring at the disheveled Qinping. Qinping, why did you resort to violence? Wife, I do not call me that. The Qin military personnel have repeatedly shown disdain towards me, and I could no longer endure it, so I resorted to striking him. Nevertheless, one should not resort to violence so casually. Your actions resemble those of a rogue. As Qin Shiyun spoke, she observed Qinping's attire, which was in stark contrast to his military uniform from the previous day, presenting a demeanor that was anything but dignified. Furthermore, whenever Qinping donned civilian clothes, an air of unruliness seemed to envelop him, which deeply displeased Qin Shiyun, leading her to feel deceived. This was his true self. She had chosen Qinping primarily because he was a soldier, exuding righteousness in his military garb. Very well, I shall strive to exercise restraint, Qinping replied nonchalantly. Strive for restraint? Does that imply you frequently engage in brawls? To some extent. Are you truly a soldier, or merely a scoundrel? Qin Shiyun questioned. Qinping's lips twitched. I am indeed a soldier. My frequent fights are merely part of my duties. Duties? What kind of duties necessitate constant fighting? Besides, the current peace in Huaxia hardly warrants such behavior. That is merely your perception. Huaxia has never been entirely tranquil. It is only because of soldiers like us that you enjoy a semblance of safety. Qin Shiyun chose not to further contest his military identity and inquired, do you find your appearance appealing? Qinping chuckled. It's passable. Not at all. You resemble any ne'er-do-well. To put it mildly, you appear akin to the previous generation of nonconformists. To be more precise, you resemble a young man lacking maturity. Moreover, you are already 28 years old and married. Can you not act with a bit more maturity? Must you venture out in slippers every day? And what are those gaudy clothes? I cannot fathom your thought process. Do you still believe you are 18? Qin Shiyun unabashedly critiqued Qinping's attire. Qinping felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had always dressed this way without anyone ever criticizing his appearance. Very well, I shall refrain from such attire in the future. Qin Shiyun nodded. Indeed, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Let this matter rest. Do not concern yourself with it. Remember, without my consent, do not heed any summons from the Qin family, not even from my father. Furthermore, you are prohibited from engaging in any further violence. Understood. Well, I must head to work. I shall return home around 8. Go on. I will venture out to buy groceries shortly. All right. Chapter 27. Yun Group. Yun Kuei. After Qin Shiyun departed, Chen Ping set out to procure groceries, intending to also revamp his wardrobe. Despite being chastised by Qin Shiyun, he felt an inexplicable sense of delight. Never before had anyone dared to instruct him on how to conduct himself. Qin Shiyun returned to the company, her mind laden with concerns. Her initial intention in marrying Chen Ping was to avoid marrying outside her family. However, Chen Ping's recent actions at the Qin household had escalated matters, and Qin Siwen had spoken harshly, leading her to contemplate whether to end this absurd union. Yet, should she terminate the marriage, she would lack justification to remain in the Qin family, and the shareholders supporting her would no longer have reason to back her in inheriting the family business. Shiyun, did Chen Ping inadvertently reveal something? Zhang Meng, noticing Qin Shiyun's grave expression, inquired anxiously. Qin Shiyun shook her head. Not exactly, it's just what? Qin Shiyun recounted the events that had transpired. Zhang Meng's face reflected shock. Chen Ping dared to strike Qin Jumin? Yes. Zhang Meng suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, well played. I never expected Chen Ping to be so manly." Qin Shiyun, however, wore a look of exasperation. How can you still laugh? It's because Chen Ping struck Qin Jumin that grandfather issued a stern warning. The Qin family cannot tolerate him. I must figure it out on my own. What do you plan to do? End things with Chen Ping? Qin Shiyun shook her head. I truly don't know what to do. Zhang Meng offered her consolation. Sister, why are you worried? They claim your marriage is a sham, yet you insist that your love for Chen Ping is genuine. What can your grandfather do to you? Didn't the old man promise the shareholders that as long as you secure a partnership with the Yun Group, you'll be the heir? Once you become the company president, you can deal with Chen Ping then. By that time, what difference does it make if the marriage is real or fake? Qin Shiyun found Zhang Meng's reasoning quite sound and nodded. You're right. Let's set aside these trivial matters for now. Our priority is to negotiate with the Yun Group. With a bright smile, Zhang Meng handed Qin Shiyun a dossier. President Qin, here are all the documents regarding the Yun Group. Okay, Zhang Meng continued. I've learned that the Yun Group is placing immense importance on their venture into Nanhai. Although the Yun Group is the foremost financial consortium in Daxia, they have never ventured into the south. Logically, this should not be the case. I've heard whispers that there is a powerful faction in the south that wishes to prevent the Yun Group from intervening. Qin Shiyun furrowed her brows. Who possesses such power? I can't say for certain. However, this information could be mere speculation. It's also possible that the Yun Group previously had no interest in expanding southward. But this time, they are serious. Do you know who is in charge of the Yun Group's operations in Nanhai? Who? Yun Kuei, the young lady of the Yun family. Her? Qin Shiyun was taken aback. The name Yun Kuei was renowned throughout Daxia. She was the youngest leader of the Yun Group and a well-known figure globally. Recognized as a formidable woman, her personal fortune was in the billion range, and she was the de facto heir of the Yun Group. Logically, there was no need for Yun Kuei to personally oversee the Yun Group's expansion into Nanhai. Indeed, I couldn't believe it at first either. Is it possible to get in touch with her? Zhang Meng shook her head. I've heard that Yun Kuei is in Nanhai, but no one has seen her yet. It's likely quite difficult to arrange a meeting. Qin Shiyun nodded. I will meticulously review the Yun Group's materials over the next few days and draft a proposal. When the time comes, you can accompany me to submit our plan to the Yun Group and see if it catches Yun Kuei's attention. Absolutely. At this moment, Qin Shiyun could only think of this course of action. The Yun Group was not an enterprise that could be easily approached. The Yun family was not only the leading financial consortium in Daxia, but also the royal lineage of the current ruler. In both business and politics, they held a preeminent position. It could be said that the Yun family was a colossal presence in Daxia. That evening, Qin Shiyun stayed late to review the materials. By 9 o'clock, she and Zhang Meng finally finished work and headed home. Preoccupied with thoughts of the meal Chen Ping had prepared, they had not eaten dinner. Chen Ping waited at home for them, his patience waning as the food grew cold in the pot, until they finally returned at 9:30. I am utterly famished. I shall devour 3 bowls of rice tonight, Zhang Ming exclaimed upon returning home. Chen Ping had changed into a fresh outfit for the evening, a white t-shirt paired with a standard pair of jeans, though he still wore flip-flops. In Qin Shiyun's eyes, compared to his faded jeans and floral shirt, Chen Ping appeared far more dashing now. Let us eat quickly. Why is it so late tonight? Chen Ping skillfully placed the dishes on the table. I had to work late, he replied. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming were indeed hungry. They washed their hands and sat down, eagerly awaiting the meal. Chen Ping served each of the lovely ladies a bowl of rice, saying, in the future, please inform me when you're working late, so I can prepare the meal sooner. All right, Zhang Ming exclaimed, unable to contain her eagerness to eat. Qin Shiyun accepted her bowl of rice with a gentle smile. Thank you. Noticing Qin Shiyun smile at him, Chen Ping grinned broadly. Wife, it seems this is your first smile directed at me. Qin Shiyun was momentarily speechless, her expression turning cold. Don't be foolish. Eat your meal. Oh, look who has shy. Zhang Ming laughed heartily as she observed Qin Shiyun bowing her head to eat. You can't even keep quiet while eating. Qin Shiyun's cheeks flushed at Zhang Ming's teasing. With a playful smile, Zhang Ming turned to Chen Ping. I heard you dealt with that insufferable Qin Junmin today. He deserved it for repeatedly disrespecting me. Chen Ping replied. Well done. You've certainly earned points with us today. You have no idea how much Shiyun and I detest him. You've avenged us. That's easy. If it makes you happy, I would mind giving him a beating every day. Ha. Chen Ping, you are simply delightful. Zhang Ming giggled uncontrollably. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at Chen Ping. I just told you today not to engage in fights. Chen Ping smiled awkwardly. Rest assured, dear. In the future, I will only strike those you permit me to. And if you wish for me to refrain, I shall. Qin Shiyun shot him a glare. How did I not notice your silver tongue before I met you? You take advantage of me. Refrain from calling me that, as we are not truly married. Even in a faux marriage, one can call their spouse such endearments. Zhang Ming chimed in, her loyalty clearly skewed. Good heavens, who are you really supporting? Whoever prepares delectable meals for me, I shall assist. Zhang Ming winked at Chen Ping as she spoke. Chen Ping lifted his bowl, cheerfully scooping rice. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Shiyun found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat isolated in her own home. Perhaps she and fully realized that her feelings for Chen Ping, in violation of their agreement, were not as anger-inducing as she had imagined. Chapter 28. Qin Shiyun submits day-to-days passed peacefully, marking a week of tranquility. Each morning, Chen Ping would assist Zhang Dali, remaining there throughout the day, only returning in the evening to prepare dinner. Recently, both Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming had been working late, typically returning past 9 o'clock. Throughout this week, they had been diligently preparing materials, hoping the Yun group would take an interest in the Qin group. Qin Junmin had also been at the company this week, though his time there was primarily spent making Qin Shiyun uncomfortable, with little to show for it. The staff held no fondness for the young master, yet they maintained a polite demeanor due to his status. In the upper management office of the Qin group, Qin Shiyun meticulously organized her materials and addressed Zhang Ming. Ming, would you accompany me to the Yun Corporation? Sure, Zhang Ming replied. With that, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming exited the office together. Oh, what brings you two out? Qin Junmin inquired with keen interest upon seeing them. Qin Shiyun responded nonchalantly. Is there a need for me to report to you? Qin Junmin chuckled with satisfaction. I don't need you to tell me. You're off to the Yun Corporation, aren't you? Frankly, without an introduction, you wouldn't even set foot in their door. Zhang Ming crossed her arms and smiled. Don't worry, we have our ways. Ming, ignore him. I'm not leaving, Qin Shiyun reassured. Okay. With unwavering confidence, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming departed. However, Qin Junmin felt a pang of worry and immediately dialed Zhao Sun's number. My dear Zhao, when will you introduce me to the Yun Corporation? Why the rush? Zhao Sun replied. It's not that I'm anxious. I fear Qin Shiyun may get there first. Rest assured, she cannot possibly secure a collaboration with the Yun Corporation. Then I can relax. Now, please compile a detailed dossier on the company. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to meet the head of the planning department at the Yun Corporation. He has full authority to represent them for collaborations in Nanhai City. Understood. Thank you, young Master Zhao. No problem. As Qin Jumin hung up, a smile crept onto his lips. Qin Shiyun, do you think you can compete with me? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhao Sun terminated the call with a knowing smile, seemingly plotting something. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming arrived by car at a towering building in the city center, the very location of the Yun Corporation's Nanhai branch. Established less than a month ago, despite its recent inception, the company was inundated daily by prospective partners vying for collaboration, though most were unable to gain entry, let alone discuss partnerships. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged woman greeted them and ushered them inside. This woman, a receptionist, had been convinced by Zhang Ming with considerable expense. President Qin, President Zhang, please follow me, she said. Having been compensated for her services, she led them to the reception area on the first floor. Shortly thereafter, she returned with 2 cups of tea, stating, President Qin, President Zhang, please take a seat. I will notify you when it's time. Qin Shiyun nodded appreciatively. Thank you. With that, the woman attended to other guests. The reception area was bustling with activity, and Qin Shiyun observed that most attendees were leaders from Nanhai and other groups. It was clear they were all there for discussions on collaboration. Zhang Ming, noticing the scene, expressed her concern, Sister, it seems everyone here is here to negotiate partnerships. I wonder if we will measure up. Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow. We shall leave it to fate. They waited for nearly 2 hours before the earlier receptionist returned. President Qin, President Zhang, thank you for your patience. Our manager is now available. Please follow me. All right. The woman guided them to the reception area on the first floor, leading them to the manager's office. The manager, Chen Hong, appeared to be in her 30s, her desk cluttered with documents from various corporations. Sister Hong, this is President Qin and President Zhang from the Qin Corporation. Hello, Manager Chen. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming greeted politely. Chen Hong merely glanced up briefly, responding coolly, Please, have a seat. Qin Shiyun took a seat opposite Chen Hong and presented the meticulously prepared materials. Manager Chen, here is a comprehensive overview of our group, along with our advantages across various sectors. Very well, I understand, Chen Hong interjected, not allowing Qin Shiyun to continue her introduction. She glanced at her and said, Please leave the documents. I will submit them for review to the relevant departments in due course. Should your company be selected, you will receive a phone call. Qin Shiyun inquired, May I ask how long this process might take? I'm afraid I cannot say, Chen Hong replied. As you can see, I receive hundreds of submissions from various groups daily. Who can tell how long it will take? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Shiyun realized that Zhang Ming had a more astute approach. She reached into her bag and produced a red envelope, discreetly handing it to Chen Hong. Manager Chen, I would appreciate your assistance. At the sight of the envelope, Chen Hong's demeanor shifted dramatically. Ms. Qin, I shall ensure your materials are submitted separately today. I believe we will have results swiftly. However, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee a partnership. Qin Shiyun expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Manager Chen. Should we have the opportunity to collaborate with your esteemed company, I will be sure to reward you handsomely. You're most welcome, Chen Hong replied. With the response secured, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming took their leave. That very day, Chen Hong delivered the materials of the Qin Group, uniquely and promptly. On the top floor of the Yun Group building, the task of reviewing the materials fell to Li Jie, the secretary to the company president. Li Jie was an exceptionally talented woman, strikingly beautiful, a true embodiment of grace. She was one of Yin Kuei's most capable aides. At that moment, she emerged from her office holding a document. President Li, this is the material that was just delivered, an assistant said as he approached her. Please place it in the office. I need to visit the president's office first, she instructed. Understood, the assistant replied. Afterward, Li Jie, in her high heels, knocked on the president's office door. The door was opened by a woman with a strikingly cold demeanor, dressed impeccably in a black blazer. This woman, named Li Jing, was Li Jie's sister, and together they formed a formidable duo, one cerebral, the other martial. Li Jing was a skilled fighter, serving as Yun Kuei's personal bodyguard. In the office's lounge area sat a middle-aged man, his expression stoic and his gaze sharp, unmistakably a master in his field. This man was Ba Tian, an elite protector of Yun Kuei. Approaching the desk, Li Jie looked at the young woman seated in the chair. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations, clad in an impeccably tailored gray suit with her hair tied in a modest ponytail. Despite her youth, she exuded an invisible pressure, radiating an air of nobility. She was Yun Kuei, the esteemed heiress of the Yun Group and a renowned figure in the business world. Miss, here are two sets of documents, one from the Wang Group and the other from the Lu Group. Both are family enterprises from Nanhai and prominent in the region. Among them, the Lu Group aligns most closely with our interests, as it operates solely in the private sector and is a well-established family business. In contrast, the Wang Group is involved in state-owned enterprises, suggesting a lack of transparency on their part. Chapter 29. Yun Kuei's intentions. Yun Kuei took the documents, casually glancing over them. Have you investigated the Lu Group's background? Are there any issues? Li Jie remarked. The investigation has been conducted, and no issues have been identified for the time being. Yun Kuei nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you should be well aware of the true purpose of our venture into Nanhai. Years ago, in an effort to stabilize the Lei family, the sovereign entrusted the entire economic lifeline of the South to them. Rather than express gratitude, the Lei family has monopolized the region, exhibiting aspirations akin to that of feudal lords. Presently, the economic landscape of Nanhai is entirely dominated by the Lei family. While their presence is yet to be felt in Nanhai, we cannot dismiss the possibility of their hidden influence lurking within. Our objective is to swiftly expand our foothold in the Nanhai market and subsequently seize control of its economic lifeblood, while simultaneously gauging the Lei family's response. Thus, we cannot afford to start from scratch as we did in the past. Our focus must be on identifying formidable companies to expedite our expansion in Nanhai and gain control over its economy. Li Jie nodded. Miss, I understand. Exactly. We can disregard other companies and concentrate on investigating the Lu Group to determine if it is affiliated with the Lei family's clandestine forces. If it is not, I will personally engage in discussions for collaboration, Yun Kuei stated. Understood. Mississippi. Li Jie promptly set about investigating the Lu Group. The Lu Group, a venerable family enterprise, was the leading force in Nanhai prior to the rise of the Lei family. Despite this history, Yun Kuei felt compelled to thoroughly investigate the Lu Group's background, for the Lei family had nearly monopolized the southern territories over the years, earning even the sovereign's respect. With the Lei family's ambitions growing increasingly audacious, the sovereign was compelled to take action. A direct confrontation was out of the question, as it would incite a civil war between the north and south of Daxia, potentially forcing the Lei family to rebel. The only viable course of action was to engage economically. This would serve both to probe the Lei family's stance and to establish the Yun family's presence in Nanhai, thereby thwarting the Lei family's dominance over the southern economy. This is why Yun Kuei took it upon herself to oversee operations in Nanhai. However, thus far, the Lei family had not responded to the Yun family's activities in the region. Yun Kuei felt an immense psychological burden about her presence in Nanhai, for this was no longer merely a business endeavor. Just then, her phone chimed, interrupting her troubled thoughts. Upon seeing the caller ID, her lips curved into a smile. Xiaolong, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you today. Sister, I heard you arrived in Nanhai? He inquired. Yes, I got here a few days ago. How could Dad possibly send you to Nanhai? If I don't go, should I send Dad instead? Sister, I've heard about the purpose of your visit. Although Lei Jun is still the formidable general of Daxia's southern command, he has been harboring rebellious thoughts. Should he take action against you, it could be perilous. Surely not. Lei Jun would target me? Does he not consider his status? He may not act directly, but the Lei family wields considerable power in the south, with many skilled individuals at their disposal. If he truly intends to deal with you, he could easily send someone. Brother, you need not worry excessively. Uncle Batian is also here to protect me. I should be fine. I know, but even Uncle Batian, no matter how formidable, can have moments of oversight. Then why not come to protect me? Yin Kuei jested. I wish I could, but I have no time. I've already submitted my application to Old Zhang to head to Nanhai. Uncertain of his intentions, she reassured him, Dear brother, you need not worry about me. I am safe in the military camp. Despite her absence, she conveyed delightful news. There is someone in the South China Sea. If he steps forward to protect you, Not even Tin Lei Jun would dare to harm you. Who is this formidable individual? He inquired. Indeed, it is my superior, Chun Ping, who is currently in the South China Sea. Yun Kuei gasped in astonishment. Chun Ping is in the South China Sea? This cannot be true. He was supposed to be with you. The voice on the other end belonged to none other than Yun Long, the leader of the Dark Knight organization's Azure Dragon Group, and also Yun Kuei's younger brother. Our superior returned to the South Sea long ago for a 3-year leave. I will call him shortly to ensure he stays close to protect you. A smile crept onto Yun Kuei's face. Will he agree? Rest assured, he will certainly grant this favor. Then I must rely on you. Not a problem. I will call him now. After ending the call, Yun Kuei couldn't help but laugh to herself, astonished that Chun Ping was indeed in the South China Sea. Li Jing, noticing her amusement, asked curiously, Miss, what brings you such joy? Yun Kuei replied, her happiness rare. You would not believe it. That man is actually in the South China Sea. Li Jing paused for a moment before asking, Chun Ping? Yun Kuei nodded, affirming, indeed, that extraordinary man is in the South China Sea. At that moment, Chun Ping was busily engaged in Zhang Dali's shop, much like a humble worker. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was Yun Long calling, he dismissed the call with a mutter. It must be trouble. The phone rang again, and with growing annoyance, he answered, spit it out. Hey, what's the boss busy with? If it's just for a chat, I am currently unavailable. This isn't a chat. I have a request for your assistance. I knew you were calling for something. What is it? Hey, did you know my sister is in the South China Sea? Your sister is in the South China Sea? When did she arrive? A few days ago. Oh, is that all? Yes. Boss, my sister's purpose for coming here is to confront Lei Jun. As you know, Lei Jun holds considerable power in the South, and I fear for her safety. I would like you to protect her. Chun Ping's face twitched in irritation. Have you lost your mind? I finally get a 3-year break, and you want to play bodyguard? Surely you jest. Besides, can't your family afford a bodyguard? Boss, I'm begging you. Get lost. You expect me to be a bodyguard for your sister? If the assailants find out that I, a prominent figure, am reduced to serving a woman, how am I to maintain my reputation? How can you say that? She is my sister, by relation. You ought to call her sister as well. Give me a break. She is only a month older than me. Boss, I'm asking you directly. Will you go or not? I will not. You disappoint me. I regarded you as a true brother, yet you reveal your true colors. From now on, I shall sever ties with you. Yun Long lamented over the phone. Chun Ping's eye twitched repeatedly. Enough of this. Out of respect for you, I will agree to protect her. However, if anyone dares to harm her, regardless of who it is, I will handle it. Really? Of course. Haha, your words alone suffice. My friend, you may take your leave now. With satisfaction, Yun Long hung up the phone, not truly expecting Chun Ping to act as a bodyguard for Yun Kuei. However, with Chun Ping's assurance, it was clear that Yun Kuei faced little threat in Nanhai, for he was well aware of this man's formidable prowess. Indeed, there is likely no one in this world capable of matching him. Chapter 30. Chun Ping meets Yun Kuei. After ending the call, Chun Ping resumed his tasks. According to the schedule, Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant would be opening in a week. Before long, the phone rang again, displaying Yun Kuei's private number. Chun Ping, are you truly in Nanhai? Upon answering, Chun Ping heard Yun Kuei's voice, laced with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Yun Kuei, have you arrived in Nanhai? Yes. I might be staying here for quite a while. Oh, I only learned of your return home from Yun Long. Had I known sooner, I would have reached out earlier. Hee. I only managed to take a break and return home with great difficulty. Only Yun Long and the others are aware. I understand. Your identity and whereabouts must remain confidential. Confidential? That's merely the organization's excessive worry. Indeed, with your capabilities, who would dare to provoke you? By the way, I heard you're here in Nanhai to deal with Lei Jun? Not quite dealing, just testing the waters. Moreover, the southern economy has long been under Lei Jun's control, which has displeased the ruler greatly. Hence, the Yun family has been called upon. Oh, I see. Chun Ping, do you have time for dinner tonight? I would like to treat you to a meal. Tonight? Am unavailable. How about tomorrow morning? All right. However, I have work commitments in the morning. Perhaps you could come to my office and we can have lunch together? Sound like a plan? Great. I won't keep you any longer. See you tomorrow. After finishing his work for the day, Chun Ping bid farewell to his family and drove to the market, as usual, to buy groceries. To showcase his culinary skills, he prepared different dishes each night. By the time he returned home, it was around 8 o'clock. With practiced ease, he rinsed rice, cooked it, chopped vegetables, and washed them, demonstrating skills rivaling those of a professional chef. If I weren't in the military, I would surely make a competent chef. Once Dolly's barbecue restaurant opens, I must take the helm in the kitchen, he mused as he heated the oil in the pan, praising himself with a chuckle. In high spirits, he hummed a little tune while cooking. Time always flew by when he was sought ing, and before long, the clock showed 9:30. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming returned home precisely on time, resolutely refraining from eating at the office, returning with empty stomachs, eager for a ready meal. As soon as Zhang Ming arrived, she rushed to the dining table for a glance. Upon seeing the spread of delicious dishes, she grimaced. "Oh dear, I'm bound to gain weight tonight. Chun Ping, I've gained 2 pounds this week. You must take responsibility." Chun Ping grinned. "How shall I take responsibility? By offering myself?" Zhang Ming squinted playfully. "I would love to, but I fear someone might not approve." Qin Shiyun teased. "What's there to disapprove of? Why not have Chun Ping and I get divorced, and you can marry him, ensuring you always have a meal?" "Haha, I wouldn't dare. Let us eat." Seated at the dining table, Qin Shiyun gently rubbed her abdomen, lamenting, "I feel I have gained weight. I can no longer indulge in such feasting. Alas, the allure of delectable cuisine is simply overwhelming. After this meal, I shall embark on a diet tomorrow. With your insatiable appetite, can you truly resist?" Zhang Ming teased. "Oomph. Let's eat to our heart's content first." As they conversed, both Zhang Ming and Qin Shiyun continued to relish their meal. After dinner, they plopped onto the sofa, patting their satiated bellies, a wave of regret washing over them. Once Chun Ping had tidied up, Zhang Ming and Qin Shiyun deliberately waited for him, eager to join him for an evening stroll. Having spent some time together, the trio had developed a harmonious rapport, seemingly accustomed to this lifestyle. Upon returning home, they each attended to their evening routines before retiring for the night. Another day had passed. The following morning, Chun Ping did not assist at Zhang Dali's shop. Instead, he drove to the Yun Group headquarters, following the address provided. A striking sight awaited him at the entrance, as Li Jie had arrived early to greet him, astonishing onlookers. The presence of someone capable of eliciting such a personal reception from Li Jie at dawn must surely indicate a person of great significance. In preparation for Chun Ping's arrival, dozens of security personnel had already cleared the area of any unwelcome visitors. At the entrance, a row of security guards stood at attention. As Chun Ping's vehicle came to a halt, Li Jie approached with a radiant smile, gracefully opening the car door. "Mr. Chen, you have arrived," she exclaimed, bowing deeply, her face aglow with welcome. Chun Ping responded with a slight smile. "You're being overly courteous." To which Li Jie replied, "Mr. Chun is an esteemed guest. We must show our respect. The young lady would have come to greet you personally had it not been inconvenient." "Ha." Chun Ping chuckled after you. As they conversed, Li Jie respectfully accompanied Chun Ping into the company building. Who could this individual be to command such deference from the esteemed Li? One could surmise that he was indeed a person of considerable stature. Despite his significance, he dressed modestly, indistinguishable from the ordinary. Curiosity about Chun Ping's identity swirled among the crowd, with whispers echoing in hushed tones. Soon, Chun Ping ascended directly to the top floor via a private elevator. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. "Hello, Chun Ping." Yun Kuei awaited him at the entrance, her face radiant with a smile as she extended a greeting. Nearby, Ba Tian and Li Jing regarded Chun Ping with evident reverence upon his arrival. Grinning broadly, Chun Ping reached out to shake her hand. "It has been quite a while. Yun Kuei, you are more beautiful than ever." Today, Yun Kuei had made a special effort to dress elegantly, donning a long black dress and tying her hair in a short ponytail. This attire, simple yet imbued with a subtle allure, exuded a silent temptation. Coupled with her innate grace and breathtaking beauty, she radiated an ethereal charm. Yin Kuei smiled softly. "Thank you for your kind words. Indeed, it has been over a year since we last met. The last time was when you came to see Yun Long. It seems you have been quite busy. It is not often one gets to see you." Chun Ping replied with a hearty laugh. "Please, Chen Ping, Yin Kuei invited, and together they made their way to the office, taking a seat on the sofa. Li Jie approached, bending slightly. Mr. Chen, would you prefer coffee or tea? A cup of tea, please. Thank you. Chen Ping replied, as Yin Kuei sat opposite him, crossing her legs elegantly. The atmosphere in the room was charged with anticipation. With admiration in her eyes, she gazed at Chen Ping, exclaiming, "You truly haven't changed at all." Chen Ping chuckled. "Is that so?" "Indeed," she replied. "You remain as approachable as ever, and still so handsome." This flattery delighted me, for I indeed possess striking looks. Not only am I handsome, but I also exude a genial charm. A man of your caliber makes me feel somewhat unworthy, yet you carry yourself without the slightest air of superiority. You're simply perfect. Certainly, who could fail to appreciate a man as exceptional as Chen Ping? Yin Kuei, being a woman, is no exception. There was initially a spark between them, but upon discovering that Yin Kuei was a month older and a renowned career woman, Chen Ping promptly dismissed any notions of romance. It is perplexing to consider his thoughts. As Yin Kuei embodies perfection, she is a woman of both beauty and intellect. Chen Ping, slightly flustered by her compliments, remarked, "If you continue to speak so highly of me, I shall become quite bashful." Yin Kuei smiled gently. "I merely speak the truth." Chapter 31. Current situation in the South. Chen Ping found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Yin Kuei was irresistibly alluring. He quickly changed the subject, inquiring, "By the way, I heard from Yun Long that your presence in Nanhai is at the behest of the sovereign?" At this, Yin Kuei adopted a serious demeanor, responding indeed. In recent years, the influence of the Lei family has grown significantly, particularly in the southern region, where Lei Jun has nearly monopolized the economy. Even the appointment and dismissal of local officials require his intervention. Moreover, intelligence reports indicate that Lei Jun has cultivated numerous underground factions and trained many formidable individuals. Most alarmingly, he has privatized the entire 50,000 troops of Nanjun. Furthermore, he has fostered close ties with the southeastern nations. Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Is it possible that Lei Jun harbors intentions of rebellion? Yin Kuei shook her head. I cannot make such assertions. However, various signs suggest that Lei Jun indeed harbors aspirations of independence. The sovereign can never tolerate the idea of national division. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Naturally. What plans does the sovereign have in mind? Yin Kuei smiled faintly. I am merely a merchant. You are a high-ranking official. If you're unaware, how could I possibly know the sovereign's intentions? Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. Do not jest. You are aware that the Dark Knight organization is a specialized military agency that does not directly engage in military or political affairs. Thus, I have no access to such information. Nevertheless, the fact that General Zhang has not summoned me back indicates that the sovereign is not yet inclined to adopt a hardline approach. Yin Kuei nodded. Yes, that is precisely the sovereign's intention. According to what my grandfather told me, the current Congress is deliberating on how to ensure that civil war does not erupt. Adopting a conciliatory stance towards Lei Jun simultaneously, efforts are being made to economically infiltrate and restrict Lei Jun's influence. Is that why the sovereign summoned you? Chen Ping inquired. Yes, but I am merely on the surface of things. In other regions, the sovereign has already begun consolidating economic power in the south. My objective is to openly seize market share in order to assess whether Lei Jun can tolerate such encroachment. You are indeed playing with fire. If my assumptions are correct, Lei Jun is unlikely to confront the sovereign directly just yet. Of course, I do not discount the possibility of other maneuvers on his part. Indeed. Besides, you have me, so what is there to fear? Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. Do you place such unwavering trust in me? Yes. You promised my younger brother that you would ensure my safety. Naturally, while I cannot be by your side at all times, should you require anything, simply give me a call, and I shall be at your service. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Chen Ping had not anticipated the current severity of the situation between the North and the South. Although he was somewhat aware, his prolonged stay in the North had left him with scant knowledge of Lei Jun. Lei Jun was the commander of the southern town of the Great Xia, holding the esteemed rank of Grand Marshal, a position of national importance. Over a decade ago, when the southeastern nations invaded the southern borders. It was Lei Jun who led his troops to annihilate the encroaching enemies. Following this battle, Lei Jun's reputation soared, instilling fear across the southeastern realms. He was, at that time, akin to a deity. With such monumental achievements, it was only fitting that he be rewarded. Lei Jun was, however, an extreme, self-serving individual. He demanded that the sovereign grant him control over the entire southern economy. The sovereign, not thinking too deeply, acquiesced, considering Lei Jun's significant contributions and allowing him to reap some benefits. Little did they know, Lei Jun would exploit this authority to cultivate his kin, gradually converting the state-owned finances of the South into his own private treasury, leading to severe financial losses for the Great Xia. Lei Jun transformed his management into dominance, forbidding any state intervention. He began secretly nurturing his private forces with these funds. Over the years, Lei Jun increasingly disregarded national laws, establishing a stronghold in the region and even interfering in the appointments of local officials. His actions had begun to pose a serious threat to the security of the Great Xia. While the sovereign could tolerate his family's market monopoly, he could not abide by Lei Jun's disruption of the state. It was precisely due to the sovereign's tolerance that Lei Jun had become somewhat uncontrollable. Nonetheless, Qin Ping held little interest in the covert power struggle between Lei Jun and the sovereign. As a soldier, he would act unreservedly if the nation called upon him. At that moment, outside the gates of the Yun Group, Zhao Sun had brought Qin Jumin to discuss collaboration. Zhao Sun, being acquainted with Su Guanghan, the manager of the company's third-floor planning department, effortlessly guided Qin Jumin to the third floor. The Yun Group had established its subsidiary in the South Sea less than a month ago, and various aspects were still in development. All employees had been drawn from various subsidiaries. The third floor was primarily responsible for internal planning. Naturally, Qin Jumin was entirely unaware of this. Following Zhao Sun's arrangement, he had brought company materials to discuss collaboration. As he accompanied Zhao Sun, he noticed many vacant positions in the third-floor office area, and the lack of personnel left him somewhat puzzled. Zhao Sun perceived his confusion and explained, "The Yun Group has just been established, and many departments are not yet fully developed. The planning department only commenced operations yesterday, which is why I brought you here today." Upon hearing this, Qin Junmin felt relieved. "Yes, thanks to young Master Zhao. I've heard that many enterprises cannot even gain entry. That is indeed the case. The Yun Group is the largest consortium in the Great Xia. Not just anyone can negotiate collaboration." "Absolutely." As they spoke, Zhao Su arrived at the door of the third-floor manager's office. He specifically cautioned Qin Junmin, "I have invested a considerable sum to secure this opportunity for you. Please refrain from speaking indiscreetly." Qin Junmin nodded. "Rest assured, I understand." "That is good." Zhao Sun knocked on the door. "Guomin." Zhao Sun escorted Qin Junmin into the office. The office, though modest in size, exuded a certain elegance. Su Guanghan, approximately in his 40s, donned a pair of spectacles and carried himself with a refined demeanor. He lifted his gaze towards the two, his attention settling on Qin Junmin. "Zhao Sun, did you not claim to be alone? Who is he?" Zhao Sun hurriedly introduced, "This is Qin Junmin, the heir of the Qin Group, and also my friend. He insisted on accompanying me today to meet you." With a broad smile, Qin Junmin interjected, "Manager Su, it is a privilege to finally meet you." Su Guanghan frowned slightly. "Zhao Sun, were it not for your father's standing, I would hardly make time for you. Have you not inquired? Everyone in Nanhai is eager to meet with me. The queue stretches well into the new year. Just look at the documents on this table. I can hardly keep up, all of them regarding potential collaborations. General Yun has instructed me to deliberate carefully, and my time is quite limited. If there is nothing pressing, I must ask you to leave." Hearing this, Qin Junmin felt a chill run through him, realizing the reality of large corporations, where even a departmental manager possessed more gravitas than Zhao Sun. Unperturbed, Zhao Sun approached. "Uncle Su, I am well aware of your busy schedule. I too do not seek to impose without purpose. I have heard you are responsible for Nanhai's planning, and I was hoping you could lend a hand." Su Guanghan, upon hearing this, resolutely declined. "Zhao Sun, if you are seeking to use connections, I will not assist you." "Understood." Chapter 32. Qin Junmin secures a partnership with a smile plastered on his face. Zhao Sun retrieved a bank card from his pocket and casually handed it to Su Guanghan. Uncle Su, here is 10 million, a token of my respect. Su Guanghan was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Are you attempting to bribe me? Uncle Su, do not misconstrue. This is merely a gesture of filial piety from your nephew. Rest assured, it is not meant to solicit any favors. Seeing this, Su Guanghan reluctantly accepted, since you insist. I shall accept it for now. But let it be understood, if you expect me to assist the Zhao family through back channels, this money will not be accepted. Fear not. Uncle Su, I will not impose upon you. That is more agreeable. Zhao Sun continued. However, Uncle Su, my friend here is very much eager to explore a partnership with your esteemed company. Could you take a look? Su Guanghan furrowed his brow. Zhao Sun, you are aware that while I oversee this aspect of the company, General Yin has made it clear that only firms with sufficient strength will be considered for collaboration. I am fully cognizant of the Qin family's capabilities in Nanhai. I implore you to extend a favor and review their proposal. If it does not meet your standards, I shall not press further. Su Guanghan, with a sense of resignation, nodded. Very well, I shall make an exception for you. Thank you ever so much. Su Guanghan then turned his gaze back to Qin Junmin. You're Mr. Qin, correct? Qin Junmin quickly nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed. Manager Su, have you brought your company's documentation? Yes, here it is for your perusal. Good. Su Guanghan took the documents and began to examine them meticulously, while Qin Junmin watched nervously. After a while, Su Guanghan lifted his eyes to Qin Junmin. Overall, your company aligns well with our requirements. The only drawback is your company's insufficient strength. To be candid, we are preparing to invest 300 billion in Nanhai for this collaboration. Currently, we have identified 3 potential companies, and the most suitable candidates are several leading enterprises in Nanhai. To speak frankly, your Qin group truly lacks qualification. Qin Junmin's face was marked by dismay. Zhao Sun chuckled and remarked, Su uncle, whether qualified or not, is it not merely a matter of your word? Qin Junmin quickly interjected, Su general, as long as you grant me a cooperation slot, I shall express my profound gratitude. Su Guanghan furrowed his brow, stating, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. It is simply that your company, Qin General, does not meet the necessary standards, and I am unable to proceed. Su uncle, we are family. Let's not speak as strangers. If you lend your assistance, I shall ensure that Qin General receives 20% of the profits from our future collaborations, Zhao Sun proposed. Qin Junmin nodded vigorously, exclaiming, yes, yes. I have no objections. As long as you help, we will proceed, as Zhao Xiao suggests. Isn't this tantamount to embezzlement? Su uncle questioned. What do you mean by embezzlement? This is merely Qin General showing respect. It does not involve your company's dividends, Zhao Sun retorted. Su Guanghan's expression wavered as he glanced between the two. Do you realize the company has 300 billion in collaborative funds? That amounts to 3 slots of 100 billion each. This is no trivial sum. 20% of the profits could yield a minimum of 1 billion annually, potentially even 3 billion. Qin General, are you truly willing? Upon hearing this figure, Qin Junmin gasped in astonishment, his heart soaring at the prospect. Absolutely. If Su General has any reservations, we can formalize our agreement. Su Guanghan contemplated for a moment, then resolutely replied, very well. For Zhao Sun's sake, I shall operate discreetly. However, Qin Junmin pressed, however what? Su Guanghan fixed his gaze upon him, stating earnestly, I can proceed discreetly, but your company must be capable of handling this. Otherwise, I too would be powerless to assist. Su General, how is this to be managed? Qin Junmin inquired. Su Guanghan elucidated. Our company has a stipulation. Upon selecting a partner, the second party must pay a 30 billion guarantee fee upfront. This amount will be fully refunded upon the conclusion of the collaboration. Naturally, once the guarantee is paid, we will promptly sign the cooperation agreement, and within 3 days, the 100 billion will be deposited into the second party's account without fail. Qin Junmin found himself in a quandary. 30 billion was indeed a substantial sum for the Qin group. Observing Qin Junmin's hesitation, Zhao Sun encouraged, what are you deliberating? 30 billion for a 100 billion investment. Does this require further contemplation? Such an opportunity is rare. Awakened by this insight, Qin Junmin swiftly nodded. No problem. I can take the lead on this. Excellent. Furthermore, in addition to the 30 billion guarantee, I must assess your company's overall strength. I cannot finalize this matter based solely on documentation. After all, I require General Yun's personal endorsement. Qin Junmin, unable to suppress his concern, queried, "What if General Yun does not approve?" "Fear not. General Yun has immense trust in me. As long as I advocate for this, she will not disagree." Zhao Sun reassured him. With his worries dispelled, Qin Junmin extended his hands, grasping Su Guanghan's firmly. Thank you, Su General. Haha, we are all friends here." Su Guanghan retrieved the document from his drawer and handed it to Qin Junmin. "Take this back and review it carefully. It outlines future collaboration projects and the partnership contract, detailing all pertinent matters. If there are no objections, please arrange for the 30 billion guarantee at your earliest convenience. Also, here's my business card. Please expedite arrangements for my site visit to your company. Of course, I will submit your company information for review and finalization by President Yun." Qin Junmin took the document and nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Yes, thank you very much, President Su, for this opportunity." Qin Junmin was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Guanghan. The mere thought of securing such a substantial deal made him giddy with anticipation. Envisioning how the company shareholders and Qin Siwen would elevate his status, while simultaneously dampening Qin Shiyun's authority. With this in mind, Qin Junmin felt as if he were floating. "Brother Zhao, I truly cannot express my gratitude adequately. Without your assistance, I would never have had the chance to collaborate with Yun Corporation," he remarked as they exited the company. Zhao Sun patted him on the shoulder, saying, "We're all friends. It's only natural to help each other. Brother Zhao, from this day forth, you are my closest friend. Whatever I can do for you, just say the word, and I shall do it without hesitation." It's not that serious. By the way, the 10 million you gave to President Su is on my behalf. It's a small sum. That won't do. It must be returned. I will transfer the amount to you shortly. Zhao Sun nodded slightly. All right then. Brother Zhao, I must return home now to share this momentous news with my grandfather. Would you like to join me? I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead. Finalize the details as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen changes. After all, many companies are vying for collaboration. Understood. I shall head back now. With that, Qin Junmin drove home eagerly. Zhao Sun watched his departing figure, a faint smirk creeping across his face. Chapter 33. Qin Siwen calls a shareholders' meeting. Qin Junmin rushed home, unable to contain his excitement. Coincidentally, several shareholders from a Qin family were present. Grandfather! Qin Junmin exclaimed, clutching the contract as he dashed into the living room. Qin Siwen, seated on the sofa with a cup of tea, responded, It seems Junmin has brought back good news. Grandfather, mother, aunt, you are all here." Upon seeing Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang, Qin Junmin greeted them warmly. Qin Zhaoxiang smiled. "Your grandfather mentioned that you met with Yun Corporation this morning to discuss collaboration. We were eagerly awaiting your good news. How'd it go, Junmin?" Wang Shufeng added with a smile. "Just look at Junmin. It's clear he has good news." Qin Junmin beamed with pride. "Mother, aunt, you are correct. This morning, thanks to Zhao Sun's introduction, I successfully negotiated with Manager Su, who is in charge of the collaboration." "Really?" Qin Siwen inquired. "Indeed," Qin Junmin affirmed, plopping down on the sofa. "Grandfather, truly. Look, I have brought the contract and the various project attachments." "Let me see," Qin Siwen said, his excitement palpable as he took the documents and began reviewing them intently. Meanwhile, Qin Junmin recounted the details of his conversation with Su Guanghan. After listening carefully, both Qin Zhaoxiang and Wang Shufeng fell silent upon learning of the 30 billion guarantee required, casting their glances toward Qin Siwen. After several thorough readings of the attachments, Qin Siwen could find no discrepancies. However, a slight frown formed on his brow as he looked at Qin Junmin. The contract and project collaboration appear sound. But do we truly need such a hefty 30 billion guarantee? Qin Junmin replied, "Grandfather, it is indeed a substantial sum, but this opportunity is truly rare. You are unaware of how many individuals aspire to collaborate with the Yun Group. Moreover, the Yin Group accommodates only 3 companies. Once this opportunity is missed, it will not present itself again. Furthermore, the 30 billion serves merely as a guarantee. Upon signing the contract, the Yin Group will promptly invest 100 billion into our venture. Grandfather, that is indeed a staggering sum. Yes, father, as long as we partner with the Yin Group, the Qin family will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the elite. Wang Shufeng remarked. Qin Siwen nodded slightly. Indeed, this is a significant opportunity. Yet the 30 billion guarantee poses quite a challenge. Grandfather, no matter the difficulty, we must gather the funds. Gathering the amount is feasible. However, my concern lies in the fact that once we submit the 30 billion guarantee, it signifies that the entire company has been drained of its resources. You should be aware of the risks involved. If we fail to secure the 100 billion investment from the Yin Group, our company could very well face bankruptcy. Thus, our collaboration with the Yin Group must be approached with utmost caution. Most importantly, we must thoroughly investigate whether Su Guanghan has the authority to represent them fully. Qin Siwen stated, Grandfather, you need not worry about that. Su Guanghan is indeed the manager of the planning department at the Yin Group. Many individuals cannot even gain entry to the premises. I had the privilege of meeting Su Guanghan directly within the Yin Group, so this is indisputable. Moreover, with Zhao Sun's assurance, do you not trust that? It is not a matter of trust. Rather, we must proceed with caution. Rest assured, Grandfather, in a few days, Su Guanghan will bring his team to inspect our company. He also wishes to ascertain whether we possess genuine capabilities. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall feel at ease. You have my word, Grandfather, I will not let you down. Qin Siwen nodded with satisfaction. Yes, if you can successfully negotiate this collaboration, I believe the shareholders will extend their full support. Thank you, Grandfather. Qin Siwen smiled faintly. We will convene a shareholders meeting tomorrow afternoon to discuss this matter and also prepare for the arrival of the inspection team. Additionally, we shall work on gathering the 30 billion guarantee. Thank you, Grandfather. Although Qin Siwen harbored some concerns and doubts, the allure of the 100 billion investment was simply too tempting. Moreover, the information provided by Su Guanghan was indeed authentic. Furthermore, the 100 billion investment from the Yin Group was not a mere verbal promise. It was clearly stated in the company's official documentation, with various collaborative projects available for verification. Qin Siwen had already conducted thorough investigations in this regard. Qin Shiyun, within the company, was also aware that Qin Jumin had gone to the Yin Group today, with Zhao Sun bearing the documentation. To be candid, since her visit to the Yin Group yesterday, Qin Shiyun had begun to harbor diminished expectations regarding the collaboration. A shareholders meeting at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Qin Shiyun received the notification about the meeting called by Qin Siwen, leaving her utterly perplexed. A shareholders meeting? Sister, could it be that Qin Jumin has already reached an agreement with the Yin Group? Zhang Meng inquired anxiously. Qin Shiyun shook her head. I am uncertain. I believe it is indeed the case. Otherwise, why would the chairman suddenly call for a shareholders meeting? Could it be that Qin Junmin is truly finalizing an agreement? Oh no, sister. If Qin Junmin has indeed secured a deal, we may find ourselves without a place in the company. Alas, if that is truly the case, then it is fate. Sister, have you resigned yourself to this? What else can we do? Oh, what shall we do now? Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng wore expressions of deep concern. The following afternoon at 2 o'clock, with a heart full of trepidation, Qin Shiyun attended the company's shareholders meeting. In the conference room, aside from Qin Siwen and a few others, all the shareholders were present. Qin Shiyun settled into her seat, and Qin Han leaned over to inquire, Shiyun, do you know the agenda for today's meeting? Qin Shiyun shook her head. I am unaware. I heard that Qin Junmin visited the Yin Group yesterday. Could it be that he has already reached an agreement with them? It's possible. Qin Han sighed upon hearing this. The external shareholders were quite hopeful for Qin Shiyun to take the helm. Chairman is here. As the door to the conference room swung open, Qin Junmin, with an air of confidence, assisted Qin Siwen into the room, followed closely by Qin Zhaoxiang and Wang Shufeng. Greetings, Chairman. The shareholders collectively rose to their feet. Qin Siwen approached the chairman's seat and gestured for everyone to take their seats, while Qin Junmin stood beside him. As he was not a shareholder, Today's shareholders' meeting centered on significant matters concerning the company's future development. Everyone should be aware of the Yun Group's establishment of a subsidiary in Nanhai. Moreover, the Yun Group is seeking strong companies for collaboration. Naturally, our Qin Group would not miss this exceptional opportunity. Through Qin Juanmin's relentless efforts, we have finally reached a preliminary cooperation intention with the Yun Group. This is monumental news for our company. You must understand that the Yun Group has proposed a collaboration fund of 100 billion. 100 billion is enough to buy 10 Qin groups. Such a substantial investment. If we succeed in this collaboration, we stand to gain 100 billion in investments, which is limitless for our company's future development. Therefore, to seize this opportunity, the entire Qin Group must unite to secure this collaboration. Qin Siwen spoke candidly. Chapter 34. Qin Shiyun has cast out. This was undoubtedly a bombshell, leaving everyone in the room visibly shocked. Soon, excitement replaced the astonishment. Who among them was unaware of the Yun Group? They all understood that the Yun Group's investment in Nanhai was significant. However, they also knew deep down that the Qin Group was hardly in a position to qualify. The shareholders began to discuss fervently, realizing that if this collaboration were to succeed, their own fortunes would soar. Who would turn away from such wealth? Only Qin Shiyun remained expressionless. Qin Han spoke up. Chairman, is this true? Qin Siwen nodded. Indeed. Jumin, please distribute the contract attachments and cooperation project for the shareholders to review thoroughly. Yes, Grandpa. Qin Jumin had already prepared several copies and eagerly handed them out. Shiyun, you should pay close attention, he added, casting a disdainful glance at her. Qin Shiyun ignored him and began to scrutinize the contract terms diligently. 30 billion as a security deposit? Isn't that rather excessive? The terms seemed sound in every aspect, yet that 30 billion security deposit posed a significant challenge. Greater risks yield greater opportunities, someone remarked. Indeed, I wouldn't mind a 30 billion security deposit, considering they are investing 100 billion. That makes sense, others chimed in, initially finding the 30 billion security deposit somewhat outrageous. However, upon contemplating the colossal investment of 100 billion, my perspective shifts, particularly with respect to the Yun Group. Its strength is beyond question. After reading through the details, Qin Han inquired of Qin Shiyun. Shiyun, what are your thoughts? Qin Shiyun responded with a hint of indifference. If it is indeed true, there should be no issue. The crux lies in the veracity of this matter. Qin Han nodded in agreement. Indeed. Grandfather, I wish to ascertain whether this is truly the case. Has the Yun Group genuinely agreed to collaborate? It is crucial to understand that if this turns out to be false, our 30 billion in security deposits, lacking the promised 100 billion investment, could lead to a complete collapse of the company due to this gaping hole. Qin Shiyun asserted with seriousness. Qin Han concurred. Shiyun speaks wisely. Should we commit all our funds as a security deposit, and if the Yun Group's promised capital fails to materialize promptly or is delayed, our financial chain would be irrevocably severed. At that point, not only production, but even the payment of employee salaries would become exceedingly challenging. As they spoke, uncertainty began to seep into the minds of the others present. Could the Yun Group truly be concerned about such a sum? What kind of business could be pursued amid such paranoia? Wang Shufeng derided. Indeed, the foremost financial consortium of the Great Xia. What does 100 billion signify to the Yun Group? This opportunity is a hard-won endeavor for both military and civilian sectors, and should it slip away, who bears the loss? Qin Zhaoxiang remarked. Qin Shiyun interjected, Aunt, cousin, that is not my intention. I merely advocate for the company to exercise due caution. Shiyun, I perceive you harbor jealousy. You fear that I might secure a partnership with the Yun Group and subsequently be ousted. Qin Junmin scoffed. If that were the case, I would uphold my commitments. My concern is solely for the company's safety, Qin Shiyun declared with conviction. Your words are more melodious than the song itself. Unable to negotiate successfully, you resort to questioning me? Is it not jealousy? Qin Siwen disregarded Qin Shiyun's remarks and confidently stated, I have thoroughly investigated this collaboration, and I assure you, it is no fabrication. Furthermore, in 5 days, Manager Su from the planning department of the Yun Group will arrive to conduct an inspection on behalf of the first party. accompanied by an evaluation team. Should the inspection pass, upon the payment of $30 billion in security, the contract will be signed immediately. Within 3 days of the contract signing, the $100 billion investment will be transferred to our corporate account. With great wealth comes inherent risk. I shall say no more. Let us proceed to a vote. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Siwen was the first to raise his hand. Following suit, Qin Zhaoxiang and Wang Shufeng raised theirs as well. These three accounted for over 40% of the company's shares. Observing this, the remaining shareholders hesitated but ultimately joined in raising their hands, with a majority now in favor. Qin Han, too, felt compelled to raise his hand. Noticing that Qin Shiyun remained unmoved, Qin Siwen continued, "Since everyone is in agreement, let us now address the matter of the security deposit. The company account currently holds $5 billion. The remaining $25 billion should be supplemented by each of you according to your shareholdings. As the Qin family holds over 40%, I will contribute $11 billion. The remaining $14 billion must be deposited into the company account by each shareholder before tomorrow evening." Upon hearing the request for additional investment, a wave of hesitation washed over the attendees. Perceiving the silence, Qin Siwen coldly remarked, "Of course, if anyone is unwilling to invest, I shall not force your hand. However, when it comes time for dividends, do not claim that I did not notify you. I shall invest. I shall invest." With a bold gamble, everyone ceased their hesitation and unanimously agreed. Observing this, Qin Shiyun stood up and declared, "I withdraw." "Shiyun, are you certain?" Qin Siwen inquired. Qin Shiyun held a mere 3% stake, which was reluctantly given to her by Qin Jinan under Qin Siwen's insistence. Initially, Qin Jinan held a substantial share, only to be undermined by this individual. Even the dividends from her small stake had mostly been squandered by Qin Shiyun on Qin Jinan's extravagant lifestyle. Thus, she found herself unable to contribute much financially, and indeed, she had no desire to do so. "Grandfather, I am certain." Qin Siwen nodded. "Very well. Additionally, to facilitate a successful collaboration between the military and the Yun Group, the position of general manager shall temporarily be entrusted to Qin Junmin." Qin Shiyun offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall depart from the company today." "Shiyun, that is not what I meant. Once the collaboration is successful, I will hand the presidential position to Qin Junmin, and you will continue as general manager, assisting Junmin diligently." "Thank you, grandfather. I am weary." After uttering this, Qin Shiyun stormed out of the conference room in a huff. Consequently, the shareholders' meeting concluded, with Qin Junmin assuming full control of the entire group. Qin Shiyun returned to the company with reddened eyes. Although she had anticipated this outcome, it still brought her great sorrow. Despite her tireless efforts for the company, Qin Siwen always regarded her as an outsider. Anyone in her position would feel deeply hurt. Zhang Meng had been waiting for news, and upon seeing Qin Shiyun enter with teary eyes, she surmised the outcome. "Sister, could it be?" Qin Shiyun nodded slightly yes. "Qin Junmin has successfully negotiated the collaboration. It seems too smooth. Furthermore, my grandfather has appointed Qin Junmin to replace me and take full responsibility for the company. Sister, do not be disheartened." Qin Shiyun forced a smile and took a deep breath. "It's all right. In truth, there is nothing to mourn. I should have relinquished my claim long ago. This place never truly belonged to me. Indeed, it's good that you can come to terms with it." Just then, Qin Junmin sauntered in with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Qin Shiyun, why haven't you left yet?" Qin Shiyun cast him a glance, but chose to ignore him, instead focusing on packing her belongings to leave for good. "Junmin, don't get too smug," Zhang Meng retorted indignantly. "Ha, why shouldn't I be? I told you this position would eventually be mine. However, if you wish to stay, I would be more than happy." Qin Junmin chuckled. "I also mentioned that you should dream on. Meng, let us go and not pay him any mind." "All right." Laughter echoed in the office, as Qin Junmin reveled in his triumph. Chapter 35, Dare to Bully My Wife? With Qin Siwen leveraging the entire group to elevate Qin Junmin, Qin Shiyun was left with no choice but to depart in disgrace. Though Qin Siwen claimed this was only temporary, he would never allow Qin Shiyun to regain control of the group. Moreover, he had always intended for Qin Shiyun to marry into the Zhao family, seeking familial benefit. He had no genuine desire to retain her within the company. This time, Qin Shiyun felt utterly despondent, she realized that no matter how well she performed, Qin Siwen would never bequeath the company to her. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming left the company in a state of dejection. Once in the car, Qin Shiyun could no longer contain the grievances that surged within her heart. Tears welled in her eyes as Qin Shiyun fought back the urge to cry. Forcing a faint smile, "It's nothing serious." Zhang Ming, seeing her friend so distressed, tenderly urged, "Sister, if you feel like crying, just let it out." Qin Shiyun turned to her, a single tear trickling down her cheek, yet she maintained a hint of a smile. "Honestly, I don't care about staying in the company or becoming the heir. You see, my mother passed away early, and my father is a despicable man. My grandfather favors males over females. No one has truly cared for me since childhood. I've always hoped to be valued by my family, which is why I've strived to excel. Over the years, I have worked tirelessly to prove myself in the company, simply wanting to stand my ground. But in the end, I am nothing but a joke. No matter how exceptional you are, they will never regard you. Sister, since they don't care about you, you must persevere even more. Don't let them have the satisfaction of seeing you falter." Yes, indeed. Qin Shiyun wiped her tears and smiled. "That's right. From now on, I will no longer dwell on these matters. I will embrace joy every day. Aren't you always wanting to go roller skating? How about we do that?" "All right," she exclaimed with a giggle. Qin Shiyun adored ice skating, but had always lacked the time, especially after starting work. Zhang Ming, her university classmate, often accompanied her to skate during their college days. It was their sole shared pastime. Before long, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming arrived at a roller skating rink bustling with people and a vibrant atmosphere. The rink primarily catered to the youth, with many couples using skating as a means to foster intimacy. The proprietor played upbeat songs and adorned the venue with colorful lights to create an inviting ambience. Observing the couples gliding hand in hand, Qin Shiyun felt her spirits lift considerably. "Sister, let us go change our shoes." Yes. Qin Shiyun went to change her shoes, while Zhang Ming discreetly pulled out her phone to call Chen Ping, informing him of Qin Shiyun's low spirits and her presence at the skating rink. She urged him to come quickly and seize the opportunity. It must be said, Zhang Ming was quite resourceful. Chen Ping was busy working at Zhang Dali's shop when he learned of this exhilarating opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he hopped into his car and sped over. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the rink like a rocket. Eagerly, he purchased a ticket and noticed roses for sale. He spent 5 yuan on a single flower. After changing into his skates, he made his way to the entrance, scanning for Qin Shiyun's figure. In the dim lighting, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming were the focal point, two stunning beauties naturally drawing the attention of all the men present. The rink was never devoid of social types, who often lingered there in search of prey. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming had come to lift their spirits, and initially, all was well. However, it wasn't long before a group of tattooed youths began to show off their skills near them. When they found their attempts at impressing Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming unsuccessful, they resorted to deliberately colliding with them in an attempt to initiate contact. Qin Shiyun had no desire to engage with these youths and, noticing their persistent advances, prepared to leave. Yet, the group would not let her pass, frequently bumping into her in an effort to trip her up. Although Qin Shiyun was adept at skating, the harassment from a few men left her flustered, rendering her unable to move from her spot. Zhang Ming, equally distressed, approached Qin Shiyun and glared at the ruffians, demanding they leave immediately. "Oh, the beauty has quite the fierce demeanor. We're merely having some fun, aren't we? You came here to entice men, didn't you? Perfect, we'll just play with you," they taunted, their words laced with mockery. Qin Shiyun, already in a foul mood, retorted angrily, "Shut your filthy mouths. Get away from me. Damn it, you're really asking for it." One of the ruffians shouted, rallying his companions, who began to encircle the two girls, their hands reaching out. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming, terrified, cried out in alarm. The cacophony of loud music mingled with the laughter of onlookers, none of whom came to Qin Shiyun's aid. Instead, they erupted into fits of laughter. At that moment, Chen Ping caught sight of the ruffians tormenting Qin Shiyun. Hearing her cries sent a surge of anger coursing through him. Despite being a novice at skating, he charged into the fray without hesitation. Remarkably, even on his first attempt, Chun Ping glided effortlessly across the ice. A rose clenched between his teeth. He sped toward Qin Shiyun. As Qin Shiyun was forced to retreat, she stumbled, tilting backward. Ah! She gasped in alarm. Just as she braced for a fall, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, halting her descent. In her shock, she looked up to find a familiar face, handsome with a hint of mischief, his eyes filled with warmth and a vibrant rose in his mouth. For a fleeting moment, her heart raced. Chun Ping? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as her lips curled into a smile. Chun Ping steadied her with one hand, still holding her slender waist, and then presented the rose to her. Darling, are you all right? Instinctively, she accepted the flower, replying, I'm fine. Chun Ping grinned. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Just then, the ruffians, emboldened, advanced threateningly. Zhang Meng seized the moment to escape their clutches and hurried to Qin Shiyun's side, nervously addressing Chun Ping. They're bullying us. Teach them a lesson. Unlike Qin Shiyun, Zhang Meng was not one to mince words, her frustration evident. Chun Ping instinctively placed himself protectively behind the two women, his expression turning wicked as he faced the oblivious ruffians. Dare to harass my wife. You've truly bitten off more than you can chew. Damn, you're quite the cocky one. One of the ruffians retorted, rallying his companions. Confident in their numbers and skills, they charged at Chun Ping on their skates. However, Chun Ping showed them no mercy. He swiftly extended his arm, striking out at the oncoming thugs. The sound of slaps echoed in the air as his movements were too quick to follow. Those once bold ruffians found themselves spinning through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Though Chun Ping had held back, his strikes were still formidable. The ruffians writhed in pain, clutching their bruised faces as they spat blood onto the ice. Chapter 36. The Unvarnished Truth. Wow. Chun Ping is incredibly handsome. What a fighter. How dare you ruffians harass me? The audacity. Zhang Ming clapped her hands gleefully, reveling in the spectacle. Qin Shiyun was also taken aback. She hadn't even seen how Chun Ping struck. Initially worried that he might falter, she was astonished to see several ruffians sprawled on the ground, bloodied, in mere seconds. Chun Ping, let's go. Qin Shiyun tugged at his sleeve. Chun Ping turned with a smile. All right, I'll follow my wife. Just as they were about to leave, a group of ruffians, associates of those beaten, emerged from the crowd outside the skating rink. These local delinquents were not about to let such an affront pass without retaliation. Before long, over a dozen of them, wielding iron rods and brimming with hostility, stormed into the rink. How dare you strike our brother here? Brothers, let us take him down. The thugs, emboldened by their lack of skates, rushed at Chun Ping with their makeshift weapons. The skaters, frightened, scattered in all directions. Zhang Ming, hiding behind Chun Ping, anxiously whispered, Chun Ping, are you going to be all right? Chun Ping replied with a calm smile. A man should never admit defeat. Qin Shiyun, her brow furrowed in concern, cautioned, Chun Ping, please don't be reckless. They have weapons. Be careful. Hey, does this mean I can fight, dear wife? Chun Ping teased. Qin Shiyun, frowning, retorted, is this really the time for jokes? Just watch. Your husband has never lost a fight. If I even move an inch against these small fry, it counts as defeat. Stop boasting. They're charging at us. Just watch closely. Ah, Chun Ping, be careful. As the two women, being of gentler disposition, witnessed the thugs swinging iron rods toward Chun Ping, they could only scream, shutting their eyes in fear. Facing the incoming blows, Chun Ping revealed a cold smile. With a swift motion, he struck out, sending the iron rods flying from the thug's grasp. Before they could regain their composure, he followed up with another strike. They felt as if their faces had been struck by iron, losing all sense of weight as they crashed to the ground. The remaining ruffians, still bewildered, rushed forward only to meet the same fate, sent sprawling in all directions. In an instant, the scene was filled with the agonized cries of the defeated, leaving those who had hoped to mock Chun Ping utterly astonished. All right, my dear wife, it's all over. Chun Ping turned to the two women who were clutching each other, too frightened to open their eyes. Zhang Ming slowly opened her eyes and gasped upon seeing the thugs scattered on the ground. How did you manage to take on so many at once? Qin Shiyun, equally shocked, asked, Chun Ping, Are you really that skilled at fighting? Chen Ping nodded with pride. What do you think? Impressive, right? Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Stop talking. Let us hurry and leave. Qin Shiyun urged, anxious about the possibility of further trouble, pulling Chen Ping along. This time, no one dared to obstruct Chen Ping's path. After changing their shoes, Chen Ping drove off in a red BMW, while Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming took the Maserati. As soon as they were in the car, Zhang Ming noticed Qin Shiyun carefully placing a rose on the dashboard. Oh, what exquisite roses! How could one bear to part with them? Qin Shiyun's cheeks flushed. Why would I throw them away? They're so beautiful. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. My dear sister, roses symbolize love. Surely, you're not accepting Chen Ping's affection, are you? Absolutely not. Don't be ridiculous. Sigh. If it were me, I would turn pretense into reality. Chen Ping is simply wonderful, handsome, a skilled cook, and quite formidable. Such a man is the epitome of perfection. Qin Shiyun remained silent, lost in thoughts of Chen Ping. Indeed, he was impeccable. As a woman, she, like any other, yearned for a partner who would cherish and adore her. She was no exception. Regardless of her outward strength and excellence, she longed for tenderness and care. Just moments ago, she had felt the warmth of being protected and loved. Chen Ping's presence bestowed upon her an immense sense of security, awakening her own desires for such feelings. Yet, Qin Shiyun was apprehensive. She feared reliving her mother's painful experiences. She dreaded the fickleness of men and was even more terrified of the indifference that often follows marriage. This was the reason she had always shied away from love. However, can one truly escape the grasp of affection? Upon returning home, Qin Shiyun felt a significant lift in her spirits, all thanks to Chen Ping's recent display of valor on her behalf. It was a rare indulgence for the typically obedient girl who abhorred fighting. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ping's defense stirred feelings of exhilaration and thrill within her, sensations she had never encountered before. Zhang Ming, still bubbling with excitement, sat on the sofa, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, confess honestly, how did you become such a skilled fighter? Qin Shiyun's curiosity piqued as she stared wide-eyed at Chen Ping. With a grin, Chen Ping settled across from them. Hee, you wouldn't believe it. At 13, I was abducted by a mysterious old man. He proclaimed me a rare martial arts prodigy and insisted I become his disciple. Reluctantly, I trained under him for 5 years. 5 years later, when the northern frontier of the Great Xia faced invasions from multiple nations, my master sent me down mountain, stating that those who practice martial arts must defend their homeland in times of crisis. In my youthful arrogance, I descended with nothing but a sword, heading straight to the battlefield. You see, the Great Xia army was being slaughtered by the enemies, suffering consecutive defeats. In that dire moment, I appeared on the battlefield, unafraid of the numerous enemy experts. With my blade in hand, I cut through them as if they were mere shadows, single-handedly repelling a million-strong enemy force. It was then that the commanding general of the northern frontier, Zhang Jun, recognized my prowess and invited me to join the military in service to my country. Naturally, I accepted, and from that day forth, I became a soldier under General Zhang. Later, due to his military achievements, General Zhang was promoted to the highest rank in the military, and I accompanied him back to the headquarters. Subsequently, he conferred with the monarch and established a secret organization, appointing me as its supreme leader while allowing me to select elite members. Henceforth, I began to serve my country from the shadows. Chen Ping spoke nothing but the truth, leaving Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming in stunned silence. Chen Ping, you truly are a master of embellishment. Your words evoke the essence of a protagonist from a novel. Zhang Ming, utterly unconvinced, remarked with disdain. Qin Shiyun nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. Chen Ping, you ought to consider writing a novel. The tales you weave are indistinguishable from reality. Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. I assure you, every word is true. These are my personal experiences. Zhang Ming and Qin Shiyun remained skeptical. We believe you, we truly do. Yet, why do I sense disbelief from you? We genuinely believe. Unless you swear it. Chen Ping, perhaps you should focus on what we shall dine on tonight. I'm in a foul mood today. You must prepare my favorite dishes. Chen Ping gazed at the two food enthusiasts, rendered speechless. What shall we eat? You may decide. Qin Shiyun pondered. Let's go grocery shopping together. We'll buy whatever looks appetizing. You shall handle the cooking. Isn't that obvious? I'm the one who cooks. Indeed, let us go. Chen Ping, you shall drive. Chapter 37. The grand opening of Power Barbecue Restaurant in high spirits. Qin Shiyun dismissed her sorrows, pulling Chen Ping along to the market, her inaugural visit. The two ladies, unperturbed by anything else, found everything novel and engaging, indulging in shopping without reserve. Meanwhile, Chen Ping trailed behind, burdened with an array of bags, feeling like a weary dog. Upon returning home, the two ladies reclined on the sofa, while Chen Ping donned an apron, laboring in the kitchen, perspiration beading on his forehead. The effort was worthwhile, for Qin Shiyun, at that moment, seemed blissfully unaware that the constraints of their prior agreement had all but faded. With each utterance of "my wife" from Chen Ping, she gradually lost herself, beginning to savor this way of life. With Zhang Meng as her ally, she felt that if this lifestyle could continue, it would indeed be a source of true happiness. Thus, the days passed in joy. Rarely having such leisure, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng chose to relax completely. To attend to their needs, Chen Ping refrained from assisting Zhang Dali. He spent his days accompanying them on shopping excursions, grocery shopping in the afternoon, and strolling together in the evening. As they spent time together, the bond between Qin Shiyun and Chen Ping deepened, and their prior agreement was forgotten. My dear, have you finished preparing? In the evening, Chen Ping called upstairs to Qin Shiyun. What is your hurry? We shall be down shortly. Came Qin Shiyun's disgruntled reply from above. Tonight marked the grand opening of Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. Chen Ping had informed Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng earlier in the afternoon, and they were eager to join the festivities. After a prolonged wait, the two finally descended the stairs, having selected a lovely dress. Qin Shiyun wore a flowing white dress adorned with subtle patterns, revealing a glimpse of her elegant legs. A pair of white flats complemented her outfit, paired with short, sheer stockings. Her simple yet understated appearance radiated a natural beauty akin to a blossoming white lotus. Particularly in recent days, having spent time at home, she lacked the fervor from her work. At this moment, she resembled a gentle maiden, serene and composed. In contrast to Qin Shiyun's tranquility, Zhang Meng opted for a more daring ensemble. A black leather pencil skirt, accentuating long, alluring legs adorned with black stockings, exudes an irresistible temptation. The upper body is clad in a white fitted shirt, showcasing a proud bosom that seems poised to make an appearance at any moment. With a subtle makeup touch and delicate features, she embodies the essence of a captivating enchantress. Zhang Meng, noticing Chen Ping's unwavering gaze upon them, teased, "Are you spellbound?" Qin Shiyun smiled gently. "Chen Ping, do you find it appealing?" Chen Ping replied with a smile. "Indeed, you both look stunning in anything you wear. However, tonight's attire accentuates your beauty even more." "Such sweet talk, I adore it. Let us go." Chen Ping then drove the two stunning beauties to Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The establishment, named Dali Barbecue Restaurant, may have a humble name, but it was bustling with patrons that evening. A banner proclaimed the opening for 3 days, with complimentary beer throughout the venue. After several days of promotion, throngs of people had come to sample the fare. The head chef was Zhang Dali, who had also enlisted several barbecue chefs and a few waitstaff. Chun Lin was at the front desk with Ping Ping, managing the cash register, while Zhong Ku was also assisting in the restaurant that night. "Wow, the business is thriving," exclaimed Zhang Meng as she entered the bustling establishment. "Of course," Qin Shiyun responded. "Chen Ping talks incessantly about Zhang Dali's culinary skills. It appears to be quite impressive. Yes, I intend to indulge thoroughly tonight. Eat up, little foodie." Upon entering, the two beauties brought an additional wave of excitement to the barbecue restaurant, drawing countless admiring glances. Chen Ping, with a cheerful demeanor, led them to the front desk. "Sister, are you busy?" "Brother, you're here. It is a bit hectic tonight," Chen Lin replied with a bright smile. "Uncle, I want a hug." "Hee, did my little darling miss her uncle?" "Yes, I did." Chen Ping joyfully lifted Ping Ping into his arms. noticing Qin Shiyun following behind. Chun Lin politely greeted, "Miss Qin, you've arrived too?" Qin Shiyun nodded, taking out a red envelope from her bag and handed it to Chun Lin. Lin, wishing you prosperous business. Zhang Ming also presented a red envelope, smiling, Lin, wishing you thriving business. Chun Lin, feeling slightly overwhelmed, responded, "Miss Qin, Miss Zhang, you are too kind. I'm already delighted that you could come. I can't accept this money." Chun Ping interjected, "What do you mean, Miss Qin or Miss Zhang? Just call me brother-in-law. Take the red envelope from your sister." Zhang Ming added, "We're not strangers. You can simply call me sister, as I'm only a little older than you." Huh? Chun Lin hesitantly accepted the red envelope. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, elder sister." Zhang Ming smiled. "Now that's more like it, Lin. Qin Shiyun, not minding at all, chuckled, Lin, please don't be so formal with us." Chun Lin smiled gently, "Yes. Yes." Chun Ping playfully teased Ping Ping. Ping, call her aunt. Ping Ping turned to Qin Shiyun and exclaimed, "Aunt, hello. Such a good girl. Come here for a hug from Aunt." "Aunt, hug me." Qin Shiyun, feeling bashful from Chun Ping's antics, rolled her eyes at him while reaching for Ping Ping. "You are such a sweet child. Wife, feel free to help yourselves. I will lend a hand." "Go ahead." Chun Ping made his way to the kitchen, where Zhang Dali was busy at the grill, sweating profusely. Zhang Ke was also in the kitchen, assisting with minor tasks. "Mom, you shouldn't be doing this," Chun Ping said as he stepped in to take over. Zhang Kajian smiled upon the arrival of Chun Ping, saying, "Since we have some time to spare, it is better to engage in a bit of labor." "Brother, you're here," Zhang Dali remarked while grilling meat. "Mother, she simply cannot sit idle. Even if we suggest she rest, she insists on lending a hand." Chun Ping chuckled, "Mother, your daughter-in-law has arrived. Should you go and strengthen your bond?" "Ah, Shiyun is here," she exclaimed. "I must go keep her company." Indeed, upon hearing that Shiyun had arrived, Zhong immediately set aside her tasks and went out. "How are you holding up, Dolly? Are you tired?" Zhang Dali grinned widely. "A little fatigue is good. When running a shop, one fears idleness. If I'm not tired, it means there's no business, and I would prefer to be this busy every day." Though he spoke thusly, he added, "If you're this busy every day, do not overexert yourself. Just hire a few more hands. Do not wear yourself down. Rest assured, brother-in-law, my health is robust." "You, overworking yourself." Chun Ping sighed with a wry smile and assisted Zhang Dali from behind. The kitchen was bustling with 2 grill chefs, a stir-fry chef, and several assistants. As time passed, the number of guests swelled. The establishment, spanning over 300 square meters, was filled with dozens of tables. Even outside, additional tables were set up. Initially, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming were engaged in conversation with Zhong Kejian when they noticed the staff outside struggling to serve and clear dishes. The 2 lovely ladies, unconcerned with their status, rolled up their sleeves to help wipe tables and clear plates without hesitation. Chapter 38. Collecting protection fees, they toiled until after 11 o'clock. Finally, finding a moment of respite, as most of the patrons had departed, Zhong Kejian, along with Ping Ping, decided to head home for some rest. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals arrived outside. Each bore tattoos on their arms, and their hair was dyed in various colors. As this rowdy group entered the establishment, they raised their voices, with the leader finding an empty table to sit at while the others followed suit. With a loud bang, the leader slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Is everyone dead?" Chun Lin and Qin Shiyun were seated at the front desk, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the commotion, Chun Lin personally approached the man. "Boss, what would you like to order?" The man scrutinized Chun Lin before shifting his gaze to Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming, demanding, "Have those 2 beauties come over to place an order. I'm afraid that they are my relatives. I am the owner here. Please tell me what you need directly. Do you not understand human speech? I want them to come over." The ruffians began to stir and murmur amongst themselves. Zhang Ming, hearing this, furrowed her brow and confidently approached, stating coldly, "If you are here to eat, you are welcome. If you intend to cause trouble, I suggest you leave immediately." Wow, the beauty is quite fierce. The bravado of Zhang Ming stemmed from her confidence, bolstered by Chun Ping's presence. Qin Shiyun also stepped forward, calmly inquiring, "What do you require?" "Beautiful lady, may I place an order with you?" He taunted, eliciting laughter from the ruffians. Qin Shiyun's expression hardened as she pointed towards the door. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Humph. Brothers, let them understand what we are here for. No sooner had he spoken than the ruffians overturned tables, creating a cacophony of noise. The other patrons, alarmed by the chaos, fled without finishing their meals. At the forefront, a man with an air of arrogance ignited a cigarette, sitting casually as if nothing were amiss. The considerable commotion attracted the immediate attention of Zhang Dali and Chen Ping, who rushed out. My dear, what is happening? Chen Ping inquired, suddenly emboldened. Qin Shiyun pointed at the seated figure, exclaiming, he has come here to cause trouble with his associates. Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. He was genuinely incensed. His Achilles heel was his family, and these ruffians truly deserved condemnation. Zhang Dali, however, remained unperturbed and instead offered a smile, saying, I am the proprietor here. If you have matters to discuss, I am at your service. The audacious man glanced at Zhang Dali and proclaimed, listen closely. We are here to collect a sanitation fee. Conducting business on this street necessitates a monthly payment of 30,000 for sanitation. Upon hearing this, Chun Lin retorted with indignation, on what grounds? Are you from the Sanitation Bureau? If you refuse to pay, rest assured we will return every evening, the man threatened. You are extorting us. Do you believe I won't report this? Ha ha ha, report? Brothers, smash this shop and let this foul woman understand the might of the Nanhai Qin gang. Chen Ping, witnessing the scene, maintained a smile and remarked, ah, so you are from the Qin gang. This is merely a protection fee, and we understand the rules. Come with me, and I shall settle your dues. Brother, sister, leave this to me, Chen Ping interjected courteously, leading the group outside the establishment. At that moment, the street was devoid of pedestrians. Kid, hand over the money, the audacious man demanded. Chen Ping, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile, warned, do you believe you will escape unscathed today? The man hesitated for a brief moment, then, enraged, shouted, you're seeking death. With that, he swung a punch at Chen Ping. Chen Ping swiftly grasped his fist, applying a crushing grip, and the sound of shattering bones echoed. Let go, or I swear I'll kill you. The audacious man's fingers were grotesquely crushed, distorting his face in agony. What are you waiting for? Finish him. The henchman finally reacted, charging at Chen Ping. Seizing the audacious man's hand, Chen Ping twisted it, eliciting a harrowing scream as the man's arm was violently broken. With a powerful kick to his chest, Chen Ping sent him flying, leaving his fate uncertain. Raising his fists against the approaching dozen men, Chen Ping felled them one by one with ease. Within moments, all lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Having accomplished this, Chen Ping returned to the shop as if nothing had transpired, addressing Zhang Dali and Chen Lin, sister, brother-in-law. All is well now. Zhang Ming cheerfully approached, waving her fists. Chen Ping, did you pay the sanitation fee with that? Chen Ping chuckled, understanding without explicit acknowledgement. Ha ha, brother-in-law. Is everything truly all right? Indeed, just tidy up a bit. All is well. That's a relief. Zhang Dali sighed in contentment, stating, everyone hasn't eaten. I shall prepare some food in the kitchen. I'll help. Chen Ping replied, to be honest, I am quite hungry. Zhang Dali and Chen Ping busied themselves in the kitchen while Chen Lin and Qin Shiyun tidied the aftermath. Before long, an array of grilled meats accompanied by several side dishes graced the table. Zhang Dali also brought over a case of beer, cheerfully greeting everyone. Thank you all for coming. Please indulge yourselves tonight. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, causing my stomach to rumble. Zhang Ming gazed at the table laden with barbecue delights with sheer delight, unable to resist sticking out her tongue. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at her antics, remarking, look at you. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable and eat, Chen Ping urged, as the group gathered around the table to savor the feast. Such a harmonious scene was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a group of ruffians. Outside the shop, a dozen vehicles came to a halt, followed by the emergence of several dozen thugs wielding clubs. They surrounded a bald man, whose fierce demeanor was accentuated by a black ring on his pinky finger. He strode into the establishment with an air of menace. Close beside him was the previously arrogant man. whose twisted right hand suggested he was enduring considerable pain as he trailed behind. As the gang entered, they violently smashed the tables, startling the diners who were enjoying their meals. Chun Lin and Zhang Dali turned pale at the sight of the intruders, while Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng froze. Their utensils halted midair, eyes wide with apprehension. Chun Ping, holding a bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, faced away from the door. His expression had darkened to an ominous degree, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. "Boss, it was that scoundrel sitting down who struck me." The arrogant man pointed viciously at Qin Ping. The bald man, with a menacing glare, boomed, "We of the Qin gang have always been the ones to strike others. No one dares to lay a hand on our disciples." Zhang Dali and Chen Lin recognized the bald man as ordinary individuals. They were clearly intimidated by the presence of such malevolence. Chen Lin, in particular, trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 39. Bald Zhang, who Chun Ping gently set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising slowly as his eyes glinted with murderous intent. The moment the bald man's gaze met Chun Ping's, his previously fierce demeanor froze in place. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he appeared as if he were rooted to the spot. After a few seconds, his expression shifted continuously. The ferocity faded from his face, replaced by a sycophantic grin. The arrogant man, bewildered, glared at Qin Ping and said, "Boss, it was this scoundrel who struck me." Unbeknownst to him, within those few fleeting seconds, the bald man had already mentally cursed his entire lineage. "How dare you?" The bald man could no longer contain his fury. Grabbing a bottle of soy sauce from the table, he swung it with all his might at the arrogant man's head. With a resounding crack, the soy sauce bottle shattered, splattering a mixture of soy sauce and blood across the arrogant man's face. He screamed, clutching his head, his expression one of utter despair as he looked at his boss. The entire scene left everyone dumbfounded, including the thugs behind him, who stared in shock at their leader. "Get lost," the bald man exclaimed, still seething, as he seized a bottle of chili sauce from the table and delivered another blow to the arrogant man. The spicy sauce was scattered chaotically, clinging to the wounds, causing the arrogant man to writhe in pain on the ground. At that moment, his face resembled a dye house. The onlooking subordinates, bewildered, dared not inquire further. Not only were they dumbfounded, but Chun Lin and Zhang Dali exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng were equally taken aback by the bald man's actions. Adjusting his expression, the bald man donned a sycophantic demeanor and bowed deeply to Chun Ping, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I apologize for startling you. It was never my intention. It was this bastard who caused the disturbance. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this once." The bald man's demeanor shattered everyone's preconceived notions yet again. As Chun Ping approached the bald man, he dared not meet his gaze, bending at a 90-degree angle. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the cold sweat trickling down the bald man's brow. This man was none other than Zhang Hu, the regional leader of the Qin gang. He had narrowly escaped death at Chun Ping's hands previously and was acutely aware of Chun Ping's ruthlessness. Chun Ping leaned in, wrapping an arm around his neck, pulling him closer, and coldly whispered in his ear, "This is the last time. Clean this place up. Take your men and leave immediately. Additionally, I do not wish for this man to survive in this world. You may handle it as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Get out," he commanded, instructing his subordinates to return the furniture to its original position and clean up the wreckage. The subordinates exchanged glances, confused by the sudden shift. Zhang Hu barked, "Hurry." The fear of their leader's wrath galvanized them into action. In no time, the ground was spotless, and the tables and chairs were restored to their rightful places. Zhang Hu bowed deeply to Qin Ping before hastily dragging the arrogant man out of the establishment. Watching them depart, Chun Ping turned back with a faint smile. "All right, everyone. Please continue your meal." A sigh of relief escaped from Chun Lin and Zhang Dali. Zhang Meng, filled with curiosity and excitement, exclaimed, "Chun Ping, you are incredible. Without lifting a finger, you scared that bald man out of his wits." With a chuckle, she added, "But why was he so afraid of you?" Everyone looked toward Chun Ping with intrigue. He raised his fist, a slight smile gracing his face. It's because my fist is sufficiently formidable. Do not be misled by their appearance as gangsters. They are merely bullies who prey on the weak. When faced with someone stronger, like that bald man, they bow and scrape. Laughter erupted in agreement. Indeed, some people only bully the weak. Chen Ping, you are truly remarkable. Allow me to toast to you. Come, everyone. Let us raise a glass to Chen Ping. The earlier tension dissipated as Chen Ping's words allowed them to forget the perilous scene they had just witnessed, and they continued to indulge in the delicious feast. Outside, Zhang Hu, drenched in sweat, climbed into his car, not forgetting to slap himself a few times in disbelief. That was too close. His gaze was simply terrifying. I nearly lost control. Zhang Hu mumbled in the back seat. A subordinate in the passenger seat turned around and asked, "Boss, why are you so afraid of that kid? Why be so polite to him? With our numbers, we could have just taken him down." With a sharp slap, Zhang Hu silenced him. "Who do you think you can take down? You're always talking about fighting. Do you realize the extraordinary prowess of that person? Do not underestimate your kind. Even those skilled in inner strength would find it futile. Is he truly that formidable? Do not delve too deeply, or you may find yourself oblivious to your demise. I have encountered a multitude of characters, yet none quite like Chen Ping. He exudes an aura of terror that is palpable. To oppose such a man is to invite certain doom. Listen well, from this moment forth, no one shall dare to cause a disturbance at the barbecue restaurant. Should anyone be so audacious, I shall personally flay them alive. Furthermore, gather a few brothers to keep watch over the establishment. If that fool dares to cause trouble or indulge in drunken antics, he shall be dealt with decisively. Understood, brother? Additionally, eliminate Ajun and dispose of him in the sea to feed the fish." Zhang Hu's gaze was fierce. "Brother, Ajun has been with you for so many years. Are you truly going to go through with this? What other choice do I have? Would you prefer me to end up as fish food? However, why do you have to prattle on so much? If I say to kill him, then kill him. It is merely a consequence of Ajun provoking the wrong individual. Understood, brother. Ensure this task is executed cleanly and discreetly, so the brothers remain unaware that I ordered his demise. Additionally, provide him with a sum for his family. Rest assured, Chief." Zhang Hu felt cornered. Chen Ping's intentions were unmistakably clear. If he did not eliminate the arrogant man, he feared for his own life. Poor Ajun was swiftly taken to the seaside under the guise of receiving medical attention. His fate, however, was grim. He was brutally murdered by Zhang Hu's confidant and unceremoniously discarded into the ocean as bait. With the troublemaker gone, Chen Ping and his companions reveled in the evening's festivities. Even Qin Shiyun, who typically abstained from alcohol, partook in a few glasses of beer. Zhang Meng, on the other hand, indulged freely, consuming one beer after another until she was quite inebriated. The joyful gathering continued until the early hours of the morning. Chen Ping possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, remaining entirely sober. He assisted Zhang Dali in tidying up, only to find Zhang Meng passed out on the table, while Qin Shiyun's cheeks were flushed and her eyes dazed. Unmistakably intoxicated, with no other options, Chen Ping found himself in a compromising situation, one arm around each of the two exquisite beauties. How many men would envy such a fortune? Despite being a lifelong bachelor, Chen Ping was a gentleman and would not take advantage of their inebriated state. Upon returning home, he escorted the two lovely women upstairs, gently placing them on the bed. As he gazed upon the breathtaking scene of the two enchanting beauties lying on the bed, he nearly lost his composure. Do not indulge in impropriety, he admonished himself, hastily making his exit. Chapter 40. Su Guanghan inspects the Qin group at 9 in the morning. Outside the gates of the Qin group, a striking red carpet lay prominently displayed. Qin Siwen, impeccably dressed, stood at the entrance of the company. Beside him were Qin Junmin and a throng of shareholders. Today marked a significant occasion for the Qin group, as representatives from the Yun group were arriving for an inspection. After a brief wait, several luxury vehicles glided into the company compound. Qin Junmin jogged to one of the car doors, cautiously opening it. "Welcome, Mr. Su, to our inspection." Inside the vehicle sat Su Guanghan and the inspection team. "You are too kind, President Qin," Su Guanghan replied with a smile as he stepped out, followed by a woman clad in a professional skirt suit, holding a notebook and exuding an air of competence. Suddenly, several individuals descended from other vehicles, each adorned with identification badges from the Yun Group. "Mr. Su, it is an honor to finally meet you," remarked Qin Siwen, entirely oblivious to any potential issues amidst the commotion. He greeted warmly, extending his hand in a gesture of welcome. Qin Junmin quickly introduced, "Mr. Su, this is my grandfather, Qin Siwen, the chairman of the group." Su Guanghan clasped Qin Siwen's hand with both of his, exclaiming, "Chairman Qin, your personal reception is truly flattering. From now on, we shall be friends. When friends arrive, it is only natural for an old man like me to welcome them personally. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope Mr. Su will forgive us." "Not at all, not at all. Please, Mr. Su." Su Guanghan proceeded to shake hands with each shareholder in turn, subsequently being surrounded as he entered the company premises for an inspection. "Mr. Su, although our company pales in comparison to yours, we do possess a certain degree of strength in Nanhai City, with involvement across various industries. Indeed, it is precisely your company's capabilities that prompted Mr. Yin to send us for this inspection. If all goes well, we can sign a contract this morning." "That would be splendid. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I assure you, it will not go unrewarded in the future." Well said. Qin Siwen and Qin Junmin were filled with elation, and not just them. The entire Qin Group's shareholders began to envision the possibilities of their impending collaboration. An investment of 100 billion would elevate even a modest workshop into a first-rate enterprise. Qin Siwen personally guided Su Guanghan on a tour of the entire group, showcasing the various production facilities. Along the way, Su Guanghan and the accompanying inspectors meticulously examined each workshop, conducting real-time data analyses. Everything appeared to be in order, further solidifying the confidence of Qin Siwen and his associates. 2 hours later, in the top-floor conference room of the company, Su Guanghan sat comfortably, with Qin Siwen at his side, while the remaining shareholders were present. "Chairman Qin, your company's operations align perfectly with our collaboration needs. Your firm indeed possesses the capacity for partnership," Su Guanghan declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Siwen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. May I inquire if the contract is ready?" "Certainly." Just as he finished speaking, a beautiful assistant presented Su Guanghan with a contract. He accepted it and handed it to Qin Siwen, saying, "Chairman Qin, here is the original contract. Please review it carefully. We have made a few additional stipulations. If you find everything satisfactory, we can proceed to sign." "Very well." Qin Siwen began to scrutinize the contract, noting that several new clauses had indeed been added, all of which favored the Yun Group, instilling him with further confidence. "No issues here," Qin Siwen concluded. Passing the document to Qin Junmin, "Have all the shareholders take a look. If there are no objections, we shall sign the contract." Following this, the shareholders each examined the contract and expressed no dissent. "Mr. Su, we are ready to sign the contract." "Of course." Su Guanghan continued, "As per the contract requirements, a guarantee deposit of 30 billion must be paid prior to signing. Are you prepared for this?" We have been ready for quite some time." "Then I kindly ask Chairman Qin to transfer the funds to the company account at this moment." Qin Siwen nodded and said to Qin Junmin, "You should make arrangements immediately." "Yes, sir." Su Guanghan smiled slightly. "Chairman Qin, let us proceed with the signing." "Very well." With that, Qin Siwen and Su Guanghan each affixed their signatures to the contract. Once the company seal was stamped, the contract was deemed effective. After the signing, the woman accompanying Su Guanghan lowered her head and said, "Mr. Su, the 3 billion has been secured." "Indeed." Su Guanghan rose and extended his hand. "Chairman Qin, may our cooperation flourish." Qin Siwen beamed, "Mr. Su, I hope you will continue to support us in the future." "Of course." "May I inquire when the 100 billion investment will be available?" "Within 3 business days. Once the funds arrive, our company will dispatch a professional team to assist with various projects at your firm." Upon hearing this, Qin Siwen nodded, "Excellent. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, I have prepared a banquet. I wonder if you have the time?" Su Guanghan hesita, ima Julie saw thee, but President Yun is still awaiting my response. "I will host you another day." "Oh, that's perfectly fine." "Chairman Qin, may I take my leave to return to the company?" "Certainly. Let me see you off." Qin Siwen personally escorted Su Guanghan out. Returning to the conference room, he gathered the shareholders for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, our collaboration with Yun Group has been finalized. I will entrust all matters regarding this partnership to Qin Junmin. He will succeed me as the chairman of the group. If there are no objections, we shall confirm this at the next shareholders meeting. Qin Siwen declared. I have no objections. Neither do I. It is only fitting for Junmin to oversee the collaboration and assume the chairmanship. I believe that under his leadership, our company will flourish in the coming years. There may have been dissent previously, but now that the partnership with Yun Group is established, there are no objections. Qin Junmin rose with a radiant smile, saying, Thank you all for your support. I will devote myself to securing benefits for the company, ensuring that each of you prospers abundantly. Ha, well said, Junmin. Indeed, we shall rely on you from now on. Laughter and applause filled the room. Qin Junmin was elated. He had finally attained this position. For years, the Qin Group had been under the control of Qin Shiyun, which had fostered resentment in him. The meeting is adjourned. Qin Junmin was eager to deal with Qin Shiyun and said to Qin Siwen, Grandfather, our collaboration with Yun Group is greatly attributed to Zhao Sun's assistance. We should express our gratitude appropriately. Qin Siwen nodded, Indeed. How do you propose we show our appreciation? Isn't Zhao Sun keen to marry Shiyun's younger sister? She is not young anymore. It is time for her to wed. That may be true, but hasn't she already married? Grandfather, that is merely a pretense. You should encourage Shiyun to sever ties with that charade swiftly. Very well. Let us host a family dinner tonight, allowing Shiyun to return home and discuss her matrimonial matters thoroughly. Understood, Grandfather. Chapter 41. Ultimate Temptation After Departing from the Qin Group. Su Guanghan did not return his own company. Instead, he drove to the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group ranks among the top 5 in Nanhai, with an estimated worth exceeding 300 billion, far surpassing the Qin Group. Su Guanghan arrived at the top floor of the company, in the reception area. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man, Zhao Xiong, the father of Zhao Sun, who was also seated beside him. Both were awaiting Su Guanghan's arrival. Mr. Zhao, young Master Zhao, Su Guanghan greeted them with a beaming smile as he approached the sofa. Zhao Xiong, puffing on a cigar, smiled slightly and remarked, Guanghan, it seems everything has been arranged? Su Guanghan nodded, Indeed. The 30 billion is in place. Zhao Xiong chuckled coldly, Excellent. Zhao Sun, transfer this overseas immediately. And Guanghan, you should take a trip abroad to avoid any trouble. Su Guanghan acknowledged with a nod, Understood. I shall depart at once. With that, he left promptly. Although he was an employee of the Yun Group, he had no authority to represent them, having long been bought off by Zhao Xiong. This entire scheme was a plot orchestrated by the Zhao father and son duo. From the very beginning, Zhao Sun had subtly leaked information, suggesting that Zhao Xiong could establish a connection with the Yun Group. Gradually, he lured Qin Junmin into their trap, solely to swindle 30 billion, thereby plunging the Qin Group into utter bankruptcy. With a dark expression, Zhao Sun glanced out the window and said, Father, in this world, only the dead cannot leak information. Zhao Xiong chuckled, Do not worry. Su Guanghan will disappear forever. But what if the Yun Group seeks cooperation with Lu Hui and Nanhai? What if they join forces? That is of no concern. The entirety of Nanhai is under our control. Lu Hui and Yun Kuei alone cannot stir significant waves. Indeed, you must expedite the acquisition of the Qin Group. I will, Zhao Sun replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as if everything was within his grasp. Meanwhile, at Qin Shiyun's residence, she and Zhang Ming had drunkenly returned home the previous night, escorted by Chun Ping. The two beauties slept soundly until noon, roused only by Chun Ping's loud call from downstairs. As they awoke, the first thought on their minds was what had transpired the night before. We were both so inebriated last night. Who brought us back? Zhang Ming exclaimed. Qin Shiyun, tousling her hair, playfully tapped Zhang Ming's head. Are you foolish? It must have been Chun Ping, right? But did he take advantage of us while we were drunk? Qin Shiyun quickly rose to check herself, relieved to find her attire intact. Thank goodness. Zhang Ming squinted with a smile. Indeed, Chun Ping is a true gentleman. However, but what? Zhang Ming whispered. Sister, Chun Ping remained unperturbed in the presence of two beautiful, intoxicated women. Do you think he has issues in that regard? Qin Shiyun blushed deeply. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha. Otherwise, why would he do nothing? At the very least, he should have taken some advantage. Such a prime opportunity. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes in disbelief. I think you're just infatuated. Isn't it fine that he didn't lay a finger on you? Hee hee. I was just joking. I won't discuss this further. You're getting more outrageous. I've just finished washing up, feeling rather unkempt. As they conversed, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng made their way to the bathing area, shedding their garments one by one, a scene that requires little imagination. Meanwhile, downstairs, Chun Ping had returned from the market, having prepared a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting their arrival. You two lazybones, could you hasten your pace? Chun Ping called out from the couch, engrossed in a tedious television drama, occasionally raising his voice in impatience. We're coming, why the rush? Didn't you get quite inebriated last night? Upon lifting her gaze, Chun Ping was nearly taken aback, his breath almost caught in his throat. Before him, a vision of allure unfolded. Qin Shiyun emerged from her shower, her hair damp, clad only in a delicate pink silk camisole that clung to her form, revealing her flawless legs up to the thigh, while the garment artfully concealed the outline of her undergarments. This was already more than enough to satiate Chun Ping's eyes. Yet one glimpse of Qin Shiyun was insufficient. Zhang Meng, in her enticing black lace nightgown, was even more captivating. The hem barely covered her shapely rear, her long legs exuding an irresistible charm. The allure intensified as the two beauties descended the stairs simultaneously, their skirts swaying, seemingly on the verge of revealing more than intended. Chun Ping, you're quite the lecher, aren't you? Zhang Meng teased, instinctively pressing her hand against the hem of her dress, her enchanting eyes locking onto Chun Ping's with a hint of affection. Unbeknownst to her, during their time together, she had developed a deeper sentiment towards him. Qin Shiyun shot Chun Ping a disapproving glance. You mustn't gaze like that. It is quite impolite. In truth, Chun Ping had seen nothing untoward. He merely grinned. With you both dressed so seductively, it's a testament to my self-control. Any other man would find himself in peril. Zhang Meng, with a playful smile, asked, Who do you find more alluring, me or Shiyun? At that moment, Qin Shiyun turned her gaze towards Chun Ping, filled with anticipation. This conundrum momentarily stumped him. Undoubtedly, Zhang Meng was the more tantalizing of the two. Yet, in his heart, he felt his wife had a unique allure. It must be my wife, he wisely declared, choosing Qin Shiyun. A wave of delight washed over Qin Shiyun, and she responded to Chun Ping with a sweet smile, perhaps unaware of why his affirmation brought her such joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng felt a pang of jealousy, crossing her arms defiantly, clearly lacking an appreciation for my charms. All right, lovely princesses, let us feast, Chun Ping declared. Seeing the delicious meal you prepared, I forgive you. Zhang Meng, a true foodie at heart, settled comfortably into her chair, crossing her legs to savor her meal. Qin Shiyun, more reserved, also crossed her legs, adhering to decorum, though the fabric of her dress permitted a hint of daring. To be candid, Chun Ping found himself in a state of turmoil. After 28 years of celibacy, even a simple meal became a trial. His thoughts were restless, frequently darting towards Qin Shiyun, causing her to lose her focus on the meal. Clink! Oh dear, my chopsticks have fallen. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chun Ping bent down to retrieve them. What are you doing? Qin Shiyun gasped, her complexion paling as she hurriedly stood, fearing that Chun Ping might glimpse beneath her skirt. Zhang Meng quickly rose as well, her expression stern. Chun Ping, are you behaving indecently? Chun Ping could hardly restrain himself, eager to glimpse the allure beneath the skirts. Alas, the women were wary of his gaze. Embarrassed, Chun Ping chuckled awkwardly. Haha, just picking up chopsticks. Who will believe that? A rogue. Qin Shiyun, her cheeks flushed with shyness, declared, forget it. I shall change my clothes. I will join you, she added. The reason Qin Shiyun donned such alluring attire to descend the stairs was, in truth, spurred by Zhang Meng's encouragement, a test to see if Chun Ping would react. The outcome was glaringly evident. He was unable to contain himself. Alas, nothing was revealed. Chun Ping, filled with disappointment, had seen nothing but was unjustly branded a lecher. Chapter 42. The divergent treatment of two families in the evening. Qin Shiyun received a call from Qin Siwen, summoning her home for a family banquet. After bidding Qin Ping farewell, she drove away alone. That night, Qin Ping was to assist at Zhang Dali's shop, also to see if any trouble was brewing. Naturally, Zhang Ming followed him closely. As Qin Shiyun arrived at the Qin family estate, night had already fallen. The villa was aglow, filled with laughter and cheer. Upon stepping out of the car and approaching the entrance, she heard the laughter within. Though surrounded by family, a deep sense of desolation washed over her. This home no longer offered her warmth. Conversely, it was with Qin Ping and his family that she felt a true sense of belonging. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shiyun entered the villa. In the living room, all her relatives were gathered, each face adorned with smiles. "Grandfather," she called out as she approached the sofa area. In this household, the only person she respected was Qin Siwen. Though Qin Jinan was present, the father and daughter exchanged barely a word. As for Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang, Qin Shiyun chose to ignore them. Qin Siwen nodded with a smile. "Shiyun has arrived. Quickly, let the kitchen prepare the feast." The entire family awaited the arrival of one younger member, yet she entered without even greeting anyone. Qin Zhaoxiang cast a cold glance at Qin Shiyun. Speaking in a mocking tone, Wang Shufeng, crossing her legs, derided, "Well, who can blame her? She grew up without a mother to teach her manners." The pain of Qin Shiyun's life stemmed from witnessing her mother leap to her death, a boundary that was forever untouchable. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze burning with fury at Wang Shufeng. Had her gaze the power to kill, Wang Shufeng would have perished. "What, do you wish to challenge me?" Wang Shufeng felt offended, rising with a frosty demeanor, glaring menacingly at Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun's lips trembled slightly. "Though I grew up without a mother, it does not mean you possess any understanding of decorum." "Outrageous!" Wang Shufeng seethed, her teeth clenched as she shouted, "To speak so disrespectfully to your elders. Truly a wretched child born a mother, but raised without one." Qin Zhaoxiang chimed in, "Shiyun, this is not an attack on you, but as an elder. Your aunt merely points out your lack of manners, and you refuse to listen?" A surge of hatred welled within Qin Shiyun as she looked at these relatives. Her heart grievously wounded. Enough! Qin Jinan could no longer endure it. Though he held no status within the family, he would not stand by as they bullied his daughter. He confronted them angrily. "Do you consider yourselves worthy to be elders? Is it your pleasure to torment my daughter? Do you even regard me? I'm a brother. It is not you who should speak. In this household, you are unworthy of a voice. It's not that father is unwilling, but had it not been for his compassion, you would have long been cast out." Wang Shufeng mocked coldly. "You." Qin Jinan struggled to utter a word, fully aware that he was the least qualified to criticize anyone. "Enough." Qin Siwen rose with a stern voice, observing that the family gathering had devolved before it even began. "Must you all bicker? Shiyun has returned but once. Could you not refrain from your incessant chatter? And you," he continued, directing his words towards an elder, "though Shiyun's mother passed away early, is this truly how you speak? Shiyun was raised by me. To say she lacked guidance is to cast aspersions upon my efforts. If you are ignorant of what it means to be an elder, perhaps you should refrain from such roles." After imparting his admonishments to Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang, they begrudgingly fell silent. Qin Siwen then approached Shiyun, offering her comfort. "Shiyun, your grandfather understands your heartache. For my sake, please do not harbor resentment." "Indeed," Shiyun replied. While she could afford to be indifferent towards others, she held deep respect for Qin Siwen, the only figure in this family who offered her a semblance of home. Though she recognized his bias towards Qin Junmin, she attributed it merely to his antiquated beliefs. Had Shiyun been a boy, Qin Siwen would undoubtedly have made her the heir of the Qin family without hesitation. "Now let us dine." The family soon gathered around the table. "Junmin, allow me to raise a toast to you. May you successfully secure the collaboration that will elevate our Qin family." Qin Zhaoxiang declared with a smile, lifting her glass. Qin Junmin politely stood and raised his own glass. "Thank you, Aunt. Junmin, from this point forward, you shall be the head of the Qin family. Strive diligently, And do not allow others to underestimate you. Wang Shufeng added with evident pride, casting a glance at Shiyun. Rest assured, mother, I shall not fall behind. Qin Junmin replied before lifting his glass again. I must also express my gratitude to grandfather for his unwavering support. Qin Siwen smiled slightly. Yes, Junmin, work hard. The future of our Qin family rests upon your shoulders. Grandfather, you may count on me, he assured confidently. The family shared laughter and conversation, though Qin Jinan and his daughter appeared somewhat despondent. Qin Jinan took a few swigs of strong liquor and raised his glass. Nephew, allow me to toast to you as well. Qin Junmin offered a faint smile. Of course. Feeling the chill of indifference, Qin Jinan downed his drink in haste. Though he was the only son of Qin Siwen, his reckless gambling had led to his expulsion from the family business. His continued presence in the household was solely due to Qin Siwen's compassion. With Junmin now stepping into a position of authority, Jinan feared that he might soon be cast aside, leading to a difficult future. Qin Siwen turned to Shiyun. Shiyun, today Junmin has finalized a partnership with the Yun Group. Within 3 days, an investment of billions will be deposited. This will be our moment to shine. I hope you will return to the company to assist Junmin in expanding our business. What say you? Shiyun replied with a calm demeanor. Thank you for your kindness, grandfather, but I shall no longer be attending work at the company. With a sigh, Qin Siwen responded, Very well, it is your decision. I appreciate your honesty. Since you choose not to work at the company, I shall ensure you are not deprived. I will transfer 7% of my personal shares to you. With the addition of the 3% you previously held, you could eventually own 10% of the shares. With these 10 points, should the company thrive, your future will be secure, free from financial worries. Upon hearing this, Qin Junmin furrowed his brow. Grandfather, you? Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang gazed at Qin Siwen in astonishment. Qin Shiyun paused slightly. Grandfather. Qin Siwen interrupted the conversation, continuing, Of course, I have my conditions. What conditions? I am aware that your marriage with Chun Ping is merely a fade. What I propose is that you divorce him. I will arrange for you to wed Zhao Sun, and these 7% of shares will serve as your dowry. What do you think? I'm sorry, grandfather, but I will not divorce Chun Ping, nor will I marry Zhao Sun. Qin Shiyun rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. Shiyun, I only wish what is best for you. The Zhao family is affluent and influential. Wouldn't it be wonderful to become a noble lady? I have conducted an investigation into Chun Ping. He comes from an ordinary background. What kind of life can you expect with him? Nothing can compare to what I truly desire, Qin Shiyun replied coolly. You are being unreasonable. Life with Chun Ping will eventually lead to regret. He can offer you nothing. He is simply living off others. Qin Siwen struggled to comprehend why Qin Shiyun would choose Chun Ping. Father, if she chooses to demean herself, let her be. She has the opportunity to be a respectable lady, yet she insists on associating with a pauper. Indeed, Chun Ping is just a loser. She will surely regret it. Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang resumed their derisive comments. Finding their words grating, Qin Shiyun ceased her meal, rising to declare, Grandfather, if you wish for my divorce, I advise you to abandon that desire. Even if it means begging alongside Chun Ping, I will never divorce him. Yu Qin Siwen was momentarily at a loss for words. After making her declaration, Qin Shiyun gathered her belongings and departed. Qin Siwen, filled with fury, set down his utensils, losing all appetite. Grandfather, since she is willing to beg with a pauper, I suggest you reclaim her shares, as well as the villa. I want to see if she will truly remain married. Father, Juamin's suggestion is indeed brilliant. Qin Siwen glared at the mother and son duo. I am not so senile as to drive my own granddaughter to despair. Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng turned crimson in embarrassment. Qin Jinan, who had remained silent, pursued Qin Shiyun outside. Daughter. Qin Shiyun halted, turning to face him. Is there something you need? In a hushed tone, Qin Jinan implored. Daughter, you must think this through. The dividends from those 7% of shares could amount to billions. What is wrong with the Zhao family? In what way does Zhao Sun fall short of Chun Ping? Do not make a foolish mistake. With reddened eyes, Qin Shiyun coldly replied, Are you not simply motivated by money? What right do you have to call yourself my father? You once had wealth, and my mother believed marrying you would lead to a better life. What happened instead? She took her own life. Yu Qingjian was left speechless. Mind your own affairs. I can manage mine. With that, Qin Shiyan departed. Qingjian, his face flushed with shame, hurried after her. Daughter, wait. Is there something else? Well, do you have any money left? Qin Shiyan, with an impassive expression, replied, How much do you need? 500,000? Qin Shiyan nodded silently before turning away, tears betraying her resolve as they cascaded down her cheeks. Once inside the car, she could no longer contain the sorrow that engulfed her, collapsing onto the steering wheel in tears. Why had she strived so hard? Was it not merely to uphold Qingjian's dignity within their household? Yet, Qingjian remained as unyielding as mud, persistently demanding financial assistance. Over the years, Qin Shiyan had relinquished her dividends entirely to him. Even her salary had been devoted to his needs. Each time, she had aided him in repaying his gambling debts, but it was an endless abyss. She had contemplated abandoning him. Yet if she were to turn her back, Qingjian would be left with no path forward. Now, however, she, too, had been cast aside. After all she had done, she was ultimately left with nothing. The injustices of these past years overwhelmed her, prompting an uncontrollable urge to weep. As she cried, memories of Chun Ping surfaced. Her time spent with him had bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of ease. With this thought, Qin Shiyan wiped her tears and drove towards Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant, where she felt the warmth of home. Upon arriving at Dali's barbecue, the establishment buzzed with its usual vibrancy. As she entered, she spotted Chenlin and Zhongke busily attending to customers. Zhongke, having noticed Qin Shiyan, approached her with a benevolent smile, exclaiming, Xiao Shi, you're here. Have you eaten yet? Qin Shiyan offered a faint smile, replying, Hello, Annie. I haven't eaten yet. Oh, really? No worries. I'll have Pinger prepare a meal for you right away, Zhongke said before hastily heading to the kitchen. A warmth enveloped Qin Shiyan as she approached the front counter, where Zhang Meng, the ever-hungry friend, was seated, a plate of mixed noodles and grilled tomahawk steak before her. Sister, you've come. Zhang Meng greeted with a cheerful grin. Truly a foodie, always indulging in her next meal. Qin Shiyan settled beside her at the counter. Hee, I am starving. This is Chun Ping's cooking, you know. Is it really? A wave of nostalgia washed over Qin Shiyan. Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Chun Lin approached with a smile. Little Qin Ping trailing closely behind. Lin, Qin Shiyan replied warmly. Sister-in-law, I'm so busy I scarcely had time to greet you, Chun Lin said, her tone apologetic. Don't mind me. Go ahead and tend to your duties. I'll help keep an eye on the tables. All right. Chun Ping, upon seeing Qin Shiyan, joyfully leaped into her embrace, allowing Chun Lin to continue her work unimpeded. Qin Shiyan felt elated as she lifted Ping, playfully making her laugh. Sister, I see you and Qin Ping are becoming more alike, Zhang Meng teased. Qin Shiyan smirked, just enjoy your noodles. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chun Ping, upon learning that his wife had arrived and had yet to eat, wasted no time in preparing a heartfelt bento. To ensure his wife did not go hungry, he swiftly made a loving fried rice dish, brimming with an assortment of ingredients, shrimp, green peas, diced carrots, corn, and more. Chun Ping's fried rice was exceptional, and soon a bowl of vibrant, aromatic egg fried rice was ready. Naturally, no fried rice would be complete without eggs. Knowing Qin Shiyan adored fried eggs, especially for breakfast, Chun Ping thoughtfully prepared 2 sunny-side-up eggs, even cutting them into heart shapes. Additionally, he grilled several of Qin Shiyan's favorite dishes. A plate brimming with grilled meat and heart-shaped fried eggs was presented. Chun Ping, with both hands, lifted the lovingly prepared bento and placed it on the counter, saying, Darling, please enjoy. Qin Shiyan, upon seeing the appetizing fried rice, smiled gently. Thank you, Chun Ping. No need for thanks, my dear. I shall attend to my duties. Zhang Meng, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, couldn't help but tease. Oh, how increasingly flirtatious this has become. All you do is mock me. Hee. This fried rice smells delightful. It makes me crave it as well. You truly are insatiable. Let me have a taste. Without hesitation, Zhang Meng scooped a spoonful and exclaimed, Wow, it's delicious. And the fried egg, is it heart-shaped? Upon noticing the heart-shaped egg, Zhang Ming felt a pang of emotion. Sister, may I have one? At that moment, Qin Shiyin also saw the heart-shaped egg and without a second thought, firmly declined. No. Fearing that Zhang Ming might seize the opportunity, she quickly picked up one of the fried eggs with chopsticks and took a bite. So stingy, I'm ignoring you. Zhang Ming rolled her eyes and continued eating her noodles. With a smile in her eyes, Qin Shiyin found the ordinary fried egg unexpectedly delightful, offering a taste she had never experienced before. It was in stark contrast to the lavish feast at the Qin family's, which had felt as unsatisfying as chewing wax. Yet, this seemingly mundane fried rice provided her with an exquisite culinary experience, leaving her craving more. Chapter 43. Yin Kuei seeks collaboration in the president's office of the Yin Group. Yin Kuei sat on the sofa, listening to Li Jie report on the investigation into the Liu family over the past week. Miss, according to the investigation, Liu Hui has a remarkably clean background. Conversely, the Wang family has risen to prominence in recent years, overshadowing Liu Hui in every aspect. All collaborations between the Liu family and the government have been terminated. Liu Hui can only rely on his own foundation to maintain his position in Nanhai. In contrast, the Wang family's rise is likely supported by the Lei family. Over the years, the Wang family has continuously suppressed various groups in Nanhai, including Liu Hui. Currently, aside from Liu Hui, who has not succumbed to the Wang family, most enterprises have already aligned themselves with Wang. Li Jie stated. After listening, Yin Kuei furrowed her brow slightly. It seems Nanhai is not as easy as it appears. Indeed, based on the situation in Nanhai, the Lei family has extended its reach. The Wang family is likely the Lei family's hand in Nanhai. Yin Kuei nodded yes. It appears that to establish ourselves in Nanhai, we must collaborate with Liu Hui. He possesses the foundation, while I have the capital. Li Jie, please arrange a meeting with Liu Hui. I wish to discuss a potential partnership. Understood, Mississippi. Yin Kuei recognized that a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Although the Yin family is the foremost financial conglomerate in Daxia, attempting to establish a foothold in Nanhai independently would undoubtedly encounter resistance from various local enterprises. If they could leverage the influence of the Liu family, the local powerhouse, their endeavors would be significantly more manageable. The Liu family is an established force in Nanhai, historically rivaling the Wang family as one of the two dominant clans. However, the Wang family experienced a decline at one point. In the subsequent era, the Liu family maintained a stronghold. Yet in recent years, the Wang family has made a formidable resurgence, even surpassing the Liu family to become the strongest force in Nanhai. Resources in any region are finite. Thus, two dominant families will inevitably clash for supremacy. Only the strongest can truly lay claim to greater resources. In recent years, the Liu family has been suffocating under pressure, their status diminishing with each passing day. If this continues, they will inevitably be completely crushed by the Wang family. As the head of the family, Liu Hui is in dire need of an ally. Thus, the appearance of Yin Kuei naturally becomes his primary focus for collaboration. Liu Hui had already dispatched individuals to seek partnership, but Yin Kuei, without a clear understanding of his circumstances, had refrained from responding. With Li Jie's contact, Liu Hui wasted no time and promptly arrived for a face-to-face meeting with Yin Kuei. In the afternoon, Liu Hui, accompanied by his son Liu Li, arrived at the Yin Group and proceeded to Yin Kuei's office under Li Jie's guidance. Ha! I finally meet the legendary figure of the business world in Daxia. Miss Yin, what a pleasure. Liu Hui, nearing 60, greeted Yin Kuei with a beaming smile. Hello, General Manager Liu. Liu Li, impeccably dressed in a suit, politely offered his greeting. Yin Kuei responded with a slight smile. Hello, General Manager Liu. Please have a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Kuei and Liu Hui settled onto the sofa, while Li Jie and Liu Li stood to the side. I have long wished to meet with General Manager Liu, but never found the time. Haha, Miss Yin, you are indeed busy. I have also been eager to pay my respects. After the initial niceties, Yin Kuei addressed the matter directly. General Manager Liu, I am not one for beating around the bush. I have sought this meeting because I hold your company in high regard and wish to discuss potential collaboration. What are your thoughts? Liu Hui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yun Kuei's forthrightness. Miss Yun, are you serious? Indeed. If you are willing, we can discuss collaboration right now. Haha, Miss Yun is truly straightforward. To be honest, I came here with the intention of collaborating with you as well. In that case, let's discuss. Very well. How does Miss Yun envision our collaboration? I will provide the funding, and you will execute the tasks. Every operation of your company must align with the requirements of my company, Yun Kuei stated assertively. Lu Hui's lips twitched slightly, and his expression abruptly stiffened. Miss Yun, is this truly a collaboration? Or do you intend to acquire my company? Yun Kuei, crossing her legs, replied with a calm smile. General Manager Lu, you exaggerate. I have no interest in acquiring your company. What I seek is merely the authority to make decisions. As long as you agree to collaborate, I will bear all the financial responsibilities, and you may keep all the profits. Lu Hui, perplexed, inquired, Miss Yun, if you proceed this way, wouldn't that mean you risk losing everything? I am unbothered by that. Daring to ask, Lu Hui pressed, what is the ultimate goal of your endeavors? I wish to have complete control over the entire Nanhai economy. Lu Hui was left speechless, stunned by her audacity. Were it anyone else, such words might be deemed arrogant. However, with Yun Kuei, there was no room for doubt. Lu Hui, deep down, did not wish to see the Nanhai economy fall under her dominion, fearing that the Lu family would once again be overshadowed by an outsider. Sensing Lu Hui's inner turmoil, Yun Kuei continued, General Manager Lu, the Wang family currently holds unrivaled power in Nanhai. In every industry, the Wang family's word is law. The entire Nanhai economy lies within their grasp, and anyone seeking to survive must rely on them for sustenance. I am aware that your situation is precarious, and if this continues, it is only a matter of time before the Wang family swallows you whole. My objective is to collaborate with you to dismantle the prevailing dominance of the Wang family in the South China Sea. I shall provide the financial backing while you contribute your efforts. Together, we shall bring the Wang family to its knees and firmly grasp the economic reins of the South China Sea. Do you not desire this? Yun Kuei's words instilled in Lu Hui a sense of the formidable power of the first consortium. He was constantly preoccupied with the thought of toppling the Wang family, yet he lacked the necessary strength to do so. Although Yun Kuei possessed the capability to achieve this, Lu Hui was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in her game. Who could guarantee that once Yun Kuei seized control of the South China Sea, she would not betray him? I, too, yearn to eradicate the Wang family. However, I am curious to know how Miss Yun plans to navigate our partnership once the Wang family has fallen, Lu Hui inquired cautiously. Reassuring him, rest assured, Mr. Lu, the Yun family has always honored its partners. Once our goal is achieved, the Lu family shall serve as the Yun family's representative in the South China Sea. What do you think? Having pondered her words, Lu Hui responded earnestly, very well. If Miss Yun has expressed such intentions, I shall set aside any lingering doubts. The matter of our collaboration will be left to your discretion. Lu Hui understood that it was far better to join forces with the Yun family to eliminate the Wang family than to endure a slow demise at their hands. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lu. However, I must caution you that once we embark on this collaboration, it signifies a stance of opposition to the Wang family. The business world is akin to a battlefield. It is either their demise or ours. The dangers involved should be clear to you, Yun Kuei remarked. In response, Lu Hui chuckled. Fear not, Miss Yun. Over these years, I have faced the Wang family alone and encountered numerous perils. I, Lu Hui, am not one to be easily intimidated. A mere Wang family does not instill fear in me. Yun Kuei nodded approvingly. That is reassuring. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Lu. Indeed, Miss Yun. May our partnership be prosperous. Thus, the partnership between Yun Kuei and Lu Hui was swiftly established, each party obtaining what they sought. Chapter 44. The Qin family faces a crisis. News of Yun Kuei's collaboration with Lu Hui rapidly spread throughout the South China Sea. This announcement was undoubtedly a significant development for the business community in the region. For years, the Wang family had held unchallenged authority in the South China Sea's commercial realm. The alliance between the Yun Group and Lu Hui signified an imminent upheaval in this established order. As time passed, both the Yun Group and Lu Group officially announced their comprehensive collaboration to the public. However, this news struck the Qin Group like a bombshell. It is noteworthy that Qin Junmin had secured a partnership with Lu Hui and the Yun Group prior to this announcement. Yet, the Yun Group made no mention of the Qin Group in their external communications, causing Qin Siwen and his fellow shareholders to grow increasingly apprehensive. In response, the Qin Group convened an emergency shareholders meeting, their anxiety palpable. Within the conference room, Qin Siwen and the shareholders bore expressions of grave concern. Qin Junmin was in a state of frantic urgency, repeatedly attempting to contact Su Guanghan. Voicemail, still voicemail. Qin Junmin, clutching his phone, had lost count of how many times he had dialed. Yet, Su Guanghan's phone remained persistently switched off. The shareholders present felt as though they had sunk to the depths of despair. With a stoic demeanor, Qin Siwen stated flatly, "Continue calling." It was the elder. Silence enveloped the conference room. Breaking the stillness, Qin Han spoke. "Chairman, logically, Su Guanghan's phone should not remain off for such an extended period. At present, our phone calls go unanswered, and the promised trillion-dollar investment remains nothing but a shadow. Notably, the partners announced by the Yun Group do not include our company. Could it be that we have been deceived by Su Guanghan? Perhaps he lacks the authority to represent the Yun Group altogether." It is evident that many are beginning to entertain such doubts. Reflecting on our previous collaboration, it now seems overly simplistic. Ultimately, the Qin Group pales in comparison to the Yun Group. Numerous formidable entities in the South China Sea cannot reach the Yun Group, yet they manage to do so. This is solely due to the overwhelming allure of profit, which has led everyone to overlook Su Guanghan's true nature. Qin Siwen glanced at Qin Han, remaining silent, not out of reluctance, but rather because he was at a loss for words. It appears we have likely been duped. Not just likely. It is clear we have been deceived. 30 billion exchanged for a trillion-dollar investment? Is this not ludicrous? What is the market value of our group? Why would they invest $1 trillion in a company valued at merely a few billion? What shall we do? What can we do? I have wagered my entire fortune. Are we not all in the same boat? Chairman, this was initiated by Qin Junmin. Our deception stems from his actions, and he must bear the responsibility. Indeed, we have diligently managed our group. Why do we even pursue this partnership? Now, we find ourselves at a total loss. Furthermore, our company is facing a severe economic crisis. Bankruptcy is looming. Chairman, what do you propose we do? A group of shareholders could no longer contain their frustration and directed their ire towards Qin Junmin. What are you all arguing about? Junmin only sought to benefit the company. The matter is still uncertain, and you're already blaming him? Did the Qin family not invest? Wang Shufeng retorted angrily. Your Qin family is prosperous, while we have risked everything. One misguided decision by Qin Junmin has put us, the shareholders, on the brink of ruin. Should he not be held accountable? You speak the truth. This predicament was indeed instigated by Qin Junmin. That fraud Su Guanghan was brought in by him. He must be held responsible. Yes, he must. The shareholders grew increasingly agitated, disregarding Qin Siwen's presence. Witnessing the escalating discord, Qin Siwen exclaimed, "Enough. The outcome is still undecided." Why the commotion? Junmin, you must personally visit the Yun Group to confront Su Guanghan and ascertain the truth. Qin Junmin nodded, "Understood, grandfather. I will accompany you," Qin Han declared as he rose. Very well. Qin Junmin, now frantic, rushed alongside Qin Han towards the Yun Group. The remaining shareholders stayed behind, anxiously awaiting news. Before long, Qin Junmin and Qin Han arrived at the entrance of the Yun Group, only to be blocked by security. Regardless of Qin Junmin's explanations, they were denied entry. In desperation, he recalled Zhao Sun, who had orchestrated the entire affair. Qin Junmin promptly dialed Zhao Sun's number and meticulously relayed the situation. Qin Junmin, I merely facilitated an introduction. The subsequent dealings were your own decisions. Any repercussions are not my concern. I find myself unable to reach Su Guanghan. Young Master Zhao, I kindly ask for your assistance in contacting him once more. To be frank, I too have lost all means of communication with him. I have been deceived out of 10 billion. Please ensure to inform me once you locate him. Qin Junmin, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Zhao Sun, You must take responsibility for this. On the other end of the line, Zhao Sun replied coldly, Am I to bear the burden? Qin Jumin, do you think this is your first day in this world? Was I the one who forced you into this collaboration? Zhao Su, what do you mean by that? Were you not the one who introduced Su Guanghan to me? You asserted that he could represent the Yun Group, which is why I signed a contract with him. Do you realize that our company deposited 30 billion as collateral? This sum constitutes our entire capital. Do you not care about this at all? Qin Jumin shouted hoarsely in anger. Qin Jumin, I advise you to watch your words. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences. After Zhao Sun concluded the call, he hung up. Zhao Sun, you scoundrel. Qin Jumin roared in despair, exclaiming, It's all over. Qin Han felt a chill in his heart. What has happened? What did Zhao Sun say? He claimed it was not his concern, and he too could not reach Su Guanghan. How could this be? What shall we do now? Qin Jumin, in a state of panic and drenched in sweat, had completely lost his composure. Qin Han, his face ashen, remarked, We must create a stir, otherwise Su Guanghan will not show himself. Since he is associated with the Yun Group, they should be held accountable for this matter. Indeed, Qin Jumin agreed that this was a viable approach, and thus they began to raise their voices outside the entrance, accusing the Yun Group of swindling their 30 billion in collateral. Their commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. The security personnel attempted to disperse them, yet the two continued their outcry. As time passed, an increasing number of curious bystanders gathered. Observing the situation, the security had no choice but to report the incident. The news swiftly reached Li Jie, who promptly made her way to the scene. Although she held little regard for Qin Jumin, allowing their disruption to persist would undoubtedly tarnish the company's reputation. Chapter 45. Qin Suan falls ill soon. Li Jie arrived personally outside. Assistant Li has arrived. Surrounded by a throng of security, Li Jie approached the company entrance, where a crowd of no fewer than 100 had gathered, and Qin Han had even summoned reporters. As Li Jie emerged, the cameras immediately turned their focus upon her. With an expression of frigid composure, her gaze fell upon Qin Junmin and Qin Han as she inquired of those around her. Are these the individuals? Yes, assistantly, it is indeed them. They claim to represent the Qin Group and assert that our company has defrauded them of 30 billion in collateral. Li Jie cast a cold glare at Qin Jumin. So, it is you who are causing the disturbance? Qin Jumin asked. And who might you be? Yam Li Jie, the assistant to the president. Greetings, assistant Li. Qin Han, fearing that Qin Jumin might misstep, interjected. Assistant Li, allow me to explain the situation. Qin Han recounted the entire affair with meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Li Jie furrowed her brow, immediately summoned Su Guanghan for a confrontation. Yes, those nearby promptly set off to locate Su Guanghan. Li Jie said calmly, Indeed, our company employs a person named Su Guanghan, who serves as the internal planning manager on the second floor. His authority is strictly confined to internal matters, and he lacks the capacity to represent the company in collaborations with any other entity. Any partnership must be sanctioned by the president personally. Even I do not possess such authority, let alone a departmental planning manager. As for your allegation that our company defrauded you of 30 billion, that is utterly absurd. Even if what you claim were true, it would be an act solely of Su Guanghan and in no way related to the company. Qin Junmin retorted angrily. Why should it not concern you? If your employee commits fraud, your company must bear the responsibility. Li Jie's expression darkened slightly, her gaze icy as she directed it at Qin Jumin. I understand your feelings, but if you dare to continue causing a disturbance, I hope you are prepared to face my wrath. Fearing that Qin Jumin might provoke Li Jie further, Qin Han interjected apologetically. Assistant Li, please do not take offense. We are merely anxious, and spoke out of turn. Li Jie nodded slightly. Very well. After a brief pause, the person sent to find Su Guanghan returned, reporting, Assistant Li, Su Guanghan hasn't been to work for several days. What? Li Jie turned to Qin Han. It appears Su Guanghan has fled. However, rest assured, I will have someone contact you as soon as there is news. You should report this to the police immediately. I will also dispatch our legal team to assist. Fled? You say he fled as if it were that simple? I suspect your company colluded to defraud us. Now you wish to evade responsibility, Qin Jumin asserted. Li Jie, filled with indignation, responded. 30 billion is but a trifling sum for our Yinsure group. Do you truly believe we would stoop to defrauding you? Moreover, what does your company possess that would entice us to deceive you? I warn you once more. If you continue to malign our company, I will ensure you suffer consequences beyond your imagination. In an instant, Qin Junmin was cowed. The intensity of Li Jie's gaze instilled fear within him. Indeed, given the might of Yinsure Group, the utter annihilation of the Qin family could be achieved with merely a word. Let us cease this. We will report to the police. Qin Han said, wary of incurring Li Jie's ire. They could not afford to offend her. It became increasingly clear that they had been duped of 30 billion by Su Guanghan personally, as Yinsure Group would never stoop to such deceit. It was only then that Qin Junmin began to accept the grim reality of having been swindled. With a countenance of despair, he resolved to report the matter to the authorities. After Qin Han and Qin Junmin filed their report, they returned to the company, their spirits crushed. Qin Suwen and others awaited news. As the police arrived to investigate, all shareholders were compelled to confront the truth. Following the investigation, a swift conclusion was reached. Su Guanghan had obtained a passport and left the country 3 days prior, and the 30 billion had been transferred overseas on the same day. This meant that the funds could never be recovered. Furthermore, Su Guanghan had vanished without a trace. The last glimmer of hope extinguished. Qin Siwen, upon hearing this despairing news, was overwhelmed and collapsed into his chair, spitting blood, and fell unconscious on the spot. Grandfather, father, chairman, the onlookers, witnessing their stalwart leader's collapse, gathered around in alarm. Quickly, take the chairman to the hospital. Now, there is no time to consider anything else. Qin Junmin rushed to pick up Qin Siwen, along with Wang Shufeng and Qin Zhaoxiang, hastily transporting them to the hospital. Qin Han and the other shareholders followed suit, for the company was ensnared in a dire predicament. With the chairman having fainted, the Qin group stood on the precipice of bankruptcy. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qin Siwen was immediately ushered into the operating room for emergency treatment. A pall of despair hung over the shareholders as they gathered outside the surgical room. It is over. Everything is utterly lost. Qin Han, what are we to do? We have invested our entire fortunes into this venture, and now we find ourselves with nothing. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue is the enormous financial deficit the company now faces. Without operational funds, our firm is destined for ruin. It is all due to Qin Junmin. Had it not been for him, we would not find ourselves in this situation. Indeed, he should never have been appointed as general manager. Under Shi Yun's leadership, we prospered year after year. Now, in less than a month, Qin Junmin has brought the company to the brink of collapse. The chairman truly lacks foresight. The frustrated shareholders vented their ire, loudly condemning Qin Junmin, fearful he might not hear their grievances. At that moment, both Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng dared not speak, opting instead to feign ignorance. Even Qin Zhaoxiang, who had always supported Qin Junmin, now regarded him with profound resentment. Enough. Let us temper our words. We are in a hospital. Furthermore, what good does blaming anyone do now that the calamity has befallen us? The chairman is hospitalized, and the company must continue to operate. We must unite in this crisis, Qin Han asserted. Nevertheless, Qin Junmin must be ousted from the group. Indeed, he is no longer fit to serve as general manager. Yes, let Shi Yun take the reins of the company. I concur with the proposition of reinstating Shi Yun to lead. It was only then that the shareholders recalled Qin Shi Yun. Qin Junmin clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth upon hearing their discussions. As time passed, the operating room door swung open. Doctor, how's my grandfather? Doctor, what about my father? Rest assured, the patient experienced acute stress. However, he has been stabilized. Do keep in mind that due to his advanced age, he cannot endure any further agitation, or else unforeseen complications may arise. Thank you, doctor. Additionally, the patient requires 30 minutes of rest. Please maintain silence, and you may visit again after the half hour has elapsed. After the doctor's departure, Qin Siwen was wheeled into a private room. The shareholders remained steadfast, awaiting outside the ward. Chapter 46. Qin Shi Yun ascends outside the ward. The shareholders appeared ashen-faced. With such a significant crisis befalling the company and the chairman incapacitated, it could be said that there was no one at the helm. As for the current general manager, Qin Junmin, the shareholders had exercised remarkable restraint by not resorting to violence against him. Just as anxiety began to mount, hurried footsteps echoed in the hospital corridor. The newcomers were none other than Qin Shiyun, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the news, accompanied by Zhang Ming and Shun Ping. Shiyun has arrived. Upon spotting her, Qin Han rushed forward as though he had encountered savior. The other shareholders followed suit. Uncle Qin Han, esteemed uncles, how is my grandfather? Qin Shiyun, her face etched with concern, inquired. The chairman has just been rescued and has yet to regain consciousness. The doctor has instructed us to wait outside until he awakens. How can my grandfather fall ill? Sighing heavily, Qin Han recounted the details of the 30 billion guarantee that had been swindled. What? How could this happen? Qin Shiyun's expression was one of shock. She fully understood the significance of 30 billion for the company. Alas, I had warned before that we must proceed with caution. Is there truly such a thing as an easy opportunity in this world? She exclaimed in frustration, her gaze shifting toward Qin Junmin, feeling offended by her look. Qin Junmin retaliated with a furious shout. What are you staring at me for? Do you think I wanted to be deceived? I acted for the sake of the company. Can you blame me? Wang Shufeng chimed in. Why didn't you oppose this from the beginning? Now that things have gone awry, you place all the blame on Junmin? Shiyun, with such a significant financial gap in the company, if we do not devise a solution, it will soon be unsustainable. Indeed, Shiyun, please think of a way to rescue the company. The shareholders placed all their hopes upon Qin Shiyun. Yet, she appeared troubled, responding, Dear uncles, I have already been removed from my position by the board. Moreover, I am powerless in this matter. Shiyun, while your words ring true, we shareholders support you in reclaiming your authority. You cannot turn a blind eye. Yes, we are all aware of your capabilities over the years. If you refuse to take charge, the company will surely perish. Shiyun, we earnestly implore you. Qin Junmin, overhearing the shareholders' words, expressed his discontent. What do you mean? I'm the general manager of the company. Junmin, that may be true, but you bear undeniable responsibility for the company's current state, they retorted. Indeed, with such significant issues at hand, can you resolve the immediate crisis? The shareholders showed no restraint, directing their ire at Qin Junmin. You all. Wang Shufeng restrained Qin Junmin, saying calmly, Since you all believe that Qin Shiyun can resolve this, so be it. Mother. Qin Junmin attempted to speak, but was silenced by her glare. She understood that salvaging the company was nearly impossible. If Qin Shiyun wished to cover for him, she was welcome to do so. Naturally, Qin Shiyun did not wish to be a pawn. When the company thrived, she had been heartlessly cast aside. Now, faced with impending collapse, they sought her intervention. Furthermore, this was not a problem that could merely be solved with a plan. The company was experiencing serious financial difficulties, and without funds, even a miracle could not save it. Patient awake. Just as despair enveloped them, a nurse opened the door, instructing, The patient requires quiet. Please refrain from speaking loudly when you enter. To care for Qin Siwen. Only Qin Junmin and his mother, along with the silent Qin Zhaoxiang and Qin Shiyun, entered. The external shareholders' representative allowed Qin Han to lead the group in for a visit. Grandfather. Father, how are you? The bedridden Qin Siwen appeared haggard as he looked at the crowd, his gaze settling on Qin Shiyun. Shiyun, you have come. With her eyes glistening, Qin Shiyun approached the bedside, expressing her concern. Grandfather, how are you feeling? Qin Siwen forced a smile. Grandfather is fine. You are aware of the company situation, right? Yes. Alas, it appears that the Qin family may never recover from this. I never anticipated that the company would fall into ruin under my stewardship. I am truly incompetent. Grandfather, please do not say that. This cannot be blamed on you. The swindlers were simply too cunning. Qin Siwen shook his head. Do not offer me comfort. This time, I was blinded by profit and failed to consider the broader implications. Chairman, what do you plan to do? Qin Siwen scanned the room, filled with concerned faces. The company is in dire straits, and I feel powerless. Our experience is woefully inadequate. Shiyun, do you believe the company can still be salvaged? Qin Shiyun replied, Grandfather, the most pressing issue we face is the lack of funds. Without financial circulation, all our operations will cease. The only viable solution is to seek investment from our shareholders to keep the company afloat. Alas, I understand. To be candid, our family can no longer provide any capital. We have already invested everything we possess. Qin Siwen exclaimed in despair. Qin Han echoed his sentiments. Indeed, most of us shareholders have already put all our resources into this venture. Even if we were to scrape together some funds, it would likely be insufficient to cover this shortfall. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow. Then we have no choice but to attract investors and see if there are companies willing to invest in us. If that fails, bankruptcy may be our only option, which could still help mitigate some losses. Bankruptcy is the worst-case scenario. Both Qin Siwen and the shareholders were reluctant to accept it, having already suffered significant losses. Declaring bankruptcy would eliminate any chance of recovery. After a moment of silence, Qin Siwen took Qin Shiyun's hand and spoke earnestly. Shiyun, I have never asked anything of you before, but now I implore you to help save the company. This is the culmination of my life's work and the foundation of our Qin family. Grandfather, Qin Siwen continued, Shiyun, your capabilities surpass those of Jumin. I have come to a decision. From now on, the company will be entrusted to your management. You're not only my granddaughter, but also a vital member of the Qin family. Regardless of the circumstances, you must uphold the company. Jumin, come here. Although Qin Jumin felt displeased, he refrained from voicing his objections. Qin Siwen, holding one of each of their hands, stated, Jumin, I understand that you may feel uncomfortable with my decision to hand the company over to Shiyun. However, as you can see, the company is on the brink of collapse. Can you sustain it? Qin Jumin hesitated, acutely aware of his own limitations. Grandfather understands. I harbor no resentment towards you regarding this matter. Today, in front of your mother and our fellow shareholders, I will speak plainly. You are all my grandchildren, and I have no favoritism. I have come to realize that I am aging and incapable. Shiyun possesses exceptional abilities, and I trust her to lead the company. However, I will not neglect you. I will divide my shares into 2 portions, granting each of you and Shiyun equal stakes. If the company survives, your shares will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Shiyun will inherit the company. Do you have any objections? Qin Siwen turned to Qin Jumin. Chapter 47. Zhao Sun comes to acquire shares. Qin Jumin's eyes burned with resentment as he cast a begrudging glance at Qin Shiyun. Yet, feeling powerless, he turned to Wang Shufeng for guidance. Wang Shufeng exclaimed with agitation, Father, Jumin has made mistakes. The company can indeed be entrusted to Shiyun for management. But how can you be so biased? Transferring the shares to Shiyun as an inheritance? Cough, cough. Qin Siwen replied helplessly, She is also my granddaughter. Why should she not inherit? She is your granddaughter, but Jumin is your grandson. Even if there is to be an inheritance, it should rightfully belong to Jumin. You. Qin Shiyun interjected calmly. If that is the case, I shall renounce my inheritance. Let the company be handed over to Qin Jumin. I will not involve myself in any matters. Wang Shufeng retorted coldly. Qin Shiyun, do not presume that the company will collapse without your presence. Sister-in-law, you are being unreasonable. Although Shiyun is a woman, she is still a member of the Qin family. Why should she be denied her rightful inheritance? Are the daughters of the Qin family considered outsiders? Qin Zhaoxiang remarked. Wang Shufeng looked at her in disbelief. You? Whose side are you on? I support whoever is just. Qin Zhaoxiang replied nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, since Jumin has committed such a grave error, we have not blamed him, yet you wish to claim all of Father S. shares? You. Very well, Qin Zhaoxiang, you are truly a fence-sitter, Wang Shufeng said through gritted teeth. Qin Zhaoxiang would not aid her now. Previously, she had been inclined to support Qin Jumin due to his status as the heir, but now that he had caused her substantial losses and the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, her resentment was seeking an outlet. Enough of this quarrel. Qin Siwen's face turned pale with anger. His mood was already quite dismal, and now this bickering was unbearable. Regardless, I will not consent. According to Qin family rules, only males are qualified to inherit the family estate. Wang Shufeng insisted obstinately. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Zhao Sun entered with a bodyguard. Zhao Sun, how dare you show your face here? Upon seeing Zhao Sun, Qin Junmin stormed towards him. The bodyguard positioned himself to block Qin Junmin from approaching Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun, you have brought ruin upon our family. What do you want? Qin Junmin shouted furiously. Junmin, Qin Siwen called out sharply, casting a cold gaze at Zhao Sun. Young Master Zhao, may I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Zhao Sun smiled lightly. I heard that the old master is unwell, so I came to pay a visit. Additionally, I am here to assist your company in overcoming difficulties. The others turned their attention to Zhao Sun. Qin Siwen furrowed his brow. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qin Junmin's anger subsided, and he asked, Young Master Zhao, are you truly here to help us? Zhao Sun replied with a smile, Indeed. This matter is related to me as well. However, I too am a victim. I had no idea that Su Guanghan was a fraud. Had I known, I certainly would not have introduced him to you. This statement was merely a way to placate Qin Junmin. Upon realizing he had been deceived, Qin Siwen understood that the Zhao family had played them for fools. Yet, lacking evidence, arguing was futile. Yes, yes. Qin Junmin nodded repeatedly. Young Master Zhao, you must assist us. That is only natural. Zhao Sun nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Qin Siwen. Old Master, my purpose for coming here today is to invest in your company. If you agree, I will immediately inject 10 billion. Qin Siwen's brow furrowed. May I ask what conditions young Master Zhao has? The old master is indeed a discerning individual, so I shall be direct. I require the shares of the Qin family, as well as Qin Shiyun, Zhao Sun declared, his gaze lingering on Qin Shiyun. A look of disdain flickered in Qin Shiyun's beautiful eyes as she retorted, Zhao Sun, what do you mean by that? Zhao Sun replied with a faint smile, Naturally, I wish for you to marry me. Qin Shiyun coldly laughed. Do you truly believe I would consent? No matter, one day you shall agree. Is that so? Qin Junmin queried anxiously. Young Master Zhao, are you suggesting you wish to purchase our shares? Indeed, you are not foolish, Zhao Sun affirmed. I shall pay 10 billion for the shares you hold. Qin Junmin felt a genuine temptation. 10 billion was enough for him to indulge. Without a second thought, Qin Siwen rejected, Young Master Zhao, do not even think about us selling our shares. Zhao Sun chuckled, is that so? I believe you may be misunderstanding. Your Qin group is on the brink of collapse. Should it fail, the shares you possess will become worthless. I'm merely being kind by offering 10 billion. You must consider this carefully. Qin Shiyun interjected, Zhao Sun, is this your true intent? While our company faces challenges, if we secure investment, we can revive it. Ha! Such thoughts are delightful. But who would invest in a company on the verge of bankruptcy? I should have mentioned, this is your last chance. If you do not agree today, news of your company's plight will spread, leaving you with no opportunity for salvation. He continued, you ought to ponder this. Selling your shares now still holds value. By tomorrow, they may be utterly worthless. Zhao Sun's words bore a semblance of truth. Once news of the Qin group's predicament leaked, without immediate investment, the internal structure would collapse, leading to a plummet in stock prices. Selling to Zhao Sun now would still yield some return. Father, what are you hesitating for? 10 billion is 10 billion. At least we would not need to worry about money for the rest of our lives, Wang Shufeng urged. Yes, grandfather, we should act swiftly. Qin Junmin also pressed. The mother and son, seeing their company devoid of heirs, were eager to acquire Qin Siwen's shares. Witnessing their lack of principles, Qin Siwen felt a profound sense of disappointment. Be silent. Sell your own shares if you wish. But I shall not part with mine unless I am dead. Qin Siwen shouted, furious. Grandfather, did you not intend to bequeath me half of the shares? Then give them to me. I will sell. Qin Junmin responded. Qin Siwen, red-faced with anger, pointed at him and scolded. Qin Junmin, you have been sold and yet are counting others' money. How could I have such a grandson? What use is it to hold on to them if they will become worthless? Qin Siwen was thoroughly disillusioned with Qin Junmin. In truth, it was not only Qin Junmin and his mother who sought to sell their shares. Other shareholders, including Qin Han, were equally inclined to do so. Hearing Zhao Sun's words, hope had evaporated. Young Master Zhao, we hold 10% of the shares. How much will you offer? Wang Shufeng inquired. 1 billion. Very well, I shall sell. Wang Shufeng, with a resolute bite of her lip, had lost all hope. To think they could still fetch 1 billion was a chance not to be missed. Zhao Sun, having anticipated this reaction, handed Wang Shufeng the prepared contract. Sign this contract, and the funds will be transferred to you immediately. All right, I shall sign. Wang Shufeng signed without a moment's hesitation, and Zhao Sun promptly transferred 1 billion to complete the transaction. Chapter 48. I know Yun Kuei. Qin Siwen observed this scene, his face turning a sickly hue as he ground his teeth in frustration. Grandfather, are you all right? Qin Shiyun rushed over to express her concern. Ha. Qin Siwen managed a bitter smile. I truly never anticipated that the company would meet its demise at my hands. Grandfather, Zhao Sun urged esteemed shareholders, you must consider this carefully. If you do not sell today, tomorrow's price will be non-existent. What are you waiting for? To see your shares become worthless? Qin Junmin interjected from the side. The shareholders, including Qin Han and Qin Zhaoxiang, felt tempted, with buyers still interested in their shares. Selling promptly could mitigate some of their losses. Once the company went bankrupt, those shares would indeed hold no value, especially with Wang Shufeng leading the charge. The shareholders outside flocked in to negotiate with Zhao Sun. In no time, the hospital room buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling marketplace, neglecting the ailing Qin Siwen. Grandfather, you should sell as well. Qin Junmin leaned closer to the bed, persuading Qin Siwen. Qin Siwen retorted coldly, abandon this line of thought. I would rather perish than sell the company. You stubborn old man, Qin Junmin lamented, exasperated. Qin Shiyun quickly intervened, attempting to soothe her grandfather. She turned to the shareholders with a fierce expression, saying, if you choose to sell, I will not oppose you, but please do not come to regret your decision. Moreover, I kindly ask you to leave and allow my grandfather to rest. At her words, the shareholders fell silent, their heads bowed in shame. Although the company faced adversity, they needed to trust Shiyun and not be deceived by Zhao Sun. Despite his inner conflict, Qin Han remained steadfast in his belief in Qin Shiyun. Zhao Sun smirked slightly. Qin Shiyun, do you truly believe you possess the ability to save the company? Selling your shares now can still recover your losses. Tomorrow, I may not offer this price. Qin Shiyun replied icily. Zhao Sun, abandon this futile desire. I refuse to let you seize the Qin group. Really? The old man holds 30% of the shares, while you possess only 3%. I currently hold 10%. If the shareholders sell their stakes to me, I will control 60%. Esteemed uncles, please trust me. Grant me a little time, and I shall revive the company. Do not let Zhao Sun succeed. Qin Shiyun gazed imploringly at the shareholders. The shareholders found themselves in a difficult position. Zhao Sun stated flatly, I will speak candidly. Aside from myself, no one in Anhai City will assist you. You may choose not to sell, but consider carefully. Will you trust a hopeless promise or tangible wealth? Shiyun, it is not that we do not believe in you, it's just, Shiyun, if you must place blame, then blame the circumstances. We must also survive. Reluctantly, the shareholders, faced with harsh reality, opted for the tangible wealth. Qin Shiyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She understood that, at this moment, the Qin group might be beyond salvation. Though her heart ached with profound sorrow, she felt utterly helpless. Cough. Qin Siwen's complexion grew even paler as he coughed violently. The aged visage appeared even more haggard. Grandfather, I am truly sorry, Qin Shiyun said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Feeling utterly helpless in that moment, Qin Siwen, striving to contain his emotions, shook his head and replied, do not blame yourself. It is my grandfather who misjudged people. Just as the shareholders were preparing to sell their shares, Chun Ping, who had been outside, gathered a rough understanding of the situation. Particularly upon witnessing his wife being relentlessly pressured by Zhao Sun, he could no longer endure it. Everyone, do not sell to him. Please trust my wife. She will surely revive the company. Chun Ping's voice boomed, drawing the attention of all present. Unfazed by their gazes, he approached Qin Shiyun and said, my dear, do not be disheartened. With me here, none of this is insurmountable. Qin Shiyun offered Chun Ping a faint smile. though she recognized his words were meant to comfort her. Warmth filled her heart nonetheless. Sure Yun, Chun Ping claims he knows Yun Kuei and can persuade the Yun Group to invest in our company, Zhang Meng interjected. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but smirk in disbelief. They thought, another who claims to know the Yun Group? This is absurd. He even knows Yun Kuei personally? What a jest. Chun Ping, stop jesting. Qin Shiyun was equally exasperated, unable to believe that Chun Ping could possibly know Yun Kuei. Chun Ping, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "My dear, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, I can call her right now to come assist you." Really? Qin Shiyun was rendered speechless. "I will make the call now." Without further explanation, Chun Ping pulled out his phone and dialed Yun Kuei. The call connected swiftly, and he relayed the address, urging her to come immediately. Yun Kuei, unaware of the circumstances, promptly headed over. "Do not sell your shares. I have already contacted Yun Kuei. She will arrive in 30 minutes. I will have her assist with the investment, thus sparing you the need to sell your shares at a loss," Chun Ping proclaimed. The shareholders exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for how to respond. Frankly speaking, Chun Ping's claim of bringing in Yun Kuei seemed as ludicrous as an international joke. Zhao Sun glared at Chun Ping with disdain. "So you're the so-called fiancé of Qin Shiyun? How dare you? I am legally married to my wife. Who is the fool that told you otherwise?" Chun Ping retorted angrily. Zhao Sun's expression darkened. "What did you say? Are you deaf?" Chun Ping, brimming with bravado, challenged. "Do you dare to confront me?" Zhao Sun sneered. "I am quite intrigued to see what credentials you possess to summon Yun Kuei. My status is beyond the reach of a petty individual like you." "Very well." Zhao Sun ceased his argument with Chun Ping, perceiving him merely as a clown seeking attention. Qin Jumin, unable to endure Chun Ping's pretense, exclaimed, "Chun Ping, you are nothing but a loser. What are you pretending for? You think you can invite President Yin here? If you manage to do so, I will eat dirt." Chun Ping dismissed him with scorn. "Fool." Yet, Qin Jumin, wary of provoking Chun Ping further, turned to the other shareholders. "Surely, you do not believe Chun Ping's tall tales? He is merely a poor, dependent man. If he knows Yun Kuei, I might as well know Yun Jinan." In truth, even without Qin Jumin's words, the others harbored doubts about Chun Ping. The identity of Yun Kuei is well understood by all. To suggest that Chun Ping is acquainted with Yun Kuei and could invite her over is nothing short of a farce. Not only does Chun Ping lack the qualifications, but even Zhao Sun's father would also not possess the authority to summon Yun Kuei, particularly now, given that the shareholders harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Yun family name. If it were not for the Yun Group, the Qin Group would not have found itself in its current predicament. Chapter 49. Yun Kuei arrives in person. Seeing that Chun Ping had closed off any further discussion, Qin Shiyun feared that she too would find herself in a compromising position. Therefore, she tugged at Chun Ping's sleeve and whispered, "Chun Ping, I understand your intentions to assist me, but we cannot afford to make reckless statements. I wonder how you will manage to extricate yourself from the situation." Zhang Ming also looked on in disbelief, saying, "Yes, Chun Ping, I am curious to see how you will handle this." Yet Chun Ping wore an air of unwavering confidence. "My dear, Ming, you need not worry. Yun Kuei is already on her way. Simply wait and see." Qin Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. "Chun Ping, do you truly know Yun Kuei?" "Indeed, my love, rest assured. With me here, there is nothing to fear. I can resolve any issue." "All right, I trust you." Qin Shiyun smiled faintly, feeling an inexplicable faith in Chun Ping at that moment. He felt like a sturdy mountain, providing her with shelter from a storm. "Sister, do you genuinely believe that?" Zhang Ming questioned, astonished. Qin Shiyun chuckled softly, "Yes." "This is madness," Zhang Ming thought, struggling to comprehend why Qin Shiyun placed her trust in someone like Chun Ping. "Dear uncles, I implore you to have faith in my husband just this once. The president of the Yun Group, Yun Kuei, is en route. Should she choose to invest in our company, we could resurrect it." Qin Shiyun addressed everyone present. "Is that so? Shiyun, are you truly this confident?" Qin Shiyun, "You cannot genuinely believe in your so-called worthless husband," Qin Jumin scoffed. Qin Shiyun replied coolly, "Why should I not believe in my husband? Should I place my faith in you instead?" "Very well. I shall see how you embarrass yourself shortly," Qin Han retorted, trying to maintain his composure. Everyone, You are all familiar with Shuryan's character. Since she has stated this, let us wait and see. All right then. The shareholders ceased their clamoring to sell their shares. Zhao Sun remained unperturbed, eager to witness whether Chen Ping's claims bore any truth. In the hospital room, silence enveloped the group as they awaited an uncertain outcome. If anyone was in despair, it was Qin Suan, already a patient, now finding himself in a room that resembled a boardroom. Naturally, he doubted Chen Ping's capabilities. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the corridor. Leading the way was none other than Yun Kuei herself. Clad in a flowing black gown with a coat draped over her shoulders and adorned in high heels, she exuded an impressive aura. Flanking her were Ba Tian and Li Jing, providing close protection, accompanied by over a dozen bodyguards in tailored suits. The hospital room was crowded with nearly a dozen individuals. But fortunately, the space was relatively large. As Yun Kuei arrived at the door, Ba Tian and Li Jing opened it, instinctively positioning themselves to shield her as she entered. As the door swung open, all eyes within the room turned toward the entrance. Upon encountering a strikingly beautiful yet familiar face, all present, save for Chen Ping, were rendered utterly astonished, gazing at Yun Kuei with expressions of sheer disbelief. With her cold, captivating eyes, Yun Kuei briefly surveyed the room before her gaze settled on Chen Ping, who stood by the bedside. A fleeting smile graced her serene countenance as she approached him, her high heels clicking softly against the floor. You summoned me with such urgency. It must be for her, she remarked, directing her attention towards Qin Shuyun, well aware of Chen Ping's recent marriage. The tension in the room was palpable, and all eyes shifted back to Chen Ping, their faces reflecting incredulity and a plethora of unasked questions. Qin Shuyun and Zhang Meng were particularly struck, their expressions frozen in confusion, curiosity consuming their thoughts. Breaking the silence, Chen Ping grinned widely indeed. I almost forgot to introduce her. This is my wife, Qin Shuyun. He then turned to Qin Shuyun and continued, Darling, this is Yun Kuei, the president of Yun Corporation. Recovering from her shock, Qin Shuyun realized there was no time to ponder the nature of Chen Ping's relationship with Yun Kuei. She understood that this could be the sole opportunity to salvage her family's company. With a nervous yet determined demeanor, she extended her hand towards Yun Kuei. Hello, President Yun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yun Kuei responded with an effortless handshake. Hello, Miss Qin. The pleasure is mine. Thank you, thank you. Qin Shuyun stammered in excitement, bowing repeatedly at a loss for words. It was Chen Ping who broke the awkwardness, addressing Yun Kuei. I must ask for your assistance. My wife's company is facing a significant financial crisis, and I hope you might consider investing. Upon hearing this, Yun Kuei smiled, since you personally requested it. How could I possibly refuse? She then turned to Qin Shuyun. Miss Qin, would you be able to visit my company tomorrow morning? We can discuss a potential collaboration. Thank you, President Yun, for this opportunity. I will certainly be there on time, Qin Shuyun replied, her mind racing, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yun Kuei nodded slightly before turning to Chen Ping. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Nothing more, Chen Ping replied with a smile. Very well, Yun Kuei said, preparing to depart. At that moment, shareholders like Qin Han remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Upon seeing Yun Kuei, Zhao Sun's expression darkened with disbelief. He had never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Chen Ping could actually be acquainted with her, let alone appear so close in their interaction. He was baffled by Chen Ping's true identity. If anyone in the room was most reluctant to accept the reality of the situation, it was undoubtedly Qin Jumin. Chen Ping, stop pretending. Do you think you could just call any woman Yun Kuei and it would be so? I am her father, Qin Jumin shouted. His outburst drew the astonished gazes of everyone present. Yun Kuei's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness as she regarded Qin Junmin with indifference. Ba Tian and Li Jing exchanged glances filled with animosity, their unwavering stares fixed on Qin Junmin. Had it not been for Chen Ping's presence, they might have already confronted him. What are you all staring at? I'm telling you, this woman is merely an actress invited by Chen Ping, given his lack of stature. How could he possibly know Yun Kuei? Qin Junmin continued to dig his own grave, pointing at Yun Kuei as he spoke. However, Scarcely had he uttered his words when Li Jing appeared before him like a specter. Her expression was icy as she suddenly seized Qin Junmin by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Suspended in midair, with his throat firmly gripped, he was engulfed by a wave of suffocating terror, unable to utter a sound. "What are you doing? Let go of my son. Let him go." Wang Shufeng cried out frantically, rushing towards Li Jing. "Begone," Li Jing coldly commanded, her formidable aura sending Wang Shufeng sprawling backward. This scene rendered the onlookers paralyzed with fear, hesitant to even breathe. Even Zhao Sun found himself intimidated into silence by the overpowering presence of the Yun family. It was evident that the Yun family was a force not to be trifled with by the Zhao family. Chapter 50. Yun Kuei's grace. Yun Kuei's identity was a well-known fact in the Great Xia. Any figure within the business realm, even if they had never laid eyes on her in person, would have seen her on television or in the news. Apart from the foolish Qin Junmin, none present dared to question her identity. Furthermore, everyone understood that the Yun family was a colossal entity in the Great Xia. Qin Junmin's reckless provocation of Yun Kuei was undoubtedly a path to his own demise. Thus, no one dared to intervene, and in the face of Yun Kuei's imposing demeanor, they lacked even the courage to meet her gaze. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng stood in stunned silence, witnessing Qin Junmin's face contort in agony, too fearful to utter a word. Cough, cough. Junmin Qin Siwen, lying on a hospital bed, watched helplessly as his only grandson hovered on the brink of death. He struggled to rise and plead for mercy. "Grandfather." Qin Shiyun hurried to assist him into an upright position, her eyes pleading with Chun Ping, hoping he might speak up. Observing the scene, Chun Ping remarked coolly, "Yun Kuei, please extend a courtesy." Yun Kuei turned to Chun Ping and offered a faint smile. "Very well." No sooner had she spoken than Li Jing tossed Qin Junmin to the ground, her voice icy as she warned, "Should you dare to slander Miss again, beware of your life." "Yes, yes, I shall never do so again," Qin Junmin stammered, nodding vigorously, genuinely terrified. He had just brushed perilously close to death. "Yun Kuei, thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I will repay in the future," Chun Ping stated earnestly. Yun Kuei smiled gently. "I shall hold you to that. Then I shall take my leave," Yun Kuei said, gathering her companions and departing. As Yun Kuei exited, the shareholders collectively exhaled in relief. Her presence had been so formidable that it rendered their very breaths labored. Zhao Sun, witnessing his plans unravel, cast an unwilling glance at Qin Ping before hastily vacating the premises. My heavens, was I not just dreaming? No, it wasn't a dream. That was truly Yun Kuei. And she even mentioned having Shiyun come to the company to discuss collaboration. So, our company has a chance for salvation. It should be saved. How wonderful. I knew Shiyun would find a way. We owe this to Shiyun's husband. Indeed, after a while, the shareholders gradually emerged from their shock, their faces lighting up with joy. "Shiyun, you are truly marvelous. Our company has been saved," Qin Han exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Yes, Shiyun, we are immensely grateful to you." Qin Zhaoxiang, ever the opportunist, has now begun to lean towards Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun still feels as though she is in a dream, surrounded by a chorus of shareholders' praises. Yet her gaze remains fixed on Chun Ping. At this moment, she is far more concerned about the relationship between Chun Ping and Yun Kuei. "Shiyun, grandfather." Qin Siwen glanced at Chun Ping before turning to Qin Shiyun. "I truly did not expect that Chun Ping is acquainted with Yun Kuei. We owe him a great deal this time. Make sure to express my gratitude on my behalf." Qin Shiyun smiled gently. "Of course, grandfather." "Very well," Qin Siwen nodded, his eyes surveying the gathering. "While the shareholders are present, I wish to announce something. From this day forth, the Qin Group will be officially entrusted to Qin Shiyun." He paused for any objections. "If anyone has dissent, please voice it now. If there are no objections, then this matter is settled." "Father, I support Shiyun leading the company." Qin Zhaoxiang was the first to voice her agreement. "Chairman, we are in full agreement." The shareholders echoed unanimously, offering their support. "I disagree. On what grounds?" Wang Shufeng shouted indignantly. "Huh, second sister-in-law, does your disagreement hold any weight?" Qin Zhaoxiang retorted with a sardonic tone. "By the way, it seems you're no longer a shareholder." "You." Wang Shufeng rushed to the bedside, pleading, Father, you must not forsake Jumin. He is your only grandson. Qin Suwen replied coldly. If he were not my grandson, I would have expelled him from the Qin family today. When the Qin family faced difficulties, you not only refrained from helping, but instead assisted an outsider, betraying our heritage. How could I possibly hand over the company to Jumin? Father, we were simply confused. Enough. Your departure from the company is a blessing in disguise. Jumin's temperament is ill-suited for management. It is better for him to remain at home. Father, Wang Shufeng, seeing the situation unfold, cast a resentful glance at Qin Shiyun. She blamed her for everything, entirely oblivious to their own mistakes. With matters resolved satisfactorily, the loss of 30 billion was brushed aside. Laughter filled the room as everyone lingered for a while before departing the hospital. Qin Siwen finally found a moment of peace. Upon leaving the hospital, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming immediately dragged Chen Ping to the car, demanding answers. Chen Ping, you must tell us the truth. How do you know Yin Kuei? Were you not in the military? What did you do before? Chen Ping, Yin Kuei isn't your ex-girlfriend, is she? Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming gazed at him with eager anticipation. Their minds raced through various scenarios, struggling to connect Chen Ping with Yin Kuei. Feeling their intense scrutiny, Chen Ping chuckled nervously. Ladies, don't overthink it. My acquaintance with Yin Kuei was purely coincidental. I was indeed serving in the military, and it just so happens that her brother was in my unit, a close comrade of mine. I met Yin Kuei when she visited the base. I was tasked with hosting her during her stay. That was merely my second encounter with her. Coincidentally, today, upon hearing Meng Meng mention a crisis at your company, I thought to invite Yin Kuei to assist you. Really? Chen Ping, I noticed Yin Kuei seems quite fond of you. Just acquaintances, is that all? Zhang Ming looked at him skeptically. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun's expression mirrored her doubt. What I say is the absolute truth. Although I have only met her a few times, my bond with her brother is quite profound. Is it not quite normal for her to treat me well? Are you certain there is no other relationship with Yin Kuei? Is it possible that you and she were once lovers? Meng Meng, what kind of remark is that? To be candid, I have never been in a romantic relationship. What? Zhang Meng exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Ping, you truly have never dated anyone? If I were to deceive you, I would not be worthy of my humanity. I genuinely have not. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng rolled her eyes and glanced at Qin Shiyun, then back at Chen Ping. I find you two to be an impeccable match. Hee hee. I also believe that my wife and I are a perfect pair. Chen Ping chuckled in agreement. Qin Shiyun's cheeks flushed. What does this have to do with me? Chen Ping has never dated, nor have you. Does that not signify your first love? Nonsense. Our marriage is merely a facade. We have not engaged in romance at all. Even if it is a facade, it is on the verge of becoming real. Love is merely a process. Ha. Bored. Zhang Ming's teasing left Qin Shiyun speechless, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. They believed Chen Ping's words, as it seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Qin Shiyun was also elated, as all her recent troubles had been resolved. Little did she know, it was all Chen Ping's doing. Chapter 51. Yin Kuei's unfortunate loss of 50 billion the following day. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming continued their routine life. Today, they rose early, skipping breakfast, and hurried to the company. Arriving even earlier were Qin Han and a multitude of shareholders, all of whom had weathered significant ups and downs. Today, they appeared invigorated, eagerly awaiting Qin Shiyun's arrival at the entrance. Upon her arrival at the company, a wave of joy swept through the premises. Amidst a flurry of flattery, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming gathered their materials, eagerly making their way to Yun's group. After all, Yin Kuei's verbal commitment yesterday needed to be substantiated before they could feel at ease. Upon reaching Yun's group, they announced their names and were promptly escorted by a dedicated staff member to a private elevator, which took them directly to the top floor. Upon arrival, Li Jie personally welcomed them and guided them to the door of Yin Kuei's office. President Qin, please hold on a moment. Qin Shiyun nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your assistance. Li Jie slightly inclined her head and entered the office. Miss, Qin Shiyun has arrived. Has Chen Ping come? Not yet. Yin Kuei nodded slightly and settled onto the sofa. Let her in. Yes. Moments later, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming entered the office. visibly tense and uncertain as they approached the sofa. "Hello, President Yun." Qin Shiyun bowed respectfully. Yun Kuei maintained an expressionless demeanor, taking a sip of her coffee before raising her gaze to the two, stating coolly, "You have arrived. Please take a seat." "Thank you, President Yun." Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming awkwardly sat across from her, scarcely daring to meet her gaze. Noticing their discomfort, Yun Kuei began to speak. "You." Before she could finish, Qin Shiyun immediately stood and presented the company materials with both hands to Yun Kuei. "President Yun, this is our company's documentation." Yun Kuei's brow furrowed slightly as she accepted the materials, not even glancing at them before tossing them aside. This action left Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming feeling a chill in their hearts. "Miss Qin, please do not be reserved. Sit down and let us converse." "Thank you." Yun Kuei crossed her legs and gazed at Qin Shiyun with a hint of significance. "Miss Qin, your taste is commendable. You have found yourself a remarkable husband." Qin Shiyun was momentarily taken aback, then offered a friendly smile. However, she did not respond, uncertain of the meaning behind Yun Kuei's words. Yun Kuei continued, "Miss Qin, how did you and Qin Ping come together? Would you mind sharing?" This caught Qin Shiyun completely off guard, as she thought they were discussing business. "Mr. Yun, I met Qin Ping through an arranged marriage." "Arranged marriage?" Yun Kuei looked puzzled and remarked, "That's quite good. Do you know what status Qin Ping holds?" Qin Shiyun shook her head, then nodded. "He is a veteran. When I first saw him, I felt he was quite upright, which is why we became a couple." Yun Kuei chuckled lightly, "A fine veteran indeed. He seems rather pretentious." Both Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming looked at Yun Kuei in confusion, eager to understand who Qin Ping truly was. Observing their expressions, Yun Kuei casually remarked, "No need to go over the documents. Since I promised Qin Ping to assist you, I shall certainly do so. Now, tell me how I can help." Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow, interpreting this as a statement that her family's company held no significance in Yun Kuei's eyes, who seemed solely focused on Qin Ping's reputation. Unsure of the depth of their relationship, Qin Shiyun did not dare to make demands. "Mr. Yun, I appreciate your willingness to help. I do not wish to ask for too much. I only hope you can invest 1 billion. However, please rest assured that once the company recovers, your investment will yield dividends based on profits." As she spoke, she observed Yun Kuei's reaction. Yun Kuei scoffed dismissively at her words. "Is that all?" Qin Shiyun was momentarily stunned and hesitated to respond. "Miss Qin, do you truly believe your husband's reputation is worth 1 billion? Huh? Me?" This question left Qin Shiyun utterly bewildered. Yun Kuei continued, "It's rare for your husband to speak up, so I must be considerate of that. How about this? I will invest 5 billion into your company. I will not concern myself with its management. You may independently allocate these funds, whether for your own expenses or for business operations. The decision rests entirely with you. I will not take a single profit nor charge any interest. Repay me whenever you have the means. If not, it is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, both Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming felt their worldview shatter. This was not merely an investment. It was akin to a gift. Especially the remark, "Is your husband's reputation worth 5 billion?" compelled them to question Qin Ping's true identity. Was his reputation truly valued at 500 billion? "Mr. Yun, this." Qin Shiyun was rendered speechless. The monologue she had rehearsed all evening was rendered useless. "Li Jia," Yun Kuei called out. Li Jia approached and bowed, "Mississippi. Take this document and immediately transfer 5 billion to the public account of the Qin Group." "Understood, Mississippi." Before Qin Shiyun could fully comprehend the shock, Li Jia had already left with the documents. Moments later, Li Jia returned, saying, "Miss, as per your instructions, the 5 billion has been transferred." Yun Kuei gently nodded, casting a glance at Qin Shiyun. "Miss Qin, it's settled." "Ah, this." Qin Shiyun looked incredulously at Yun Kuei, utterly at a loss for words. Yun Kuei smiled softly. "What is it? Does Miss Qin wish to linger here for a meal?" "I." Qin Shiyun hastily stood, bowing as she asked, "President Yun, are we not to sign a contract? Is it a matter of trust in me or in your husband?" "Enough. I have already assisted you. Please be on your way." "Thank you, President Yun." Qin Shiyun exchanged a glance with Zhang Ming, and together they followed Li Jia, still feeling utterly astonished. Once inside the car, The two exchanged wide-eyed looks. Meng Meng, do you think this is real? It feels like a dream. 500 billion. What does it even signify? Not even a contract? It's so informal. Indeed. But this is what Yin Kuei herself claimed. ISNT it? Sister, this ISNT just helping you. It's practically handing you money. What on earth is the relationship between Chun Ping and her? Qin Shiyun, puzzled, shook her head. I too wish to uncover the truth of their connection. Zhang Ming, with a face full of skepticism, remarked, Chun Ping must have lied. They cannot merely be acquaintances. I suspect Yin Kuei might be his ex-girlfriend. How else could 500 billion be so casually given? Qin Shiyun nodded in agreement. Yes, Chun Ping must indeed be her former lover. Zhang Ming, biting her silver teeth, huffed, how dare that gigolo deceive us? Let it go. Everyone has a past. After all, but we sisters cannot just overlook this. Are you not concerned about their rekindled feelings? I even suspect that Yin Kuei's 500 billion is a parting gift for you and Chun Ping. Are you out of your mind? 500 billion as a severance package? Sister, you must keep a watchful eye on Chun Ping to prevent any infidelity. Infidelity? If he dares, I shall divorce him. Divorce would play right into Yin Kuei's hands. As they continued to speculate, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming concocted increasingly absurd notions about Chun Ping's character. Upon returning to the company, Qin Shiyun was met by anxious shareholders awaiting news. Shiyun, what is the outcome? Will Yin Kuei assist us? Indeed, Shiyun. How did negotiations fare? While Qin Shiyun's mind lingered on Chun Ping, the shareholders, including Qin Han, surrounded her. Qin Shiyun regarded them calmly, stating, Yin Kuei has granted me 500 billion in funding. What? 500 billion? Shiyun, are you certain? Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. It should be accurate. Finance. Quickly check the accounts. Oh my, 500 billion? Qin Han and the others were utterly astounded, rushing towards the finance office to urge the staff to verify the accounts. A throng of shareholders gathered around the computer, anxiously watching as the finance team checked the account balance. When the balance appeared, beginning with the numeral 5 followed by an unfathomable number of zeros, the crowd was left in sheer shock. 500 billion, 500 billion, 500 billion. My heavens, it truly is 500 billion. The finance office erupted into jubilant chaos as shareholders danced with delight. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming gathered around to take a look. Staring at the string of numbers, their eyes widened in astonishment, even with prior anticipation. They were once again taken aback. Goodness, it truly is 500 billion. Ha ha ha, Shiyun's company has flourished. I always said, Shiyun is the pillar of this company. With her presence, our enterprise shall soar to new heights. Indeed, Shiyun, you are the company's lucky charm. Ha ha. If the chairman were to know, he would surely be elated. This splendid news must be conveyed to the chairman. Yes, indeed. The shareholders were practically eager to extol Qin Shiyun. Now, if anyone dared to suggest replacing her, they would surely fight tooth and nail. Shiyun, let us together share this delightful news with the chairman. Qin Shiyun nodded. With that, the shareholders surrounded Qin Shiyun and made their way to the hospital. In the ward, Qin Suan awaited news, joined by Qin Junmin, Wang Shufeng, Qin Jinan, and Qin Zhaoxiang, all tending to him. Chairman, grandfather, a group of people squeezed into the ward, each beaming with joy. Upon seeing their radiant smiles, Qin Suan knew there was good news. He glanced at Qin Shiyun with a smile. Shiyun, has everything been settled? Qin Shiyun nodded. Yes. Chairman, you'll never guess how much Yin Kuei has invested in us. Qin Han teased with a grin. Oh, 30 billion? Qin Siwen chuckled. The chairman is thinking too modestly. At this, Qin Siwen was instantly invigorated, sitting up and exclaiming. Could it be 50 billion? Chairman, that is still too little. What? Qin Siwen nearly leapt from his seat. Qin Junmin and his mother looked on in shock at Qin Han. Qin Jinan and Qin Zhaoxiang felt a surge of joy. Qin Han, just tell us how much it is. Hurry, Qin Siwen urged. Chairman, it is 500 billion. 500 billion. What? Upon learning this figure, Qin Siwen sprang from his bed, excitedly gazing at Qin Shiyun. Shiyun, are you certain? Qin Shiyun approached to support Qin Siwen. Grandfather, it is true. My heavens. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Qin Siwen exclaimed, gripping Qin Shiyun's hands. Shiyun, this is an incredible opportunity. You must seize it. The ascent of the Qin group in the South China Sea depends on you. Rest assured, grandfather, I will strive earnestly. Good. With this, I can die in peace. Qin Siwen had never been so joyful. His greatest dream was to elevate the Qin group, and it appeared that this dream was now within reach. Ha. Shiyun, you are truly remarkable. My aunt always said, entrusting the company to you would be foolproof. Qin, Zhaoxiang laughed. Qin Shiyun found herself at a loss for words. How she had been marginalized before was now replaced with unabashed flattery. Familial bonds seemed to mirror the maintenance of interests, devoid of benefits. Such ties appeared utterly valueless. Ha. Shiyun, you must work diligently and never disappoint your grandfather or me. Qin Jinan said, grinning broadly. He too felt a sense of vindication. Qin Shiyun held no fondness for this father. Everyone was enveloped in joyous laughter, except for Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng, who wore somber expressions, feeling like outsiders amidst the merriment. If gazes could slay, Qin Junmin and his mother would have extinguished Qin Shiyun 100 times over. Yet, no one paid them any mind. The harmonious laughter resonated, and if not for the need to care for the patient, none would have chosen to depart. Now, the shareholders felt reassured. The Qin group was unequivocally entrusted to Qin Shiyun's sole stewardship. Once Qin Shiyun and the shareholders departed, Qin Junmin could no longer contain the hatred bubbling within him. He and Wang Shufeng stood outside the hospital room, watching as Qin Shiyun was surrounded by admirers, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. I cannot fathom how that useless husband of hers could possibly know Yun Kuei. Wang Shufeng spat vehemently. Mother, I am unwilling to accept this. I refuse to yield. Qin Junmin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with resentment. Junmin, do not lose heart. You are the sole male heir of the Qin family. It will eventually be yours. Wang Shufeng reassured him. Indeed, that wretched Qin Shiyun has taken everything that rightfully belongs to me. I will ensure she suffers. Junmin, we may have lost our shares, but your grandfather still possesses his. If he bequeaths them to you, all can be reclaimed. But mother, grandfather currently favors that wretched Qin Shiyun. He intends to bestow the shares upon her. Qin Junmin replied, his eyes burning with fury. Why should that be? You are the rightful heir of the Qin family. If you speak earnestly with your grandfather, he will undoubtedly grant you the shares. I cannot wait any longer. Cannot wait? Junmin, what do you intend to do? Qin Junmin's eyes glinted with malice as he looked at Wang Shufeng. Mother, if that wretched Qin Shiyun were to perish, then everything belonging to the Qin family would become ours. Wang Shufeng stared at him in shock. Junmin, are you suggesting we kill Qin Shiyun? Indeed, Qin Junmin snarled. Once she is dead, will the Qin family not be ours? While that may be so, if your grandfather discovers this, he will not spare us. Wang Shufeng voiced her concerns. Do not worry, mother. I shall not undertake the task myself. We can hire an assassin to eliminate Qin Shiyun. Once she is gone, all our troubles will vanish. Upon hearing this, Wang Shufeng gritted her teeth. Very well. I support you. Indeed, Qin Junmin smirked coldly. The desperate duo had resorted to contemplating the murder of Qin Shiyun. Chapter 53. Is my reputation worth 500 billion? How was I unaware? Upon returning to the company, Qin Shiyun, having regained control, felt the weight of immense responsibility upon her shoulders. As a woman of inherent strength, she despised being a recipient of charity. Yet, she could not reject Yun Kuei's benevolence, especially when it was extended in the name of Qinping. This sentiment ignited a fierce determination within her. She was resolute in not allowing Yun Kuei to look down upon her, nor did she wish to be scorned by Qinping. Vowing silently to swiftly utilize this funding, she aimed to expand and fortify the company while promptly repaying Yun Kuei the 500 billion. In truth, this was merely her curiosity at play. While Yun Kuei had indeed offered the funds out of respect for Qinping, he bore no disdain for her. Rather, there was a hint of envy towards her. With ample resources, the potential for growth was magnified infinitely. This, too, would serve as an invaluable experience for Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming swiftly immersed themselves in their work. In addition to managing the existing affairs of the company, they pondered how to expand and strengthen it further. As they busied themselves, they lost track of time. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that Chen Ping called, reminding them it was time to return home for dinner. Sister, make sure to ask Chen Ping about his relationship with Yun Kuei later, Zhang Ming advised at the doorstep. Qin Shiyun nodded in agreement. Upon arriving home, Chen Ping greeted them with his usual cheerful demeanor. Darling, why are you and Meng Ming so late tonight? I've warmed up the food for you. Let me serve it. He went to the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming changed their shoes and washed their hands before taking their seats at the table. However, their focus was not on the meal, but rather on Chen Ping. He served them each a bowl of rice and, noticing their expressions, asked, "What s with the looks? Did Yun Kuei offer any assistance at her company today? Don't you know? Such a significant matter. And Yun Kuei hasn't he mentioned it to you?" Zhang Ming exclaimed, astonished. To them, it was inconceivable that such a large sum, 500 billion, could go uncommunicated. Chen Ping stared at them in confusion. I have no idea. What's going on? Is Yun Kuei unwilling to help? Qin Shiyun interjected. No, she did help. Oh, I knew it. Given my friendship with her, she would certainly assist. Chen Ping replied. What kind of friendship do you have with her? Qin Shiyun inquired, her tone almost like that of a curious young bride. Chen Ping smiled lightly. I mentioned it before. It's just a friendship. Zhang Ming scrutinized him with skepticism. I doubt that. Even if it's a friendship, it must be something more than ordinary, right? What's going on? You don't think I believe you and Yun Kuei are just friends, do you? You've only met her twice, yet you seem closer than mere friends, just because of her brother. We don't believe you. If the relationship were not intimate, how could Yun Kuei treat you so well? Qin Shiyun nodded in agreement. You really don't need to hide anything, Chen Ping. I want to hold the past against you. I know you and Yun Kuei were once lovers, but I truly don't mind. I just hope you want to lie. Chen Ping's eyes widened in surprise. What? Darling, you think Yun Kuei was my lover? Where did you hear such gossip? Qin Shiyun frowned. I was merely speculating. Chen Ping chuckled, gazing at her affectionately. Darling, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Rest assured, my love is solely for you. I'm not jealous. Why would you say that? Qin Shiyun's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly lowered her head to eat, trying to mask her embarrassment. Ha ha! Chen Ping laughed heartily. I swear, I truly have nothing with Yun Kuei. Please don't overthink it. Is that so? Qin Shiyun murmured, secretly pleased. Zhang Ming, noting Qin Shiyun's vulnerability, pressed on. Chen Ping, do you know how Yun Kuei assisted Shiyun? Her family has plenty of money. Investing a few $100 million should be no trouble, right? A few $100 million? Chen Ping, how much do you think your reputation is worth in her eyes? Chen Ping paused, taken aback. How would I know? Yun Kuei is a businesswoman. I merely asked her for a bit of assistance with an investment. It depends on how much she deems Shiyun's company is worth to invest. Moreover, although her involvement stemmed from my connection, the funds she contributed were undoubtedly for her own benefit. Zhang Ming and Qin Shiyun exchanged glances, their suspicions deepening. Chen Ping, are you truly unaware of how much Yun Kuei invested? Or how much she has given? I retorted, what are you all up to? Why the mistrust directed at me? Sister, you should just speak for yourself. Zhang Ming was utterly speechless. Qin Shiyun turned to Chen Ping, saying, Yun Kuei provided 500 billion. What? Chen Ping exclaimed, springing to his feet. 500 billion? My goodness, that's an unimaginable sum. More or less. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. I tell you, the most money I've ever had in my life was merely 1 million. 500 billion? I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Yun Kuei is truly extravagant. Zhang Ming scoffed at this. Chen Ping, you're just putting on show. Do you even know why Yun Kuei gave 500 billion? I'm not pretending. So why did she? Because of you. Me? You overestimate my worth. I'm not even worth 500 billion. Chen Ping's lips twitched. Qin Shiyun chimed in. What Meng Meng said is entirely true. Yun Kuei, indeed, gave me 500 billion out of consideration for our relationship. She even stated that your worth is valued at 500 billion. As for the Qin group, she never regarded it at all. Moreover, she informed me that this 500 billion is meant solely for me, and whether I return it is of no consequence. Chen Ping was left utterly dumbfounded. My worth is 500 billion? Why was I not aware of this? Does she truly hold me in such high esteem? So, Chen Ping, can you still claim that you and Yun Kuei share friendship? By heaven's grace, I assure you, we are merely friends. As for her giving 500 billion, I believe she is simply foolishly wealthy. Come now, if she were foolish, then the world would be filled with fools. Chen Ping found himself at a loss for words. He had never contemplated that his reputation could command a value of 500 billion in Yun Kuei's eyes. More importantly, he had never considered leveraging his reputation for monetary gain. To him, as long as he had enough, that sufficed. Over the years, he felt that his salary was already excessive. If it weren't for returning home and seeing the financial struggles, he would have thought that 1 million was more than adequate. The notion of billions had never crossed his mind. Now, it was clear that Yun Kuei had directly bestowed 500 billion upon Qin Shiyun. Amidst the shock, he realized he was now indebted in a significant way. After all, he had solicited Yun Kuei's assistance, believing her to be a businesswoman. In such circles, mutual investment is paramount, primarily driven by profit, and it would also serve to assist him. Chen Ping, you seem to have no retort left? Indeed, I find myself at a loss for words. Regardless of whether you believe it, Yun Kuei and I are simply friends. All right, Meng Meng, I trust Chen Ping, Qin Shiyun declared. Observing this, Zhang Ming chose not to press further. Dear, since Yun Kuei has provided 500 billion, you should embrace it and pursue what you wish to do. She mentioned it was for my sake, and I will repay this favor, so you need not worry. Chen Ping, while I am grateful to Yun Kuei, if she ever coerces you into doing something against your will or attempts to buy you with her wealth, I would rather see the company go bankrupt than put you in a difficult position. Rest assured, dear, Yun Kuei is not that type. That is reassuring. Chapter 54. Qin Shiyun is kidnapped life returned to its previous rhythm. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng departed early, prioritizing the company's development to the extent that they even resolved their dinner at the office. They typically returned home close to 11 in the evening. Chen Ping, as always, devoted his energy entirely to his family, frequently bustling about in Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. In the evenings, Dali's establishment remained packed, with Chen Ping clad in a black tank top, energetically working in the kitchen. He toiled until nearly 11, as waves of late-night diners continued to flow in. In the Qin Group building, only the top floor and a lobby on the first floor retained their lights late at night. Zhang Meng, visibly fatigued, pushed open the door to the general manager's office, where she found Qin Shiyun diligently working. She approached and said, "Sister, if you continue to work like this, you will eventually wear yourself out. Work cannot be completed in a day. One must balance labor with rest." Qin Shiyun looked up, smiling faintly. I know. I'm just a bit anxious. Anxiety shouldn't lead to round-the-clock work. It's already past 11. Let us wrap up and head home. Huh? Is it that late? Yes, it is indeed quite late. All right, let us go home. Qin Shiyun stretched, turned off her computer, tidied her things, and grabbed her bag. On the entire top floor, only a few remained working late. Qin Shiyun called for her colleagues to leave together, turning off the lights and locking the door behind them. Upon reaching the company courtyard, Zhang Ming immediately reclined in the car, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted after these few days." Qin Shiyun appeared relatively unfazed as she took the wheel. Just as they arrived on the road outside the company, two cars began to tail them. In the front vehicle, a lecherous middle-aged man sat in the passenger seat, clutching a photograph and leering at an image of Qin Shiyun. "This girl is truly a gem. It would be a pity to kill her." He chuckled wickedly. "That is simple enough. Let us have our fun with her first, then finish her off," replied the driver. The lecherous man smacked him on the back of the head, grinning with a sinister glee. "You're quite the ruthless one, but I like it." Their laughter echoed with an unsettling air. Unbeknownst to Qin Shiyun, who was focused on driving home, they accelerated past her and forced her to a stop. As she drove onto a secluded road, the lecherous man ordered the driver to overtake and block her. With a rev of the engine, their vehicle swiftly overtook Qin Shiyun's Maserati. Before she could react, the car in front slammed on its brakes. Startled, Qin Shiyun hurriedly pressed the brakes, yet still collided with the rear of the car ahead. With a loud bang, The inertia propelled Zhang Meng forward, but fortunately, she was restrained by her seatbelt and bounced back heavily into her seat. Ah, Zhang Meng gasped. Meng, are you all right? I'm fine. What has happened? Why did we crash? Qin Shiyun, equally bewildered, replied. The car in front suddenly accelerated past us and then braked abruptly. I couldn't react in time. In the midst of their conversation, a van behind them rammed into their rear. With a jarring thud, the sisters were jolted again. Panic etched across their faces. What is happening? Surely we aren't being robbed? Zhang Meng exclaimed, glancing anxiously around. At this moment, Qin Shiyun was filled with panic. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, it's really over. The two sisters turned pale with fear, uncertain of what to do. Just then, the occupants of both the front and rear vehicles emerged, approximately 7 or 8 individuals. The leader, with a lewd expression, approached them, while his subordinates hurried to the sides of the car, desperately attempting to yank the doors open. This is bad. We are truly encountering a robbery. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng were horrified, remaining motionless in the vehicle. Damn it, open the door. The assailants continued to frantically tug at the doors. In her frenzy, Qin Shiyun thought of Chun Ping and hurriedly pulled out her phone to dial his number. Hello, Chun Ping, hurry and rescue us. We are in danger. Just as she spoke, a few loud bangs echoed as the windows were shattered by the attackers. No. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng screamed in terror. Hello, dear. Where are you? Chun Ping's anxious voice came through the phone. Just as Qin Shiyun was about to respond, the lewd man grabbed her hair, yanking her down forcefully. Zhang Meng fared no better, being dragged out by several men. Let me go. No, please. The lewd man looked at Qin Shiyun with gleaming eyes. What a gem. Today is my lucky day. Chun Ping, come save me. Qin Shiyun cried out in terror, clutching her phone as the man held her by the hair. Seeing she was still on the call, he snatched the phone away, laughing. No one can save you now. Hey, let my wife go. The lewd man provocatively put the call on speaker, boasting, Kid, your wife is quite the catch. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her tonight. The group of thugs erupted in raucous laughter. They were unaware that on the other end of the line, Chun Ping was filled with murderous intent. I don't care who you are, release my wife immediately, or you will regret ever being born into this world. Chun Ping's voice resonated with a chilling fury. Ha! We'll talk later. If you're brave enough, come here. The lewd man laughed heartily, commanding, bind them and take them away. Yes. Subsequently, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng found their hands bound with tape and their mouths sealed, as they were tossed into the back seat of the front car. Meanwhile, Chun Ping, who had been assisting in the kitchen, felt a cold chill wash over him after the call was abruptly ended, his gaze gradually turning crimson. Brother-in-law, what happened to my sister? Zhang Dali, wielding a kitchen knife, appeared ready to fight. Brother, is something wrong with my sister? Chun Lin asked, her face etched with concern. Chun Ping steadied his mind, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Dali's shoulder. Sister-in-law is fine. You both need not worry. I will handle this. Brother-in-law, I want to go with you. Brother, let Dali come along. He can be of help. No need. It's fine. Chun Ping smiled faintly before turning to leave. The smile gradually vanishing, replaced by a fierce resolve. He swiftly entered his BMW, started the engine, and accelerated towards the direction of the Qin group. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Chong phone. I've sent you your sister-in-law's phone number. Listen carefully, track her phone's location as quickly as possible, and send it to me. Yes, boss. On the other end of the line was Hunter Chong Feng, leader of the Xuanwu Division within the Dark Knight organization. When it came to tracking, the Xuanwu Division was among the world's elite. From Chun Ping's tone, Chong Feng immediately guessed that something must have happened to Qin Shiyun. Without wasting a second, he began tracing the signal. Chapter 55. Chun Ping saves his wife in less than 3 minutes. Chong Feng successfully located Qin Shiyun and immediately sent the coordinates to Chun Ping. Chun Ping opened the tracking system without delay. The red dot on the map was moving rapidly. He slammed the accelerator, speeding toward the target. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat of another car, a lecherous man kept glancing back at the bound Qin Shiyun, his face twisted with lust. Boss, these two girls are absolute stunners. Shut up and drive faster. I can't wait to have a taste of such fine goods. Boss, when you're done, won't you let the rest of us have some fun too? Ha ha, don't worry. Once I'm satisfied, you can do whatever you want with them. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Their vile conversation filled Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng with deep terror. They struggled desperately, muffled cries escaping through their gagged mouths. The more they resisted, the more the lecherous man grinned with sick delight. Soon, the car arrived at a remote warehouse. The moment they stopped, the men dragged Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng out of the vehicle. As the rolling shutter door slammed shut, fear consumed the two women. Thrown onto the ground, they writhed helplessly under the hungry gazes of their captors, their faces etched with despair. Ha ha, what exquisite beauties! The lecherous man crouched before them like a ravenous wolf, tearing the tape from their mouths. No, stay away from us. Help! Chunping, save us! Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng screamed in terror, wishing desperately for Chunping to appear. Ha ha ha! Scream all you want. No one will hear you. Don't blame us for being cruel. We're just getting paid to do a job. The man licked his lips, his predatory eyes fixed on Qin Shiyun before lunging at her. Qin Shiyun's face turned deathly pale as she shrieked, kicking at him with all her strength. But her feeble resistance was useless. The man seized her legs, roughly pulling off her high heels before inhaling deeply, intoxicated by the scent of her feet. So fragrant. Ha ha! Let me go. Get away. Terrified by his depravity, Qin Shiyun thrashed wildly, trying to break free from his filthy grasp. But her struggles only excited him further. Zhang Meng fared no better. Another man had already pinned her down. No, please no. The two women sobbed hysterically, their cries mingling with the lewd laughter of their tormentors. Chunping, where are you? Chunping, save us. Please hurry. Their desperate pleas echoed through the warehouse, drowned out by the jeers of the men surrounding them. As the despicable man believed victory was within his grasp, and as despair enveloped Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng, the man they had longed for finally arrived. A thunderous crash echoed as a fiery BMW barreled through the rolling shutter door, catching the occupants off guard. The car's front collided violently with the first two henchmen, sending them flying into oblivion. Just as the vehicle seemed poised to strike the despicable man and the two women, it executed a flawless drift and came to a halt nearby. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in faded denim jeans, a black tank top, and flip-flops. It was Chunping. Wu Qin Shiyun's eyes filled with tears as she gazed intently at him, her heartache and fear dissipating in an instant. At that moment, she felt Chunping was the most remarkable man in the world. Chunping, Wu, you finally came? Zhang Meng exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she admired him, feeling that he was nothing short of extraordinary. Chunping looked at them with tender eyes and managed a faint smile. Wife, Meng Meng, it's all right now. For them, the embodiment of security lay in Chunping's presence. However, the warmth of his smile vanished as he turned his cold gaze towards the despicable man. I warned you, if you harm my wife, you will regret ever being born. The despicable man found himself frozen in place, his earlier bravado replaced by a look of panic. Friend, you may be overestimating yourself, he attempted to assert with forced composure. Chunping smirked slightly. Is that so? He began to approach the despicable man with deliberate steps. Despite his history of violence, the intensity of Chunping's presence compelled the man to instinctively retreat. Kill him, the despicable man shouted desperately. The remaining henchmen, steeling themselves, drew their folding knives and charged at Chunping. With a chilling gaze, Chunping seized the wrist of the nearest attacker and twisted it forcefully. A shriek pierced the air as the man's wrist snapped, the knife clattering to the ground. Chunping snatched the weapon and plunged it into the assailant's thigh. Before the others could reach him, Chunping, wielding the folding knife, swiftly severed the tendons of their hands and feet. After a series of agonizing cries, the henchmen collapsed, writhing in pain. Chunping spared their lives, not out of mercy, but to avoid shedding blood in front of Qin Shiyun. Having concluded the confrontation, Chunping nonchalantly cut the tape binding Qin Shiyun and Zhang Meng. Wife, you're safe now. Woo. Chunping. Qin Shiyun leaped into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. He stroked her long hair, reassuring her, don't worry, my dear, I won't allow you to suffer again. Zhang Ming, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy caught in a tumult of emotions. She wished for the love between Qin Shiyun and Chen Ping, yet couldn't help but feel envious of Qin Shiyun's happiness. After a moment, Chen Ping spoke. "Wife, could you and Ming Ming please drive home first?" Qin Shiyun looked up at him. "Aren't you coming home?" Chen Ping smiled gently. "I will, but first, I need to take care of a few matters." "All right." Qin Shiyun did not pursue the matter further as she and Zhang Ming, still shaken, drove away in a BMW. "My friend, I am merely a hired hand. Could you perhaps show me a modicum of mercy?" The lewd man no longer dared to act arrogantly. Once Qin Shiyun had departed, Chen Ping felt unencumbered. He regarded the lewd man with icy indifference. In one's lifetime, opportunities do not present themselves every day. I have already granted you a chance, yet you chose not to cherish it. Upon hearing this, the lewd man's expression darkened. "My friend, must we truly resort to mutual destruction? I am affiliated with the Qin gang. In Nanhai, no one dares provoke them. Spare me today, and we may meet again under better circumstances." Chen Ping smiled faintly. Not every misdeed can be rectified with an apology. "Speak, who commanded you? I may consider granting you a swift end." Chapter 56. Searching for someone in the bar. What if I say, I don't know? I merely follow orders. Whose orders? Can you tell me if I will live? Not a chance. The lewd man fell silent, swiftly drawing a handgun from behind his waist, aiming it at Chen Ping with the intent to pull the trigger. However, he had underestimated the situation. A flash of cold steel glinted as his entire hand was severed by a folding knife. "On my hand!" he screamed agonizingly, clutching his wrist with his left hand, the severed appendage lying gruesomely on the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the horror, Chen Ping, wielding the folding knife, plunged it into his left shoulder. The immense pain rendered the lewd man pale, cold sweat pouring from him. "Oh, my hand, my hand." Chen Ping remained expressionless, twisting the knife gently. The blade churned within the lewd man's flesh, blood spilling uncontrollably. Fear consumed the lewd man's eyes. The terror of death shattered his composure. "Tell me, who instructed you? Kill me if you dare." Without further ado, Chen Ping stabbed him several more times. The lewd man, now drenched in blood, could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. It must be said, he displayed a semblance of fortitude, enduring Chen Ping's torment without betraying his boss. Lacking patience, Chen Ping, seeing no further information forthcoming, bent down to retrieve the gun from the floor, aiming it at the lewd man's head. Emotionless as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The lewd man's head exploded. Chen Ping then aimed the gun at the several subordinates sprawled on the floor, firing repeatedly until the magazine was emptied, sending them off to meet their maker. Though Chen Ping did not ascertain who sought to harm Qin Shiyun, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Whoever harbored such thoughts would not be spared. Having completed his grim task, Chen Ping drove the lewd man's vehicle to a specific destination. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a street lined with bars, parking in front of a seedy establishment. Exiting the car, he stepped inside, the noise overwhelming and disorienting. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and chaos. Chen Ping was no stranger to such places. His previous visits had always been on missions. His purpose here was not for leisure. He had a clear objective as he approached the stage where a DJ was performing. "Hey, let me use the microphone," Chen Ping called out loudly as he approached. A moment of hesitation passed as the performer turned to the microphone and asked, "My friend, would you like to shout a few words?" Chen Ping seized the microphone and bellowed, "Enough noise. Turn off the music." The moment his voice echoed, the patrons of the bar turned their curious gazes toward him. "Buddy, you're not trying to cause trouble, are you? Hand me the mic. Get lost." Chen Ping forcefully pushed the performer aside, grasped the microphone, and began to hammer it. The jarring noise provoked a chorus of curses from the crowd. The individual controlling the music hastily cut the power, plunging the bar into silence. "Damn it, kid. Do you dare to stir up trouble here?" The bar's security finally reacted, rushing toward Chen Ping in a swarm. "Brothers, take him down." The security, emboldened, swung their fists toward Chen Ping, and the onlookers eagerly anticipated a spectacle of him being beaten. With the microphone in hand, Chen Ping faced the approaching brawny men without a hint of panic. He swung the microphone with force against the advancing attackers, and soon cries of anguish filled the air. Those once menacing security guards found themselves battered and bruised, retreating in fear from Chun-Ping. "Do not lay a hand on him." Just then, the bar owner shouted to halt the security personnel. The owner, an alluring woman in her 30s clad in an embroidered cheapao, sashayed over, her hips swaying gracefully. Observing that her security team was struggling against Chun-Ping, she quickly recognized that he was no ordinary adversary. Otherwise, he would not dare to disrupt the establishment alone. She gazed at Chun-Ping and smiled slightly. "Handsome, I wonder if we have offended you in any way, or if our hospitality has fallen short." With a charming grin, Chun-Ping replied, "Beautiful lady, I am here to find someone." "Oh, may I inquire who you seek?" "I've heard this area is under the domain of Zhang Hu. Please summon him. I have matters to discuss." "You seek Brother Hu?" The woman's brow furrowed slightly, uncertain of Chun-Ping's intentions. "Red sister, this brat dares to cause a ruckus and has assaulted our brothers. There's no need to waste words with him," a burly man interjected. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Hong continued, "Handsome, may I ask what business you have with Brother Hu?" Chun-Ping tossed the microphone aside, leaped off the stage, and sauntered over to Zhang Hong. "Lady, just call Zhang Hu." Zhang Hong smiled faintly. Very well. She understood that neither she nor her security could handle Chun-Ping. This establishment was indeed under Zhang Hu's watch, and she would ensure he was summoned to address the matter without Chun-Ping needing to elaborate. Chun-Ping's disruption was merely a pretext to meet Zhang Hu and uncover who orchestrated the kidnapping of Qin Shiyan. "Handsome, why don't you accompany me upstairs for a drink?" Zhang Hong suggested, her demeanor alluring after notifying Zhang Hu. Chun-Ping grinned. "No problem. Please, after you." With that, Zhang Hong led Chun-Ping to a private room on the second floor. The crowd, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, resumed their activities as the situation settled and normalcy returned. Inside the room, Zhang Hong poured Chun-Ping a glass of red wine and gracefully took a seat beside him. Crossing her legs, she offered the glass to him. "How about a drink, handsome?" Chun-Ping inhaled the fragrance of her perfume, his gaze lingering on her high-slit cheongsam that revealed her alabaster legs. Awkwardly accepting the wine glass, he took a large gulp. Zhang Hong, holding her own glass, took a delicate sip, her enchanting eyes never leaving Chun-Ping. "Hello there. It seems this is your first visit," she remarked. "Yes, indeed, it is my first time," he replied. "Is that so? Then you must come more often to see your sister," Zhang Hong said, her smooth palm gliding over Chun-Ping's thigh. Feeling the heat rising within him, Chun-Ping hurriedly stood up. "Beautiful lady, I am a married man." Zhang Hong erupted into laughter, her amusement evident as she observed Chun-Ping's blushing face. A slight grimace crossed his lips, while he could face danger without hesitation. Dealing with such an ardent woman truly posed a challenge. Noticing his discomfort, Zhang Hong smiled gently. "All right, I won't tease you any further. I have already informed Zhang Hu. He will be here shortly. You can wait here. I will leave you be." "All right," Chun-Ping replied as she rose and exited the private room. Chapter 57. Zhang Hu's nightmare upon leaving the room. Zhang Hong was met by several underlings awaiting her at the door. "Sister Hong, why are you being so courteous to this guy? If he dares to cause trouble, he should be dealt with," one of them remarked. Zhang Hong replied coolly, "Can you take him on? We are in the business of making money. As long as he does not go too far, there is no need to escalate matters. Besides, if he is here alone, he must not fear us. His target is Zhang Hu. Let him handle it. Isn't that better?" "Indeed, what you say makes sense," they acknowledged. Zhang Hong, having long navigated such environments, possessed a keen sense of perception. She sensed that Chun-Ping was not an ordinary individual, which explained her courtesy. Her approach was undoubtedly wise, as those who crossed Chun-Ping often faced dire consequences. After half an hour, Zhang Hu finally arrived with a group of his men, albeit fashionably late. Zhang Hong greeted him with a radiant smile. "Brother Hu, I truly appreciate your assistance." Zhang Hu scratched his forehead and grinned. "Little Hong, what's the urgent matter?" "It's not a big deal, just that a handsome man assaulted my people, claiming to be here for you," she explained. Zhang Hu's brow furrowed at this news. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? Tell me where he is, I shall deal with him immediately. Zhang Hong chuckled. Brother Hu, he is waiting for you upstairs. Is that so? He dares to wait for me? Lead the way, he commanded. Zhang Hong guided Zhang Hu to the private room on the second floor. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Zhang Hu following behind, shouting, I want to see who has the audacity to disrupt my establishment. Chun Ping sat quietly on the sofa, patiently awaiting their arrival. Upon hearing the commotion, he slightly raised his gaze to meet Zhang Hu's entrance. Their eyes locked, and Zhang Hu nearly stumbled in shock. Fortunately, Chun Hong was quick to support him. Brother Hu, what is wrong? Zhang Hu forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. If there was anyone he wished to avoid, it would undoubtedly be Chun Ping. Zhang Hong, noticing his reaction, felt puzzled but surmised that Zhang Hu had encountered a formidable opponent. This only reinforced her suspicion that this young man was extraordinary. Xiao Hong, this Mr. Chun is my friend. Could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to have a private conversation with Mr. Chun, Zhang Hu said softly. Of course, she replied. Zhang Hong nodded and left the private room, closing the door behind him. Once alone, Zhang Hu promptly approached, bowing slightly, and whispered, Brother Chun, did you call for me? Chun Ping nodded slightly. Sit down, we need to talk. Zhang Hu, genuinely fearful of Chun Ping, dared not make a sound as he sat across from him. Chun Ping's sharp gaze fixed upon him as he inquired, Zhang Hu, tell me, did you send anyone to abduct a person named Qin Shiyan today? At this, Zhang Hu shook his head vigorously. Brother Chun, I swear I did not send anyone to kidnap anyone today. Please believe me. Chun Ping replied coolly, is that so? My wife was kidnapped tonight by someone claiming to be a disciple of the Qin gang. That person was tight-lipped and refused to disclose who was behind it. Zhang Hu shuddered, cold sweat pouring down his face, and fell to his knees. Brother Chun, please believe me. If I were responsible, I would be struck by a car the moment I stepped outside, and my entire family would end up in a crematorium. Zhang Hu felt compelled to say this, fearing that Chun Ping would not discern right from wrong and would eliminate him without hesitation. Chun Ping understood that Zhang Hu was not to blame. His intent was merely to convey the gravity of the situation in hopes of extracting information. All right, get up. I believe you didn't do it. However, you must tell me who could be responsible. Wiping his sweat with a handkerchief from his pocket, Zhang Hu, trembling, resumed his seat on the sofa and pondered carefully. Brother Chun, although I am a leader in the Qin gang, there are over a dozen factions responsible for various districts. Each faction manages underground operations and collects protection fees. There are regulations that prevent cross-boundary actions. While kidnappings have occurred between factions, they're typically rooted in personal vendettas or contract killings. Brother Chun, I believe your sister-in-law was likely targeted by a hired assassin. Chun Ping nodded. I see. So, which faction in your Qin gang engages in such dealings? The Killing God Hall. If I'm not mistaken, it must be them. They specialize in such murderous activities in Nanhai. As long as the price is right, they will carry out the task. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chun Ping's mouth. Excellent. Zhang Hu, lead the way. Brother Chun, What? Are you unwilling? It's not that I am unwilling, but if the gang finds out, they won't spare me. Brother Chun, please show mercy. I can provide you with the address. Chun Ping's expression darkened as he seized Zhang Hu. Rest assured, I do not leave survivors. Brother Chun. Zhang Hu's face fell, but he dared not resist and had no choice but to accompany Chun Ping. Once outside, a group of Zhang Hu's subordinates awaited him. Brother Chun, I'll send them away. Go ahead. Zhang Hu knew better than to let his subordinates be aware of the situation. He dismissed them and discreetly acquired several handguns for protection. As they reached the car, Zhang Hu handed Chun Ping a handgun. Brother Chun, the Killing God Hall is unlike us. They have many skilled fighters. Particularly their leader, Zuolang, is ruthless and a peak master of inner strength. Approach him with caution. Chun Ping accepted the handgun and smiled faintly. Do not worry. With me, you one team meet your end. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you. He called him, stating that there was a significant business opportunity that required a face-to-face discussion. Zhang Hu, feeling apprehensive, promptly contacted Zuolang, and the two quickly agreed over the phone. With a mixture of anxiety, Zhang Hu took Chun Ping along with him, contemplating various scenarios in his mind, even considering the possibility of bringing a firearm. Although he had faith in Chun Ping's prowess, He remained wary of the potential for betrayal should circumstances turn unfavorable for Chen Ping. Before long, Zhang Hu and Chen Ping arrived at the entrance of a secluded villa. The premises were brightly lit, and several bodyguards clad in black were visible in the courtyard. "Brother Chen, is this Zhuolang's stronghold? Can I refrain from entering?" Zhang Hu asked. "No more nonsense. Honk the horn." Zhang Hu, perspiring despite the air conditioning, reluctantly pressed the horn a few times. The imposing iron gate of the villa swung open, and steeling himself, he drove the car inside. With a resounding clang, the gate shut behind them. As Zhang Hu surveyed the surroundings from the vehicle, his apprehension grew. Chen Ping had already exited the car, scanning the area and noting around a dozen individuals, each possessing a formidable presence. There was an unmistakable aura of lethality about them, marking them as professional assassins. Chen Ping tapped the roof of the car, signaling Zhang Hu to step out. Recognizing that evasion was no longer an option, Zhang Hu steadied his nerves and exited the vehicle nonchalantly. "Brother, who has arrived?" At that moment, a man emerged from the villa, greeting them with a smile. This was Zhuolang's younger brother, Ming. Zhang Hu murmured a greeting before responding, "Brother Ming, thank you for your patience. Is Brother Lang inside?" "Yes. He is waiting for you," Ming replied, glancing at Chen Ping. "Is this the esteemed gentleman you mentioned?" "Indeed," Zhang Hu confirmed. "Please, let us proceed inside for the discussion." "Very well." Chapter 58. Chen Ping's elimination of the Divine Hall. Chen Ping and Zhang Hu followed Ming into the villa, where a middle-aged man in a tailored suit sat at a coffee table, pouring tea from a teapot. Upon noticing Chen Ping and Zhang Hu's arrival, he maintained a blank expression, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on them. Chen Ping, however, remained composed and took a seat opposite him. Zhang Hu, under the weight of that scrutinizing gaze, felt increasingly uneasy. Zhuolang poured the tea, setting 2 cups in front of Chen Ping and Zhang Hu, and then casually inquired, "Zhang Hu, I wonder who this friend of yours wishes to eliminate for such a hefty price?" Zhuolang refrained from addressing Chen Ping directly, leaving Zhang Hu momentarily at a loss for words as he sought Chen Ping's silent guidance. Chen Ping lifted his teacup and took a sip, commenting, "This tea is quite commendable." Zhuolang's eyes shifted to Chen Ping, who asserted, "Since we are here, let us speak candidly." "Of course," Chen Ping replied, draining his cup and placing it down with intent, his gaze piercing as he declared, "Qin Shiyuan." Upon hearing the name, Zhuolang clearly faltered for a moment, his demeanor darkening as he regarded Chen Ping. "You intend to kill this person?" Chen Ping keenly observed the shift in Zhuolang's expression, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems it is time for a refill." Furrowing his brow, Zhuolang filled the cups once more, stating, "My friend, the tea is now full. Once this matter is concluded, I shall take my leave. Is that so?" Zhuolang's eyes glinted with a hint of menace. He had begun to sense the sinister intentions behind Chen Ping's arrival. Nevertheless, he was cautious. For a person who dared to enter such a den was undoubtedly no ordinary adversary. Chen Ping lifted the teacup, fiddling with it momentarily. "Tell me, who ordered the assassination of Qin Shiyuan? Speak, and after this cup of tea, I shall take my leave." Leaning back against the sofa, Zhuolang replied indifferently, "My friend, there are rules in our line of work." Chen Ping smirked slightly. "So, there is no room for negotiation?" Zhuolang chose not to respond, instead picking up a cigar and casually toasting it with a lighter. At that moment, a group of men stormed into the room, their gazes menacingly fixated on Chen Ping. Zhang Hu, witnessing the tense standoff, broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief, vigorously wiping the perspiration from his brow. Chen Ping, with an air of composure, held the teacup firmly. "Qin Shiyuan is my beloved. Whoever dares to harm her must pay the price. Since he refused to divulge the name, I shall resort to force." With a sharp crack, he crushed the teacup in his grip. At that instant, the assassins behind him drew their guns, aiming at Chen Ping. "My friend, you possess remarkable poise in such a dire situation. Yet, rules are rules, and to think I would divulge information is to underestimate me. Moreover, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I am curious to see if your skills match your audacity," Zhuolang remarked coldly, still brimming with confidence. Chun Ping matched his confidence, retorting provocatively, "You may give it a try." "Very well." With that declaration, Zhuo Lang ceased his banter. He signaled to the assassins, who, without hesitation, pulled the triggers. In the blink of an eye, Chun Ping had already turned, stepping onto the sofa and soaring through the air to evade the incoming bullets. The shattered remnants of the teacup were released from his grasp like a flurry of swift projectiles, instantly piercing the bodies of several men. This entire sequence transpired in a mere breath, Chun Ping's reaction time astonishingly quick. As he landed, he drew his handgun. A series of shots echoed as the bullets found their marks, and the assassins, unable to even fire a second shot, collapsed into a pool of blood. Having completed this feat, Chun Ping sat nonchalantly on the sofa, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the astonished Zhuo Lang. It was only then that Zhuo Lang comprehended the depth of Chun Ping's confidence and prowess. Even he struggled to grasp the speed at which Chun Ping operated, one that transcended human limits. The transition from his leap to landing seemed to occur in the blink of an eye, far too swift for an ordinary person to comprehend. "You court death," Zhuo Lang spat, though he recognized Chun Ping's formidable strength. After years of ruthless killings, he could not tolerate such contempt directed at him. As the words left his mouth, Zhuo Lang abruptly shoved the teapot off the table. A master of internal energy could convert their essence into weapons. The teapot, propelled by a surge of energy, would undoubtedly prove lethal to an ordinary person. Without even flinching, Chun Ping remained motionless as the teapot shattered upon reaching him. Zhuo Lang then sprang from the sofa, leaping onto the coffee table, striking out towards Chun Ping in rapid succession. Chun Ping, with a subtle smile, placed a hand gently upon the table. A powerful force erupted, causing Zhuo Lang to lose his balance and crash onto the table with a resounding thud. With a loud crack, the coffee table splintered. Zhuo Lang lay before Chun Ping, coughing up blood, struggling to rise, only to discover that every movement sent agony coursing through his body. He realized, to his dismay, that his meridians were utterly shattered. Until now, he had only begun to comprehend the true terror of Chun Ping, which was far beyond his initial perception. As a peak master of internal strength, he would have been regarded as a top-tier expert in the South Sea. Yet, before Chun Ping, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Remarkably, there was no need for Chun Ping to lift a finger. He was already rendered powerless. Ha! I never anticipated that the South Sea held such formidable figures as friends, he thought with a grim smile. In that moment, hope had abandoned him. Regret was now a futile sentiment. Even if he were to survive, he would be but a shell of a man. Chun Ping, with an expressionless gaze, loomed over him. "Speak. Qin Jumin, you have spent 50 million to buy Qin Shiyun's life. Are you satisfied now?" Zhuo Lang chose not to withhold any further information, for his current predicament was entirely due to accepting the commission from Qin Jumin. He felt no remorse in dragging him down with him before his demise. Chun Ping remained silent, content to rise and prepare his departure. As for Zhang Hu, he had long been paralyzed by fear, cowering beneath the sofa as gunfire erupted around him. When he finally dared to open his eyes, he found Chun Ping sitting enscathed on the sofa. He witnessed Zhuo Lang attempt to confront Chun Ping, only to be subdued like a lifeless dog, lying prostrate before him. This scene resembled a horror film. Even when Chun Ping stood, he remained motionless in his seat. "Zhang Hu, you may leave," Chun Ping said calmly. Zhang Hu was taken aback, and upon meeting Chun Ping's gaze, he was overwhelmed by terror. "Why, yes," he stammered, cautiously trailing behind. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhuo Lang was not yet dead. "Brother Chun, Zhuo Lang is still alive, I think," he inquired softly. "This is your concern," Chun Ping replied. "Thank you, Brother Chun." Upon completing his statement, Zhang Hu's expression hardened. Drawing his pistol, he approached Zhuo Lang. "Zhuo Lang, apologize." Zhang Hu, known for his ruthless nature, fired several shots into Zhuo Lang's head before relenting. He did this to prevent any betrayal from the gang members, ensuring that Zhuo Lang would not leak information. After eliminating Zhuo Lang, Zhang Hu meticulously cleared any traces of his presence at the scene before finally leaving. Upon hearing the gunfire, Chun Ping felt no ounce of compassion. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for these nefarious assassins, wishing to eradicate them completely. Chapter 59. The lonely weight of Qin Jumin. Having completed all of this, Zhang Hu drove Chen Ping home. Throughout the journey, Zhang Hu dared not breathe loudly. Upon arrival, Chen Ping did not exit the vehicle, but instead turned to him. This nearly caused Zhang Hu to lose control, as he pleaded, "Brother Chen, spare me. I swear I will not utter a word of this to anyone." Chen Ping replied with a dispassionate tone, "Killing you would be easier than crushing an ant. If I intended to kill you, I would not have allowed you to remain until now." "Why, yes, Zhang Hu stammered, "please instruct me on a task." "You are to ensure that Qin Junmin and his son do not reappear in the South Sea. You understand what must be done, yes?" Zhang Hu nodded slightly, "Rest assured." "Brother Chen, I understand." Chen Ping acknowledged with a nod before opening the car door to exit. Zhang Hu exhaled a sigh of relief. Every second spent with Chen Ping felt like an eternity of torment. As for assigning Zhang Hu the task of dealing with Qin Jumin, it was a matter of convenience for Chen Ping. After all, he was related to Qin Shiyan. However, in Chen Ping's eyes, Qin Jumin had already sealed his fate by hiring an assassin to kill Qin Shiyan. After resolving the lingering issues, Chen Ping felt a sense of relief as he returned home. The main door was securely locked, and it was already 3 in the morning. The lights in the living room remained on as Chen Ping pressed the doorbell several times. Although Qin Shiyan and Zhang Meng had returned home safely, the events of the night still left them shaken. Had it not been for Chen Ping's timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. The sisters were seated on the sofa, anxiously worrying about Chen Ping. Naturally, they were unable to sleep, fearing for his safety. They turned on all the lights, waiting on the sofa for his return. When the doorbell rang, both Qin Shiyan and Zhang Meng were startled. They exchanged glances and rose in unison. Meng, is that Chen Ping coming back?" Qin Shiyan whispered. Zhang Meng replied, "It must be him. Who else would visit at this late hour?" "Yes." They both felt a mixture of joy and apprehension, fearing it might be an intruder. Hand in hand, they approached the door and called out, "Chen Ping, is that you?" "Yes, my dear." Hearing the familiar voice, the sisters smiled in relief. Qin Shiyan hurriedly opened the door, exclaiming, "Chen Ping." Chen Ping smiled gently, "Dear, is Meng not asleep yet? We wouldn't dare sleep if you weren't home. What if another intruder comes in?" Zhang Meng laughed lightly. "Indeed, Chen Ping, you have no idea how frightened we were tonight." Chen Ping comforted them. "Dear Meng, you may rest easy now. I have taken care of everything." "Really?" Qin Shiyan inquired. "Who were those people? How did you resolve it?" "They were a group of robbers. After you both left, I called the police and gave a statement at the station, which is why I returned so late." Chen Ping chose not to disclose the entire truth to Qin Shiyan, knowing it would only cause her more distress. Qin Shiyan smiled softly. "Thank you, Chen Ping. If it weren't for your timely arrival tonight, our lives could have been ruined." "Indeed. Do you know how desperate we felt at that moment?" Chen Ping chuckled. "So how do you plan to thank me?" Zhang Meng eagerly interjected. "How about offering ourselves in gratitude?" Qin Shiyan rolled her eyes. "What are you saying? I'm exhausted. Let's sleep." With that, Qin Shiyan took Zhang Meng by the hand and headed upstairs. They certainly needed a good rest after the recent turmoil and the shock of the night. The following day unfolded as usual, with Qin Shiyan and Zhang Meng rising early. Despite the fright from the previous night, Chen Ping's presence provided them with immense comfort, allowing them to quickly forget their fears. After all, they believed it was merely a chance encounter with misfortune. "Good morning, Meng. Let's have breakfast." Chen Ping, an early riser, had prepared breakfast ahead of time. "Chen Ping, I'm a bit envious of Shiyan now. How come I can't find such an exceptional man? So caring, an excellent cook, and incredibly capable. Simply perfect." Zhang Meng was increasingly infatuated with Chen Ping. Hearing these words, Qin Shiyan felt a surge of joy. "You certainly have a way with words." Zhang Meng leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, didn't you say I could have him?" "Did I ever say that?" Qin Shiyan feigned ignorance. "You little foodie. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Someone is not keeping her word." Zhang Meng jested. Although she harbored feelings for Chen Ping, this affection could only remain concealed within her heart. Chen Ping, oblivious to her sentiments, regarded Zhang Meng merely as a friend, his aspirations still firmly set on Qin Shiyan. "Wife, Ming Ming after breakfast. I shall drive you both to the office. From now on, I will take you to and from work, Chun Ping stated calmly. Qin Shiyun nodded while eating yes. Thank you for your assistance. Driving his wife to work was a duty he embraced. Oh, Qin Shiyun's delicate face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Qin Ping. This was something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had gradually become occupied by Qin Ping. Oh, flaunting affection so early in the day, as if I do not exist, Zhang Ming muttered to herself. Qin Shiyun's ears turned crimson at the remark, and she shyly responded, You can't stop talking even while eating. After their breakfast, Chun Ping drove them to the office, as was customary, before heading to Zhang Dali's home to spend time with family. The events of the previous night had little impact on Qin Shiyun or the company, and she chose not to publicize it. In recent days, Qin Shiyun had been assessing various industries and seeking to expand the development of the company's current sectors. Maximizing the utilization of 500 billion was undoubtedly a significant challenge for her. Upon arriving at the office, she immersed herself in her work. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's ancestral home, Qin Siwen remained hospitalized, with Qin Zhaoxiang there to care for him. The household was now comprised solely of Qin Junmin and his mother. Ever since Qin Siwen entrusted the company to Qin Shiyun, Qin Junmin's resentment towards her had become uncontainable. He believed that if Qin Shiyun were to die, everything belonging to the Qin family would revert to him. In his desperation to eliminate her, he did not hesitate to offer 50 million to hire an assassin to take her life. The hired hand was none other than Zhuo Lang of the Qin Gang's assassin hall. Zhuo Lang assured him that as long as the payment was made, results would be delivered that very night. Qin Junmin, exhilarated, spent the entire night on the sofa, awaiting the outcome. However, dawn broke without any news, and he remained unaware that the assassin hall had been annihilated by Qin Ping. What? Qin Shiyun is at the office? As he received no updates, Qin Junmin called the company to inquire. Upon learning that Qin Shiyun was perfectly fine at work, he erupted in a fit of rage, cursing. What a load of nonsense from the assassin hall. They promised results for payment and left me waiting all night. Wang Shufeng, hearing this, replied, Junmin, could it be that they took the money without delivering? I don't know. I can't reach them now. You don't think I've been duped again, do you? Qin Junmin's lips twitched, attempting to console himself. Surely not. They said they would deliver once paid. Perhaps tonight. Wang Shufeng was exasperated with her son. Let it go. Just allow Qin Shiyun to live a few more days. The most important thing now is for your grandfather to pass the shares on to you. Yes. All right. It's time to go to the hospital for the shift change. Take this opportunity to show your filial piety before your grandfather. Mom, I understand. Let's go. Chapter 60. Qin Junmin and his mother disappear forever. Although Qin Junmin wished fervently for Qin Shiyun's immediate demise, he had no choice but to set that aside for now and drove to the hospital with Wang Shufeng. Unbeknownst to him, there were others who sought his life as well. As Qin Junmin drove, he had just left the villa area. The vehicle traversed a secluded path, leading directly to the main road. The intersection was obstructed by two black commercial vans. Qin Junmin, already irate, noticed the blockage and lowered his window, thrusting his head out to yell, Damn it, can't you park properly? Is the road yours? Get the hell out of the way, do you hear me? In the midst of his tirade, Qin Junmin failed to notice two identical vans closely trailing behind him. Suddenly, several masked individuals emerged from the vehicles, brandishing firearms. Before Qin Junmin could react, a gun was pressed against his exposed head. Do not shout, do not move. Otherwise, I will blow your head off. A cold sweat drenched Qin Junmin as his bravado evaporated. He raised his hands, speaking slowly. Hey guys, please don't shoot. We can talk this over. If you need money, I can provide it. You're quite perceptive, one of the assailants remarked. Brothers, bind him. Wang Shufeng, pale with fright, raised her hands, too terrified to move. Soon, both Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng found their hands and feet bound, their mouths sealed with tape. They were unceremoniously shoved into the back seat of his car, which was then driven away along with the four commercial vans. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 3 minutes, and no one noticed his abduction. An hour later, the 5 vehicles arrived at a remote mountain base. Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng were escorted up the mountain by several men. After a half-hour ascent, they were brought to a modest dirt slope halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense forest. Atop the slope stood two men, one of whom was bald, Zhang Hu, accompanied by his trusted associate Peng Chun. "Boss, we have brought them." Qin Junmin and his mother were presented before Zhang Hu. Terrified, Qin Junmin dropped to his knees. His voice caught his throat as he desperately sought mercy. Wang Shufeng collapsed in fear, equally paralyzed by terror. Zhang Hu commanded, "Tear off the tape." Peng Chun approached and removed the tape from Qin Junmin's mouth. He quickly pleaded, brother, let us talk this over. Just release me and my mother. I'll pay any amount you ask." Zhang Hu, however, was not motivated by money. He inquired, "Are you Qin Junmin?" Qin Junmin nodded vigorously. Yes, I am. My family is wealthy. Just name your price for my release." Zhang Hu uttered no further words, but signaled to Peng Chun. Peng Chun, wielding the tape, moved closer to Qin Junmin. "What are you doing?" Brother, please name your price. I can pay anything." "You truly are oblivious to your impending doom," Peng Chun sneered, wrapping the tape thickly around Qin Junmin's mouth. His face turned ashen as he desperately attempted to resist, but with his hands bound, his struggle was futile. Zhang Hu glanced at him and ordered, "Make it quick and clean." "Rest assured, boss," Peng Chun replied, summoning several thugs. Like a dog being dragged to its death, Qin Junmin and his mother were pulled toward a pre-dug pit in the depths of the forest. At that moment, realization dawned upon Qin Junmin. He was utterly terrified, his body weak and devoid of strength to fight back. Wang Shufeng, already paralyzed with fear, was dragged like a condemned criminal towards the pit that had been prepared for them. Peng Chun commanded, "Throw them down." No sooner had he spoken than Qin Junmin and Wang Shufeng were cast into a 5-meter deep pit. Qin Junmin lay powerless at the bottom, overwhelmed by fear, weeping bitterly. In a moment of distress, he felt a warm stream of urine escape. Wang Shufeng, equally terrified, lay beside him, trembling uncontrollably, her wide eyes fixed in horror upon Peng Chun, who stood above them with an unwavering demeanor, calmly retrieving a handgun from his coat. Peng Chun expertly disengaged the safety and aimed it steadily at Qin Junmin. The chilling aura of impending death sent Qin Junmin's spirit into a frenzy, desperately attempting to hide behind Wang Shufeng. In turn, sat up to shield him. Without a hint of compassion, Peng Chun pulled the trigger, the bullets ruthlessly piercing Wang Shufeng's body. She convulsed a few times before collapsing in agony and despair. Qin Junmin, his eyes bloodshot and drenched in sweat, shook his head frantically, seeking an escape that was nowhere to be found. Peng Chun fired again, the bullets mercilessly tearing through Qin Junmin's flesh. He could never have imagined that death awaited him this day. In a whirlwind of terror and hopelessness, his life ebbed away. Once satisfied that Qin Junmin was lifeless, Peng Chun ordered, "Fill the pit." A cadre of henchmen emerged from the underbrush, armed with shovels, and commenced the grim task of burying the unfortunate mother and son beneath the earth. With each shovelful of dirt, they concealed the remnants of their existence. Soon, the pit was filled, and Peng Chun scattered an assortment of weeds over the surface to mask the soil completely. Thus, the mother and son vanished from this world. If left undetected, they would remain eternally entombed here. Having completed this grim undertaking, Peng Chun ascended the slope with his accomplices, where Zhang Hu awaited the outcome. "Boss, it is done," Zhang Hu reported, nodding slightly. "Distribute some funds to the brothers and warn them. If anyone dares utter a word, I will bury them too." "Understood." After ensuring the safety of his men, Zhang Hu and Peng Chun made their way to the vehicle. "Brother, may I ask why we had to kill them?" Zhang Hu, keeping his lips sealed about Qin Junmin's demise, cautioned, "Some things are better left unasked." "Yes, brother. We're going to boss Wang's place." Peng Chun paused, perplexed. "What for?" Zhang Hu replied nonchalantly, "Last night, Zhuo Lang was killed. The Killing God Hall has been annihilated. The boss has summoned all the hall leaders for a meeting." Peng Chun's face contorted in shock. "What? Zhuo Lang is dead? The Killing God Hall has been wiped out? Who possesses such power? You ask me. But who can I ask?" Zhang Hu knew well the identity of the formidable adversary, and the thought sent a shiver down his spine. As he drove, Peng Chun muttered to himself, "Who could it be? Even a master like Zhuo Lang has fallen? In the South China Sea, who would dare to provoke the Qin gang?" Zhang Hu, irritated by the incessant questions, gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "Why so many questions? Focus on driving." "Yes, yes, brother." Zhang Hu, feeling increasingly uneasy, dreaded the possibility of the Qin gang's leader discovering that he had conspired with outsiders to eliminate Zhuo Lang. Such knowledge could spell his doom. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether the Qin gang's leader had uncovered his involvement. Should the truth surface during the meeting, his fate would likely be sealed. Yet, he was compelled to attend, praying silently for his safety. In the recesses of his mind, he recalled whether any clues were left from last night. When he sought out Zhuo Lang in the dead of night, everyone within the villa had perished. Yet, he remained uncertain if there were any survivors. Chapter 61. The Wang brothers. Half an hour later, Zhang Hu arrived at the grand residence of the Wang family in Nanhai, his heart laden with trepidation. The Wang family's estate was an ancient, sprawling mansion covering several hectares. Upon arrival, Zhang Hu announced his identity and was led to the main hall of the front courtyard. Inside the hall, several chairs were occupied by individuals. Seated prominently in the right chair was a man in his 50s named Wang Qing, the esteemed leader of the Qin gang in Nanhai. Dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, Wang Qing exuded an imposing presence, embodying authority without the need for anger. And he was a master at the transformation stage. Zhang Hu, feeling the weight of Wang Qing's gaze, approached the main hall and bowed, addressing him as boss. Wang Qing, with a stoic expression, sipped from a cup of tea and remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, "What brings you here so late?" A fine sheen of sweat formed on Zhang Hu's forehead as he dared not meet Wang Qing's eyes. Bowing his head, he replied, "There was a bit of traffic on the road, which delayed my arrival." "Zhang Hu, you didn't come here in a Mazda, did you?" One of the hall masters mocked. Laughter erupted among the assembly. In the face of their ridicule, Zhang Hu felt a weight lift from his heart. It appeared that Wang Qing was still unaware of who had slain Zhuo Lang. With a resounding thud, Wang Qing slammed his teacup onto the table, his gaze darkening as he turned to Zhang Hu. "If you're late again, you need not return." "Yes, yes," Zhang Hu nodded repeatedly, promptly taking a seat at the end of the table, where his status among the hall masters was the lowest. The remaining hall masters, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further laughter. Wang Qing surveyed the group and began, "You all know that Zhuo Lang was killed last night, and the Killing God Hall was annihilated, correct?" "Indeed, boss. But who could have done such a thing? Is there anyone in Nanhai capable of killing Zhuo Lang? Moreover, to eliminate several masters from the Killing God Hall as well? Whoever it is, let it be known that anyone daring to challenge the Qin gang in Nanhai shall face our wrath. Indeed, we have always been the ones to strike first. The current dilemma is identifying who actually killed Zhuo Lang, as we remain in the dark." The hall masters buzzed with speculation. Wang Qing interrupted, rising from his seat. "Enough. The reason I summoned you all today is to alert you. Zhuo Lang's assassination clearly indicates that someone is plotting against us, and this individual is formidable. The audacity to publicly kill one of my own in Nanhai shows a blatant disregard for the Wang family. More critically, the one who killed Zhuo Lang is a highly skilled master. Zhuo Lang's meridians were shattered, and he sustained multiple gunshot wounds to the head. The others fell victim to a single strike. Remarkably, some were killed by shards of a teacup. To slay amidst a host of masters using mere fragments of a teacup speaks to the depth of this person's capabilities. If I am not mistaken, this individual must be at least a master of the transformation stage. Boss, based on your assertions, the only family in Nanhai with such power is the Liu family. Zhuo Lang's demise is evidently at their hands. Boss, since the Liu family has shown their true colors, we should eliminate them. The hall masters collectively turned their ire towards Liu Hui, for in Nanhai, only the Liu family possessed such formidable strength. Wang Qing waved his hand and continued. The Liu family is indeed suspicious, but there is another individual in Nanhai who possesses such capability. Who? Yin Kuei, the Yin family? Could it be that the Yin family is behind this? At this, everyone fell silent. Wang Qing nodded slightly. Currently, Yin Kuei is the most suspicious and has the strongest motive for murder. You should be aware that Yun Kuei and Lu Hui have formed an alliance. The Lu family has always been at odds with us, while Yun Kuei collaborates with him. Is their intention not to target us? Moreover, in recent times, Yun Kuei and Lu Hui have already begun to take action. Relying on her family's vast resources, she seeks to suppress my Wang family completely, aiming to annihilate us. It is entirely reasonable for her to send someone to kill Zhuolang. To my knowledge, she has a formidable expert by her side. Perhaps this is the very person responsible. Damn it, although the Yun family is powerful, we are not pushovers. Why should we fear her in Nanhai? Indeed, what is so impressive about the Yun family? She, an outsider, wishes to dominate Nanhai. Boss, let us confront the Yun family directly. Yes, boss. As long as you give the command, we shall act. This group had long been accustomed to being tyrannical in Nanhai, and now they boldly proclaimed their willingness to confront the Yun family. Wang Qing understood the implications of their words and responded calmly. I am merely speculating. The reason I have gathered you is to inform you that without my orders, do not act recklessly, especially in light of recent events. Be wary of the Lu family and Yun Kuei. Boss. All right, I have my own plans for how to proceed, Wang Qing stated sternly. My Wang family has stood firm in Nanhai for a century. We have weathered numerous storms. Not just anyone can trample upon us. As for the Yun family, if it is indeed confirmed that Yun Kuei was responsible for Zhuolang's murder, I will not let this matter rest. Upon hearing their leader's words, the crowd ceased their clamoring. Zhang, who had remained silent throughout, but he felt relieved. With Wang Qing suspecting the Yun family in Zhuolang's death, his own safety was assured. Wang Qing offered a few more instructions before dismissing the group of hall masters. He then turned and entered the inner hall of the courtyard, where 3 others awaited him. To his left and right sat 2 men. The elder, dressed in a suit and exuding authority, was Wang Huan, the true head of the Wang family and Wang Qing's elder brother. On the right sat a man in his 40s, wearing glasses and appearing refined, also in a suit. This man held a significant position. He was Tan Wenjiang, the top official of Nanhai City and a blood relative of the Wang brothers. Standing beside Wang Huan was a middle-aged man named Wang Zhun, an elite expert and Wang Huan's most trusted enforcer. Elder brother, cousin, Wang Qing greeted as he took a seat. Wang Huan's face was grave as he picked up his teacup only to set it down again. Could it truly be Yun Kuei's doing? Wang Qing interjected, in Nanhai, who besides Yun Kuei would dare? If it is indeed her, then she is utterly audacious. In business, her suppression would be one thing, but to openly murder our people is an affront, showing complete disregard for us, Wang Huan exclaimed with indignation. Recently, due to Yun Kuei's influence, the Wang family's business had suffered to some extent, but this had not yet led to a direct confrontation with Yun Kuei. Now, they believe that Zhuolang had been killed by Yun Kuei. If this is the case, it is evident that Yun Kuei intends to utterly annihilate the Wang family. Elder brother, what do you plan to do? Wang Qing inquired. Wang Huan's expression darkened. If she seeks our demise, should we allow her to thrive? The Wang family has never feared anyone in the South China Sea. Indeed, Tan Wenjiang interjected, my esteemed elder brothers, engaging in conflict with the Yun family demands the utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to our irrevocable downfall. All our efforts over the years would be in vain. Wang Huan sighed. Then what do you propose we do? This statement indeed placed Tan Wenjiang in a difficult position. It is undeniable that his authority in the South China Sea rests entirely upon the support of the Wang brothers. They have dominated commerce, politics, and even the underworld, establishing themselves as formidable leaders. Yet, this dominance would not have been possible without the backing of the Lei family. However, as the ambitions of Wang Huan and his companions have grown, they have become increasingly dissatisfied with being mere pawns of the Lei family. In recent years, Wang Huan's attitude toward the Lei family has been one of outward compliance while secretly harboring dissent. This has naturally led to discontent within the Lei family. What stance does the Lei family hold? Tan Wenjiang queried. At this, Wang Huan scoffed. When they require us, they treat us like dogs. In the face of the Yun family, they dare not utter a word, leaving us to fend for ourselves. So, the Lei family no longer wishes to involve themselves in the affairs of the South China Sea. That is the gist of it. The Lei family has entrusted me with complete authority over matters in the South China Sea. Whether to endure or to engage in battle with Yun Kuei is entirely at my discretion. Should the need arise, they will lend their support. Wang Huan was acutely aware that the Lei family's stance stemmed from their dissatisfaction with his performance in recent years. Otherwise, they would not have remained indifferent. Thang Guinthang, fully cognizant of this, remarked, "My esteemed elder brothers, managing the South China Sea is no easy feat. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid inciting conflict with the Yun family." Wang Qing countered, "Should we simply endure? Yun Kuei is tightening the noose around us. If we continue to tolerate this, we shall inevitably be consumed by her." Wang Huan nodded. "Indeed. As you have said, reaching this point has not been easy for us. We cannot simply relinquish our hold. The South China Sea is our foundation. If Yun Kuei desires a share, I can endure. But if she denies me even a taste, then none shall have peace." Tan Wenzhong furrowed his brow. "You speak the truth. Here's what I propose. Why not arrange a meeting with Yun Kuei to discern her true intentions? If we can coexist peacefully, we shall take a step back. However, if she intends to swallow us whole, then we must prepare for war, not against the Yun family, but rather the Lu family, leveraging our advantages to compel Yun Kuei to retreat. Once we obliterate the Lu family and create some turmoil for Yun Kuei, I believe she will vacate the South China Sea." "Very well. I shall arrange a meeting tonight and see if I can secure it." "Agreed." The Wang brothers nodded in resignation. Such is reality. No one is willing to confront the formidable Yun family. That day, Wang Huan dispatched someone to deliver an invitation to the Yun group. In the afternoon, Li Jie received the invitation and knocked on Yun Kuei's office door. Holding the invitation, she presented it to Yun Kuei. "Miss, an invitation just arrived from Wang Huan." "Wang Huan." Yun Kuei took the invitation and, upon reading it, noted Wang Huan's respectful tone, inviting her to a banquet at the top of a five-star hotel in the South China Sea. "Miss, what does Wang Huan mean?" Li Jie asked in confusion. After all, since collaborating with Lu Hui, Yun Kuei had leveraged the Lu family's influence to commercially suppress Wang Huan and his partners. Logically, Wang Huan should have been quite dismissive of Yun Kuei. So why the sudden invitation for a banquet? Yun Kui Kuklet Lichtli. "I believe Wang Huan wishes to have a discussion. Are you going, miss?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Kuei replied, "It has now been confirmed that Wang Huan is indeed the hand of the Lei family in the South China Sea. However, it seems that Wang Huan does not intend to remain a mere pawn for the Lei family for life. His ambitions are rather grand, unlike Lu Hui, who is easily manipulated. Nevertheless, if he could temporarily detach from the Lei family and align himself with us, we could wholeheartedly confront the Lei family in the South China Sea." "Miss, does that mean you intend to go?" Li Jing interjecta. Yun Kuei smiled at her yes. At this moment, Ba Tian spoke up. "Miss, Wang Huan has operated in the South China Sea for many years. His strength should not be underestimated. If he harbors ill intentions, your safety is paramount." Li Jian nodded in agreement. "Uncle Ba Tian is right. It would be best for you not to go, Mississippi." Yun Kuei, unfazed, laughed. "He extends such sincere intentions. Should I not dare to attend? Would that not belittle our Yun family?" "Ba Tian fell in, miss." "While your words hold merit, if Wang Huan truly harbors such thoughts, I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, the Wang family is backed by the Lei family. Should the Lei family wish to use the Wang family to harm you, they would undoubtedly deploy formidable experts." This caution struck a chord with Yun Kuei. The Wang family was not the source of fear, but rather the formidable Lei family. "Miss, it would be wise to reconsider." "Indeed, miss. There is no need for you to take such risks." The Li sisters were also reluctant to see Yun Kuei venture into danger. After all, while one can dodge a direct attack, it is far more challenging to guard against hidden threats. Yun Kuei pondered gravely. Wang Huan had extended an invitation. If she declined, it would portray her as cowardly and suggest that the Yun family lacked resolve. "Your concerns are valid, yet not attending might lead Wang Huan to underestimate our Yun family. What if I bring Chun Ping along? Would that ease your worries?" Yun Kui statete earnestly. Ba Tian's lips twitched slightly. If Commander Chen accompanies you, I believe no harm could befall you. Yin Kuei smiled gently. Very well. I shall call him now. With that, she immediately dialed Chun Ping's number. At that moment, Chun Ping was in the kitchen of a barbecue restaurant, preparing ingredients for the evening. Upon receiving Yin Kuei's call, he readily agreed without hesitation. After all, he was eager to repay a favor, wishing to do so in one fell swoop. Elated by his affirmative response, Yin Kuei hung up and announced, "All right. Chun Ping will join me tonight." "Wonderful. With Commander Chun present, everything will be secure." Li Jing exclaimed, visibly excita. In her eyes, Chun Ping was almost a godlike figure. What woman does not admire a strong man? Yin Kuei chuckled and said to Li Jie, "By the way, let Lu Hui accompany me as well." "As you wish, Mississippi." Soon night fell. Chun Ping arrived punctually at the entrance of the Qin group, with Li Jie being the first to greet him. Upon reaching the top floor and entering the office, Yin Kuei awaited him on the sofa. When she saw Chun Ping, her face lit up with a smile, her beautiful eyes instinctively surveying him. The man, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt stained with grease, wore a pair of faded denim jeans and simple white canvas shoes that had become quite dirty after spending an afternoon in the kitchen. However, it was commendable that Chun Ping had opted against wearing flip-flops. Otherwise, he would have stepped out in them, much to Qin Shiyun's chagrin. Despite his casual appearance, he captivated Yin Kuei, who found herself utterly mesmerized by his undeniable charm. Each time Chun Ping met Yin Kuei, he felt her gaze upon him intensely. "Have you had your fill of staring?" he teased. Yin Kuei smiled gently. Who could resist such handsomeness? Even beautiful women enjoy admiring attractive men. Chun Ping chuckled and sank into the sofa. "So, is there danger lurking in tonight's gathering?" Yin Kuei replied with a smile. "With you here, is there really any danger? You place such unwavering trust in me." "Indeed." "All right then." Chapter 63. The Wang family's arrangements. After engaging in a light conversation, Chun Ping and Yin Kuei set off, taking the elevator directly to the underground parking garage. Ba Tian and Li Jing were already waiting, as this was a necessary precaution for every outing that Yin Kuei undertook. Only after Ba Tian ensured that the vehicle and garage were secure would Yin Kuei proceed. "Miss Young Master Chun." Ba Tian and Li Jing greeted Chun Ping with great respect. Chun Ping responded with a friendly smile. "Ba Tian and Li Jing, right? You two are quite skilled. With your protection, I feel at ease." "Young Master Chun is jesting. Before you, we are but novices," Ba Tian humbly replied. "No need for modesty. I consider myself rather ordinary." Chun Ping chuckled before taking a seat in the back of Yin Kuei's car, with Ba Tian at the wheel and Li Jing in the passenger seat. "By the way, Yin Kuei, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your help with my wife last time." "Thank you." "Oh, you only thank me now? Aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Yin Kuei said with a playful smile. "Of course. Whenever you, the busy one, have some free time, I will treat you to a barbecue at my brother-in-law's place." "Sounds great. But why did you give me so much money? Aren't you putting me in your debt? Is it too much? Since you brought it up, how could I be stingy?" Chun Ping raised an eyebrow. "You truly are generous. Handing out 500 billion like it's nothing. In my lifetime, I've never seen so much money." "That's only because you don't care about money. If you desired it, it would be easily within your grasp. Please, don't flatter me. I'm merely earning a salary. As for money beyond work, I have no interest, nor can I obtain such vast sums. Then shall I bring you into the business? We could split the profits." "Yung Kui Desit." Chun Ping smirked. "Sure. I would genuinely like to experience a life of extravagant spending." Yin Kuei gazed at him, her smile sweet. She took his words as jest. Fully aware of Chun Ping's character, a man devoid of material desires, content with simplicity. Moreover, having heard from Yun Long that Chun Ping's clothes were all purchased from discount sales, she had initially found it hard to comprehend. But after hearing it multiple times, she came to understand. Everyone has their unique pursuits, and Chun Ping's was a life of tranquility, making him refreshingly down-to-earth. As they spoke, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Just as the car came to a halt, Chun Ping opened the door and stepped out. Li Jing promptly exited to open the opposite door for Yin Kuei. Before the entrance of the hotel, two groups of individuals awaited. One group consisted of Lu Hui, who had arrived early, accompanied by a dozen henchmen. The other group was led by Wang Qing, who stood at the door to personally greet Yin Kuei. Chun Ping glanced at the two factions outside the hotel and jested. This meal feels more like a banquet of intrigue than a simple dinner. Yin Kuei walked alongside him, offering a gentle smile. Who could argue otherwise? As Chun Ping and Yin Kuei proceeded together, Lu Hui spotted Yin Kuei and hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss Yin, you have arrived." As he spoke, his peripheral vision assessed Chun Ping, and he found himself perplexed by Chun Ping's exceedingly ordinary appearance. However, Chun Ping's presence alongside Yin Kuei radiated an undeniable aura, suggesting that he was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would lack the merit to accompany Yin Kuei. Yin Kuei nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Hui glanced back at Wang Qing at the entrance and whispered, "Miss Yin, the gentleman at the door is Wang Huan's brother, Wang Qing, the leader of the Qing gang. This hotel is managed by the Wang family. Wang Huan's sudden invitation for dinner certainly harbors ulterior motives. You should remain vigilant." Yin Kuei looked at Chun Ping and smiled. "Rest assured, Wang Huan cannot harm me." Lu Hui instinctively turned to Chun Ping, inquiring, "And this gentleman is?" "He is a friend of mine," Chun Ping replied. Lu Hui offered Chun Ping a warm smile, assuring Wang Huan would naturally not dare to threaten Miss Yin. "I have arranged for additional personnel outside, and should Wang Huan dare to act against her, my men will intervene immediately." "Very well," Yin Kuei nodded. And then she and Chun Ping approached the entrance. Wang Qing greeted them with a broad smile. "Welcome, Miss Yin." Yin Kuei responded with a subtle smile. "Thank you for your hospitality." "Haha, Miss Yin, my brother has been anticipating your arrival," Wang Qing said, bowing slightly in invitation. Indeed, Yin Kuei and Chun Ping proceeded ahead, followed closely by Ba Tian and Li Jing. Lu Hui trailed behind, but was intercepted by Wang Qing. "What do you mean by this, Wang Qing?" Liu Yankuei yelled, visibly displeased. Wang Qing replied coldly, "Lu Hui, I don't recall extending an invitation to you." Lu Hui's lips twitched in frustration, struggling to retort. Yin Kuei turned back, stating, "I requested for him to accompany me." Wang Qing, hearing this, forced a smile. "If Miss Yin insists, then so be it. However, Lu Hui, your entourage must remain outside." "Wang Qing, what do you mean by that? Am I not permitted to bring bodyguards? One can never be too cautious with your intentions." Liu Yi replied. "Lu Hui, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must choose their words wisely. Tonight, the Wang family is hosting a dinner for Miss Yin. You were not invited, and I permitted you to join solely out of respect for her. Bringing so many people is quite inappropriate." Liu Yi scoffed. "I merely wish to ensure my safety while dining on your territory." Wang Qing's expression darkened. "In that case, you need not attend." Lu Hui was taken aback. "Wang Qing, you..." Yin Kuei furrowed her brow. "Lu Hui, simply heed the host's arrangements." This, as Lu Hui regarded Yin Kuei's directive. He shot a cold glare at Wang Qing. "I will comply with your terms, but I warn you to refrain from any tricks." After speaking, Lu Hui entered the hotel alone. Wang Qing chose not to respond further and approached Yin Kuei with a smile. "Miss Yin, please follow me." "Very well," Chun Ping entered, taking in the ambience of the hotel lobby. The hotel lobby was unusually silent tonight, devoid of any guests except for a handful of security personnel. It appeared that Wang Huan had cleared out the other patrons to host Yin Kuei this evening. Soon, they all entered the elevator, which ascended directly to the top floor, where an expansive banquet hall awaited. However, tonight, the hall was devoid of any tables occupied by guests. Instead, nearly 100 impeccably dressed individuals filled the space, all affiliated with the Wang family. As they exited the elevator, Lu Hui seemed visibly anxious. Trailing behind Yin Kuei, he murmured, "Miss Yin, Wang Huan clearly harbors ill intentions. To arrange for so many henchmen just for a meal." Lu Hui was not alone in his apprehension. Li Jing and Ba Tian also remained vigilant, their eyes darting to monitor the movements of these individuals. In stark contrast, Yin Kuei exuded an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the presence of these men, for she had Chun Ping by her side. Chun Ping, too, appeared unperturbed, strolling leisurely alongside Yin Kuei. Wang Huan's arrangement was not intended to confront Yin Kuei, but rather to showcase the strength of the Wang family and to secure the desired advantages at the banquet table. Chapter 64. A negotiation collapse traversing the banquet hall. They reached an opulent private room, where 2 rows of elegantly dressed women in kipeos stood at the entrance. These enchanting ladies were senior attendants of the hotel. Welcome, esteemed guests. 8 beauties flanked the doorway, smiling warmly in greeting. 2 of them then pulled open the door to the private chamber. Wang Huan had been waiting inside for quite some time, approaching the entrance with a beaming smile. He extended his hand. Welcome, General Manager Yun. Yun Kuei offered a gentle handshake, smiling in return. You are too kind, Mr. Wang. Please, General Manager Yun. Wang Huan insisted. It was at this moment that Wang Huan noticed Lu Hui accompanying her. Although displeased, he concealed his irritation and invited them inside. They took their seats in accordance with their status, with Chun Ping naturally settling beside Yun Kuei. Ba Tian and Li Jing chose to sit behind Yun Kuei, as it was customary for bodyguards not to share the table with her. Lu Hui took his place next to Chun Ping, directly across from the Wang brothers, who showed little interest in Lu Hui but were rather curious about Chun Ping. They had conducted investigations into the individuals surrounding Yun Kuei and were familiar with Ba Tian and Li Jing. However, Chun Ping remained an enigma to them, particularly due to his unremarkable demeanor, which did not reveal any extraordinary qualities. If anything, he was simply the most handsome among them. Naturally, Wang Huan found it inappropriate to inquire directly. The brothers secretly regarded Chun Ping as nothing more than Yun Kuei's kept man, as wealthy women often indulge in such preferences. Once seated, the 8 beautiful attendants entered with trays of tea and snacks, courteously serving hot tea to the 5 seated guests before exiting the room. Everyone remained still, but Chun Ping was unreserved. He picked up his teacup, sipping thoughtfully while reaching for a piece of pastry from the dish before him. Delicious, he remarked, grabbing another piece and offering it to Yun Kuei. You should try this. It's quite good. Under normal circumstances, Yun Kuei would have declined any offering from another. However, as it was Chun Ping, she accepted the treat with a smile, taking a delicate bite and savoring the flavor. This scene left Wang Huan utterly bewildered. Consequently, they became even more convinced that Chun Ping was indeed a mere pretty boy. After taking a bite, Yun Kuei placed the delicacy back onto the plate. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of coldness on her delicate face. Mr. Wang, I prefer to speak plainly. Let's get straight to the point. Wang Huan chuckled heartily. Since you put it that way, very well. The reason I invited you here today is to discuss matters concerning our relationship. Yun Kuei replied with a faint smile, Mr. Wang. Is there truly anything for us to discuss? Haha, given that we are both operating in Nanhai, it is only natural that we have matters to discuss. The Yun family has yet to establish a presence in Nanhai, and I wholeheartedly welcome your development here. As the saying goes, we can all profit together. In business, amicability breeds prosperity. What do you think, Ms. Yun? Yun Kuei nodded slightly. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, I wonder what kind of amicability Mr. Wang envisions? Wang Huan, now more serious, replied, Since you've raised the issue, I shall be straightforward. My family has been operating in Nanhai for over a century. While we may not rival the Yun family, we have established our own presence here. Unlike you, Ms. Yun, whose family is vast, Nanhai is my little domain. Should you wish to partake in its bounty, I have no objections. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from encroaching upon my territory. After all, you must understand, there are many mouths to feed in my family. If pushed too far, none shall fare well. Harmony ensures that we all prosper. Yun Kuei detected a subtle threat in his words, but remained unfazed, playing with the teacup before her. Since Mr. Wang has been so candid, I shall not beat around the bush either. If the Yun family engages in business, we do so with the intent to dominate. I desire the entirety of Nanhai. As for your Wang family, I have never regarded you as a concern. Of course, should you be willing to concede Nanhai, I will be quite pleased. Wang Huan's expression darkened. Ms. Yun, your appetite is quite grand. Do you truly believe you can swallow the entire Nanhai? It is not confidence, but necessity. So, you are unwilling to pursue a peaceful resolution? Yun Kuei smiled lightly. I am aware of your backing, yet it does not concern me. As I have stated, there is nothing the Yun family wishes to achieve that we cannot accomplish. If Mr. Wang desires peace, it is not impossible. Should you withdraw? I can assure you that once I have fulfilled my ambitions, I shall provide you with a path forward. Wang Huan was unaware of Yun Kuei's true intentions. But he was, after all, the leader in Nanhai. Her assertiveness irked him. With a loud clap, Wang Qing abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yun Kuei. Yun Kuei, do not presume we fear you. If it comes to that, we shall perish together. Simultaneously, Ba Tian and Li Jing immediately rose to stand behind Yun Kuei, glaring fiercely at Wang Qing. Yun Kuei merely smiled and shook her head. It seems there is nothing further to discuss between us. With that, she stood up, intending to leave. Uncertain of whether Wang Huan's invitation was a signal from the Lei family, she felt no need to continue the conversation. Wang Huan's expression remained impassive, showing no inclination to retain her presence. It was utterly impossible for him to relinquish the power he currently possessed. Stop! Just as Yun Kuei was about to reach the door, Wang Qing shouted. Yun Kuei turned back, casting a cold glance at Wang Huan. Mr. Wang, what is the meaning of this? Wang Huan did not respond, and Wang Qing interjected. Yun Kuei, I wish to inquire whether the Qing gang's killing God Hall was orchestrated by you. Yun Kuei furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Do not feign ignorance. Lu Hui whispered. Miss Yin, all the members of the Killing God Hall were exterminated last night. Is that so? Yun Kuei, unaware of the events, replied indifferently. If I claim it wasn't me, I doubt you would believe it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She was disinclined to offer any explanations and turned to depart. Chun Ping had remained silent, as his sole duty was to protect Yun Kuei. However, hearing Wang Qing attribute the death of Zhuo Lang to Yun Kuei, he couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing Chun Ping's laughter, Yun Kuei inquired, what are you laughing about? Chun Ping grinned. I'll tell you later. All right. As Yun Kuei attempted to leave, Wang Huan did not obstruct her. He had no intention of harming her. For in the realm of the great Xia, no one desired to cultivate enmity with the Yun family. Wang Qing, observing Yun Kuei and her entourage depart, wore an expression of resentment. Elder brother, Yun Kuei is truly overstepping. Let's confront her. Wang Huan, maintaining his composure, cautioned, do not act impulsively. Should we engage her, there will be no refuge for us in the great Xia. Must we endure this indefinitely? Not necessarily. Yun Kuei aspires to dominate the South Sea, and I shall thwart her ambitions. Her reliance lies with the Liu family. We cannot directly confront her, but we can target the Liu family and her subordinates. What does elder brother suggest? Wang Huan's expression darkened slightly. Issue the command. From this moment forth, we shall spare no expense in dealing with the Liu family. Eradicate all of their influence and instigate panic within the Yun group. Understood, elder brother. Although Wang Huan dared not directly confront Yun Kuei, it did not imply he was averse to dealing with the Liu family and others. Chapter 65. Yun Kuei's ambush. This banquet was, in essence, a mutual probing of intentions. Yun Kuei was acutely aware that Wang Huan would not voluntarily withdraw. Likewise, Wang Huan comprehended that Yun Kuei's objective was the complete dominion over the South Sea. As Yun Kuei and Chun Ping shared laughter, they strode to the hotel entrance. Outside, everything appeared normal, with Lu Hui's men stationed outside. Just as Chun Ping stepped out, his jovial demeanor abruptly transformed into a sharp focus, his gaze fixated on a towering building approximately 300 meters across the street. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled Yun Kuei behind him. Be cautious, there's a sniper on a rooftop across. No sooner had he spoken than a bullet whizzed through the air, striking precisely where Yun Kuei had been standing moments before. With a resounding bang, the bullet shattered the hotel's glass entrance, scattering shards everywhere. Miss, are you unharmed? Li Jing hurriedly approached to shield Yun Kuei, her voice laced with concern. Witnessing the scene, Yun Kuei found herself unable to regain composure, gasping for breath. Ba Tian rushed outside, but Chun Ping called out, protect the young lady first. The sniper will not linger after a missed shot. Upon hearing this, Ba Tian retreated. Yun Kuei, are you all right? Chun Ping inquired with concern. As Yun Kuei steadied her breath, she smiled faintly. Chun Ping, had it not been for you just now, I might have been in grave danger. Chun Ping smiled in return, opting not to respond, while Ba Tian and Li Jing felt a surge of shame within themselves. As Chun Ping gazed once more, his eyes reflected an even greater reverence. The sniper was so distant, yet Chun Ping could sense him in the darkness. What extraordinary prowess he possessed. Lu Hui, having just been startled, quickly regained his composure and approached Yun Kuei, exclaiming, "Miss Yun, it is evident that this assassin was arranged by Wang Huan. He is courting death." Without further ado, Li Jing insisted on returning to the hotel. Meanwhile, Chun Ping remained vigilant, observing the situation outside. Numerous vehicles traversed the road leading to the hotel. Among them, 2 cars nearby exuded a palpable aura of menace. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled the still meditating Yun Kuei behind him and shouted, "There are gunmen." As anticipated, the 2 vehicles abruptly halted at the hotel entrance. 7 or 8 masked gunmen disembarked, aiming their weapons at the few individuals by the door, and pulled the triggers without hesitation. The sound of gunfire erupted instantaneously. Chun Ping shielded Yun Kuei, raising his palm slightly, and a formidable force, akin to an impenetrable wall, intercepted all the incoming bullets. Simultaneously, Li Jing and Ba Tian sprang toward the assailants. Lu Hui was also shielded by his subordinates, who promptly drew their weapons to return fire. A brief but intense gunfight ensued, with a cacophony of gunfire plunging the entire street into chaos. Both sides suffered casualties, yet Ba Tian and Li Jing showcased their formidable skills, evading bullets and striking lethal blows before the gunmen could pull the triggers again, swiftly dispatching several of them. With the demise of these desperate individuals, the street was soon devoid of vehicles. However, the commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers who were eager for excitement. Uncertain if there were remaining gunmen hidden among the spectators, Li Jing and Ba Tian remained vigilant, cautiously retreating to stand before Yun Kuei. "Miss, I will go and eliminate Wang Huan," Li Jing declared angrily. Chun Ping interjected, "I believe these individuals were not arranged by Wang Huan. If he truly intended to assassinate your lady, he could have easily done so during the banquet." Li Jing furrowed her brow in disbelief. "Not him? How is that possible?" Chun Ping elucidated. "The reasoning is quite simple. Given Wang Huan's influence in Nanhai, if he wished to eliminate Yun Kuei, he would not resort to employing these ordinary assassins. Nor would he act at his own hotel entrance. If he desired action, he could have easily orchestrated it from the rooftop. These gunmen are merely a handful of desperate rogues. It is evident that their true intent is not the assassination of Yun Kuei, but rather to cast suspicion upon Wang Huan, inciting a conflict between you, allowing the orchestrator to reap the benefits." Yun Kuei frowned thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, indeed. Li Jing felt increasingly embarrassed. Chun Ping's reasoning illuminated her own naivety. "Let us depart," she suggested. "Very well," Yun Kuei replied, not lingering, as she and Chun Ping swiftly left in a vehicle. Lu Hui and the others also hastily vacated the area. Following such a significant upheaval, the Wang brothers arrived bewildered. Upon seeing several bodies lying at the entrance, and after inquiring about the situation, Wang Huan was filled with confusion. "Did you arrange this without my knowledge?" He directed his gaze at Wang Qing. Wang Qing shook his head. "It was not me." Wang Huan frowned. "Not you? Who would dare to take lethal action against Yun Kuei in Nanhai? Could it be the Lei family's doing? That is unlikely. If the Lei family wished to act against her, they would surely have communicated with us. Regardless of who he is, it is lamentable that Yun Kuei was not eliminated. Such reckless talk. Should Yun Kuei perish here, I fear the Yun family would stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon us." "Brother, what do you imply?" Wang Huan pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems the waters of the South Sea are becoming increasingly treacherous." Wang Qing nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Should we still confront Yun Kuei? We shall proceed according to our plan. As long as we do not provoke Yun Kuei, we will be fine. Remember, if anyone dares to leave us with no escape, we shall meet our fates together," Wang Huan declared solemnly. He had also surmised that someone was framing him for this incident. It appears there is a hidden hand behind the South Sea. Meanwhile, Yun Kuei was reflecting on the events of the evening. "Chun Ping, who do you believe orchestrated tonight's assassination? What do you think? Could it possibly be the Lei family? It cannot be dismissed But if the Lei family were to pursue an assassination, they would not send such inept individuals to do the job. However, aside from the Lei and Wang families, who else would dare to target you? Regardless, exercise caution. The waters of the South Sea remain murky. Tread carefully, Chun Ping advised. Yin Kuei smiled faintly. Yes, I shall. Thank you for tonight, Chun Ping. Had it not been for you, I might have found myself in peril. Chun Ping grinned. It was a trivial matter. Should you need assistance in the future, just give me a call. All right. As they conversed, Yin Kuei and Chun Ping returned to the company. Yin Kuei initially wished to invite Chun Ping to stay a while longer, but he politely declined. Just as Chun Ping drove out of the gates of Yun's group, a call from Qin Shiyun came through. Hello, dear. You finished work early tonight? Are you missing me? Chun Ping teased. On the other end, Qin Shiyun replied, somewhat exasperated. What are you talking about? I'm not missing you. Oh, don't be shy. It's perfectly normal to miss your husband. Missing you? I called to ask you to pick up my father and take him to the hospital to care for my grandfather. Qin Junmin and my aunt have been absent for days. No one knows where they've gone. Oh, is that the case? My father-in-law is there, at the Dai Tai Hao. He is certainly gambling. Have him come. If he claims he has no car, I suspect he lost it all. Will he agree to leave with me? Rest assured, I have already warned him. If he does not come, he can forget about taking another penny from me. All right, I will also head to the hospital after work. Wait for me there. Okay, dear. See you later. Chapter 66. The unreliable father-in-law concerning the disappearance of Qin Junmin and his mother, Chun Ping, was well aware. The blame lies solely with them. They have brought this upon themselves. Chun Ping drove to the Dai Tai Hao in the South Sea, the only legally operating casino in the region. Naturally, a casino operating legally in the South Sea must belong to the Wang family. The casino is a veritable gold mine, with a steady stream of gamblers pouring in daily. Although they know full well that gambling leads to loss, gamblers remain oblivious until they are left with nothing. The Dai Tai Hao is situated not in the city center, but in a rather secluded area. Despite its remoteness, the presence of a casino has transformed the street, with pawnshops and luxury goods stores lining both sides. Especially at night, the area is awash in vibrant lights and revelry. Luxurious cars are a common sight outside the casino. At the entrance of the casino, a steady stream of gamblers flows in and out. The street corner and the area surrounding the casino are bustling with members of the Qin gang, maintaining order. Chun Ping parks his vehicle, and immediately, someone approaches him. Without a word, the person courteously leads Chun Ping into the casino. Inside, the place is as crowded as a bustling market, with throngs of people filling the grand hall. Every conceivable game is available. The only limitation is the gambler's financial capacity. In the gaming area, one can find an array of slot machines. And the lottery section features various types, such as the popular Shi Kai. There are also countless games involving playing cards, dice, and mahjong. As Chun Ping enters the casino, his gaze searches for Qin Junnan, and he quickly spots him at the card table, engrossed in play. Chun Ping approaches him from behind, and Qin Junnan remains oblivious, pushing all his remaining chips into the pot. The banker reveals an 18. Upon seeing the dealer's 8, Qin Junnan wipes the sweat from his forehead. He glances at his own 2 cards, a 7 and a 9. Gritting his teeth, he calls for another card. The dealer obliges, and as Qin Junnan slowly reveals the card, he chants 333, 444, 555. To his dismay, it turns out to be another card of the same rank. After a long wait, the 3rd card turns out to be a flower card, which means he has busted. He watches helplessly as his remaining capital is taken by the dealer. The feeling of losing everything is unbearable. For a gambler without funds, life feels hopeless. The chips he had just lost were from a car he had pawned for a bit of cash, and now, in no time, he had squandered it all. Noticing that Qin Junnan shows no intention of leaving, Chun Ping gently pats his shoulder and calls out, "Father-in-law." "Who?" Qin Junnan responds irritably, turning around to see Chun Ping. "What brings you here, Chun Ping?" Chun Ping's lips twitch as he replies, "Father-in-law, Shiyun asked me to come fetch you." "Oh dear, how could I forget that? Come on, let's go." All right. Qin Junnan stands up, a smile plastered across his face as he asks Chun Ping, "Son-in-law, do you have any money on you?" Chen Ping's eye twitches as he cautions. Father-in-law, gambling is a bottomless pit. Winning is merely a fleeting moment. Losing everything is the inevitable conclusion. I strongly advise you to quit while you're ahead. It will benefit both you and Shi Yun. I understand. Qin Junnan replies, I just want to take one last chance to win back what I've lost. Is that all right? And if you do win, what then? In the end, it all goes back to the dealer. Human desire knows no bounds. You must stop gambling. Upon hearing this, Qin Junnan's expression darkens. Chen Ping, I'm still your father-in-law. Is it so wrong for me to ask you for a little money? My daughter married you, and I haven't even accepted a penny as a bride price. You need to give me the money. Consider a bride price. Chen Ping finds himself utterly speechless. Why can't you understand? Chen Ping, will you give me an answer? If not, I won't recognize you as my son-in-law. Chen Ping, caught between laughter and tears, concedes. All right, but only this once. You must promise me that regardless of whether you win or lose, you will come to the hospital with me. Ha ha, a good son-in-law indeed. 30,000, that's all I have. Moreover, it's my salary. Chen Ping has exactly 30,000 on him, which is last month's paycheck. Once his salary of 60,000 arrives, he plans to give 30,000 to his mother-in-law. The remaining 30,000 was initially meant for living expenses. Qin Junnan pauses in surprise. 30,000? Chen Ping, are you mistaken? Is that all the money you have? You have rendered a significant favor to Shi Yun, yet she has not bestowed upon you a sum in millions? I am no mere gigolo to expect monetary compensation from her. What is wrong with being a gigolo? As long as one has wealth, it suffices, does it not? Young man, what do you truly understand? My daughter possesses remarkable talents. She shall enjoy a life of luxury in the future. As Qin Junnan spoke, he exchanged chips. And though 30,000 is a modest amount, for a seasoned gambler, the quantity of money becomes trivial. What they seek is the thrill of the game. After exchanging the chips, Qin Junnan resumed his place at the gambling table, shouting and cursing. Chen Ping held no interest in gambling. His financial support was merely to help Qin Junnan face reality. Unsurprisingly, the 30,000 yuan was quickly lost to the house. How utterly unfortunate. Qin Junnan, filled with frustration, cast aside his cards and reluctantly left the table, his mind now calculating his next move regarding Chen Ping. Chen Ping, fully aware of his intentions, preemptively stated, Father-in-law, it is time to let go. If you do not depart, do not blame me for bringing Shi Yun over. You know her temperament. It would be unwise to provoke her. Qin Junnan chuckled. Look at you, I shall take my leave. Reluctantly, Qin Junnan followed Chen Ping out. Once in the car, he lamented his ill fortune. Eventually, he cursed Qin Junmin and his mother, exclaiming, that mother and son are truly despicable, playing hide-and-seek. It would be best if they never returned. Perishing outside would be preferable. Chen Ping endured his complaints throughout the journey until they arrived at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Qin Zhaoxiang had already been there for a day and night. Brother, you finally arrived, Qin Zhaoxiang exclaimed, relieved to have some respite. Sister, where have Qin Junmin and his mother gone? Who knows? According to the family, they left early in the morning and have not returned since. Is that so? They couldn't possibly have absconded with the funds, could they? Surely not. Sister, you should hurry home and check if anything is amiss. All right. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoxiang hastily departed. Oh, Chen Ping, you are here too? As Qin Zhaoxiang reached the entrance, she encountered Chen Ping entering. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Indeed. Make yourself at home. I have matters to attend to. Very well. Qin Zhaoxiang was exceedingly polite towards Chen Ping now. Approaching the bedside, Chen Ping inquired, Elder, are you feeling any better? Qin Siwen smiled faintly. Much improved. I should be able to be discharged in a couple of days. That is excellent news. Chen Ping replied, I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your assistance with the company, although I may have treated you poorly in the past. Please do not hold it against this old man. Knowing that Shi Yun can marry you brings me peace, Qin Siwen remarked, now viewing Chen Ping with greater respect. Chen Ping picked up an orange from the bedside, peeled it, and offered it to Qin Siwen. You jest, elder. Shi Yun and I are husband and wife. You are akin to my grandfather. I have never held past grievances against you. Qin Siwen gratefully accepted the orange, nodding, that is reassuring. Chapter 67. Chun Ping bestows his first kiss. Chun Ping lingered in the hospital room, engaging in casual conversation with Qin Si-wen and his son from time to time. Qin Si-wen inquired about Qin Junmin and his mother, and upon learning of their disappearance, he expressed profound disappointment. After various events, Qin Si-wen had completely lost faith in Qin Junmin. He also intends to completely entrust the Qin family to Qin Shiyun after his discharge from the hospital, vowing not to inquire about any matters thereafter. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming arrived at the hospital room for a visit. Is Grandpa feeling better? Chairman, are you doing well? They inquired with concern as they approached the bedside. Upon seeing his granddaughter, Qin Si-wen cheerfully patted the bed, saying, Shiyun, come sit down and chat with Grandpa for a while. Sure. Qin Shiyun took a seat by the bed and asked with genuine care, Grandpa, how are you feeling? Much better. Being old comes with its share of ailments. That said, it's important to take care of your health. Indeed, just focus on your recovery. I will manage the affairs of the company. Grandpa has great confidence in you. I have made up my mind that once I am discharged, I will pass the business on to you. From then on, I will no longer concern myself with company matters. Qin Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. Grandpa, you do not dwell on it. My decision is unwavering. After experiencing this incident, I have come to a realization. I used to be too rigid. What difference does it make between men and women? You and Junmin are both my grandchildren. Junmin has greatly disappointed me. I trust that the Qin family will flourish under your stewardship. Qin Si-wen then turned his gaze to Chun Ping, adding, and with Chun Ping around, I feel even more at ease. Though elderly, Qin Si-wen was once a figure of prominence. He understood that Chun Ping was not as simple as he appeared. A person capable of securing 500 billion from Yun Kuei could not possibly be an ordinary character. Qin Shiyun glanced at Chun Ping, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Chun Ping promptly responded, Rest assured, old man, I will support Shiyun from now on. Qin Si-wen nodded with a smile, firmly grasping both their hands together. I hope that in the future, you will harmoniously work together, united in purpose. Ideally, you should have a chubby little one soon. Chun Ping and Shiyun exchanged glances, though their hands were held tightly in Qin Si-wen's grasp. This was their first time holding hands. They felt each other's warmth, and Qin Shiyun's cheeks turned slightly pink. Grandpa, it's still too early to talk about babies. Chun Ping chuckled, Dear, it's not too early. I'm no longer young myself. Not only is the old man waiting for a grandchild, but my mother is also eager to hold a chubby little one. Why not work overtime tonight? Qin Shiyun's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully retorted, Who wants to have a chubby little one with you? Early births bring early benefits, chimed in Qin Jinan, who had been quietly observing like a transparent figure. Chun Ping laughed, My father-in-law speaks wisely. Qin Shiyun shot a glare at Qin Jinan. Have you mortgaged the car? Qin Jinan's lips twitched. Speaking of having children, when do you plan to give me a grandchild with Chun Ping? Qin Shiyun was truly speechless. Her expression stern as she replied, Don't change the subject. Where is the car? Daughter, why do you always bring up such matters at such a joyous moment? Qin Jinan, I warn you, if you gamble again, do not expect me to recognize you as my father. Moreover, I will no longer give you a single penny. If you want money, come work at the company and earn it yourself, Qin Shiyun stated firmly. Qin Si-wen wore an expression of indignation. Qin Jinan, if you do not repent, I shall not need to rely on poetry to drive you away. I will expel you myself, to prevent you from causing future calamities for Shiyun. Qin Jinan lowered his head, acknowledging, I understand, father. I will change. I hope you mean what you say. Indeed. Qin Shiyun lingered until past midnight, engaging in casual conversation with Qin Si-wen and discussing recent developments within the company. Upon returning home, it was nearly 1 o'clock. As soon as Zhang Ming arrived, she exclaimed her exhaustion and hurried downstairs to wash up before collapsing into bed. My dear, just as Qin Shiyun was about to ascend the stairs, Chun Ping took her hand and whispered softly in her ear, When shall we conceive a child? Qin Shiyun felt her heart race as Chun Ping pulled her close. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, and she shyly retorted, Who would want to conceive a child with you? How shameless. Chun Ping, undeterred, drew her into his embrace, their faces nearly touching. If you won't bear my child, then who will? Qin Shiyun, for the first time being so provocatively teased by a man, lowered her gaze, and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Chun Ping, you make me shy. Moreover, I am not prepared for such matters yet. I am currently focused on my career. Can we postpone the idea of children?" A gentle smile graced Chun Ping's lips as he replied, "All right then, but could you grant me a kiss, my dear?" Ah. Qin Shiyun's breath quickened, and with eyes shut, she timidly pressed a kiss to the side of Chun Ping's face, embarrassedly attempting to flee. Yet as she turned, he pulled her back into his arms and captured her lips in a passionate kiss. This intimate encounter swiftly bridged the gap between their hearts. Qin Shiyun did not resist. Her eyes tightly closed, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Chun Ping, savoring the warmth of the moment. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Qin Shiyun's face was a tapestry of crimson, her gaze dazed. How utterly annoying, she thought, too bashful to remain in his presence, and she fled from him. Chun Ping, satisfied, brushed his lips with a smile, saying, "Good night, my dear." Qin Shiyun ignored him, retreating to her room and shutting the door, her head buried in the bed, her long, beautiful legs rhythmically tapping against the mattress. "Chun Ping, you are tormenting me," she pouted, though her heart danced with joy. Seated before her vanity, she gazed at her stunning reflection. The blush on her cheeks lingered, reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms. Have I truly fallen for him? Why do I so relish this sensation? Gently caressing her warm cheeks, she murmured Chun Ping's name, inadvertently grinning at her reflection. She lost track of time, ensnared in her thoughts. Once she regained her composure, she glared at herself in the mirror, puffing her cheeks. This lady shall not succumb so easily. Men are not to be trusted. When they are enamored, they shower you with sweet words, but once they possess you, they seek to frolic elsewhere. What is the nature of Chun Ping's relationship with Yun Kuei? Surely, they share some connection. What am I to do? Yun Kuei is so remarkable. Ah, this is infuriating. With thoughts of Yun Kuei, a wave of jealousy surged within Qin Shiyun. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and retreating to wash up and sleep. Chapter 68. The Wang family strikes the following morning. Chun Ping, as per his routine, prepared breakfast and awaited Qin Shiyun's arrival. Recalling the delightful experiences of the previous night, his spirits soared, and he indulged in fantasies of their affectionate exchanges becoming a daily occurrence. However, upon her descent, he approached her only to encounter an unexpected chill. Qin Shiyun appeared as frigid as an ice mountain, responding coolly, "No, I'm in a hurry. You enjoy your meal." Zhang Meng, equally bewildered, inquired, "What is going on? Is Chun Ping not eating breakfast? There are numerous matters at the company. We should be on our way." Qin Shiyun replied curtly, before adding to Chun Ping, "By the way, you need to drive me to work today." With that, she took Zhang Meng's hand and departed. Chun Ping was left in a state of confusion, murmuring, "Indeed, women are the most capricious of beings." Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shiyun had spent the night lost in tumultuous thoughts, envisioning Chun Ping as a scoundrel and speculating about an illicit connection between him and Yun Kuei. Thus, she donned an icy demeanor today, her own overthinking leading her to adopt a sulky attitude toward Chun Ping. The innocent Chun Ping found himself at the mercy of a woman's capriciousness, left to enjoy a table full of breakfast alone. "Sister, what is going on between you and Chun Ping?" Zhang Meng couldn't contain her curiosity during their journey. With a furrowed brow, Qin Shiyun replied, Meng, do you think Chun Ping and Yun Kuei were truly a couple in the past?" "How would I know?" "Chun Ping refuses to speak the truth," Zhang Meng responded. I always suspected he was a scoundrel." "Ah, what happened to Chun Ping?" "He must have been in a relationship with Yun Kuei. Otherwise, why would he give me 500 billion? "Sister, are you perhaps overthinking this?" "I find Chun Ping to be quite sincere," Zhang Meng suggested. At this, Qin Shiyun, fuming, declared, "Forget him. The more I think about it, the more agitated I become." Seeing her distress, Zhang Meng couldn't help but smile. "Sister, your current behavior indicates that you genuinely care for Chun Ping. Honestly, have you fallen for him?" "Absolutely not." Qin Shiyun's cheeks flushed. "Nonsense. I have not fallen for him." "Ha ha ha. You're merely deceiving yourself. When one falls in love, they are inevitably affected by the other's emotions. Sister, I have never seen you so anxious over a man." I won't speak with you any longer. You'll only tease me. All right, I won't say another word. Once Qin Shiyun arrived at the office, she resolved to cast aside her thoughts of Chun Ping. A newfound determination surged within her as she silently competed with Yun Kuei. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, another week had passed. Chun Ping continued his daily visits to Dali, and life seemed to return to normalcy, especially for Qin Shiyun, who immersed herself wholeheartedly in her work. She toiled from dawn until dusk, exchanging only a few words with Chun Ping. Chun Ping felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated that their relationship would solidify into something deeper following that night. Little did he know, it had merely transitioned into a cherished bedtime fantasy. As Chun Ping lived his simple life, he remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing in Nanhai. The past week had been far from tranquil. Ever since the gunshots erupted outside the hotel that night, Nanhai had been in a state of unrest. Wang Huan, determined to prevent Yun Kuei from establishing a foothold in the South Sea, launched a comprehensive campaign against Liu Hui and the Liu family's influence. Thousands of members of the Qin gang were dispatched to inflict substantial damage across various sectors of the Liu family's enterprises. Faced with Wang Huan's full-scale declaration of war, Liu Hui refused to back down. Both factions engaged in covert sabotage, with frequent skirmishes erupting under the cover of night. The atmosphere in the South Sea became one of palpable anxiety, as gunfights seemed imminent, severely impacting all walks of life. Even the Yun group was engulfed in trepidation. Not only was Wang Huan targeting the Liu family's power, but he was also instigating panic for Yun Kuei. Over the course of a week, the executives of the Yun group suffered significant peril. Each time an executive ventured outside, they would inevitably encounter sudden and disastrous accidents. Within a few days, more than a dozen executives were hospitalized, 3 of whom tragically lost their lives in these calamities. Confronted with such a dire situation, Yun Kuei found herself at a loss. Even if she contacted the authorities, the police merely classified these incidents as traffic accidents. It was evident that the South Sea government was covertly supporting Wang Huan, leaving Yun Kuei feeling powerless. Although she led the foremost financial conglomerate in Xia, the Yun family had never intervened in the southern region, rendering them incapable of controlling the situation. Furthermore, a formidable force loomed in the south, the Lei family. Should the Yun family attempt to assert their authority, the Lei family would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, potentially igniting a confrontation between the north and south, escalating into a civil war within Xia. Recently, Yun Kuei had been overwhelmed. The circumstances in the South Sea were far more complex than she had anticipated. She had envisioned leveraging economic power to dominate the region, but it seemed Wang Huan was intent on thwarting her efforts, engaging in a reckless game of mutual destruction. It was crucial to understand that Wang Huan's disruption of stability in the South Sea not only endangered Yun Kuei and the Liu family, but also inflicted damage on his own kin. If this turmoil persisted, the South Sea's economy would inevitably stagnate, plunging the entire city into an economic crisis. Seated on the sofa in her office, Yun Kuei massaged her temples, pondering strategies to address the crisis. Just then, Li Jie approached, announcing Miss Liu Hui has arrived. Yun Kui noted it, lifting a cup of coffee to take a tentative sip. Liu Hui approached her with a furrowed brow. Miss Yun, let us sit and discuss. Very well, she replied. Once seated, Liu Hui could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, Miss Yun, Wang Huan has gone completely mad. In just a week, he has nearly destroyed all of the Liu family's hotels and entertainment venues. Even our companies face accidents on every delivery and receipt. What's worse is that Wang Huan has not spared even ordinary employees. Yun Kuei remained silent, merely acknowledging him with a non-committal murmur, her thoughts drifting as she cradled her coffee. Liu Hui pressed on, Miss Yun, Wang Huan is emboldened by the Qin gang and his cousin, the mayor. He is out of control. If this continues, we will not be able to withstand it, and our losses will only escalate. Furrowing her brow, Yun Kuei replied, Wang Huan seems intent on mutual destruction. In that case, we must retreat for the time being. Instruct all your businesses to halt operations to ensure the safety of your employees. Miss Wouldn't that result in even greater losses? Moreover, so many people depend on their livelihoods. Halting operations may cause even more complications. Safety must always be our top priority. All the losses shall be borne by me. I shall devise a way to resolve this matter expeditiously. Lu Hui nodded helplessly. Very well. I shall heed your words. However, the port cannot be halted. It serves as the sole connection of the South Sea to the outside world. Should the port cease operations, it would adversely affect the entire region. Yin Kuei nodded in understanding indeed. The port shall remain operational. I trust that Wang Huan would not dare to interfere with it. The South Sea is an island of the Great Xia, reliant on the port for its transportation needs. The Liu family remains steadfast primarily due to their possession of over half of the ports in the South Sea. The significance of a port to an island cannot be overstated. Even if Wang Huan were to act recklessly, he would not easily jeopardize the port. Should operations be suspended, the South Sea would suffer severe repercussions. Moreover, those in authority would never permit such an occurrence. Chapter 69. Chun Ping offers advice after a brief while. Lu Hui took his leave. In this current situation, confronting Wang Huan directly would clearly be disadvantageous. Though Yun Kuei possesses wealth, she lacks influence in the South Sea, relying solely on the Liu family. Compared to the Wang family, the Liu family is evidently not on the same level. The only course of action is to momentarily withdraw from the fray. Shortly after Lu Hui's departure, Chun Ping swaggered into the office, unceremoniously plopping down on the sofa, and observed the troubled expression on Yun Kuei's face. What is the matter? This expression of yours hardly welcomes me. Yin Kuei smiled faintly. How could that be? You are my esteemed guest. Then why the long face? Have you encountered some trouble? Indeed, I called you here to seek your opinion. Please share your thoughts. I could use your advice. Yun Kuei recounted the vexation she had faced over the past week, emphasizing the actions of the Wang family. Chun Ping nodded thoughtfully. It seems that even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Yun Kuei shot him a glance. Thus, I implore you to think of a solution. Should I go and eliminate him for you? Chun Ping jested. Let us not go that far. If it came to that, it would likely lead to even greater troubles. What is South Sea government? Do they not intervene? Is this how it will be every day? Will they not apprehend anyone? It's futile. Wang Huan does not even involve himself directly. Those executing these actions are merely his subordinates. It is better to respond to violence with violence. The Wang family has deep roots in the South Sea, and with so many underlings causing disturbances, it is challenging to establish a foothold. Indeed, my head is spinning. Chun Ping pondered for a moment and said, I have an idea. Since the South Sea authorities are unwilling to intervene, why not retaliate in kind? The Wang family relies on their subordinates to create chaos. You two can arrange for individuals to discreetly deal with them. In this way, no one shall have it easy, and we shall see who can endure longer. Yin Kuei nodded. That approach seems feasible. I can enlist some individuals. Such tasks require expertise. It is best not to expose oneself to avoid being implicated. If you believe it is a viable option, I happen to have someone in mind who is part of the Qin gang. You provide the funding, and I will arrange for him to discreetly recruit individuals for the dirty work. Maintaining such people can be beneficial for matters where one cannot personally intervene. Delegating to such individuals is entirely appropriate. Yin Kuei smiled gently. Are you not concerned about being implicated? After all, you are a young marshal of the nation. Chun Ping grinned. Do not jest with me. How many people even know I hold this title? At the end of the day, it is merely a consolation prize from the sovereign. In recent years, which of my endeavors has truly come to fruition? All right, how much do you need? Yin Kuei inquired. Just give me a casual amount. 100 million, perhaps. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Kuei commanded, Li Jie, prepare the funds for Chun Ping immediately. Understood, Mississippi. Chun Ping's lips twitched. A wealthy lady indeed. 100 million, a sum that many would toil a lifetime to earn. Do not mock me, she replied playfully. Aren't you afraid I might embezzle the funds? Yin Kuei chuckled. I might fear others, but not you. Is that so? Indeed. Chun Ping felt at a loss for words, yet chose to remain silent. Li Jie approached, handing a card to Chun Ping. Mr. Chun, this card contains 100 million, and the password is inscribed on the back. It is available for your immediate use. Upon receiving the card, Chun Ping stated with gravity, To accept money is to fulfill a duty. Rest assured, Miss Yun, I shall attend to it right away. With that, he stood to depart. Yun Kuei frowned slightly. Won't you stay a little longer? At the door, Chun Ping turned with a smile. Another time, another time. And with that, he dashed away. Yun Kuei smiled wryly, realizing that this man was destined to remain beyond her reach. With 100 million in hand, Chun Ping drove leisurely, whistling as he made his way to the Gray Zone bar. It was still afternoon, and while the bar had yet to open, the doors were ajar, with staff inside. Zhang Hong was lounging at the bar, and upon seeing Chun Ping, she greeted him with a radiant smile. Ah, the handsome guy returns. Chun Ping grinned. Hello, beautiful sister. Zhang Hong, her smile as bright as flowers, teased. You aren't here just to seek out your sister today, are you? Apologies, but I'm still looking for Zhang Hu. Please inform him. You truly lack romance. Only pursuing a big man, Zhang Hong remarked, returning to the bar. Prepare a whiskey for this handsome gentleman. The bartender promptly began to mix the drink. Without further ado, Zhang Hong took out her phone and called Zhang Hu. Handsome. Brother who says he'll arrive in 5 minutes. Let us have a drink in the meantime, she said with a playful demeanor. Sound good. Sir, your drink. Chun Ping accepted the glass and gestured to Zhang Hong. Thank you for the drink, beautiful. Cheers. They enjoyed a drink together, and within 5 minutes, Zhang Hu rushed to the bar, panting. Brother Chun, I apologize for the wait. No worries, I just arrived myself. Indeed, the fear Zhang Hu felt towards Chun Ping was deeply ingrained. Miss, may I borrow a private space for our discussion? Zhang Hong smiled softly. The second floor? The usual place. It's my private booth. Thank you. Chun Ping replied, finishing his drink in one gulp before heading upstairs, with Zhang Hu closely following. Upon reaching the booth, Chun Ping sat down, while Zhang Hu stood before him like a student in front of teacher. Chun Ping's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. Zhang Hu, have you become quite audacious lately? Zhang Hu's heart sank, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Brother Chun, I'm not certain what you are referring to. Isn't the South China Sea rather tumultuous lately? Don't tell me you Haven Tea had a hand in it? In sheer terror, Zhang Hu knelt down, his face contorted in despair. Brother Chun, please allow me to explain. I had no choice. Recently, my superior had a falling out with the Liu family, compelling us to target their enterprises. I swear, I was merely executing orders within my own territory. I did not harm anyone, let alone take a life. Why are you so anxious? I have said nothing untoward. Rise and respond. Indeed, Zhang Hu, burdened with unspoken grievances, was most fearful of offending others, for one could never tell who might be a relative or friend of Chun Ping. Zhang Hu, do you aspire to achieve greatness? Zhang Hu hesitated slightly. Brother Chun, whatever you command, I shall undertake. Chun Ping's lips twitched. What I mean is, do you wish to become a leader? I indeed wish to. If you desire it, then that suffices. Chun Ping, growing impatient, stated plainly, I now present you with an opportunity for greatness. What remains is your courage to seize it. Zhang Hu, though perplexed, dared not defy Chun Ping. Brother Chun, you shall always be my leader. I shall do as you instruct. Nonsense, I am not part of the underworld. The notion of leadership is irrelevant. What I am inquiring is whether you dare. I do dare. Very well. Chun Ping produced a bank card and tossed it onto the coffee table. This card contains 100 million in funds. It is yours. Listen closely. I care not how you utilize these resources. With this money, procure fresh faces, build a force, and equip yourselves to covertly encroach upon the Wang family's territory. Zhang Hu was left dumbfounded. Brother Chun, what is this? What? Have you lost your nerve? Think carefully before you respond. By entrusting you with this task, I am placing my faith in you. Should you refuse, you must be aware of the consequences. Of course, if you possess the audacity, I guarantee that once the Wang family is vanquished, you shall find your place among the forces of Nanhai. Zhang Hu was acutely aware of Chun Ping's methods. If he were to decline, he had no doubt that Chun Ping would eliminate him, especially with Chun Ping's promise of obliterating the Wang family and elevating him to leadership, who would willingly remain a subordinate for life. Moreover, Chun Ping was immensely powerful and financially affluent, directly providing him with 100 million. After a moment of contemplation, driven by the desire to survive and ascend, He steeled himself. "Brother Chun, your command shall be fulfilled." Chun Ping nodded in satisfaction, leaning closer. "Understood, Brother Chun. Rest assured, I know what to do." "Excellent." After imparting his instructions, Chun Ping departed. Chapter 70. The Desperate Dong. Following this, the waters of Nanhai grew increasingly turbulent. Although Zhang, who appeared subservient before Chun Ping, he was by no means weak. To avoid being eliminated by Chun Ping and to one day stand atop the underworld of Nanhai, he became utterly reckless. Armed with the startup capital provided by Chun Ping, he immediately dispatched his trusted subordinate, Peng Chun, to seek out a cadre of desperate individuals from distant lands. Concurrently, he utilized underground networks to procure explosives and weaponry, preparing for an ambitious undertaking. 3 days later, Peng Chun returned with a northern man named Dong Yi. They had met briefly before. He was in his 30s, recently released from prison, and had organized a group of approximately 30 fellow countrymen, all notorious for their acts of robbery and murder across the southern regions. Peng Chun found such individuals ideal. Their collaboration sparked an immediate accord, and together they set forth to Nanhai to embark on grand endeavors. In order to facilitate Zhang Hu's covert operations, he maintained a low profile throughout, allowing Dong Yi to establish a northern faction in the South China Sea, providing funds, firearms, and explosives. Despite being unrefined and lacking in social standing, Dong Yi and his band of northern desperados possessed audacity and were eager to carve out a name for themselves, readily agreeing to serve as Zhang Hu's enforcers. Unbeknownst to Wang Huan, who was oblivious to Zhang Hu's treachery behind the scenes, he was quite pleased with the actions of his subordinates. As he observed Yin Kuei struggling in the South China Sea and the Liu family forced to shut down, it seemed Wang's family had emerged victorious. However, just as Wang Huan deemed Yin Kuei inept and powerless, the reckless band, led by Dong Yi, orchestrated by Zhang Hu, began their assault on Wang's territory. To avoid arousing Wang Huan's suspicion, Zhang Hu initiated the attack on his own domain first. At 3 a.m, a series of explosions erupted across several underground establishments owned by the Wang family in Zhang Hu's territory. The tremendous blast shattered the silence of the street, obliterating 3 of Wang's venues to rubble. Following Chun Ping's instructions to avoid harming innocents, Zhang Hu chose this early hour to destroy the venues without casualties. This was merely the beginning. Soon, other establishments belonging to the Qing gang also fell victim to explosive attacks. The continuous detonations plunged the entire South China Sea in a heightened panic, prompting the city's fire department and SWAT teams to mobilize. Dong Yi and his men had already prepared for this contingency. After detonating the bombs, they swiftly departed, not to flee, but to take advantage of the chaos generated by the explosions. Dong Yi, accompanied by about 30 reckless comrades, made their way to another location owned by the Wang family, the Grand Emperor, the largest casino in the South China Sea, which was notably the most lucrative of Wang's many enterprises. Around 4 a.m, patrons in the casino were sparse, marking the quietest time of the night. Dong Yi and his crew, driving 8 black vans, donned black hoods and carried rifles. Upon arrival, Dong Yi commanded, "Brothers, let's go." With the doors flung open, he leaped from the vehicle, brandishing a rifle in one hand and a grenade in the other. With a boisterous laugh, he pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it toward the casino entrance. There were 7 or 8 security personnel at the entrance, their attention waning at this hour. Only when they saw Dong Yi and his men wielding rifles did they realize the gravity of the situation. "Bad news, we have trouble," one security guard shouted as the others quickly drew their weapons. Before they could fire, a grenade rolled to their feet. With a deafening explosion, it detonated at the entrance, sending 2 guards flying and knocking the others back with its force. "Brothers, kill!" Dong Yi shouted, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the entrance. The remaining henchmen, exhilarated, joined in the fray, raining bullets upon the hapless security guards, who were mercilessly gunned down. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire naturally drew the attention of those inside the casino. The gamblers, startled by the gunshots, scrambled to escape through the back door. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Everyone, follow me outside," the casino manager bellowed, drawing his handgun in response. Inside the casino, dozens of armed security personnel drew their weapons, following suit in a frenzy. The sound of gunfire echoed as Dong Yi, like a rabid dog, unleashed a barrage at the entrance. Those within the casino, upon reaching the door, were mercilessly gunned down, leaving them too terrified to venture outside. Noticing the ensuing silence, Dong Yi brandished a grenade, proclaiming, "Brothers, charge in without leaving a single one behind." As the words left his lips, he hurled the grenade into the casino. With a deafening explosion, the security guards who had taken cover were sent flying. Seizing the moment, Dong Yi boldly surged into the casino, unleashing a hail of gunfire. Regardless of whether anyone was present, faced with such overwhelming firepower, the casino's security personnel cowered, desperately seeking refuge. Dong Yi's underlings followed suit, advancing in formation and sweeping the area with their weapons. A relentless barrage of bullets left the guards with nowhere to hide, resulting in the swift demise of over half of them. With time running short, Dong Yi produced another grenade, declaring, "Brothers, it's time to retreat." In unison, each member retrieved a grenade, launching them forward as Dong Yi and his gang exited the casino without a glance back. The sound of explosions resonated behind them, marking the complete obliteration of the Grand Emperor Casino. After executing their plan, Dong Yi and his crew were stationed in the territory belonging to Zhang Hu. Unbeknownst to Wang Huan, who would never have imagined they were hiding within the Green Gang. Following such a significant incident, Wang Huan and Wang Qing rushed to the Grand Emperor. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene teeming with armed SWAT officers, including the police chief, Zhu Ming. "Damn it," Wang Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. In the span of a single night, nearly all of the Wang family's underground establishments had been destroyed, an unbearable reality for anyone. Zhu Ming approached Wang Huan, stating, "Boss Wang, for now, please refrain from entering. We will handle it." Wang Huan nodded calmly, understood. Beside him, Wang Qing seethed. "Chief Zhu, have you identified the culprits?" "Not yet. Explosions occurred in multiple locations throughout the night. This is the first of its kind in Nanhai," Zhu Ming replied. "Without a doubt, it had to be Lu Hui or Yin Kuei. Chief Zhu, you must act swiftly to apprehend them." Zhu Ming furrowed his brow. "While that may be the case, without direct evidence, we cannot proceed against them." "Damn it," Wang Qing retorted angrily. "Brother, Yin Kuei aims to destroy us. Just say the word, and I'll take care of her, regardless of the cost." Wang Qing shot him a glare. "Can you remain calm? In times like these, it's crucial to keep a level head and not act recklessly." Sighing, Wang Huan turned to Zhu Ming once more. "Chief Zhu, I kindly ask that you identify these perpetrators at your earliest convenience. Rest assured, I will inform you immediately should any developments arise." "Thank you." Wang Huan was acutely aware that this was Yun Kuei's retaliation. He chose not to linger at the scene, instead urging his subordinates to intensify their retaliatory efforts. As a result, Nanhai grew increasingly unstable. The struggle between both parties unfolded in the shadows, with neither able to gain the upper hand. In truth, Yin Kuei was entirely unaware of the situation. She had never harbored any interest in murder or arson, nor would she ever engage in such sordid affairs. It was only upon watching the news that she learned of the sudden assault on Wang Huan's underground operations. Deep down, she understood that this was precisely what Shun Ping referred to as using violence to counter violence. In light of the current situation, Yin Kuei exercised even greater caution, acutely aware that Wang Huan would undoubtedly seek retribution. Accordingly, she halted all operations within the company, instructing everyone to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Yet, the conflict with Wang Huan was far from over. While he contemplated how to retaliate against Yin Kuei, Zhang, who was already plotting against the legitimate enterprises of the Wang family, alongside Dong Yi and his band of desperate men, in the early hours, a truck laden with explosives barreled into the headquarters of the Wang Group. With a resounding explosion, debris soared into the sky, the immense shockwave shattering windows on several floors. The front wall of the first floor collapsed, the ceiling was obliterated, and the entire main hall was reduced to ruins. Simultaneously, every business associated with the Wang family suffered, none escaping the terror unleashed by Dong Yi. The series of attacks plunged the citizens of Nanhai into a state of panic. The authorities, unable to remain idle, dispatched all available police forces to patrol day and night, conducting a comprehensive search for Dong Yi and his gang of outlaws. Zhang Hu, having ensured a well-planned escape route for Dong Yi and his men, orchestrated their departure in batches through meticulous arrangements. By the time the police identified Dong Yi and his associates, they had already set sail on a clandestine vessel, fleeing the island. The relentless onslaught left Wang Huan in a state of unease. Not only him, but also those who depended on the Wang family felt the pressure mounting. At that moment, the grand hall of the Wang residence was filled with guests, yet Wang Huan sat in the main seat, pallid and worn, having scarcely rested in recent times. Chairman Wang, please reconsider. If this continues, we shall all face dire straits. Facing dire straits is one thing, but what terrifies me is the thought of stepping outside only to be struck down by a truck, leaving my family devastated. I can scarcely venture out now. After the bombing of our company, even the employees dread crossing the threshold. Chairman, might we not cease this conflict with Yun Kuei? A group of individuals, heads of various companies affiliated with the Wang family, had been imploring Wang Huan for quite some time. Their lives were now entangled in the feud between Wang Huan and Yun Kuei, and they were suffering the consequences. It was one thing for the company to stagnate. They were also under the threat of bomb attacks. Now, even their safety could not be assured. What are you all clamoring about? Wang Qing erupted in fury, pointing at the group and berating them. Has our Wang family ever treated you poorly? Now that we encounter difficulties, you wail and lament as if mourning the dead. My elder brother acts for your benefit. If Yun Kuei were to gain the upper hand, you would be left to suffer the consequences. That is not our intent. We merely fear that if this drags on, we shall not withstand it. Indeed, this past fortnight has seen the entire Nanhai commercial sector come to a standstill. Daily losses have been exorbitant, and now we face retaliation. How long can anyone endure this? Just as Wang Qing was about to unleash another tirade, Wang Huan interjected. What you say holds merit. If this continues, none of us will survive. Wang Qing, you are to relay this message. Instruct everyone to cease all operations immediately. First, stabilize the situation to ensure that everyone has food to eat. Brother, there is no need for further discussion. The continued chaos benefits no one. I believe Yun Kuei shares this sentiment. The future will unfold through competition in business. Indeed, while Wang Qing is reluctant, he finds himself powerless. Wang Huan never anticipated that Yun Kuei would retaliate with such ferocity. Now, he feels devoid of confidence and can only think of stabilizing the situation. Very well, let us all return and prepare to restore our industries. I believe Yun Kuei will not take further action. After everyone departs, Wang Qing inquires, Brother, is this truly how we will proceed? Wang Huan nods, sighing. It must be so. The Lei family is unwilling to assist, and relying solely on our family is insufficient to contend with Yun Kuei. What we could do now is to safeguard our enterprises as best as we can. Alas, the Wang brothers can only lament their fate. Outside the Wang family ancestral home, Zhao Xiong calls out, Brothers, please hold on. Upon hearing this, the crowd asks, Brother Zhao, is there something amiss? Zhao Xiong smiles gently, not particularly. But recently we have all faced various challenges. The South China Sea is becoming increasingly complex, making business difficult. Fortunately, I have some surplus funds. If anyone is in need, I would be willing to invest. Brother Zhao, are you speaking the truth? Of course. That is splendid. My company is currently facing a cash crunch. If you do not mind, shall we discuss this further? Certainly, certainly. At present, everyone is in dire need of funds, and Zhao Xiong's offer is most appealing. After conversing for a while, Zhao Xiong departs in his vehicle, accompanied by his son, Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun, you will handle the discussions regarding the investment. Remember to maintain a firm grip on this group, Zhao Xiong instructs. Zhao Sun smiles slightly. Father, you need not worry. By the way, Father, now that Wang Huan seeks a truce, what should we do? Zhao Xiong reveals a peculiar smile. Haha, the Wang brothers are not far from their demise. Is that so? Have you uncovered anything about that man named Chun Ping you mentioned last time? Zhao Sun's expression darkens at the mention of Chun Ping. Nothing. We only learned that he left the South China Sea at a young age and only recently returned. As for what he has been doing during that time, It remains a mystery. Some say he was in the military, but its veracity is uncertain. Oh, how could a soldier be so familiar with Yun Kuei? Could he possibly be a member of the Yun family, placed in the South China Sea for some purpose? Unclear. Zhao Xiong nods. For now, let us not concern ourselves with him, as long as he does not interfere with our plans. Father, is the Lei family truly relinquishing control over the South China Sea? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. We must focus on our own affairs. As for what the Lei family intends, it is better not to be too informed. I understand, Father. The Zhao family is, in fact, the true arm of the Lei family in the South China Sea, while the Wang family is merely a discarded pawn. The attack on Yun Kuei at the hotel was orchestrated by Zhao Xiong, intended to ensure that Yun Kuei and Wang Huan could not reach an agreement, ideally leading to mutual destruction. As for the Lei family's motives, they are certainly driven by a purpose. Chapter 72. A comfortable life, as Wang Huan ordered the cessation of the oppression and retaliation against Yun Kuei. Nanhai gradually returned to a brief serenity. The most delighted among them was Lu Hui, who had recently experienced severe setbacks within the Lu family. Fortunately, with Yun Kuei at the helm, despite the substantial losses endured, Lu Hui felt no apprehension, as he had the wealthy Yun Kuei backing him. Especially after the Wang family's significant losses, the dynamics shifted, allowing Yun Kuei's endeavors in Nanhai to progress more smoothly. In the Yun Group's office, operations resumed in full swing today, and it had been some time since Yun Kuei had last been at work. Early in the morning, Lu Hui arrived, ready for instructions. A smile graced Yun Kuei's face as she dismissed the gloom of previous days. President Lu, it seems that Wang Huan has no intention of continuing this feud. Thus, according to our initial plan, we shall fully resume operations. All losses will be attributed to me, and we will strive to return to normalcy as swiftly as possible. Lu Hui chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Miss Yun, I have already instructed my team to proceed accordingly. This time, the Wang family has suffered even more grievously. For Wang Huan to contend with you, Miss Yun, is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Without further ado, he added now, you should get back to your work. Very well, Lu Hui said, and upon his departure, Yun Kuei smiled, savoring her coffee while seated on the sofa. Miss, at last. You are smiling, Li Jie remarked with a grin as she approached. Yun Kuei responded with a gentle smile. One cannot help but feel joy. Indeed, finally, a breath of relief. Li Jing exclaimed indignantly. Recently, Wang Huan had incessantly troubled them, and they had been left with no outlet for their frustrations. Yun Kui, pondering Chun Ping, smiled faintly. This time, I owe my gratitude to Chun Ping for resolving these troubles for me. Otherwise, I would have had no way to deal with Wang Huan. Yes, indeed, Chun Xiaoshua's approach of responding to violence with violence is quite effective. It should be done this way, Li Jing concurred. Although I do not particularly favor such methods, they could be remarkably effective at times. Indeed, now, Wang Huan has finally been rendered submissive. As for what Chen Ping had been up to lately, he found himself either at Zhang Dali's residence or at Qin Shiyan's home. Today, he remained indoors, having no inclination to venture outside. It was not that he was unwilling to go out, but rather that Qin Shiyan and Zhang Meng had also chosen to stay at home. Given the recent chaos in Nanhai, Qin Shiyan feared that the Qin group might suffer a fate similar to other companies, falling victim to a terrorist attack. As a precaution, she granted herself and her employees a half-month leave. Qin Shiyan and Zhang Meng spent their days cooped up at home, nearly going stir-crazy. They lounged on the sofa, occasionally glancing outside for updates. How infuriating! This seems never-ending. Zhang Meng groaned, scrolling through the latest news on her phone. With a troubled expression, Qin Shiyan propped her chin on her hands. Alas, with so many terrorist incidents occurring, it's enough to unsettle anyone. Moreover, the overall economy in Nanhai has been adversely affected by these recent events. Our company has also suffered significantly. Indeed, I heard it's a struggle for dominance between the Wang family and Yun Kuei, with both sides covertly clashing. Qin Shiyan tilted her head, looking at Zhang Meng in disbelief. In business, why must there be such a quest for hegemony? For years, the Wang family has dominated, controlling vast resources and leaving little room for other companies to grow. Now, With the Yun family attempting to expand in Anhai, I find it exceedingly unlikely. Zhang Ming jestingly remarked, "What's the matter? Have you lost your ambition? Didn't you say you wanted to surpass Yun Kuei?" Qin Shiyun self-deprecatingly replied, "Please don't mock me. Surpassing her makes me feel utterly insane. Ha ha, this is not the person I know. Alas, I no longer think that way. Reflecting on it now, I realize how childish I was. She never took me seriously at all. My greatest wish at this moment is to repay Yun Kuei as soon as possible. However, considering the prospects in Nanhai, I fear I might never be able to pay her back in this lifetime. Therefore, I've been contemplating whether I should adopt a different approach. For instance, what if we expand our market internationally and venture beyond Nanhai?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming perked up, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. "Sister, that is a strategy worth exploring. Do you have any specific objectives?" Qin Shiyun nodded. "Indeed. I am currently considering whether I can find a collaborative group in the Magic City. The Magic City is the most prosperous city in the southern part of Daxia and is closely aligned with international trends. If we could develop there in the future, I am certain we could elevate our company to an international level." "Yes, that's a splendid idea. We should give it a try. After all, we have some funds at hand," Zhang Ming agreed. Zhang Ming then called out cheerfully to the kitchen, "Chun Ping, is the fruit platter ready yet? Hurry up. What's the rush? It will be ready shortly." The two lovely women leisurely enjoyed their time, chatting and watching television on the sofa, while Chun Ping not only cooked, but also prepared an afternoon fruit platter for them. "Here it comes," Chun Ping announced as he emerged from the kitchen. Placing the fruit platter on the coffee table, grabbing a piece of watermelon, he plopped down on the sofa. "What are you two discussing? Have you made it to the Magic City?" Zhang Ming replied, "Oh, not much. Just that Shiyun feels the development space in Nanhai is quite limited and is considering moving to the Magic City." Chun Ping paused for a moment, then smiled. "Why go to the Magic City? As long as there's food and drink, one should be content. What's the need for so much money?" Indeed, Chun Ping makes a valid point. "At this moment, I feel quite at ease. I've even gained a bit of weight recently." Qin Shiyun, looking exasperated, said, "I'm not motivated by money. I just want to repay Yun Kuei as soon as possible. Moreover, my grandfather has always hoped for the Qin group to grow and prosper, which is also my dream. You needn't worry about the money. I will help you repay it. Besides, Yun Kuei isn't lacking in funds," Chun Ping reassured her. "She may not lack money, but we cannot neglect our debt. I also don't wish to owe her anything." Chun Ping chuckled. "Wife, I see you're just a bit jealous. Competing with Yun Kuei." Qin Shiyun shot him a glare. "Stop saying nonsense. I'm not competing with her. Now I truly understand. A woman's words can be deceptive." She added playfully, "You rascal." Qin Shiyun lightly punched Chun Ping's arm. "Haha, who told you that?" Zhang Ming laughed uncontrollably. "Who else but my wife?" Chun Ping replied with a grin. Qin Shiyun retorted, "When did I ever say that? You may not have voiced it, but your actions certainly conveyed it. Women can change their minds faster than one can turn a page." Chun Ping, "I shall ignore you. Look, she's turning against you again." "Ah, Chun Ping, I could just strangle you. This is infuriating." Qin Shiyun playfully attacked him, hitting and scratching him. Strike me. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. My dear wife, do hasten to end my life," Chun Ping remarked with an expression of feigned helplessness. Qin Shiyun, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "Humph, I shan't strike you anymore. Oh dear, with you two constantly indulging in public displays of affection, I might as well move out at once. No, if you were to leave, who knows how he might torment me. By heaven's conscience, I have never bullied my wife. Is she who bullies me? Humph, I shall ignore you." Although Qin Shiyun had previously indulged in fantasies, envisioning Chun Ping as a scoundrel, the fortnight spent together at home had inadvertently mended their relationship. Alas, poor Zhang Ming. The Unwitting Third Wheel. Chapter 73. The port is bombed. The sultry summer days quietly slipped away, and soon it was the 8th of August, marking the onset of autumn. Today marked the third day since Wang Huan and Yun Kuei ceased their activities, during which various industries in the South China Sea had felt the repercussions. After 3 days of observation, the South China Sea sectors began to return to normalcy. The recent conflicts had thrust the authorities of the South China Sea into the spotlight, and the higher-ups were keenly aware of the terror incidents occurring in the region. They held the relevant officials accountable, yet refrained from imposing harsher penalties, primarily to maintain stability in the southern territories and avert unnecessary troubles. In an effort to quell public panic, the South China Sea was under heavy guard, with special police patrolling the streets. While the surface appeared calm, a far more sinister conspiracy was brewing beneath. At midnight, in the presidential suite of the Haigang Grand Hotel, two figures stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the harbor not far away. Despite the late hour, the harbor was ablaze with lights, with a steady stream of container trucks arriving and departing. The stacks of containers and the dock cargo ships bore testament to the harbor's significance for the South China Sea's trade. This very harbor belonged to the Liu family, a long-established enterprise in the region, having operated the docks for many years. For an island city, the importance of its harbor cannot be overstated. The South China Sea boasts two major ports, and this one is the largest. Truth be told, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to destroy this place, remarked one man in his 40s, possessing a sharp appearance and wearing a faint smile. His name was Huang Tao, the vice mayor of South China Sea City, second only to Tan Wenjiang, and a candidate for the next mayor. The other individual was none other than Zhao Xiong, the head of the Zhao family, who, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled smoke as he surveyed the port. Mayor Huang, after tonight, the Wang family will be irreparably doomed. Huang Tao smiled slightly. The Wang family has brought this upon themselves. Wang Huan believes himself to be a figure of significance. Yet in the eyes of our master, he is merely a slightly larger ant. Were it not for the need to maintain stability, Wang Huan would not dare to act so recklessly. Zhao Xiong paused momentarily, if I may be so bold to inquire. Why doesn't our master directly seize control of the South China Sea? Wouldn't that make matters much easier? Huang Tao cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "You are not an outsider. It is permissible to share certain truths with you. Over the past year, the higher-ups have been watching the South very closely, with spies deployed in many areas. This has made it rather inconvenient for a master to act. The South China Sea is a unique place, an island where the mountains rise high and the emperor is far away, making it far easier to conduct affairs." The initial support for Wang Huan was intended to give the impression that the master of the South China Sea had not intervened. However, Wang Huan's ambitions grew too large, and bolstered by his association with Tan Wenjiang, he gradually became uncontrollable. Little did anyone anticipate that the Yun family would send Yun Kuei to the South China Sea, whose purpose was to investigate whether we had any influence there. Fortunately, the master had the foresight to entrust all matters of the South China Sea to Wang Huan, refraining from direct involvement. Yun Kuei's confrontation with Wang Huan also aimed to draw the master out into the open. Of course, all of this was within the master's expectations. Zhao Xiong, having heard so much, still did not grasp the meaning behind the words and ventured, "If the Wang family falls, wouldn't the entire South China Sea then be under the control of the Yun family?" "Ha ha," Huang Tao chuckled. "What the master desires is precisely this outcome. Consequently, those above will believe that the master has not meddled in the South China Sea at all. This is merely a conflict between Wang Huan and Yun Kuei. Thus, our own activities will go unnoticed. More importantly, by destroying the Liu family's port, we can shift the blame onto Wang Huan. Furthermore, all transportation in the South China Sea will have to go through our port. At that point, you can leverage the acquired group to continuously send goods through our port under their name. Director Huang, what exactly are those secret bases we constructed for?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's expression darkened. "I've stated this countless times. You do not need to know about this matter. Simply ensure that the necessary items are discreetly delivered to the base, and do not concern yourself with anything else." "Understood. I am looking out for your best interests. Even I dare not ask too many questions. Remember, once the Wang family collapses, align yourself with Yun Kuei and proceed with caution." "Got it." Huang Tao nodded, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The good show should be about to commence, no?" Zhao Xiong replied with a grin. "Director Huang, just wait to witness the spectacle tonight." Meanwhile, not far from the port, several vehicles came to a slow halt on the road outside. A dozen individuals disembarked, led by Wang Qing, who surveyed the surroundings and cursed. "Damn it, where is that bastard Lu Hui?" "Boss, Could it be false information? Yuan Kuei has called for a ceasefire. Why would they summon us to fight? Wang Qing's face was grim. He had received a call earlier instructing him to come here tonight for a resolution. The Wang family had been under siege recently, igniting a fire of anger within him. Upon hearing this news, he disregarded its authenticity and brought his men. Just as he began to suspect the information was a ruse, a series of headlights illuminated the area, and several vehicles pulled up on the opposite side of the road. It was Lu Hui who had received the news that Wang Qing was planning to blow up the port and had hurried over. To his surprise, before even entering the port, he spotted Wang Qing. Lu Hui immediately opened his car door, furiously pointing at Wang Qing. Wang Qing, do you have a death wish? How dare you threaten to blow up my port? Wang Qing retorted angrily, nonsense. Lu Hui, you arrived just in time. I've been waiting for you. If you want to fight, that's fine, but I will not let you off the hook for threatening the port. Lu Hui, I have no idea what you're talking about. As the confrontation escalated, Wang Qing was resolute in his intent to eliminate Lu Hui. Unbeknownst to him, Lu had mentioned the bombing of the port. Amidst their heated argument, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Both men turned towards the port, where a towering inferno illuminated the night sky in a crimson hue. This was merely the prelude, as a series of explosive detonations soon followed, each resonating with deafening intensity. The port erupted in chaos, the powerful shockwaves and surging heat sending both Wang Qing and Lu Hui reeling. Vehicles parked nearby had their windows shattered, while cargo was scattered across the area. The scene transformed into a blazing inferno. Thick plumes of smoke engulfed the sky, painting it a fiery red. In an instant, the entire port was reduced to smoldering ruins. Chapter 74. The demise of Lu Hui outside the port. Lu Hui was knocked over by the aftershocks of the explosion, unable to comprehend how his harbor had been reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. Wang Qing, I will end you. He seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on the equally astonished Wang Qing. Before Wang Qing could offer an explanation, Lu Hui lunged at him like a ferocious beast, exclaiming, "You wretched dog, your cruelty knows no bounds. Tonight, either you perish or I shall." Wang Qing, dismissive of the need for words, clenched his jaw. Lu Hui, you are courting death. Without further ado, the two masters of martial arts clashed, their palms meeting with a resounding impact. Following the forceful exchange, both men retreated a few steps. I will kill you. Lu Hui, nearly deranged, attacked with wild abandon, his strikes executed with lethal precision. Wang Qing, however, remained composed, deftly evading Lu Hui's ferocious onslaught, biding his time for an opening. As Lu Hui grew increasingly frantic, his technique faltered, and Wang Qing continued to retreat until he found himself beside a vehicle, with no further avenues of escape. A flicker of triumph crossed Lu Hui's face as he unleashed a powerful downward strike aimed at Wang Qing's head. Anticipating this moment, Wang Qing deftly tilted his head aside, causing Lu Hui to strike nothing but air. The impact of Lu Hui's blow shattered the car's roof into fragments. Prepare to meet your end, Wang Qing declared, a victorious smile gracing his lips as he concentrated his energy and delivered a forceful strike to Lu Hui's chest. With a thunderous crash, Lu Hui was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed onto the ground several meters away. Wah! Lu Hui gasped, his insides racked with agony as he struggled to rise. Just as he lifted his head, blood spilled forth from his lips. Master, members of the Lu family rushed to support him, but Lu Hui, gritting his teeth, glared at Wang Qing with unresolved animosity. Wang Qing, even as a ghost, I will not let you escape. With a roar, Lu Hui commanded his men to open fire on Wang Qing. In response, Wang Qing sneered, leave none alive. His subordinates immediately retaliated with gunfire. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunshots as both factions exchanged fire in the open street, devoid of cover. After a relentless barrage, all of Lu Hui's men lay slain. Lu Hui's anguished scream echoed in the night, his fury palpable. Wang Qing let out a cold laugh, then swiftly drew a pistol, aiming it at Lu Hui, who lay motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, Wang Qing pulled the trigger. With several gunshots, Liu Hui's body twitched a few times, succumbing to his fate with a look of resentment. Let us go. Seeing Liu Hui was dead, Wang Qing prepared to flee the scene. Just as he turned, a shadow suddenly flashed by, and with a series of anguished cries, all his companions collapsed lifelessly. "Who are you?" Wang Qing exclaimed, his face paling as he confronted a figure clad in black robes. "The one who has come to escort you." The dark-clad figure replied coolly. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qing squeezed the trigger again. The figure, like a phantom, appeared before him in an instant. Before Wang Qing could fire again, a hand swiftly grasped his throat. Wang Qing attempted to evade, but his movements were too sluggish. He tried to strike back, but the figure effortlessly lifted him by the neck. Wang Qing's face flushed red as he stared in terror at the figure. "Why, you are a master?" The figure remained silent, tightening their grip. With a crack, Wang Qing's mouth opened slightly, his expression contorted in agony as blood began to uncontrollably spill forth. In a matter of moments, he ceased to struggle. The figure released him, and he crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud. After completing this grim task, the figure vanished into the night without a backward glance. 10 minutes after the explosion at the port, the authorities of Nanheim mobilized entirely, with police cars, fire trucks, and rescue vehicles swiftly arriving at the scene. Upon reaching the port, officers discovered both Liu Hui and Wang Qing's groups lifeless on the road. The police promptly cordoned off the area, while firefighters rushed to attempt a rescue at the port, which was entirely sealed off. Despite the authorities' rapid response, they were powerless against the raging inferno that engulfed the port. Half an hour later, Tan Wenjiang, the head of Nanhai, arrived in haste, accompanied by Wang Huan. With the area completely sealed off, Wang Huan followed Tan Wenjiang to the scene. He had come out of concern for Wang Qing, having learned afterward that Wang Qing had gone to the port to confront Liu Hui. Upon hearing about the explosion, his mind was in turmoil, instinctively believing that Wang Qing had orchestrated this calamity without his knowledge. As Wang Huan reached the outer perimeter of the port, he was met with a throng of police. The entire roadway cordoned off. Police Chief Zhu Ming approached them, immediately addressing the mayor and Wang Huan. "What is the situation?" Zhu Ming glanced at Wang Huan and replied, "It was Liu Hui and Wang Qing. They had a shootout here, and they're all dead." "What?" Tan Wenjiang gasped. Wang Huan's heart trembled at the words, "What? My brother? It can't be true." As he spoke, he dashed past the barricade. To his horror, he found Wang Qing lying motionless on the ground. "No, it can't be." Wang Huan was in disbelief. His eyes gradually reddened as he fought to suppress his overwhelming sorrow. Kneeling beside Wang Qing's body, he cradled him in his arms, gazing at his brother's unseeing eyes. With trembling hands, he gently closed Wang Qing's eyelids. Throughout this ordeal, he uttered not a single word. Seeing Wang Qing's lifeless form, Tan Wenjiang demanded, "How could this happen? How had things come to this? Why was Wang Qing here?" Zhu Ming remarked, "Mayor, judging by the scene, it appears that Liu Hui and Wang Qing have perished in this fierce conflict." Tan Wenjiang, ignoring Zhu Ming, paced back and forth with a grave expression. The recent turmoil in Nanhai had already subjected him to severe scrutiny, and now, just 3 days after achieving a semblance of stability, another explosion had erupted at the most critical port. His tenure as mayor of Nanhai seemed to be drawing to a close. At that moment, Yun Kuei arrived at the scene with Liu Li. Upon learning of the incident at the port, Liu Li had immediately attempted to contact Liu Hui, but to no avail. In desperation, he reached out to Yun Kuei, who, upon understanding the situation, hastily made her way to the troubled port with Liu Li. Upon her arrival, Yun Kuei was incredulous at the sight before her. Liu Li, upon discovering Liu Hui's fate, disregarded any attempts to restrain him and, consumed by anguish, breached the police cordon. He knelt before Liu Hui's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. "Father, what has happened to you?" Yun Kuei, witnessing Liu Hui's demise, was struck with shock. Amidst her astonishment, she noticed Wang Huan cradling Wang Qing, which filled her heart with confusion. At that moment, Wang Huan also caught sight of her. He gently laid Wang Qing's body down and, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent, fixed his eyes on Yun Kuei. I have shown patience at every turn. Why must you be so malicious, causing my brother's death and leading my family to ruin? Yin Kuei, slightly taken aback, responded, I do not comprehend your words. If that is the case, then we shall both meet our ends. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Huan unleashed his full power, emanating an overwhelming aura of wrath. Chapter 75. Wang Huan's vow for revenge. Yin Kuei took a step back, flanked by Ba Tian and Li Jing, who stood resolutely beside her. Tan Wenzhong, witnessing the impending confrontation, immediately positioned himself between the two parties, restraining the furious Wang Huan and lowering his voice. Cousin, do not act impulsively. The paramount concern now is to find a resolution. Wang Huan, seething with rage, pointed at Yin Kuei. What more is there to discuss? This woman has caused my brother's death and driven my family to the brink of destruction. Today, either she perishes or I do. With a forceful shove, he pushed Tan Wenzhong aside and lunged towards Yin Kuei, raising his hand to strike her. Ba Tian, unwilling to let Wang Huan harm Yin Kuei, intercepted him with a powerful strike, the two mere meters apart, their palms not yet touching but each engaged in a silent contest of formidable energy. Both Ba Tian and Wang Huan were mid-stage experts, evenly matched in strength. Unbeknownst to them, sweat began to bead upon their foreheads as they struggled. With a thunderous roar, an immense, invisible wave of energy erupted from their clash, sending both Ba Tian and Wang Huan staggering back several steps. Wang Huan felt his blood surge, his throat burning as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ba Tian suffered similarly, also spitting blood in response to the confrontation. Wang Huan, you court death. Li Jing, seeing Wang Huan injured, sought to take advantage of his vulnerability. In response to this development, Tan Wenzhong commanded Zhu Ming, anyone who dares to make a move will be shot on sight. Understood, Mayor. Fu Min replied. Yin Kuei called out, Jinger, step back. Heeding her words, Li Jing refrained from attacking. Wang Huan, clutching his chest, glared at Yin Kuei with a look of bitter resentment, convinced that the Wang family's plight was solely due to her actions. Conversely, Yin Kuei believed the events of the night were entirely a consequence of Wang Huan's vengeful nature. Cousin, first take our second cousin home. We can discuss matters further once we return, Tan Wenzhong whispered. Wang Huan, ever astute to the times, harbored a deep desire to eliminate Yin Kuei, yet he found himself utterly incapable of such an act. Reluctantly, he departed, bearing the lifeless body of Wang Qing. After his exit, Yin Kuei approached Lu Li, offering words of solace. Please accept my condolences. Lu Li, tears streaming down his face, implored, Miss Yin, Wang Huan has destroyed the foundation of my Lu family and has also taken my father's life. I beseech you, Miss Yin, to bring justice for my father. Yin Kuei nodded slightly, reassuringly stating, rest assured, though your father has passed, I will not act without regard. Our collaboration shall persist. I will take full responsibility for the restoration of the port. Lu Li expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yin. Now, let us return your father home. You need not concern yourself with anything further. I will handle it. Understood. In profound sorrow, Lu Li carried Lu Hui's body, departing alongside Yin Kuei. Meanwhile, Tan Wenzhong remained at the port, directing rescue operations. The blaze raged fiercely, and despite the valiant efforts of firefighters from across the city, it seemed insurmountable. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that the inferno was finally extinguished. The entire stockpile at the port had been consumed by flames, resulting in an economic loss exceeding 100 billion, with hundreds of casualties. Once the fire was quelled, investigations into the cause commenced, revealing that over 20 locations within the port had been rigged with timed explosives. This incident at Nanhai Port marked one of the most egregious acts of terror in the recent history of the Great Xia. The repercussions were dire, resulting in substantial economic and human loss. The sovereign of Great Xia was incensed, promptly dispatching personnel to Nanhai to investigate the incident and hold those responsible accountable. The following afternoon, Tan Wenzhong, having not rested since the event transpired, hastened to the Wang family's ancestral residence. Upon entering, he was met with a congregation of over 100 individuals in the courtyard. In the hall, several boxes filled with weapons and ammunition were conspicuously displayed. As Wang Zhen addressed the assembly, "What is the meaning of this?" Tan Wenzhong demanded angrily, questioning the intentions of those present. Approaching the front, he cast a furious glance at Wang Zhen before striding toward Wang Huan, who sat within the hall. "What are you attempting to achieve? Is this chaos not sufficient?" Tan Wenzhong did not mince words, pointing toward the courtyard in his inquiry. Wang Huan, his expression impassive, took a sip of tea and replied coolly, "This matter is none of your concern. Calm yourself, cousin. I understand your intentions, but you are undeniably sealing your own fate," Tan Wenzhong continued, unyielding in his admonition. "Everything was proceeding well until you decided to bomb the port. You've turned this into a grave misstep. Following the recent conflict, the authorities have already begun to hold me accountable. And now, the port lies in ruins. As mayor, my tenure is likely an end. I have received word that the higher-ups are sending personnel to Nanhai to pursue accountability. It appears this situation is exceedingly grave. If things go awry, we may both find ourselves in dire straits." Wang Huan paid no heed to his words, setting down his teacup resolutely. "Enough. My brother is dead, and you expect me to remain calm? Let me be clear. Tonight, it shall be either my demise or Yun Kuei's. If you kill Yun Kuei, there will be no refuge for either of us in the Great Xia." Wang Huan scoffed. "If I do not kill her, will I find refuge? Should I wait until I am also slain in the streets before taking action? You must be out of your mind." Tan Wenzhong's face reddened with anger as he pointed at Wang Huan. "Very well. If you seek death, I shall not stand in your way." With Wang Huan unyielding and his frustration mounting, Tan Wenzhong, now akin to a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, realized he could not persuade Wang Huan. He decided to leave immediately, returning to his post to prepare for the impending inquiries from above. After Tan Wenzhong departed, Wang Huan gradually rose, declaring, "Everyone listen well. Tonight we shall annihilate Yun Kuei." Yes, the Wang family members rallied with fervor. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Nanhai city government, several vehicles glided in. Vice Mayor Huang Tao was present, welcoming guests at the entrance. A distinguished official, adorned in formal attire and bearing the national emblem, emerged from one of the cars. He was Zhang Hongyun, the imperial envoy dispatched by the sovereign to hold Nanhai accountable. Huang Tao greeted him with a broad smile. "Good day, Inspector Zhang." Zhang Hongyun nodded slightly. "Vice Mayor Huang, is Tan Wenzhong here?" "Mayor Tan is not present, but he should return shortly," Huang Tao replied. Zhang Hongyun did not engage further. His expression stern as he instructed his subordinates, "Proceed directly to the mayor's office." "Yes," they responded, following him with an imposing demeanor. Upon arrival, Zhang Hongyun was intercepted. "Vice Mayor Huang, please wait." Huang Tao complied, pausing at the entrance. Zhang Hongyun entered the office, promptly ordering a thorough search of the premises. He then took a seat in the office chair, awaiting Tan Wenzhong's arrival. Unbeknownst to Tan Wenzhong, who was hurrying back to his post, he was informed upon reaching the government building that the inspection team had already arrived. "So soon?" he exclaimed, hastening towards the office. Chapter 76. Wang Huan seeks revenge indeed. The office was swarming with inspectors. Huang Tao approached Tan Wenzhong, whispering, "From the looks of it, things are rather dire." Tan Wenzhong's expression turned grave. "You didn't say anything, did you?" "I said nothing at all." "Good." Steadying his nerves, Tan Wenzhong entered the office. "Inspector Zhang, greetings. I just returned from the port and did not have time to receive you. Please forgive my oversight," he said with a forced smile. Zhang Hongyun replied coolly, "Mayor Tan, your tireless efforts are commendable. Given the turmoil that has befallen Nanhai, how can you still wear a smile?" "Well, Tan Wenzhong stammered. Zhang Hongyun's tone turned frosty. "The port stability is crucial for all of Nanhai, and it has been obliterated overnight. As the mayor, you cannot escape blame. Inspector Zhang speaks truth. I bear my share of responsibility," Tan Wenzhong conceded. "But is it merely negligence? The port is of utmost importance, and the criminals were able to destroy it right under your nose. Can this be dismissed as a simple oversight?" "I do not comprehend your insinuations, Inspector Zhang." Zhang Hongyun wasted no time, tossing a stack of documents onto the desk before him. "Do not try to downplay this matter. Do not presume I am uninformed. Over the years, you have colluded with the Wang family, monopolizing various industries, suppressing competitors, and severely disrupting the market equilibrium in Nanhai. More grievously, you have sheltered the underground criminal elements of Nanhai, allowing the Qin gang to slaughter the innocent without restraint. Recently, under your protection, the Qin gang has become lawless. The sovereign has long since conducted a thorough investigation into your myriad crimes. Unexpectedly, the Qin gang has escalated their actions, resorting to the heinous act of bombing the port in their efforts to strike against the Liu family. Do you dare claim ignorance? Upon hearing this, Tan Wenjiang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Zhang Xuanqian, these allegations are entirely unfounded." Zhang Hongyun offered no opportunity for clarification, stating, "No need for explanations. Any discourse may be addressed in court." During his tenure as the mayor of Nanhai, Tan Wenjiang engaged in severe violations of law and discipline, and is hereby dismissed from his position to be immediately arrested and transported to the capital for investigation. Zhang Hongyun read aloud the arrest documents. Shortly thereafter, Tan Wenjiang was placed in handcuffs. "Zhang Xuanqian, I am wronged. I am wronged," he cried out as he was led away. Regardless of Tan Wenjiang's protests, the officers escorted him without hesitation. Huang Tao, witnessing Tan Wenjiang's removal, felt a surge of delight within. He then proceeded to the office to meet Zhang Hongyun. "Huang Tao, you are now fully responsible for all affairs in Nanhai. The sovereign's directive is clear. You must swiftly quell the port explosion incident, console the families of the casualties, investigate the cause of the event, and eradicate the criminal factions, particularly the Wang family and the Qin gang." Zhang Hongyun instructed. Huang Tao nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Zhang Xuanqian, I will exert every effort. Indeed, perform well, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall soon be established in your position." With Tan Wenjiang's downfall, the sovereign intends for you to take his place and stabilize Nanhai. Thank you for your trust, Zhang Xuanqian. I shall not disappoint the sovereign. I will not interfere in Nanhai's governance, but I must further investigate Tan Wenjiang's matters. You need only cooperate. Understood. After Zhang Hongyun concluded his instructions, he departed with his team to search Tan Wenjiang's residence. Once he left, Huang Tao sat in the mayor's chair of Nanhai. Having lurked in Nanhai for many years, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. The fall of Tan Wenjiang did not diminish Wang Huan's animosity. He was acutely aware that the Wang family had reached their limits, and with his last breath, he resolved to drag Yun Kuei down with him. At 9 o'clock that evening, Wang Huan, accompanied by over 100 individuals and dozens of vehicles, parked along the road outside the Yun group. Wang Huan sat quietly in his vehicle, awaiting Yun Kuei's departure from work. The sudden appearance of so many cars would undoubtedly attract attention, prompting the security personnel below to report the situation. Upon learning of the circumstances, Li Jie rushed to the office to inform, "Miss, there's a situation outside the company. There are many cars lining the street at 9 o'clock. Yin Kuei frowned. "Is that so?" Ba Tian and Li Jing immediately stood and approached the window to observe the multitude of vehicles. There aren't usually this many cars. Their sudden arrival clearly indicates an issue. Ba Tian Mumu, "I will go down to investigate," Li Jing declared. At that moment, Yin Kuei also approached the window, saying, "Don't go. It could very well be Wang Huan seeking revenge. It's dangerous for you to go alone." Li Jing's brow furrowed. "Miss, what should we do?" Yin Kuei pondered. Rubbing her chin, "Call the police." "All right." Li Jie promptly retrieved her phone to report the incident. But will calling the police be effective? Wang Huan's cousin is the mayor. Li Jing expressed her concerns. Yin Kuei shook her head. "I don't know. Regardless, it's prudent to report it. My only worry is that if the police arrive, will Wang Huan, in his desperation, storm into the company and indiscriminately harm the innocent? Miss, I will go down to stand guard." Affirming, Ulrike. Li Jie, inform all employees, including the security personnel, to cease all work, secure the gates, retreat to the upper 3 floors, and lock the elevators. Understood. After issuing the order, Yin Kuei took out her phone and dialed Qinping. "Qinping, are you available? Please come to my company. I suspect Wang Huan is downstairs with his men, intending to harm me. I'll be there shortly." Qinping was at home, accompanying his wife. Coincidentally, Due to the port incident, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming's company had announced a 3-day holiday for safety. "Dear, I need to step out for a moment," he said, hanging up the phone and getting up to bid her farewell. Qin Shiyun inquired, "Where are you going? Who called?" Yun Kui. Chun Ping, a straightforward man, had no intention of fabricating a story. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun's jealousy flared. Her expression turned cold as she sarcastically remarked, "Go ahead. It would be best if you didn't come back tonight. Moreover, I want to be opening the door for you." Chun Ping paused, momentarily taken aback. But without further thought, he turned to leave, considering Yun Kuei's peril. "Chun Ping, you might as well never return home," Qin Shiyun exclaimed, grabbing a cushion from the sofa and throwing it at him. He caught it with a grin, saying, "I'll be back soon, darling. Don't lock the door tonight." "You scoundrel." Qin Shiyun pointed at him, nearly seething with rage. Observing this, Zhang Ming quickly rose from the sofa, approaching Chun Ping and grasping his arm. "Chun Ping, you are quite the oblivious man. A woman calls you out in the dead of night, and you haven't even considered Shiyun's feelings? Huh, I honestly hadn't thought much about it. The situation is rather urgent. You are incorrigible. What would be so pressing?" Chun Ping explained, "Dear, don't overthink it. Yun Kuei is calling me because someone intends to kill her tonight, and I must go protect her." "What?" Zhang Ming exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that dangerous?" Qin Shiyun, skeptical, added, "Really? She's so formidable. Who would dare to harm her? Besides, wouldn't she call the police? What if something happens to you while you're protecting her?" With a confident smile, Chun Ping reassured them, "Ladies, fret not. There are few in this world capable of causing me harm." Zhang Ming rolled her eyes. "You're boasting." Qin Shiyun, still doubtful, questioned, "Are you deceiving me?" "Absolutely not. There is no time for explanations. I'll elaborate upon my return. You scoundrel, don't bother coming back." Chun Ping departed without a backward glance. The gravity of the situation left him no time for further elaboration. Chapter 77. Chun Ping's swift victory. Chun Ping hastened towards the Yun group, arriving in 20 minutes and parking at the intersection. At both ends of the street, several police officers had cordoned off the area, halting all vehicles and pedestrians. Ignoring the police's attempts to stop him, Chun Ping strode confidently towards the Yun group. Just as he entered, police sirens blared in the distance. Most of the police force from Nanhai had been deployed to this scene. Head of the family, the police have mobilized. Wang Zhen reported to Wang Huan from the vehicle. Wang Huan's eyes hardened. "Have the brothers blocked the police. The rest follow me in." "Understood." "Wait." Wang Huan suddenly called out to Wang Zhen, his gaze fixed on Chun Ping walking down the street. "Isn't that the person who dined with Yun Kuei last time?" "Yes, it is him." Wang Huan smirked coldly. "Excellent. This man seems to have a close relationship with Yun Kuei." As he approached, it was as if he were preparing to offer his head as a tribute to the blade. Chun Ping walked calmly down the street. The palpable aura of hostility emanating from the vehicles flanking him did not escape his keen perception. At that moment, the street lay eerily deserted, the silence almost suffocating. Only the silhouette of Chun Ping gradually materialized before the company's entrance. "Chen has arrived," exclaimed Li Jing with delight as she spotted him from the top floor window. Beside her, Li Jia, with a worried expression, queried, "Miss, do you think Master Chun is in any danger?" Yun Kuei offered a gentle smile. "In this world, I doubt there exists anyone capable of instilling fear in him." Amidst the contrasting emotions of the three women, Chun Ping had already reached the automatic doors of the company. As the doors opened slowly, Ba Tian emerged. "Mr. Chun, you're here." Chun Ping nodded slightly. "During the confrontation, you should maintain your distance." A flicker of apprehension crossed Ba Tian's face as he replied, "Understood." With an air of composure, Chun Ping gazed at a car parked opposite the entrance. "Now that you've come, what is the point of remaining inside?" No sooner had he spoken than Wang Huan stepped out of the vehicle. Simultaneously, the others in their cars opened their doors and disembarked. In no time, over 50 individuals, led by Wang Huan, emerged with rifles in hand, effectively barricading the entrance. The remaining henchmen ensured that both ends of the street were sealed off, confronting the police with an overwhelming show of force. "Ah, it appears you are well prepared," Chun Ping remarked, his tone laced with mockery as he assessed the situation before him. His calm demeanor An unwavering confidence momentarily stunned Wang Huan, who, after all, could remain so composed in the face of such imminent peril? Brash fool, facing death yet still defiant, Wang Huan scoffed, dismissing any further banter. He commanded, eliminate him, and charge in to kill Yun Kuei. At his command, Wang Huan's subordinates raised their weapons, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. Mr. Chun, be careful, Ba Tian shouted, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Even those at the pinnacle of strength would likely not escape unscathed from such a barrage. Yet Qin Ping remained unperturbed. At the very moment the gunfire erupted, he extended his arms, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth, conjuring a tempestuous wind that ravaged everything in its path. With a deafening roar, everyone was momentarily blinded, and it felt as if their very bodies were being torn asunder by the force of the gale. As screams echoed, Wang Huan's henchmen were swept up by the wind, their garments instantly shredded, their weapons slipping from their grasp. In the blink of an eye, the cries ceased abruptly. The sight of Wang Huan's subordinates collapsing to the ground like scattered beans, lifeless and unmoving, was chilling. Wang Huan and Wang Zhen fared no better. Though they possessed formidable strength, they were sent flying like mere insects by Chun Ping's gale, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Even Ba Tian was forced back several meters, unable to open his eyes. When the storm subsided, he regained his vision to find Chun Ping standing alone at the entrance. Cough, cough. Wang Huan spat blood, his rage boiling over. His clothes lay in tatters as he struggled to rise, clutching his chest. A mixture of terror and disbelief etched on his face as he glared at Qin Ping. How is this possible? Indeed, how could it be? The man he had always underestimated, the so-called pretty boy, turned out to be a master of unfathomable depth. One strike, and it was truly a single strike. Wang Huan faced a crushing defeat, the humiliation and resentment igniting his fury. Indeed, it was the Yun family who had concealed such formidable prowess. Wang Zhen, like Wang Huan, was left in a state of astonishment. Chun Ping, in a calm tone, asked, "Will you conclude this yourselves, or shall I assist you in your departure?" Wang Huan let out a grim laugh, biting down on his bloodied teeth. With that, he recklessly charged at Qin Ping. Chun Ping, shaking his head in resignation, flicked his finger and a beam of white light shot forth. This force struck Wang Huan squarely between the brows. Wang Huan's body trembled, his advance halted, and with an expression of profound unwillingness, he succumbed to the ground. No need for you to lift a finger, Wang Zhen cackled, fully aware that his demise was imminent. But as blood spewed from his mouth, his laughter abruptly ceased, and he too collapsed. This left Ba Tian in a state of shock. It was the first time he had witnessed Qin Ping in action. Previously, he had only heard tales, but seeing it unfold before his eyes was truly astonishing. Qin Ping turned to the astonished Ba Tian and said, "All right, the remaining matters are in your hands now. I must return home." Without waiting for Ba Tian's response, Qin Ping glanced upward toward the top floor, waved his hand, and then vanished into the night. Yun Kuei, observing from the top floor, mused, "This man is extraordinarily powerful." Li Jing swallowed hard. "I have never encountered such a terrifying individual." When Qin Ping reappeared, he was already by his car, and no one knew how he had emerged. At that moment, the police finally commenced their operation. The Wang family subordinates, witnessing their leader's demise, instantly lost their resolve. As the police advanced, they instinctively discarded their weapons in a bid for survival. The police effortlessly apprehended the remaining members of the Wang family. Soon, a substantial police force arrived at the entrance of the Yun group to establish a perimeter. But only the corpses of Wang Huan and his subordinates remained, alongside Ba Tian, who stood at the entrance with an air of calm. Just then, Huang Tao personally arrived, glancing at the lifeless Wang Huan without displaying any emotion. He then turned to Ba Tian, assuming that Ba Tian was responsible for the deaths of Wang Huan and his men, which further solidified his belief in the Yun family's formidable strength. Huang Tao smiled faintly at Ba Tian. "I am Huang Tao, the vice mayor of Nanhai. Former Mayor Tan Wenjiang has been removed from office due to misconduct. Wang Huan and his subordinates are implicated in multiple acts of terrorism and are now deceased. This matter is thus concluded." Please convey to Miss Yun that from this moment forward, I will be fully responsible for Nanhai. Rest assured, the Nanhai government will wholeheartedly support Miss Yun's endeavors in the region. I sincerely hope to collaborate with Miss Yun for a brighter future in Nanhai. Ba Tian's lips twitched slightly. Thank you. I will relay your words to the Miss verbatim. Huang Tao's purpose for coming was twofold: to eliminate Wang Huan and to foster goodwill with Yun Kuei. Of course, he orchestrated everything within his control. Chapter 78. The frenzied display of affection before long. The police had cleared the scene. The entire contingent subsequently withdrew. With the crisis resolved, the Yun group returned to its usual operations. On the top floor, Ba Tian conveyed Huang Tao's words to Yun Kuei without alteration. Li Jie remarked, "How unpredictable. In such a short time, the Wang family has been utterly obliterated. The situation in Nanhai has also undergone a dramatic transformation." Li Jing boasted, of course. Dare to challenge the young lady? In a heartbeat, I could bring the Wang family to ruin. Yun Kuei sat on the sofa, massaging her forehead, lost in thought. Young lady, with the Wang family obliterated, no one will be able to hinder you in the South Sea any longer. Why do you appear so discontented? Noticing Yun Kuei's troubled expression, Li Jing inquired. Yun Kuei lifted her gaze to meet her, saying, "The Wang family has indeed fallen. Yet our true objective was never solely about them. Moreover, their demise occurred in such an astonishing manner. It seems we have scarcely lifted a finger, and the Wang family has already crumbled. Furthermore, until now, the Lei family has yet to show their face, not even uttering a single word. I now question whether the Wang family was truly under their influence. Indeed, logically speaking, if the Wang family were affiliated with the Lei family, how could they idly watch their own downfall? Young lady, it is possible that the Wang family does not belong to the Lei family. Alternatively, the Lei family may not have intervened in the South Sea at all." The more Yun Kuei pondered, the more vexed she became, exhaling deeply. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. If the Lei family intends to act, they will do so in due time. If not, it suits us to fulfill our ambitions." However, I did not anticipate this outcome. Although I foresaw a potential confrontation with the Lei family, I never imagined that the Wang family would meet such a catastrophic end. Dear lady, this is not your fault. It can only be said that Wang Huan is utterly deranged. Indeed, dear lady, do not blame yourself. Yun Kuei nodded slightly. While that may be true, it is also because of our arrival that the South Sea has descended into this chaos. Li Jie, you must expedite your assistance to the Liu family in rebuilding the port. Furthermore, I will take full responsibility for compensating the casualties at the port, offering double the payment. Additionally, I shall bear the entirety of the Liu family's losses. Understood, young lady. Moreover, investigate Huang Tao's background. If all is well, find an opportunity to invite him to dinner. Bringing him into our fold will facilitate our endeavors in the South Sea. Certainly, the outcome in the South Sea indeed took Yun Kuei by surprise. However, it was a relief that her plan to seize control of the South Sea was soon to be realized. Chen Ping returned home, the clock just past 10. Yet, when he knocked on the door tonight, Qin Shiyun stubbornly refused to open it. "Dear, please open the door." Chen Ping cried out frantically from outside. Qin Shiyun sat on the sofa, munching on snacks while watching television, completely ignoring Chen Ping's pleas. Zhang Meng, unable to bear it any longer, stood up, intending to open the door. "Stop! Do not open it!" Qin Shiyun shouted. Zhang Meng, exasperated, persuaded, "Sister, are you really going to let Chen Ping sleep outside for the night?" Qin Shiyun pouted, who told him to seek out other women in the middle of the night. "Treating me like an afterthought?" Zhang Meng returned to the sofa, sighing, "What a whirlwind of jealousy this has stirred." "Sigh, I haven't tea. I'm merely adhering to our postmarital contract. Come now, sister, you're just jealous." "I'm not." Seeing Qin Shiyun's stubborn demeanor, Zhang Meng patiently urged, "Sister, Chen Ping is truly a good man. You should not torment him any longer. To be honest, if you weren't my close friend, I might have pursued him myself. But since you're my friend, I must say, Yun Kuei won't be lenient with you. I believe she has a fondness for Chen Ping, so you should be cautious. If this continues, Chen Ping might truly surrender to Yun Kuei, and by then, it would be too late for regrets." "Really?" Qin Shiyun blinked. gazing at Zhang Ming. Yes, so hurry up and open the door. Qin Shiyun squinted and smiled. Thank you, Ming Ming. You're truly my dear sister. With that, she cheerfully walked toward the door. Chen Ping had been shouting outside for half an hour, and upon receiving no response, he exclaimed, If I am not welcomed here, there are other places that will gladly receive me. I will no longer serve you. If you wish to keep me, so be it. Farewell. This declaration reached Qin Shiyun's ears clearly, and her earlier annoyance flared into anger as she shouted at the door. Go on, go. I won't keep you. Yin Kuei will. Off you go. I don't need your service. Outside, Chun Ping remained silent. As Qin Shiyun spoke, her eyes gradually reddened, and her pitiful expression tugged at the heartstrings. Observing this, Zhang Ming hurried over to comfort her. Sister, what are you doing? Wah. Chun Ping is such a jerk. He doesn't love me. He loves Yin Kuei. Seeing her more beautiful and wealthier, he has shifted his affections. Wah. The more Qin Shiyun spoke, the more agitated she became, and soon she burst into tears. Sister, don't cry, don't cry. Zhang Ming consoled her while attempting to open the door to chase after Chen Ping. However, once the door swung open, Chen Ping was nowhere to be seen. Wah, see, he is such a scoundrel. Qin Shiyun lamented at the door, crying uncontrollably upon realizing Chen Ping had vanished. Zhang Ming, at a loss for how to comfort her, internally berated Chen Ping. Just then, as Qin Shiyun wept, Chen Ping silently appeared before her, a seasonal flower in hand. Wife, don't cry, this is for you. Qin Shiyun felt a mix of anger and joy, momentarily stunned before playfully scolding. Who loves you? You shameless fool. Chen Ping grinned. If you didn't love me, why would you be so reluctant to see me go? I'm not reluctant at all. Why haven't you left? Didn't you already say you were going? Chen Ping waved the rose. I just went out to pick a flower to make amends. How does it look? It's for you, so stop crying. Qin Shiyun, still miffed, accepted the rose, her tears giving way to a smile. This time, I'll forgive you. Yes, yes, my dear wife. Chen Ping replied, gently wiping her tears away. Wife, you must believe me. I love only you. My relationship with Yin Kuei is truly nothing. Tonight was merely to rescue her. That's all. Qin Shiyun looked at him with tearful eyes. Really? On my honor. Indeed. Wife, with such love for you, shouldn't you give me a kiss? Qin Shiyun, blushing and lowering her voice, replied shyly, What are you saying? Ming Ming is still here. Ming Ming is not a stranger. Why are you shy? No, I want to sleep. Qin Shiyun haughtily turned to leave. Chen Ping swiftly pulled her into his embrace, just one kiss. Ignoring her consent or refusal, he pressed his lips to hers. Zhang Ming, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief as she turned to return inside. Qin Shiyun pushed Chen Ping away, her face flushed. You are truly shameless. With that, she hurried back into the room. Chen Ping smiled broadly, exuding the aura of a victor as he returned to his abode. Chapter 79. Zhang Ming departs from Nanhai with the downfall of the Wang family. Tranquility finally returned to Nanhai, although a catastrophic explosion occurred at the port, directly impacting various industries within the region. The government's and Yin Kuei's proactive measures soon quelled the unrest. However, the restoration of port operations would require at least 6 months. Fortunately, there remained another port operational, ensuring the continuity of cargo transportation in Nanhai. The existence of a single port implied a significant flow of goods. All companies were obliged to pass through this port for their imports and exports. Originally, this port belonged to the government and the Wang family, but with the latter's demise, it rightfully reverted to government control. Yin Kuei initially contemplated contesting for it, but Huang Tao informed her that the Wang family had long ago sold the port's shares to the Zhao family. Though puzzled, Yin Kuei gave it little thought, as the Zhao family was the first to support her after the Wang family's downfall. Furthermore, Zhao Xiong nominated her as the new president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Time flew by, and soon it was mid-September. The Mid-Autumn Festival in Nanhai was still characterized by pleasant weather reminiscent of springtime. Despite the recent turmoil, everything had returned to a semblance of normalcy. The sole change was that Yin Kuei had supplanted the Wang family, with nearly the entire economy of Nanhai now under her dominion. Yin Kuei's supremacy meant that the region's resources lay in her hands. and anyone wishing to thrive in Nanhai would have to seek her favor. Qin Shiyun had always aspired to elevate the Qin group. Yet circumstances had not favored her during this period. The Qin group's survival was solely due to the substantial wealth bestowed by Yun Kuei, which only deepened Shiyun's feelings of inferiority. To advance in Nanhai, collaboration with Yun Kuei was essential, yet Yun Kuei regarded the Qin group's capabilities with disdain, leaving Shiyun reluctant to plead for her assistance. In her quest to repay the considerable sum, Shiyun had shifted her focus to the bustling metropolis, relinquishing her ambitions for growth in Nanhai. The metropolis, an international city within the Daxia Empire, was teeming with affluent individuals, making integration into their circles a formidable challenge. In the office, Qin Shiyun held several documents while addressing Zhang Meng, who languidly sat on the sofa. "Sister, our idle presence here serves no purpose. I have resolved to visit the metropolis soon to assess several companies and explore potential collaborations." "Huh?" Zhang Meng stirred her coffee absently, oblivious to Shiyun's words. Noticing her friend's distracted state, Shiyun inquired, "Sister, is something troubling you?" With a sigh, Zhang Meng lamented, "My father calls me daily, urging my return home. You know how it is. If I go back, he will pressure me into marriage, and the suitor is a grotesque figure. The mere sight of him repulses me." Furrowing her brow, Qin Shiyun questioned, "Must your father insist on this? Did he not permit your escape last time? Why is he still fixated on this matter?" "I have no idea what has gotten into him. All I know is that I refuse to return." "Ming, you have been away for nearly 2 years. Perhaps your father misses you. Why not pay him a visit?" Zhang Ming rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Are you suggesting I leap into the fire? I will certainly not be returning." Qin Shiyun smiled gently, saying, "All right, I won't say anything more. Stay as long as you wish." Zhang Ming chuckled, "Good sister. Won't this disturb you? And Chunping? Why bring him up? It won't be a disturbance. You're safe here. If you weren't, who knows what he might do to me. Indeed, I must keep an eye on Chunping for you." "Exactly." Qin Shiyun glanced at her watch and remarked, "We should leave work early today. It's Lin's birthday." Zhang Ming smacked her forehead. "I almost forgot. I haven't even bought a gift." Qin Shiyun produced 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes, grinning, "I've got you covered." Sisters are truly wonderful. As her sister-in-law, what will you give her? I wasn't sure what to give, so I bought a diamond pendant. And I'll get you a watch as a token of our affection. "Oh, you're quite the sister-in-law. Stop teasing me. Let us go." "All right." Recently, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Ming often visited the barbecue restaurant after work. Primarily, Qin Shiyun had relinquished her ambitions in Nanhai, thus relieving herself of some burdens. The 2 sisters walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing as they exited the office. However, just as they drove out of the gate, they were halted by an elderly man. "Huh? Uncle Fu, what brings you here?" Zhang Ming quickly exited the car and approached the old man, inquiring, "Uncle Fu, why are you here?" Zhang Fu, upon seeing Zhang Ming, was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Miss, I have finally found you. It is the Master's wish for me to bring you home. Let us return." Zhang Ming responded calmly, "Uncle Fu, please tell my father that I will not be going back." Zhang Fu wasted no words, kneeling down and pleading, "Miss, I implore you, please come home. Uncle, please get up. If you refuse to return, I shall perish here." "You, miss, the master is at his wit's end. If you do not come back, he truly may be driven to despair. Have mercy on him. Just visit home for a moment." Zhang Ming furrowed her brow. "Is it really that dire?" "Miss, there are matters of which you are unaware. 2 years ago, when you fled from an arranged marriage, the master managed to shield you. However, the situation has grown increasingly complicated, and he finds himself with no options left. He does not wish for you to return, yet he is now out of choices. If you continue to stay away, he may resort to drastic measures to ensure your freedom." Zhang Ming shuddered slightly. "My father would take such a step? Are you deceiving me? What exactly has transpired?" "I assure you, I am not lying. The details will be revealed by the master himself upon your return. The decision to stay or leave will rest entirely with you." Zhang Ming was utterly perplexed by the hidden circumstances. She only knew that her father had once compelled her to marry someone she did not love, prompting her to flee to Nanhai in frustration. The reasons behind her father's insistence on her marriage remained unclear to her even now. Although Qin Shiyun longed for Zhang Ming to stay, she recognized the gravity of the situation and advised, Ming, you should return home and have a thorough discussion with your father. I believe he would not force you into anything against your will. Zhang Ming hesitated. Ming, I understand your reluctance to return. However, what if something were to happen to your father? Furthermore, will you truly never return home again? Miss, this young lady is correct. If you truly do not return, something unfortunate may befall your father. Although Zhang Ming was reluctant to go home, her concern for her father weighed heavily on her heart. Seeing Qin Shiyun and Zhang Fu urging her, she finally acquiesced. Uncle Fu, please rise. I shall accompany you home. Very well, Mississippi. The carriage awaits us just ahead. Let us depart. Indeed. Zhang Ming turned to Qin Shiyun and said, Sister, I shall not be joining you tonight. But do not worry. I will check on my father and return shortly. Qin Shiyun grasped her hand, smiling. Very well. Make sure to communicate well with Uncle. I shall await your return. Zhang Ming, ever impulsive, left without hesitation. However, she had no intention of marrying. Her return was solely out of concern for her father. Qin Shiyun reluctantly watched as Zhang Ming boarded the carriage, feeling a sense of melancholy as the vehicle gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 80. Chunlin's birthday. Zhang Ming's abrupt departure left Qin Shiyun feeling a pang of loneliness, particularly as thoughts of being alone with Chun Ping began to swirl in her mind. Soon enough, she arrived at Dolly's barbecue restaurant, which was bustling with activity and thriving business. Sister-in-law, where is Ming? Chunlin, who was attending to guests in the lobby, immediately approached her. Qin Shiyun smiled gently. Ming had to return home for some matters. Happy birthday, dear sister. Here is a gift from both Ming and me. She handed a beautifully wrapped gift box to Chunlin. Chunlin received the gift with a bright smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. Please also extend my gratitude to Ming. Of course. Sister-in-law, why don't you take a seat at the front desk? All right. Aware of the busy atmosphere, Qin Shiyun made her way to the front desk, where a little girl was diligently working on her homework. Sitting beside her, Qin Shiyun remarked, Ping, how well-behaved you are, doing your homework all by yourself. Hearing that familiar voice, Ping looked up with delight, exclaiming, Auntie, you're here. Qin Shiyun affectionately patted her head. Yes, indeed. Auntie, please help me with my homework. There are so many things I don't understand. All right, Auntie will assist you. Yay, Auntie is teaching me. Ping rejoiced, dancing with excitement as Qin Shiyun earnestly guided her through her assignments. Meanwhile, Chunlin entered the kitchen and said to Zhong Ku, who was washing vegetables, Mom, you needn't do that anymore. Sister-in-law has arrived. Shiyun is here. Zhong Ku beamed, wiping her hands on her apron and getting up with a smile. Mom, stop washing. Hurry and go greet your daughter-in-law. Chun Ping, clad in a black tank top with a towel draped over his shoulder, was busy preparing for the evening's birthday feast, his strong arms showcasing his muscular physique. Very well, Zhong Ku chuckled. She held great satisfaction with her daughter-in-law, often reminding Chun Ping not to mistreat her. Zhang Dali, fervently tending to the grill, called out, Elder brother-in-law, take a break and go be with your wife. Accompany her? I'm with her every day. Tonight's birthday meal is entirely on me. All right then. Zhong Ku approached the front desk and saw Qin Shiyun. Shiyun, you're off work. Qin Shiyun quickly stood up, smiling. Auntie, Ping chimed in, Grandma. Annie is helping me with my homework. Really? You must study hard. Shiyun, thank you for your hard work. After finishing work, you still have to help Lin teach the children. It's all right, Annie. I truly enjoy spending time with Ping, she replied. That's good to hear. Shiyun, are you hungry? Auntie, I'm not hungry. You need not stay with me. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, well then. Zhong Ku smiled awkwardly, unsure of what else to say, and returned to the kitchen to continue her tasks. Upon seeing Zhong Ku return, Chun Ping remarked with a smile, Mom, why not spend more time with your daughter-in-law? Zhong Ku shot him a glance, replying, Shiyun is currently helping Ping with her homework. Why would I disturb her? You just can't sit still. It wouldn't hurt to relax a bit. If you want me to sit, it's better to have me work. Sighing, Chun Ping could only helplessly shake his head. knowing that his mother had endured hardships for nearly a lifetime, yet refused to rest. More guests arrived outside. Zhang Dali's parents, along with his sister-in-law, younger brother, and a nephew. Since the misunderstanding had been resolved, Chun Lin's relationship with them had improved. Upon seeing her parents, Chun Lin rushed to greet them. Mom and Dad, you're here. Zhang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Roland, beaming with joy, pulled Chun Lin close, saying, Lin, aren't you going to take a break on your birthday? Mom, it's just a small celebration. Please, go and sit in the private room. All right, sister-in-law, happy birthday. Zhang Deshang and his wife said with smiles as they presented their gifts. Thank you. Deshang, you and your wife should go ahead to the private room. Sure, sister-in-law, you go on with your work. Zhang Ke promptly emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, In-laws, you've arrived. Yes, how busy are you? Just keeping myself occupied. Please take a seat. As the hostess, Zhang Ke warmly guided them to the private room. Passing by the front desk, Roland spotted Qin Shiyun and cheerfully inquired, In-law, is this Chun Ping's wife? Zhang Ke nodded yes. Grandpa, this is my aunt. She's helping me with my homework, Ping Ping proudly stated, showcasing her assignments to Zhang Lin and Roland. What a clever child, they praised. Qin Shiyun politely stood to greet them. Hello, uncle and aunt. Indeed, Chun Ping is truly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife, Roland remarked, her expression filled with envy. In the village, who doesn't he know that Chun Ping, once considered a loser, has now secured a wealthy partner? Tonight, Zhang Dali closed his business early, shutting the doors by 10 o'clock. Chun Ping was responsible for the birthday banquet, and by 10, the dishes were nearly ready. With the doors closed, the restaurant set up 2 tables, one for the staff and another in the private room for family. Once the food and drinks were presented, everyone gathered around. Chun Ping raised his glass, saying, Sister, I wish you eternal youth and endless happiness. Thank you for all your contributions to our family. I'll drink to that. You may drink at your leisure. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Chun Lin, her eyes glistening with emotion, stood up holding her glass. Thank you, brother, and thank you to my family. With that, she too drank her fill. Although today was merely an ordinary birthday, it held immense significance for her. It had been a long time since she had felt such warmth, and everything had begun to improve since Chun Ping's return. Qin Shiyun raised her glass as well, saying, Happy birthday, Lin. I wish you endless joy and happiness in the years to come. Thank you, sister-in-law. I wish you and my brother a long and happy life together. And may you bear children soon. Thank you. Zhang Dali responded, Happy birthday, my dear wife. Although I may not possess striking looks, I consider myself rather ordinary. I have not pursued extensive education, nor do I boast remarkable skills. Yet, the fact that I could marry you is my greatest fortune. Rest assured, my dear, I shall strive even harder to ensure your lifelong happiness. Chun Ping applauded in agreement, exclaiming, Well done, brother-in-law. A true man indeed. Chun Lin felt a sweetness in her heart, playfully casting a shy glance at Zhang Dali. How sentimental. Laughter ensued. Happy birthday, daughter-in-law. Happy birthday, sister. Happy birthday, mother. Cheers. Thank you, family. The family gathered together, sharing laughter and joy, creating a delightful atmosphere. Particularly, Zhang Lin and Roland, who usually remained reserved, now lavished praise upon Chun Ping, as he was now associated with a wealthy lady. He was undoubtedly the most enviable man in the room. Cups of wine were consumed one after another, and Qin Shiyun, feeling joyous, indulged in a few extra drinks, her charming face flushed with color. The birthday celebration continued until midnight. Chapter 81. The cursed June the night in Nanhai gleamed with brilliant lights. Chun Ping and Qin Shiyun called for a designated driver to return home. Upon arriving, Qin Shiyun collapsed onto the sofa, feeling drowsy. Chun Ping prepared a cup of hangover tea and approached her. My dear, I have been meaning to ask, why did Meng Meng suddenly come home? Qin Shiyun accepted the teacup, blowing gently on it. Her father asked her to return. Oh, where's she from? Isn't she from Nanhai? No, her family is from Jinling. A subtle smile crept onto Chun Ping's lips as he gazed at Qin Shiyun. So, it means tonight it's just you and me at home? Qin Shiyun, meeting Chun Ping's gaze, felt the effects of the alcohol fading. What are you implying? I must warn you, don't get any ideas. Chun Ping chuckled, Rest assured, my dear, I'm not that kind of person. Qin Shiyun nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, that essay relief. After sipping her tea, she stood up. I'm tired. You should rest early too. I'm heading upstairs. No problem. Qin Shiyun glanced at Chen Ping, somewhat doubtful of his unusually obedient demeanor tonight. Chen Ping watched her ascend the stairs, clapping his hands softly, murmuring to himself, finally, the opportunity has arrived. Tonight, I must bid farewell to my 28 years of singlehood. With a mischievous grin, he hurried back to his room. Within 30 seconds, he had shed all his clothing. After taking a refreshing shower, he slipped into a pair of loose shorts, his bare feet treading cautiously as he crept upstairs like a thief. He approached Qin Shiyun's room, listening intently. Utilizing his keen hearing, he discerned that Qin Shiyun was in the bathroom. Slowly turning the doorknob, he found it locked, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. You think this will keep me out? With a wire he had prepared in advance, he easily unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance and a scene that could make one's heart race. For Qin Shiyun's bathroom was entirely made of glass. Furthermore, being her private space, the curtains were drawn back. Chen Ping could vaguely discern a graceful silhouette standing in the shower through the mist. Swallowing hard with a roguish grin, he murmured to himself, "Exquisite. I can hardly wait." After lingering for some time, the sound of running water ceased. Qin Shiyun emerged, meticulously drying herself with a towel before slipping into a seductive pair of white lace lingerie and an alluring sheer nightgown. Standing before the mirror, she began her skincare routine, entirely unaware of the lustful gaze tracing her every movement from the shadows. Having finished, she absently towel-dried her hair and stepped out of the bathroom, making her way toward the plush bed. Just as she was about to recline, a pair of arms suddenly encircled her from behind. Chen Ping, help! Qin Shiyun shrieked in alarm, her delicate features paling as she thrashed wildly. In her panic, she tumbled onto the mattress, with Chen Ping promptly pinning her beneath him. The intimate contact ignited a fire within him. No, Chen Ping, woo, save me, she sobbed, unable to see her assailant as she cried for help. Chen Ping chuckled darkly. Darling, tonight, no amount of screaming will avail you. Recognizing his voice, Qin Shiyun's despair twisted into irritation. With a scowl, she drove her knee upward. Release me this instant, or I swear. Grinning, Chen Ping relented, kneeling back to admire her breathtaking form. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shiyun flipped over, glaring daggers before attempting to kick him off the bed. Unfazed, he caught her slender porcelain leg, the hem of her nightgown riding up as he traced his fingers along her skin. Such exquisite legs, my love. Flushing crimson, she hissed, "You're depraved. How did you even get in here?" Still caressing her, he smirked. "You didn't leave the door open for me, darling." "Umph. As if I would," she retorted, though her protest lacked genuine aversion. Chen Ping's grin widened. "Since I'm already here, why not share the bed tonight?" "Dream on," she sniffed, nudging him away. "Go sleep elsewhere. I'm burning for you. I can't hold back any longer." As he lunged, Qin Shiyun pressed a foot against his chest, arching a brow. "No, be good and leave." Undeterred, he seized her ankle, parting her legs effortlessly before pinning her beneath him. Hovering over her flushed face, he murmured, "The mood is perfect. How can you resist?" Her gaze fluttered away, cheeks aflame. "I am not ready yet, but I am." "No, darling, I can't take it anymore." With that, he captured her lips, igniting a fervent exchange. Lost in the heat, Qin Shiyun's mind blanked as she melted into the kiss, their bodies entwining in desperate passion. When they finally parted, gasping, she stiffened. What s? Poking me?" Chen Ping chuckled lowly. "Just my protective gear, love. You're terrible." Drinking in her dazed expression, flushed cheeks, and parted lips beneath him, he couldn't resist stealing another kiss. "Darling, I'm taking you now," Qin Shiyun softly said. "Darling, please be gentle. This is my first time." Upon hearing her finally address him as husband, Chen Ping felt his heart melt. "Don't worry, my dear. This is my first time as well." MHM. As Chen Ping gazed at Qin Shiyun, his hands began to wander restlessly. Just as he had removed her delicate undergarments and was poised to take the next step, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Suddenly, a shrill ring of the phone shattered the moment, piercing Chun Ping's ears. He had no intention of answering, and Qin Shiyun, equally annoyed, urged, "Darling, please pick it up." "I won't." Chun Ping had intended to wait until the moment passed before answering, but the incessant ringing proved relentless. This disturbance extinguished the atmosphere that had just been created. "I can't take this anymore. I must see who it is." Overcome with frustration, Chun Ping climbed out of bed, retrieved his shorts from the floor, and pulled out his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he couldn't help but curse, "Old man, why didn't I deal with you before I left?" Qin Shiyun looked up and asked, "Darling, who is it?" "It's that scoundrel, Zhang Jun," Chun Ping replied. "Zhang Jun? The national leader, the one of high rank?" "Yes, my direct superior." "Huh? Darling, you truly serve under Zhang Jun?" At this moment, Qin Shiyun found it hard to doubt Chun Ping's words. Chun Ping smiled faintly, approached her, and caressed her flushed face. "Dear, I will return shortly after I make a call." "MHM, go ahead." "All right." Chapter 82. The national leader Li Qianquan, if Zhang Jun were present with Chun Ping, he would surely face a severe beating. Chun Ping suppressed his inner fury and made his way to the living room sofa on the first floor. Dialing Zhang Jun's number, "Old man, you better have a good reason for calling." On the other end, Zhang Jun felt the tension in Chun Ping's voice. Sensing the underlying threat, "Chun Ping, who has angered you so? Spare me the pleasantries. What urgent matter compels you to disturb me at this hour?" "Chun Ping, this is indeed urgent. I have just received instructions from the national leader. He requests that you take the earliest flight tomorrow to the capital to discuss a significant matter." Chun Ping's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you know what this matter is?" "To be frank, I do not. The national leader has mandated your presence for this discussion, which suggests it pertains to the survival of our nation." "Is it related to Lei Jun?" "It may have some connection, but it cannot be the sole reason for the national leader's concern. This matter likely holds greater significance." Chun Ping reluctantly inquired, "Am I truly indispensable? I have only just returned from a few months of leave. This is of utmost importance, and there is no room for refusal. As a soldier, one must prioritize the greater good over personal affairs." Chun Ping's expression turned serious as he nodded affirmatively. "Understood. Remember, the earliest flight tomorrow." "Understood." After hanging up, Chun Ping sat on the sofa in silence. He had finally managed to savor a moment of tenderness, only to be summoned back. Thoughts of his mother, wife, sister, and brother-in-law filled his mind, and he felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, the ingrained duty of a soldier left no space for lingering sentiments. After an unknown duration, Chun Ping stood outside Qin Shiyun's door, gently opening it to find her fast asleep. "My dear, I am sorry." After a brief moment of contemplation, he extinguished the light and gently closed the door, returning to his room with a complex mix of emotions, lying on his bed, unable to find sleep for a long time. Early the next morning, Chun Ping donned a military uniform and scrutinized his reflection in the mirror for an extended period. Subsequently, he reached out to Zhong Ku, Chun Lin, and Zhang De Li, informing them of an urgent matter requiring his return to the army for an indefinite period. This statement reflected Chun Ping's uncertainty about whether he would be away for many years once again. Seated on the sofa, Chun Ping awaited Qin Shiyun's arrival. Before long, she emerged from her room and instantly spotted Chun Ping in his military attire. Observing the valor in his uniform, a smile unfurled on her lips. "Darling, you look incredibly handsome in your uniform," she remarked. Chun Ping smiled faintly, moving to the staircase to greet her. "Wife," he called, as Qin Shiyun approached the staircase. She gazed at him adorably, like a charming young lady. "Darling, do you know why I was immediately attracted to you?" she asked. "Why?" he inquired. "Because you were also in military uniform at the time, and I found it very appealing." "So, should I wear it often?" "Not necessarily. You look handsome in anything now," she replied playfully, adjusting his uniform with curiosity. "Darling, why are you wearing a military attire today?" With an apologetic tone, Chun Ping explained, "Wife, the call I received last night was from Zhang Jun, urgently requesting my return to the capital." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun appeared momentarily lost in thought. "Oh, but you have already retired, haven't you? Why does he need you back?" "Wife, in truth, I have not retired. I was deceiving you," Chen Ping confessed. Qin Shiyun was taken aback. You haven't retired? He nodded solemnly. Wife, my true identity is that of a commander in a special military operations unit, holding the rank of major. This visit home is merely for family, but if a mission arises, I must return to defend our country. Can you comprehend my situation? Qin Shiyun stared at him in astonishment. Darling, are you truly a national commander? You're not deceiving me? Indeed, from the moment we met, I conveyed this to you, but you did not believe me at the time. This trip to Kyoto is for an important meeting with the authorities. Qin Shiyun felt overwhelmed, struggling to grasp the reality that she had inadvertently attracted a commander. Shocked, she covered her mouth. Darling, Chen Ping embraced her tightly. Wife, do you mind being a military spouse? It can be quite challenging, often requiring one to endure long periods without their partner. Tears welled in her eyes as she clung to him. Darling, I love you, and I can endure it all. I understand that a soldier's duty is to protect the homeland. While I wish you could stay with me, I cannot be selfish. After all, my husband is a great soldier. Thank you for your understanding. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Shiyun nestled in Chen Ping's arms, silently sobbing. Wife, I must leave now. Rest assured, I will return home as soon as possible. Chen Ping reluctantly kissed her forehead, departing the villa without looking back, fearing that lingering any longer would make it difficult to part from this haven of tenderness. Once he left, Qin Shiyun could no longer contain her tears. She had fallen deeply in love with Chen Ping, and watching her beloved depart left her heartbroken. Chen Ping boarded the flight to Kyoto at 9 o'clock, and this time, he was not as obedient as before. After all, it was no longer a matter of leaving at will. 6 hours later, the aircraft he was on landed steadily at the Capital International Airport. As soon as Chen Ping disembarked, Zhang Jun personally arranged for a car to wait for him at the airport. Chen Ping did not need to check tickets or exit the terminal. He simply got into the car and departed via the dedicated lane. How is your newlywed wife? Zhang Jun jested in the car. Just the mention of her reminded Chen Ping of the events from the previous night. He shot a sharp glance at Zhang Jun. If you weren't an old man, I would really give you a good beating. Zhang Jun's lips twitched slightly. Young man, don't be so fiery. Did the sovereign reveal any information? None. But I will be attending this meeting as well. Must I participate? Indeed. The sovereign truly values me. He has always held you in high regard. Soon, the car drove directly into the capital's royal courtyard, smoothly stopping in front of the Zijin Pavilion, the sovereign's private meeting venue. Outside the Zijin Pavilion, armed police were on duty. After exiting the vehicle, Zhang Jun and Chen Ping made their way into the secret conference hall without obstruction. Inside the meeting hall, two men occupied the sofas. One was in his 50s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, radiating authority and dignity. He was Li Qianquan, the sovereign of the Great Xia. The other, an elderly man nearing 70, appeared frail yet commanding. He was Yun Zheng, the prime minister of the Great Xia, and also the grandfather of Yun Kuei, holding the second most powerful position in the nation. Together with Zhang Jun, the three most powerful individuals in the Great Xia were gathered. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Yun. Chen Ping saluted the two distinguished leaders with a military salute. Chen Ping has arrived. Please take a seat. Li Qianquan warmly invited him to sit down. He then instructed, close the door and have everyone retreat to 100 meters away. Understood. As the doors of the Zijin Pavilion closed, the atmosphere grew instantly solemn. Li Qianquan turned his gaze to Chen Ping and spoke slowly. Chen Ping, your urgent summons back to the capital is due to two significant matters for discussion. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Your Majesty, please speak directly. Li Qianquan glanced at the three of them and said seriously, the first matter pertains to our internal affairs. You must have some knowledge about the current instability in the north and south. The source of this instability is General Lei Jun of the South. According to reliable intelligence, Lei Jun has been frequently establishing connections with the southeastern nations in recent years, fostering hegemonic ambitions in the south with clear intentions of national division. The stability we have achieved for our nation has not come easily, and we cannot tolerate any attempts to fracture it. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping asked, Your Majesty means for me to deal with Lei Jun? Yin Zheng interjected. Chen Ping, if it were that simple, the matter would be much easier to resolve. What do you mean? Li Qianquan, with a grave expression, continued. Currently, the situation between our nation and neighboring countries is tense, and Lei Jun has been cultivating his hegemony in the south for many years. Moreover, we lack any direct evidence to accuse Lei Jun of treachery. If we were to eliminate him directly, and if the situation spiraled out of control, it is possible that this could directly incite a civil war between the North and South, leading to even graver consequences that may escalate into an international conflict. Violence is not an option, nor is confrontation. What do you intend to do, my sovereign? Although we cannot act against Lei Jun at this moment, it does not imply that this will always be the case. Over the years, I have strategically positioned no fewer than 100,000 covert operatives in various cities of the South. In Jinling alone, there are 30,000 elite national defense troops concealed in the shadows. Furthermore, numerous intelligence personnel have been embedded across the cities, all with the purpose of uncovering irrefutable evidence of Lei Jun's treachery and making it public. However, Lei Jun is exceedingly cunning. For years, we have lacked direct evidence against him. Additionally, we possess a piece of classified information indicating that Lei Jun is secretly developing missiles, and should he succeed, we will be utterly defenseless. Imagine, if Lei Jun were to launch a missile attack from any city in the south against the capital, how could we possibly defend ourselves? As for the veracity of this information, it remains unverified. It could be false intelligence, or perhaps the development site is beyond his control. Chun Ping was taken aback. Missiles? Why on earth would Lei Jun undertake such perilous endeavors? He holds significant power. Why risk it all? At this point, Li Qianquan rose solemnly and said with gravity, I suspect that Lei Jun has already betrayed the nation. He is highly likely to have allied himself with the Japanese. The purpose of all this may very well be to invade our country and slaughter our people. What? Chun Ping was utterly astonished. Chun Ping, I know you are indeed shocked. This is the second grave matter I wish to address. Throughout the annals of history, Japan has never ceased its ambitions of annexing our great Xia. Not long ago, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of our land, resulting in the tragic slaughter of countless compatriots. The atrocities committed by Japan on our sacred soil continue to pierce the hearts of every citizen of Xia. Our nation strives for progress to ensure that future generations will no longer endure oppression and slaughter from foreign powers. Japan's ambition to conquer us has never waned. A reckoning must come, and we shall exact revenge upon them. Only by eradicating the threat of Japan from this world can we attain peace. Currently, intelligence reports indicate that Japan is unusually active in our vicinity. Coupled with Lei Jun's apparent treachery, I cannot help but suspect that he has colluded with our enemies. If this is indeed the case, Lei Jun's treason could lead to the death of countless innocent citizens in the chaos of war. As the ruler of this nation, I cannot allow the people of Xia to suffer further slaughter. Therefore, to avert such a crisis, we must eliminate all hidden threats within our borders before war arrives, preventing it from erupting on our homeland. Upon hearing this, Chun Ping stood in reverence and immediately replied, My sovereign, for the sake of the nation and its people, I shall not hesitate. Li Qianquan nodded in satisfaction. Chun Ping, across the entirety of Xia, there is no one but you capable of confronting Lei Jun. Thus, this heavy responsibility naturally falls upon your shoulders. Prior to your arrival, I had already instructed General Zhang to deploy the Night Special Operations Unit to the southern cities to execute their mission in secrecy. As he spoke, Li Qianquan picked up a document from the table. Chun Ping, I hereby appoint you as the governor of the Southern Territories and the commander-in-chief of this suppression operation. All officials at various levels across the southern provinces shall be under your command, granting you the authority of life and death. I have but one request of you. Steadfastly prevent the outbreak of civil war and eradicate the faction of Lei Jun. Chun Ping's body trembled slightly as he saluted, declaring, I vow to accomplish this task. Li Qianquan presented the letter of appointment to Chun Ping, speaking with earnest gravity. Chun Ping, I have conveyed all that I needed to. Additionally, there is another matter of utmost significance concerning the peace of the entire world, as well as a staggering secret between the Great Xia and the Yamato Kingdom, which your master will reveal to you. Chun Ping was taken aback. Once more, my master? Where is he? No sooner had he spoken than a wave of spatial distortion rippled before them, and a benevolent elder appeared out of thin air. The old man, with a youthful visage and white hair, exuded an ethereal presence, clad in a long blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chun Ping with kindness. "Master, you are still alive?" Chun Ping was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, for it had been a decade since he last laid eyes upon his master since descending the mountain to serve in the military. The old man's expression darkened slightly. "Disciple, have you been so eager for your master's demise?" Chun Ping chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "Hee, I merely thought, after 10 years of absence, you had ascended to the heavens." "Nonsense." Li Qianquan, Yun Zheng, and Zhang Jun hastily offered their respects. "We pay our respect to St. Zhang." "Indeed." The elder stroked his beard, nodding slightly. The elder's true name was Zhang Tiandao, the 27th inheritor of Fulong Mountain and the only true sage of the Great Xia. Chun Ping grinned. "Master, where have you been these past 10 years? Why did you not come to see me?" "Alas," Zhang Tiandao sighed deeply. "I have spent the past decade in the Penglai Mountain of the Yamato Kingdom." "Huh? Master, what were you doing there?" "There lay my mission, and soon it shall become yours." Chun Ping was momentarily stunned. "My mission?" "Indeed. There are matters that must be disclosed to you." Zhang Tiandao spoke with solemnity. "Disciple, although I have not seen you for 10 years, I am well aware of your actions during this time. You have performed admirably, living up to the 5 years of my diligent instruction. The reason I sent you to the military was to instill in you a sense of greater purpose. By keeping you from returning home, I sought to forge your will, helping you understand the importance of sacrificing personal comforts for the greater good. Over the years, you have defended your homeland on the battlefield, and your bravery in the face of bloodshed brings me great solace. It is now time for you to shoulder a significant burden. Master, what exactly is this mission?" Chapter 84. The astonishing secret. Zhang Tiandao's demeanor suddenly turned grave, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. He turned, stroking his beard, contemplating his forthcoming words. Abruptly, he faced them all, seriousness etched upon his features, and declared, "This astonishing secret pertains to the safety of all living beings in the world. It is time to prepare for this impending unknown catastrophe." Li Qianquan, Yin Zheng, and Zhang Jun wore solemn expressions, fully engrossed in his words. Chun Ping's lips twitched slightly. "Master, do speak. Please refrain from leaving us in suspense." Zhang Tiandao shot him a disapproving glance. "What is the rush? I'm merely organizing my thoughts. This matter is lengthy, and without careful explanation, it cannot be comprehended." Chun Ping was a loss for words. Zhang Tiandao had not changed one bit, remaining as enigmatic and verbose as ever. After gathering his thoughts, Zhang Tiandao began to narrate. "This tale is indeed lengthy, so listen closely. Eons ago, the blue star began to take shape, and within this vast cosmos, the blue star appeared as but a speck of dust. Do not be deceived by its insignificance. The blue star harbors a formidable energy. It is this very power that, through subsequent evolution, gave rise to living beings. Yet, simultaneously, it birthed a terrifying consciousness. This consciousness, formless yet omnipresent, claims to be the sole deity of the blue star, regarding all other creatures as mere filth. Possessing immense power, it is both arrogant and contemptuous of the other beings sharing its domain. As eons passed, this consciousness gradually took on a physical form, evolving into a colossal black serpent. With its corporeal manifestation, the serpent began to mercilessly annihilate life, leaving desolation in its wake. No blade of grass remained, all was extinguished, and the heavens and earth crumbled under its devastating assault. The blue star faced its first great extinction event. The planet fell into a profound silence, stripped of its vibrant essence, now cloaked in shades of gray and white. Even the physical embodiment of this consciousness was obliterated in this cataclysm, yet its essence endured. Countless eons later, the blue star once again blossomed with vitality as life re-emerged. This consciousness, taking form anew, once again wrought destruction upon the living, heralding the second great extinction. Then, 65 million years ago, the blue star experienced its fifth resurgence. known as the Age of the Dinosaurs. Unsurprisingly, this malevolent consciousness once more extinguished all life. It was not until the emergence of humanity, who evolved superior cognitive abilities and became aware of this evil presence, that a shift occurred. Simultaneously, humanity's ancestors harnessed the powerful energy of the blue star and began their spiritual cultivation. Throughout this period, the consciousness sought to annihilate humankind. In response, two formidable beings emerged among humanity. One was the revered master of Fulong Mountain, the Fulong deity, and the other was the ancestral master of the Tianchong dragon clan from Penglai Mountain. In a bid for human survival, the Fulong deity and the Tianchong deity united to combat this malevolence. During their struggle, they forged two divine artifacts, one named the Crimson Flame Lotus and the other the Azure Ice Lotus. These two artifacts, one embodying fire and the other water, brimmed with immense power. Relying on their own strength and these sacred relics, the two ancestral figures engaged in a cosmic battle against the evil consciousness. A confrontation that shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. Ultimately, after exhausting their energies, they succeeded in sealing this malevolent consciousness within Penglai Mountain. To prevent it from tormenting life anew, the Fulong and Tianchong conferred, assigning the Tianchong lineage the solemn duty of guarding the seal. Henceforth, the Tianchong clan migrated to settle in Penglai Mountain, while the Fulong master devoted himself to profound cultivation and the transmission of knowledge in the great Xia Fulong Mountain. As time flowed on, humanity thrived on the blue star, flourishing across diverse lands and giving rise to numerous nations. Meanwhile, the Tianchong lineage, residing in Penglai Mountain, gradually expanded in population. In a quest for survival, they occupied an entire island, now known as Japan, and naturally ascended to the status of emperors. Initially, all of this seemed justifiable. However, as time progressed, the descendants of the Tianchong ancestors became increasingly lost in their pursuit of power. Forsaking their original mission for greater ambitions, they began to grow dissatisfied with their island territory and started invading other nations, yet they remained insignificant. It was during this time that a certain consciousness perceived the ambitions of the Tianchong clan and began to incite them, promising to bestow upon them the power of the divine dragon. Ultimately, ambition triumphed over the Tianchong clan. They forged a pact with malevolence, thereby acquiring the so-called divine dragon power. Henceforth, the Tianchong clan renamed themselves the Divine Dragon Clan, boasting of their descent from the divine dragon. After obtaining this power, they were willing to go to any lengths to fulfill their pact with evil, striving to break the seal and attain physical form. The sole condition for lifting the seal was to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus. In pursuit of this, the Divine Dragon Clan forsook their ancestral roots and invaded the land of Huaxia. However, my lineage, the Fulong, is not easily provoked. Whenever the Divine Dragon Clan attempted to invade Huaxia, my descendants would not allow them to succeed. Decades ago, when the Divine Dragon Clan once again invaded Huaxia, it was I who repelled their descendants. Fortunately, the people of Huaxia also defeated the nation of Japan. Nevertheless, the Divine Dragon Clan remains relentless in their pursuits. Bound by their pact with evil, they must comply or face dire repercussions. Thus, they will stop at nothing to fulfill their contract. This signifies that the Divine Dragon Clan has never abandoned their intent to annihilate Huaxia. 10 years ago, I sensed a loosening of the seal on this malevolence, prompting my journey to Mount Penglai to reinforce it. Moreover, I have heard that Japan has begun to stir once more in the vicinity, which I suspect is orchestrated by the Divine Dragon Clan. To ensure the continuation of all living beings, the Divine Dragon Clan must be eradicated. This is the monumental secret I speak of. Li Qianquan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he held the esteemed title of national leader, he had only learned of this tremendous secret from Zhang Tiandao the previous night. Yun Zheng and Zhang Jun exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chun Ping's heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed by the weight of the information presented that day. Master, are you certain you are not jesting? Preposterous. Such grave matters cannot be trifled with. I disclose this to you today due to your responsibilities. If we cannot stop the divine dragon clan from lifting the seal of malevolence, we shall face the sixth mass extinction. Li Qianquan's expression darkened. Rest assured, Sage Zhang, should Japan dare to invade the Great Xia, I will mobilize the entire nation to obliterate them. Zhang Tiandao nodded in approval. Good. Your resolve reassures me. As long as we unite our efforts, the divine dragon clan and evil shall not prevail against us. Chapter 85. Refining the Crimson Flame Lotus Historically. Animosity between Japan and the Great Xia runs deep. Now, Li Qianquan and his companions harbored an intense hatred for Japan. Li Qianquan promptly commanded, Zhang Jun, immediately order all active military forces of the Great Xia to enter a state of heightened readiness. Yes, Yun Zheng, from this moment forth, closely monitor every move of Japan and its allied nations. Should any suspicious activity arise, declare war on Japan without hesitation. Understood. Chen Ping. Present. Chen Ping trembled slightly. The southern forces of the Thunder Army will be entrusted to you. It is imperative to resolve this unknown threat swiftly. Yes. Zhang Tiandao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In the realm of the Great Xia, having a sovereign as responsible as yourself is indeed a blessing for the populace. As for international affairs, I confess my ignorance and lack the capacity to assist you. You must rely solely on your own abilities. However, I shall intervene regarding the Dragon Clan. My gratitude. Zhang Sage. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. After Zhang Tiandao concluded his words, he turned to Chen Ping and said, Disciple, you bear not only the weight of the nation upon your shoulders, but also the mission of the Fulong Mountain lineage. I have matters to entrust to you, so you must return with me to Fulong Mountain at once. Yes, master. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Tiandao waved his sleeve, and with a surge of energy, both he and Chen Ping vanished from their original location. An hour later, atop the Fulong Mountain range, within a Taoist temple, Chen Ping and Zhang Tiandao materialized out of thin air. First, pay your respects to our ancestral master. Yes, master. Inside the Grand Hall, a lifelike statue of the Fulong deity stood prominently. Zhang Tiandao and Chen Ping knelt on the mat, reverently bowing 3 times to their ancestral master. Rising, Zhang Tiandao began to speak. Disciple, I have imparted to you the legacy and mission of Fulong Mountain. Our lineage has been passed down through generations. From the time of the Fulong ancestor to my current generation, we are now in the 27th succession. I have lived over 500 years, and my lifespan is drawing to a close. For the past century, I have sought a successor, and 15 years ago, I found you. You have not disappointed me. In just 5 years, you have ascended to the realm of the sage. It took me 3 centuries to reach that level. In fact, your ancestor once praised me as a talent not seen in a millennium. Reflecting on it now, your ancestor was truly short-sighted. Chen Ping's lips twitched, master. How can you speak ill of our ancestor? That is a profound disrespect. Zhang Tiandao's eyes narrowed. You do not understand. Your ancestor confined me to Fulong Mountain for 300 years. Chen Ping could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for his master. Having been trapped for 5 years, he often cursed Zhang Tiandao in his heart. He could only imagine if Zhang Tiandao spent 3 centuries doing the same to his ancestor. Zhang Tiandao then stated seriously, Let's not speak of your ancestor. If I am indeed a talent rare in a millennium, then you are a genius born once in 10,000 years. Just as your ancestor once told me, in times of great turmoil, there will surely emerge a child of destiny. Much like the birth of the Fulong deity and the Tianchong deity of yore, I believe you are that destined child. Since the days of the 2 deities, no individual has ever approached that ethereal realm of divinity. I only hope that when the great chaos descends, you can break through to the divine realm and avert this catastrophe. Master, do you perhaps hold expectations that are too lofty for me? Disciple, I am not jesting. That sinister consciousness, once unsealed, cannot be opposed by anything less than a deity. Do you comprehend? Chen Ping suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Master, but what exactly is the divine realm? I am a loss. To speak frankly, I too am uncertain. You must seek to comprehend the divine realm on your own. However, I have heard your ancestor mention that to become a deity, one must forge a luminous body to enter the divine state. And how does one forge this luminous body? I have only heard your ancestors say that to achieve a luminous body, one must receive the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, thus forging the luminous body. This is what I mean when I say that the blue star harbors that potent energy. Only by gaining its acknowledgement will it bestow upon you the power to become a radiant being. But how can one earn such recognition? If I knew the answer, I would have already ascended to divinity. Qinping found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Tiandao continued, "Do not concern yourself with such questions. Everything must be sensed by you alone. I am growing old, and this mission must now be passed on to you. Remember well, my disciple, the mission of Fulong Mountain." Qinping gazed at the aged Zhang Tiandao, feeling a pang of sorrow. "Master, I have yet to show you the filial piety you deserve, and I do not wish for you to depart this world just yet." Zhang Tiandao's lips twitched. His face flushed with a mix of red and purple. "Are you so eager for me to depart? I merely said I was old, not that I would die immediately. Moreover, I am a true sage. Even in my old age, I can endure for several more decades." "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. I will still have the chance to show you my respect," Qinping replied with a smile. Zhang Tiandao sighed. "After 10 years of training, you still remain rather carefree." Suddenly, Zhang Tiandao commanded, "Kneel." "Oh." Qinping obediently knelt before him. Zhang Tiandao, with solemnity, looked at the statue of the ancestral master. "I, disciple Zhang Tiandao, the 27th inheritor of Fulong Mountain, hereby pass the mantle to the 28th inheritor, Qinping, in the presence of our ancestral master. From this day forward, Qinping shall bear the weighty responsibilities of Fulong Mountain." Qinping bowed deeply before the statue, declaring, "I, disciple Qinping, shall never tarnish the esteemed name of Fulong Mountain." Zhang Tiandao lovingly helped Qinping to his feet. "From this moment, you are the master of Fulong Mountain. This lineage has always been inherited through generations. Now, let me tell you about our sacred artifact, the Crimson Flame Lotus." "The Crimson Flame Lotus?" "Indeed. The Crimson Flame Lotus is a divine artifact crafted by our ancestral master, a legacy of Fulong Mountain. It possesses immense fire attributes and conceals the Fulong Master's unique techniques, each unleashing powerful fire-based attacks. Particularly the third technique, the Cataclysmic Destruction, is said to hold the potential to obliterate the very heavens and earth." "Such power? Did you not master it, master?" "No, I have only comprehended the first technique, the Fiery Inferno." "Oh." The Crimson Flame Lotus and the Blue Flame Ice Lotus of the Dragon Clan are fundamentally complementary. In ancient times, it was their synergy that sealed away evil. Within the barrier of Penglai Mountain lies an ice-fire boundary, the very site of the evil's confinement. To break this seal, both the inheritors of the Fire Lotus and Ice Lotus must simultaneously channel their powers, using the Fire Lotus to dissolve the Ice Seal and the Ice Lotus to dispel the Fire Seal. Failure in either will result in backlash. This is why the Dragon Clan will go to great lengths to secure the Crimson Flame Lotus. "Master, where have you hidden the Crimson Flame Lotus?" Zhang Tiandao smiled gently, and suddenly, a formidable flame erupted around him, powerful enough to annihilate everything. Yet, Qinping felt no intimidation from the destructive aura of the flames. The Crimson Flame Lotus has always been one with the past inheritors. With a mighty shout, Zhang Tiandao declared, "Summon." Instantly, the flames coalesced into the palm of his hand. And at that moment, Zhang Tiandao's body resembled molten lava, his expression one of great agony. "Master, do not worry, I am fine." As time elapsed, Zhang Tiandao's head returned to normal, followed by the restoration of his body, until a fire lotus took shape in the palm of his hand. Qinping gazed at the fire lotus in his palm and asked, "Master, is this the divine artifact, the Crimson Flame Lotus?" "Indeed. I shall now impart the lotus to you," Zhang Tiandao replied. "Disciple, focus your energy. The lotus will not reject you." "Yes, master." Qinping promptly concentrated his energy. Although the fire lotus contained formidable fire attribute energy, it did not repel him. Zhang Tiandao gradually released his grip on the lotus, allowing it to hover between them, inching closer to Qinping's brow. "Disciple, are you prepared?" Zhang Tiandao cautioned, and suddenly he unleashed a powerful surge of holy essence, driving the lotus directly into Chun Ping's brow. The lotus instantly vanished into his forehead. Ah! Chun Ping cried out, as if his body were being scorched by flames. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if he were engulfed in magma, radiating heat. Disciple, swiftly sit cross-legged and refine the lotus, Zhang Tiandao instructed. Yes, master. Chun Ping hurriedly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the holy essence within him. As he refined the lotus, it became much more docile, and he no longer felt pain. Instead, a wave of comfort enveloped him. Zhang Tiandao nodded in satisfaction and stepped outside the grand hall, closing the door to guard the path without disturbing Chun Ping. Chapter 86. The comical quartet at the exit of the Nanhai airport. 4 tall and handsome young men emerged simultaneously. Each of these men, around the age of 25, stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, with bronzed skin and uniformly cropped hair. Their attire was also coordinated, featuring black trousers, white shirts, and black suits. The quartet's appearance instantly drew attention, particularly from the young women nearby, who couldn't help but steal glances. Compared to other attractive men, these captivated the female gaze even more. Their aura was distinctly extraordinary, setting them apart from the ordinary populace. A closer observation revealed a sense of righteousness emanating from their brows. The 4 men entered a taxi parked at the roadside. Shall we visit our godmother first or our sister-in-law? Naturally, we shall see our godmother first, then our sister-in-law. All right, driver, take us to Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. The 4 settled into the vehicle, en route to the barbecue establishment. These young men were none other than the leaders of the Night Special Military Operations Group, comprising Yunlong of the Qinglong team, Tianlang of the Baihu team, Changfeng of the Xuanwu team, and Shirhan of the Zhuke team. They had arrived in Nanhai at the behest of Zhang Jun to undertake a mission in the Southern Territories. However, seizing this rare opportunity, the 4 conspired to fly to Nanhai, momentarily casting their mission aside. Half an hour later, the taxi halted before Zhang Dali's barbecue restaurant. It was afternoon. The doors were open, yet the establishment had not officially commenced operations. Yunlong stepped out of the car, gazing up at the restaurant sign. Is this the barbecue restaurant opened by Lin Lin's younger sister? It's run by your brother-in-law, Dali, Tianlang jested. What a pity. Lin Lin has married. Yunlong, you mustn't linger on her. If the boss finds out you're still thinking about her, beware of his wrath, Changfeng teased. Oh, come now. I once admired Lin Lin, but now she is a married woman. What do I have to dwell on? I regard her as my sister. Ha ha ha. Fair enough, fair enough. All right. As they entered, they were reminded to maintain decorum. Acknowledging this, Yunlong and his companions stepped into the shop. Although it was not yet time for business to commence, Chen Lin, Zhang Dali, and Zhongku were already preparing inside. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, Chen Lin immediately approached with a smile, saying, Boss, I apologize. Our establishment opens at 6 in the evening, and it is still not time yet. I'm truly sorry. Changfeng leaned in closer to Yunlong and whispered, Your Lin Lin's sister. Hurry and greet her. With that, he playfully nudged Yunlong forward with a shoulder. Embarrassed, Yunlong managed a sheepish smile at Chen Lin, then turned to glare at the other 3 with a look that conveyed his displeasure. The trio from Tianlang couldn't help but chuckle at Yunlong's awkwardness. Chen Lin, noticing their frivolous demeanor, frowned slightly. Her initial fondness for the 4 was now tinged with distaste. Lin Lin's sister, Yunlong stammered nervously, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. It was not entirely his fault. Like Chun Ping, he had little experience interacting with women. Despite his casual banter with his male friends about women, he found himself at a loss in genuine conversation. Upon hearing his hesitation, Chun Lin became vigilant, asking, Who are you? What brings you here? If you have no business, please leave. Yunlong's lips twitched as he stammered, No, Seeing Yunlong struggling to articulate his thoughts, Tianlang approached with a grin, saying, Lin Lin, we are comrades of your brother. We are here to visit you and your godmother. Yes, Lin Lin, although this is our first meeting, we have long considered you as our sister. Chen Lin, finding their claims increasingly absurd, responded coolly, I do not know you, nor am I your sister. I kindly ask you to leave. The four of them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do, thinking that reality was far removed from their expectations. Just then, Zhang Dali emerged wielding a kitchen knife, followed closely by Zhong Ku, who approached Chen Lin, asking Lin Lin, "Who are these people?" "Mom, I have finally met you," Yunlong exclaimed, forcing out a tear as he shamelessly knelt before Zhong Ku, clinging to her leg and weeping profusely. He occasionally glanced back at the bewildered trio, signaling them to follow suit. The three from Tianlang, sensing the opportunity, knelt before Zhong Ku, each grasping one of her legs, exclaiming, "Mom, oh my goodness, we have finally met you." Zhong Ku was utterly flabbergasted by their antics. "Where did you come from? Calling me mom upon meeting? I do not recall having four long-lost sons." Chen Lin, equally perplexed, was pulled behind Zhang Dali, who, brandishing the knife, confronted Yunlong fiercely. "Do not touch my mother. If you do not leave immediately, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Wait, Dali, there has been a misunderstanding," they pleaded. "We are truly comrades of your brother, Chen Ping. We just wanted to meet our godmother. Though it was our first encounter with our godmother, we had already embraced her in our hearts. Indeed, we are aware of you, Dali. Chen Ping often speaks of you, referring to you as his esteemed brother-in-law," the four of us from Yunlong fervently explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali released Yunlong, saying, "You know my uncle?" Yunlong clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Finally, you're on the right track. Godmother, we truly are your godsons. We share a brotherly bond with the eldest, who is Chen Ping, your biological son. Although we have never met you, the eldest often mentions you, proclaiming you to be the finest mother in the world. Moreover, Lin Lin misses you dearly. In fact, we four have come to the South Sea on a mission. Hence our desire to pay our respects to you." Zhong Ku inquired, "Are you truly my son's comrades?" "Indeed, godmother. If you doubt us, you may call the eldest." "Oh, but his phone has been unreachable lately," Zhang Dali remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "How could I possibly doubt? My uncle has been away for several days. You arrive now, of all times. Who can ascertain the truth?" Chen Lin interjected, "Exactly, mother, do not believe them. Who rushes to call someone mother upon first meeting? They must surely be frauds." Zhong Ku nodded. My son's phone has been unreachable. If you are indeed his comrades, return when he is back." Zhang Dali, sensing Yunlong's intent to speak further, brandished a kitchen knife and threatened, "If you continue to disturb us, I shall call the authorities. Brother-in-law, let us speak civilly without resorting to violence. Leave now, or I shall strike." Wielding the knife, Zhang Dali ushered Yunlong and his companions away. The four, confronted with this monumental misunderstanding, found themselves unable to clarify their intentions. They could not reach Chen Ping, and he had never mentioned these four gestures to his family. Chapter 87. Meeting the sister-in-law after being expelled from the shop by Zhang Dali, who subsequently shut the door, the four wore expressions of dejection. They had set out to acknowledge their godmother, only to be mistaken for frauds and cast out. We were told not to be so abrupt. And now, look at the situation. We have been treated as villains by our godmother. Indeed, if the eldest were to discover this, he would surely mock us. Do we truly resemble con artists? Whether we look like one or not, your behavior certainly raises suspicions. Kneeling and calling her mother upon first meeting? I would deem you mad, as if you didn't call her that yourself. Wasn't that your suggestion? Enough. The eldest is unreachable, and we should postpone our quest to acknowledge our mother. What about meeting the sister-in-law? Of course, we shall go, even if she does not recognize us. I long to behold her unparalleled beauty. Mind your thoughts about the sister-in-law. Be cautious lest the eldest take action against you. I merely wish to see her. I harbor no ulterior motives. Then what are we waiting for? Let's proceed. Thus, these four jesters, having failed in their pursuit of a godmother, turned their attention to Qin Shiyun. The four of Yunlong hastened to the Qin group, only to be met with resistance at the entrance. Let's wait. I shall make a call to inform my sister of my arrival in the South Sea. Go ahead. Yunlong arrived in Nanhai without informing Yin Kuei. He stepped aside to make a phone call. Sister, what are you up to? What else could I be doing? I'm working. Of course. What's up? Why are you so free? Guess where I am? You're not coming to Nanhai, are you? How did you know I was in Nanhai? What? Little brother, you're really in Nanhai? Where? Should I come see you? Indeed, I'm currently at the entrance of the Qin group. Really? I'll be there right away. No need. I'll come find you later. I'm waiting here to meet my sister-in-law first. After that, I'll come to see you. Qin Shiyun? Yes. Oh, all right. By the way, is Ping around? The boss is not here. Where is he? Why can't I reach him recently? I haven't been able to contact him either. He was summoned back to Kyoto a few days ago and has been unreachable since. Oh, is that so? Then why are you in Nanhai? On a mission. Sister, I might be stationed in Nanhai permanently from now on. Really? Yes. I've finally secured this opportunity. That's wonderful, little brother. We can see each other more often now. Yes, I'll talk to you later. I'll come find you soon. All right. Yunlong hung up and took his position at the entrance. Yunlong, is your sister happy knowing you're here? Of course she is. Hey, you're so lucky. You have both a sister and a sister-in-law, unlike the three of us. By the way, when are you all leaving? Tomorrow. Coming to Nanhai is already a violation of discipline. Have you arranged who goes where? Yunlong inquired. Everyone goes to their respective places, Tianlang replied. I'm heading to Jinling, Changfeng and Modu, and Shirhan in the south. Yunlong spoke earnestly. Brothers, this mission is arduous. I hope that next time we can all safely enjoy a drink in Kyoto. Indeed. Good brothers. This time, all four of us are here on a mission to investigate and eliminate late June-S faction in the southern region. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of the Qin group, Qin Shiyun was unaware that four jesters were lurking outside for her. Ever since Chun Ping left, she had been distracted, as if her heart had been hollowed out, and she could not muster any interest in her work. The inability to reach Chun Ping lately had only heightened her anxiety, especially since she tended to overthink and imagine the worst outcomes. Sitting in her office chair, she picked up her phone and dialed Chun Ping's number once more. As before, the call went to voicemail. She had lost count of how many times she had tried. Chun Ping, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you checked in? Do you know how worried I am? Qin Shiyun murmured to herself, distressed. As night fell, she glanced at her watch. It was already 7 o'clock. She stood up, tidied her desk, and grabbed her bag to leave work. In recent days, she had been leaving right on the dot, as her mind was elsewhere. Outside the company gate, Yunlong and his companions were still waiting. It seemed they were determined to see Qin Shiyun. Hey, look over there. Is that her sister-in-law? Yunlong exclaimed, noticing Qin Shiyun exiting the building with her bag. Tianlang and the others turned their gaze towards her. She does resemble her. Let us just ask and find out. As they spoke, the group inquired of the security guard station at the entrance. Good sir, is that beautiful Lady Qin Shiyun? The guard, already harboring doubts about the four, grew immediately vigilant upon noticing their collective gaze directed towards the boss. What exactly are you four up to? I warn you, leave this place at once. Please, don't be alarmed. We seek your esteemed boss, they reassured him. Rest assured, we mean no harm. We are relatives of your General Qin. Really now? The guard scoffed. You claim to be relatives of our boss? You don't even know who General Qin is. How can you possibly be family? Seeing the guard's refusal to divulge the truth, and noticing that Qin Shiyun was already approaching her vehicle, Yunlong, disregarding the consequences, shouted, Qin Shiyun. His voice resonated loudly, prompting Qin Shiyun, who was preparing to enter her car, to glance towards the entrance. Ah, it's my sister-in-law. She's looking back. The group, upon catching her attention, waved energetically. Sister-in-law, over here. Their raucous call drew the ire of the guard. What are you doing? If you continue this ruckus, I shall not be so courteous. The guard, witnessing their commotion, was on the verge of expelling them when the noise attracted several other guards, arriving in a swarm to assist in the dispersal. Naturally, Qin Shiyun heard their loud calls, incessantly shouting for her. Confused yet intrigued, she approached the entrance to confront the security personnel. What is happening? Who are these individuals? General Qin, the guard replied. I cannot ascertain their identities. They have been loitering at the company entrance since this afternoon, claiming to be your relatives. I suspect they might not harbor good intentions. Please be cautious. Frowning, Qin Shiyun turned her attention to the four. I do not believe we have met. Are you seeking me? I. Yunlong began excitedly, only to be pulled back by Tianlang, who feared that his friend might inadvertently create misunderstandings. With a broad smile, Tianlang interjected. Allow me to clarify. We are all comrades of your husband, Chun Ping. who consider him as close as brothers. We have come to Nanhai with the sole purpose of meeting you, sister-in-law. The other three nodded in agreement. Huh? Qin Shiyun paused, taken aback, before her expression brightened. You are Chunping's comrades? Do you know where he is now? Her thoughts were solely occupied with Chunping, disregarding the truth of their claims. Yunlong eagerly responded, Sister-in-law. The boss is currently in Kyoto. You need not worry about him. But why is his phone turned off? Well, we are uncertain about that. However, rest assured, he is undoubtedly engaged in a secret mission. I am confident he will contact you soon. Is that so? Qin Shiyun felt a tinge of disappointment, but managed a faint smile. Thank you for sharing this news. Hee, sister-in-law, you're truly beautiful, Shirhun said, grinning foolishly from his side. Tianlang swiftly smacked him on the back of the head and turned to Qin Shiyun. Please forgive my brother. His mind is not quite right. Qin Shiyun smiled and said, It is of no concern. You are comrades of Chunping, and thus my friends as well. You are indeed a reasonable sister-in-law. Yunlong chuckled and introduced himself. Sister-in-law, allow me to present myself. I am Yunlong. Sister-in-law, I am Tianlang. Sister-in-law, remember me. I am Changfeng. And I, sister-in-law, am Shirhun. I shall remember. Qin Shiyun replied with a smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ah, very well. Sister-in-law, do take care. Sister-in-law, you must remember us. Qin Shiyun did not engage in much conversation with them, as it was merely their perspective. The quartet watched as Qin Shiyun drove away before they felt satisfied enough to depart. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful, even more so than in her wedding photos. Shirhun praised in the car. You must not entertain any improper thoughts towards sister-in-law. Otherwise, the boss will surely have your head. I must say, your thoughts are quite base. I merely admire sister-in-law's exquisite beauty. Indeed, sister-in-law possesses a certain femininity. Absolutely, the boss is truly fortunate. Alas, I am filled with envy and resentment. Shirhan observed the three with disdain. Haha, come on brothers, let's enjoy the evening. My sister is treating us. Let us go. Chapter 88. Chunping heads to Jinling that evening. The quartet spent the night under the warm hospitality of Yunkoe. Each of them had come with a mission. Had it not been for the opportunity to meet Zhongku and Qin Shiyun, Tianlang, Changfeng, and Shirhan would not have traveled to Nanhai. Their visit was indeed a breach of discipline, as such opportunities were rare, and should they miss this chance, they could not foresee when they might return. The following morning, aside from Yunlong, who remained in Nanhai to investigate, the other three hurriedly proceeded to their respective cities of assignment. Tianlong's destination was Jinling, the stronghold of the southern region's commander Lei Jun. Upon arriving in Jinling, Tianlang immediately began comprehensive surveillance and investigation of Lei Jun, aiming to uncover evidence of treason against him and his associates. At that moment, on Fulong Mountain, Chunping had spent 7 days refining the red flame lotus. In the Grand Hall, the magma enveloping Chunping finally receded. After 7 days, he had successfully integrated the divine artifact, the red flame lotus. Rising with satisfaction, he eagerly opened his palm, and with a slight exertion of his energy, a fireball materialized in his hand. The divine artifact truly is remarkable. Chunping exclaimed proudly as he clenched his fist, causing the flame to vanish instantaneously. His strength had significantly increased, and he could now harness the fire attribute for attacks at will. Opening the door, he found Zhang Tiandao still guarding outside. Master, you have worked hard. Zhang Tiandao nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, you have exceeded my expectations in speed. Chunping grinned. Master, the divine artifact is indeed powerful. That is good to know, disciple. Integrating the red flame lotus signifies that you shall bear the mission of the Fulong lineage. Our duty is to combat evil and protect humanity. Do you understand? I understand. Master. Excellent. However, Master, your haste in passing the red flame lotus to me. Are you planning to flee? Nonsense. Zhang Tiandao's expression darkened. I have more pressing matters to attend to. What matters? Nature is to observe the malevolent and the dragon clan at Penglai Mountain, also to buy you some time. Upon hearing this, Chunping expressed his concern. Master, could this pose a danger? Zhang Tiandao replied with a faint smile. Fear not. Even without the enhancement of the Scarlet Flame Lotus, I am more than capable of handling everything. Ah, then I shall rest easy. Indeed, you should attend to your own matters. Should you require me, I will surely come find you. I shall obey. Zhang Tiandao nodded. Then with a flick of his sleeve, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Chen Ping gazed at the heavens, murmuring, "Master, take care." He then retrieved his phone, which had been turned off since the meeting at the Zijin Pavilion. Upon powering it on, he was inundated with countless calls and messages, predominantly from Qin Shiyun and Zhong Ku. He first reassured Zhong Ku, and just as he hung up, Qin Shiyun called. "Hello, dear. Chen Ping, you terrified me. Where have you been these past few days? I couldn't reach you. Do you know how worried I was?" Chen Ping felt warmth in his heart. "I'm sorry. My love, I was on a secret mission and couldn't contact anyone. Even so, you couldn't have given me a heads up? I'm sorry, I forgot in a moment. I promised to inform you in advance in the future. Well, as long as you're safe, I can rest easy. Hee dear, did you miss me? Not at all. I was merely concerned. I, however, missed you. Then come back soon. My love, once I finish my tasks, I will return home immediately. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, for individuals claimed to be your comrades, I'm not sure if they're genuine." "Really? What are their names?" "Yunlong, Tianling, Changfeng, and Shihun." Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. "My dear, those four are indeed my comrades. Among them, Yunlong is the younger brother of Yun Kuei." "Really? I thought they were frauds." "Wait, husband, are you really comrades with Yun Kuei's brother?" "Yes, my love. You simply don't believe it." "Oh, actually, everything I've told you is true. I'm sorry, husband. I used to doubt you." "It's all right, my love. By the way, are those four fools still in the South China Sea?" "I don't know. I haven't seen them in the past few days." "Oh, I see. My dear, I must take another call now. Once I handle everything, I will return home at the first opportunity. Be careful out there, husband." "MHM." After ending the call, Chen Ping connected to another line. "What is your instruction?" "Chen Ping, once you have concluded your matters, proceed to Jinling. Chen will be there to assist you." This call was from Zhang Jun. "Very well. I shall fly to Jinling today." "Chen Ping, remember this. Once you ascertain Lei Jun's treason, you must eliminate him and his faction without fail. There must be no opportunity for them to instigate civil war. Keep in mind, if you lack certainty, do not act rashly against Lei Jun. Any action must be executed with absolute precision." "Understood." MHM. Upon hanging up, Chen Ping felt an immense weight of pressure. Previous missions merely involved assassination. This time, however, Lei Jun possesses formidable strength and is deeply entrenched in the Southern Territory. Once action is taken, if it cannot be decisively resolved, Lei Jun and his faction will undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. That evening, Chen Ping quietly arrived in Jinling and soon met with Chen Wu, the person in charge there. Following the address, Chen Ping arrived at an old 3-story civilian house on the outskirts of Jinling, where he encountered Chen Wu. Chen Wu is a trusted aide of Li Qianquan and the commander of 30,000 covert troops in Jinling, holding the rank of Major General. Within this modest abode, aside from Chen Wu, there were about 30 other personnel, making it a secret command post for Jinling. Chen Xiaoshui. As soon as Chen Ping entered the room, Chen Wu and all the staff lined up to extend their welcome. "Please, no need for formalities," Chen Ping greeted, inquiring, "Chen Wu, what is the situation in Jinling?" "Chen Xiaoshui, please allow me to speak on behalf of the higher-ups." "Very well." Chen Ping promptly accompanied Chen Wu to a room on the 3rd floor, where every chamber served as a monitoring station. Chen Wu reported, "Chen Xiaoshui, there are currently 30,000 loyal soldiers hidden throughout Jinling, ready to assemble at a moment's notice if required. Furthermore, we have been closely monitoring all of Lei Jun's forces in Jinling. Every move they make is under our control." Chen Ping nodded. "Good. Have we uncovered any direct evidence of Lei Jun's treason?" "Not as of yet. It appears Lei Jun is on guard." "Indeed, we have been investigating for several months, and Lei Jun and his faction have remained unusually composed." With a subtle smile, Chen Ping replied, "Naturally, he would not act recklessly within his own territory. What about the situation in other cities?" "Our people are present throughout the entire southern region, maintaining strict surveillance. Should any issues arise, we will report immediately." Chen Ping nodded again, Continue to monitor closely. Do not act without my command. Report any developments at the earliest opportunity. Understood. I will pay a visit to Lei Jun, Chun Ping said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Chen Wu asked, Chen Xiaoshuai, you intend to meet with Lei Jun? Indeed. Given that our investigations have yielded no results, it is evident that Lei Jun is aware of our scrutiny. If he is indeed guilty, yet remains unperturbed, it indicates he is not yet prepared. Therefore, I must unsettle him. Once he is flustered, he will surely reveal his true colors, Chun Ping elucidated. Chen Xiaoshuai's wisdom is admirable. We are in awe, Chen Wu replied. Very well. Inform me of any developments. Yes. Chapter 89. Chen Ping's plan. Chen Ping did not linger. After several months of fruitless investigation by Chen Wu and his team, it was apparent that Lei Jun had anticipated Li Qianquan's inquiry. Continuing down this path would likely yield nothing. Thus, a proactive approach was warranted. However, a dilemma presented itself. If he were to confront Lei Jun directly, it would appear too conspicuous. After all, Chen Ping would likely remain in Jinling for the foreseeable future, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Would he really inform Lei Jun that his purpose in Jinling was to investigate him? While some matters are understood implicitly, possessing an alternative excuse would render his intentions even more elusive. Just as Chen Ping wrestled with these thoughts, his phone rang. Boss, have you finally received news? It was Tian Lang calling, who is currently in Jinling. You rascal, are you still in Nanhai? There is no leader, except for Yunlong remaining in the South China Sea. Both Changfeng and Shihan have already taken their posts. Are you in Jinling? Indeed. What a coincidence. I am here too. Hurry over to meet me. You're also in Jinling, boss? That's splendid. I will be there shortly. After providing the address, within 10 minutes, Tian Lang arrived at the location. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he grinned and rushed towards Chen Ping, boss. Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. Stop right there. Tian Lang immediately stood upright. Boss, it brings me immense joy to see you. Indeed. Chen Ping, altering his usual demeanor, approached and embraced his neck before getting into the car. Let us converse inside the vehicle. Certainly. When did you arrive? 3 days ago. Have you made any progress? Not yet, but our people are already in position. As soon as you give the command, we can strike the Grand Marshal's residence at any moment. First, let the brothers withdraw. Now is not the time to expose ourselves and cause unnecessary casualties. Understood, boss. Now, let us discuss the situation in Jinling. Boss, Jinling is nearly entirely under the control of Lei Jun. All the prominent figures in Jinling are affiliated with him. For instance, the daughter of the director of the Jinling Armed Forces is Lei Jun's daughter-in-law, and the first martial arts family in the south, the Ma family, is also connected through marriage to Lei Jun's second son. Additionally, the eldest daughter of the foremost clan in Jinling, the Li family, is the wife of Lei Jun's nephew, Lei Ming. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Lei Jun is quite adept. He has married the daughters of all these influential families into his own, creating a tight-knit alliance. Indeed, the Lei family's fourth son is the only one yet to wed. Is that so? By the way, what is the situation with the mayor of Jinling, Zhang Hamo? Need I say more? He is undoubtedly one of Lei Jun's people. However, there are some twists in the tale. Zhang Hamo's daughter, Zhang Meng, was originally betrothed to Lei Liang. Yet, 2 years ago, Zhang Meng suddenly eloped, and that engagement fell through. Now, after 2 years away, Zhang Meng has returned, and it seems the marriage with Lei Jun will resume. Tian Lang remarked. Wait a moment. Upon hearing the familiar name, Chen Ping inquired, what did you say Zhang Hamo's daughter is called? Zhang Meng. Boss, do you know her? Ha! Chen Ping grinned broadly. Oh, I am quite familiar with her. So that's why she hasn't returned home for 2 years. Boss, what is the situation? Rest assured, we can still vie for Zhang Hamo's favor. We will start with his daughter. As for Lei Liang dreaming of marrying Zhang Meng, he is sorely mistaken. Chen Ping, troubled about how to confront Lei Jun, realized that Zhang Meng is indeed Zhang Hanmo's daughter, presenting a splendid opportunity. If he can thwart the union between Lei Jun and Zhang Hanmo, it would undoubtedly sow discord between them. Simultaneously, Chen Ping could strive to win over Zhang Hanmo. Furthermore, he could utilize this chance to gauge Lei Jun's attitude toward him. Tianlang, puzzled, asked, "Boss, have you devised a plan?" Ping nodded. "Yes. I'll make a phone call first." Ping, acting on his thoughts, promptly called Zhang Ming. "Hello, Ming Ming." At that moment, Zhang Ming was being reluctantly compelled to attend a banquet. Suddenly receiving Ping's call, she was both astonished and delighted. "Ping, you have finally appeared. I thought you'd gone missing. Do you know that Shiyun has been terribly worried about you these past few days? Every time we talk on the phone, she ends up in tears." Ping chuckled. "Aren't we on a mission? You truly are unreliable. I've helped you so much. If you cause Shiyun any concern again, I won't let you off easily." Yes, yes, yes. By the way, why did you call? Where are you?" "I'm currently in Jinling." "What? You're in Jinling? Is Shiyun with you?" "Just me. Shiyun is at home." "Just you? Why aren't you accompanying Shiyun at home? What brings you here?" "Of course. I have matters to attend to. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you." "I'm free. Come to the Jiaxing Hotel. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance." "All right." After hanging up, Ping turned to Tianlang and instructed, "Head to Jiaxing Hotel. And also have all the brothers withdraw." "Understood." Half an hour later, upon arriving at the location, Ping could see a striking figure at the hotel entrance from a distance. "Tianlang, just wait for me in the car." "Yes, boss." As soon as Ping arrived, Zhang Ming approached him, visibly annoyed. Without hesitation, she playfully punched his chest with her small fist, exclaiming, "This punch is for Shiyun. Honestly, how could you leave home and turn off your phone? Don't you care about others?" Ping carefully observed Zhang Ming. It wasn't that he had never seen a beauty before, but her attire was different from what he was accustomed to. Previously, Zhang Ming dressed in a manner that was sensual and alluring, typically donning skirts and black stockings, her tall figure and exquisite face captivating countless admirers. This evening, however, she wore light blue fitted jeans paired with white sneakers and a white sweatshirt, her long hair cascading down, giving her an appearance akin to a delicate young lady. Noticing Ping's gaze, Zhang Ming pushed him lightly. "Hey, what are you staring at? This isn't our first meeting." It's my first time seeing you dressed like this." Zhang Ming pouted. "Do you think I wanted to? My dad is forcing me to meet someone I utterly despise tonight. I didn't want to dress up nicely." Ping smiled. "You're beautiful. You look good in anything. Your current outfit doesn't diminish that." Zhang Ming teased. "Oh, quite the charmer, aren't you? By the way, are you here to see Shiyun?" "Not yet. I haven't had the chance to inform her." So what do you need from me?" Ping pulled Zhang Ming aside and lowered his voice. "I am currently undertaking an extremely confidential mission and require a cover identity. Since we are already well acquainted, I would like you to pretend to be my girlfriend for a while and accompany me to meet someone." "What?" Zhang Ming gasped, quickly covering her mouth in shock. "You want me to pretend to be your girlfriend?" Ping nodded yes. "If Shiyun finds out, she'll kill you." "Surely not. It's just a ruse. And it's you." Ping, who exactly are you? What secret mission are you on? You're not deceiving me, are you? It's truly for the mission. Didn't Shiyun inform you of my identity? No, what is your identity? Why the mystery? You will find out soon enough. Just let me know if you're willing to assist." Zhang Ming feigned hesitation before finally nodding. "All right, I agree. From now on, I will be your girlfriend." Ping grinned. Thank you. Zhang Ming squinted with a smile. "But first, you must accompany me to meet someone." "Your father?" "Oh, you'll find out once we get there." Zhang Ming spoke, disregarding Ping's willingness or reluctance, and pulled him towards the hotel. Chapter 90. Ping's violent confrontation with Lei Liang. In truth, Zhang Ming was quite pleased that Ping was pretending to be her boyfriend, as she desired a shield at this moment. Ping's presence was fortuitous, and she was more than willing to cooperate, harboring a fondness for him that was only buried deep due to Shiyun. Ping felt elated, grateful for Zhang Ming's support. If his intuition served him correctly, he would soon give Lei Jun a taste of his own medicine tonight. With their own thoughts in mind, Zhang Ming and Ping arrived at the top floor of the hotel, reaching the door of a private room where Zhang Ming suddenly grew anxious. "Ping, perhaps we should reconsider," she said, worried for him, aware of the Lei family's influence and fearing retribution against him. "Since we are here, it would be impolite not to enter." Ping grinned, confidently pushing open the door to the private room. Inside, 3 individuals were seated at the dining table, 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman appeared to be around 50 years old, and judging by their attire and demeanor, one could easily deduce they were Zhang Meng's parents. The other man, likely in his late 20s, bore a corpulent visage and a lewd expression. It was unmistakably Lei Liang, one of the infamous Lei family's young masters. Flanking Lei Liang were 2 bodyguards, clad in suits, standing rigidly behind him. Chun Ping's abrupt entrance altered the atmosphere within the room dramatically. Lei Liang, who had been smiling moments before, now wore a face twisted with rage. The bodyguards tensed, hands slipping into their jackets, prepared for any eventuality. Zhang Hanmo and Su Yinping exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded Chun Ping. Outside, Zhang Meng, witnessing Chun Ping's entry, steeled herself and entered the room. "Mom, Dad, don't be alarmed. He is," Zhang Meng stammered, yet her courage faltered. With a slight smile, Chun Ping wrapped his arm around Zhang Meng's slender waist, casting a defiant glance at Lei Liang. "Uncle and Auntie, I am Chun Ping, Zhang Meng's boyfriend." Zhang Meng's mind went blank, her heart racing in her throat. Before Zhang Hanmo could react, Lei Liang suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, rising in fury. If looks could kill, Chun Ping would have been dead on the spot. "Zhang Meng, how dare you present a boyfriend in my presence?" Lei Liang's accusatory tone instilled fear in Zhang Meng, who cowered behind Chun Ping, unable to meet Lei Liang's gaze, a testament to the Lei family's dominance in Jinling. Chun Ping, maintaining a stoic expression, replied coolly, "Who are you to question my girlfriend's choice in a partner?" This retort infuriated Lei Liang, who clenched his fists. His face contorted in rage as he struck the table, shattering the dishes before him. "You're courting death," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Ping. Realizing the situation was escalating, Zhang Hanmo rose with fervor, glaring at Zhang Meng. "Explain what on earth is happening." "My father," Zhang Meng, visibly shaken, grasped Chun Ping's arm tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Chun Ping gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Meng Meng, no one can harm you." Indeed,